Yuebai. Yuebai was roused from her slumber by the incessant cries of a child. As she opened her eyes, she caught sight of her grimy hands, which were as broad as a fan. The cacophony of wailing infants surrounding her was enough to make her head throb. It dawned upon her that she had traversed into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. In this desolate realm, every living being, be it human, animal, or plant, was marred by mutation. Even she, as a result of the radioactive fallout, had undergone a grotesque transformation, evolving from a delicate and slender beauty into a corpulent figure weighing a staggering 750 pounds. A wave of despair washed over Shi Yuebai, and she felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to the depths of hopelessness. Lying on the ground, she struggled to sit up, yet her cumbersome body rendered even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. The prospect of rising from the earth seemed utterly implausible. Beside her, a voice sighed, "Yuebai, given your condition, it is best that you refrain from moving. Otherwise, your breathing will become labored, and we will be unable to procure a second dose of the enhancer to save you." With great effort, Shi Yuebai lifted her chubby chin, adorned with a roll of flesh, and turned her head to gaze at the source of the voice. By a flickering fire sat a woman whose eyes were devoid of pupils, only the whites remaining. Memories flooded back to Shi Yuebai, revealing that this woman was none other than her sister-in-law. The radiation had wrought havoc upon all species on this planet, humans included. Normal bodies had been ravaged by the fallout, resulting in various physical deformities. Such was the fate of Shi Yuebai, now weighing 750 pounds, and her sister-in-law, whose vision had been obliterated by the radiance of decay. Furthermore, nestled in the embrace of her second aunt, with streams of mucus flowing from her nose, a disproportionately large head atop a diminutive body, crowned with a disheveled mop of short hair, was the unmistakably simple-minded little niece. At present, Shi Yuebai finds herself beneath the ruins of an abandoned overpass. Following a cataclysm capable of annihilating the entire world, the surviving members of the Shi family were stripped of their home. They, along with a handful of other survivors, have been compelled to gather beneath dilapidated structures, fashioning makeshift shelters from Scavenger tarpaulins. By night, the community unites to safeguard their encampment around the overpass, for this desolate world is rife with ferocious mutated creatures that prey upon the remnants of humanity left in the aftermath of the disaster. These beasts often emerge under the cover of darkness, hunting those defenseless humans. The human governing elite, while not entirely unprepared for such a grand calamity, had developed two types of serums prior to the disaster. One was a purifying agent capable of cleansing radiation, while the other was a fortifying agent designed to enhance physical prowess. However, due to the comprehensive destruction of factories, the production of these serums has become exceedingly scarce, primarily allocated to mercenary factions and the privileged few at the apex of society. Even when such serums do reach the hands of the Shi family's lower-tier survivors, they are often fraught with challenges and hold immense value. In this instance, Shi Yuebai's corpulent frame exerted pressure on her internal organs, rendering her breathless as she lay on the ground, suffocating herself. The Shi family produced their sole remaining fortifying serum and administered it into Shi Yuebai's body, as a result. The original Shi Yuebai never awakened again. Instead, this incarnation of Shi Yuebai was roused. In her heart, she lamented her fate. She was a powerful witch, embroiled in a conflict with her kin for the position of clan leader. In a moment of negligence, she was treacherously attacked and killed by her own people. Death was but a trivial matter, yet being thrust into this world, adorned with such a corpulent form, was a different ordeal altogether. What was the purpose of this predicament? Anger welled up within Shi Yuebai, and she rolled over, tumbling from the heap of stones, her face larger than a basin crashing onto the gravel below. Startled, her second sister-in-law gasped and hastily released her daughter, fumbling towards Shi Yuebai's direction. Yuebai, are you all right?" Shi Yuebai lifted her round face from the stones, spitting out the small pebbles that had lodged in her mouth. "I am fine. Don't come near," she retorted. Observing that her second sister-in-law was already struggling, she felt exasperated at the thought of her coming over to check on her. "Just take care of yourself, don't worry about me," Shi Yuebai snapped. In her memories, The original owner of this body had been pampered by the Shi family since childhood, treated like a cherished princess. Consequently, the original's character had been nurtured with a plethora of flaws, including but not limited to selfishness and arrogance. After being affected by the radiation, her weight surged uncontrollably. Even drinking water could lead to the accumulation of several pounds of fat. The original could not accept this transformation and relentlessly pressured her family for purification agents. Shi's parents, overwhelmed by her demands, sought to exchange the points earned from scavenging for the much-coveted purification agents for Shi Yuebai. The enhancer employed by the Shi family on Shi Yuebai was delivered by the garrison captain who accompanied Shi Daji during his moments of lucidity. However, the world collapsed far too swiftly, and the garrison had long since disbanded. Now, only mercenaries remain, and no garrison exists. Struggling, Shi Yuebai lifted his large, fan-like hand to touch his nose, which was bleeding from a recent blow. Outside the tattered canvas, a few male voices emerged, remarking, "The woman in this household is quite appealing even though her eyes are obscured. It does not hinder our enjoyment." Most importantly, all the men in their family are on duty today, leaving none present. The second sister-in-law, blind with only the whites of her eyes visible, displayed an expression of terror. Her daughter, held tightly in her embrace, babbled incomprehensibly. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to rise, yet her frail, emaciated legs were insufficient to support her form. Before Shi Yuebai could comprehend the situation, several towering men, their bodies cloaked in thick hair, violently tore aside the tattered canvas. The second sister-in-law curled up in the corner, clutching herself tightly, desperately shaking her head. "Olive, go away." Among the survivors beneath the overpass, the Shi family appeared to be the most intact. Not a single member had perished in the natural disaster. However, having survived the calamity, the Shi family was far from fortunate enough to evade the effects of radiation. All members of the Shi family were severely impacted by the radiation. More cruelly, the second sister-in-law, though blind, possessed a normal intellect. She was not like other naive girls, oblivious to the vile intentions of these men. She was well aware. It was precisely this awareness, coupled with her sound intellect, that filled her with terror and disgust. A scream pierced the air, and within the confines of the narrow canvas, her little niece, Shi Yuebai, erupted into a cacophony of cries. Prostrate on the ground, resembling a mountain of flesh, Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow as she observed the menacing figures approaching her terrified sister-in-law with sinister grin. How absurd it was that, at her size, she lay there as if lifeless. Chapter 2. The men of the Shi family have perished before her transmigration. Shi Yuebai was a formidable sorceress, renowned for her exceptional abilities, second to none, as no one dared to claim the title of first. Yet now, she found herself trapped in a grotesque form, a mountain of flesh encasing her fragile bones, rendering her incapable of rising to her feet. The voice of her second sister-in-law, filled with dread, echoed in the air, pleading, "You cannot treat me this way. No, you mustn't." In the early days of catastrophe, Shi maintained his intellect, valiantly standing at the forefront alongside the defenders. He made significant contributions toward the survival of the remaining few. Thus, the Shi family was regarded as a household of heroes. However, now, as several men lifted the tent flap, they could not suppress their laughter. "That was years ago. The world has changed," they jeered. "Even your mother-in-law is nowhere to be found, chased away by the mutated beasts." At last, the second sister-in-law understood, tears streaming down her face. It was precisely because they knew that the men of the Shi family had fallen prey to those monstrous creatures, leaving only a handful of widows and orphans behind, that these men dared to bully them. "I refuse to believe it," she cried, groping for a stone in desperation. Wielding it wildly, she declared, "My husband and elder brother are strong. How could they possibly perish so easily?" On the ground, Shi Yuebai felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Rolling her eyes, she lamented her unfortunate start in this new life. Perhaps, upon opening her eyes again, she might find herself dealt a better hand. Looking at her current predicament, a 750-pound behemoth, she could barely even drink water without gaining several pounds of flesh. A visually impaired beauty, the second sister-in-law, a niece with intellectual disabilities and crippled legs. All the men in the family have perished, while the mother remains untraceable. Moreover, There is a group of lascivious men, lusting after the second sister-in-law's beauty. The chances of Shi Yuebai turning the tide are negligible. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to speak, awkwardly turning her head, her facial flesh jiggling, and defiantly declared to the men before her, "Do not lay a hand on her." Although she is cold-hearted and selfish, often oppressing her fellow clansmen, she possesses one redeeming quality, her disdain for men who use force against women. Even in the face of adversity, Shi Yuebai provocatively gestured for the men to approach her. "Come find me. Come to me." The men, momentarily taken aback by her audacity, erupted into raucous laughter. One among them gasped for breath between chuckles. "What did you say? You bloated hag. Even if we wanted to, the very thought of it disgusts us. Have you lost your mind?" Meanwhile, the little niece sitting beside Shi Yuebai picked up a handful of small stones and hurled them at the men, shouting, "Hit them! Do not speak ill of my aunt." Frustration and urgency radiated from her, her head bobbing, her unfocused eyes suggesting poor vestibular development. One man struck the little girl across the face, rendering the already fragile child unconscious with a single blow. He then raised his foot to kick her on the head, cursing, "Damn it, worthless wretch, you should have died sooner. Your existence merely consumes the resources meant for the survivors." In the desolate wasteland, survival resources are exceedingly scarce. Scavengers tirelessly rummage through the ruins each day, seeking usable materials to exchange for points. These points can then be traded at the administration office for limited rations of food. The availability of food is critically low. Even those survivors possessing points may not secure sufficient sustenance. Consequently, numerous survivor groups discard the elderly, infirm, and pregnant as burdens, deeming them expendable. The Shi family, comprising able members, includes 3 incapacitated women and children, one of whom is a heavily pregnant mother, and they have long been marked for abandonment. However, Shi's father, Shi, and Shi heir possess remarkable strength, which is why the survivor group has tolerated their presence thus far. Yu. Suddenly, Shi heir's sister-in-law realized the impending danger, shouting as she brandished a stone to deter the approaching man while tilting her head toward her daughter. Just as a large foot descended, threatening to crush little Shi Yao's head, a hefty hand seized the man's ankle, lying on the ground like a formidable mountain of flesh. Shi Yuebai struggled to lift her massive face. Her eyes squinted into mere slits beneath the folds of fat. Through those narrow openings, a cold glimmer shone, as if to warn, "Come at me, do not bully these fragile ones." Disobedient, are we? For millennia, Shi Yuebai had reigned supreme over the witch clan, and no one had ever dared to dismiss her words as mere nonsense. The fury coursing through her caused her fingertips to tighten with force. She felt a warmth spreading across her back, as if perspiration were beginning to form. The man whose ankle she grasped initially sensed nothing unusual, inwardly dismissing Shi Yuebai as just a hefty woman, yet marveling at her unexpected strength. Gradually, companions around began to shout, "Your foot." Oh, her fingers, they pierced in. It is difficult to fathom the scene before them. Shi Yuebai's hands, as thick as a large fan, clasped the man's ankle, her 5 fingertips sinking into it like they were pressing cotton. Soon, the man felt a searing pain. He let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Let go, you wretched fat woman. Let go, let go." Struggling, his legs trembled as he attempted to shake off Shi Yuebai's grip. In the end, he dislodged his own ankle, as if freeing a loose, detached part. The man looked in astonishment at the severed foot that Shi Yuebai held, which he recognized all too well. Without a glance, she tossed the severed limb into the fire. Blood coated her fingertips, and without pausing for a moment, she continued to claw at the man's legs, rending his trousers with a sharp sound. A bloody imprint trailed down his thigh, a mark that could not possibly be inflicted by an ordinary person. What benevolent soul would strike like this? "Run, it's a zombie, a zombie." The man's companions screamed as they tore away the tarp and fled. Sister-in-law Shi was still in a state of panic, groping the ground as she crawled to her unconscious daughter, scooping her up. With her other hand, she reached out towards Shi Yuebai, calling, "Yuebai, Yuebai, what has happened? Is there a zombie coming?" As the undead approached, how could a blind woman possibly navigate her daughter and the hefty Moonbai? Sister Shi was in a state of panic. Moonbai seized the struggling man on the ground and, with swift and decisive motions, rendered him barely clinging to life. With a heavy heart, she uttered, "There are no zombies, but this man is about to perish. Someone may arrive soon. Sister, I cannot move. Please drag the body away." Chapter 3. Soul Power. Despite her blindness, Sister Shi, along with her intellectually challenged daughter and the corpulent Moonbai, remained steadfast beneath the overpass. It was Sister Shi who typically cared for the other two, making her the most agile among them. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Sister Shi groped her way to the lifeless body, attempting to drag it from under the tarp. Under the cover of darkness, she pulled the body farther away. However, due to Moonbai's considerable weight, Sister Shi found it impossible to turn her over. Moonbai, still sprawled on the ground, attempted several times to right herself, but to no avail. Frustration surged within her, adrenaline coursing through her veins as she clenched her fists, sweat beading on her back. In this desolate world, a select few possess the ability to undergo physical mutations and become endowed with powers. Yet, many, like the Shi family, had been mutated by radiation, hampering even their basic mobility. Fortunately, even in this lifeless wasteland, the knowledge of shamanic arts lingered vividly in Moonbai's mind. However, this knowledge proved of little practical utility. To harness her abilities, she required the absorption of spiritual energy from the world, which she would then transform into a force known as soul power. From the very beginning, the desolate world devoid of any spiritual essence rendered her akin to a fish floundering on dry land, left to languish in a parched wait for death. What was the point of struggling? Shi Yuebai clenched her fist in frustration and struck the ground with a forceful blow, creating a small crater upon impact. She paused momentarily, once again surveying her fingers. It was abundantly clear to her that she was not an extraordinary being within this wasteland, nor did she possess the formidable strength characteristic of the men in her family. Was it truly the sweat on her back that fueled such vigor? Suddenly, she sensed a faint yet palpable trace of spiritual energy within her. Hastily, she summoned this essence, allowing it to traverse her entire body. This was a shamanic technique, a means of introspection to gain a deeper understanding of one's own physique. To her astonishment, Shi Yuebai discovered that despite the absence of spiritual energy in this barren realm, her body harbored a vast reservoir of power. The inhabitants referred to this energy as fat. By converting the caloric energy within her, she could transform it into the spiritual force necessary to wield shamanic arts. This transformation would entail a complex process, requiring multiple energy conversions within her body. Yet, at last, a glimmer of hope emerged. And a faint voice broke the silence. Shi Yuebai turned her head to see Shi Yao, who had been rendered unconscious, now stirring awake. The back of her head had struck a sharp stone, unnoticed by Shi saw. As Shi Yuebai glanced over, she saw a pool of blood accumulating beneath Shi Yao's injured head. She lay feebly upon a heap of rubble, raising her slender little hand towards Shi Yuebai. Her soiled visage bore an innocent, naive smile as she uttered, "And Yao, the most beautiful in the world." Though the young girl's intellect was limited, she still retained memories of her cognitions from years past. Shi Yuebai, the cherished gem of the Shi family, was undeniably the most exquisite little ant. A momentary daze clouded Shi Yuebai's round face, leaving her at a loss for the emotions stirring within her heart. Just as Yao's little hand seemed ready to droop, Shi Yuebai instinctively reached out with her plump hand and grasped Yao's tiny fingers, exclaiming, "Yao, you mustn't sleep. Awaken." As the young girl's eyelids began to flutter shut, Shi Yuebai hastily summoned the incantations of her witch clan. With one hand clutching Yao's delicate hand, and the other laboriously forming a mystical gesture, she struggled to channel the ancestral magic. Initially, the incantation did not flow smoothly. Shi Yuebai attempted several times before successfully converting fat into heat, then transforming heat into soul energy, which coursed into the mystical gesture. The gesture traced a simple wooden vitality array. All living things thrive from wood. Vitality begets life, and life governs fate. By my essence, you shall live. After much exertion, gritting her teeth and perspiring profusely, Shi Yuebai infused the first spark of life into Yao's small hand. The once faint breaths of the girl elongated slightly. A flicker of vitality rekindled within her. This small sign of hope invigorated Shi Yuebai, spurring her to persist in her efforts. Despite the intricate and arduous procedures involved in the conversion of energy, she overcame her inner impatience and agitation, gradually infusing vitality into the frail form of Shi Yao. Slowly, Shi Yao's breathing became more rhythmic, no longer intermittent. In contrast, Shi Yuebai appeared as though she were submerged in water, her disheveled black hair clinging wetly to her scalp. This reminded Shi Yuebai of the reason for her arrival in this world. The original owner had been excessively corpulent. The layers of fat did not merely accumulate externally, but enveloped her internal organs as well, ultimately suffocating her. Now, with the slight ease in her breathing, Shi Yuebai felt a touch of elation. Yet, she remained sprawled on the ground, unable to turn over. After a brief slumber, Shi Yuebai was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Where were the zombies? A throng of individuals approached cautiously, wielding sticks and weapons. Encroaching upon the canvas where Shi Yuebai lay, Shi Yuebai, with her large head swaying, opened her eyes in fear and crawled beside Shi Yuebai. Auntie, bad people, they? Her small face was a mask of terror. Imitating her mother, she grasped a stone, curling protectively in front of Shi Yuebai. Protect, Auntie. The little girl, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had legs as slender as twigs, incapable of even walking. Her head was disproportionately large, with streams of snot trailing down her face. Yet, driven by instinct, she endeavored to shield Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai reached out, brushing her hand against the back of Shi Yuebai's head, feeling the blood. Nevertheless, at least Shi Yuebai's life had been preserved. She wiped her bloodied hands on the ground, embraced the petite form of Shi Yuebai, and called out boldly, "There are no zombies here. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourselves." Outside, the panicked survivors exchanged anxious glances. Someone among them asked Chen Laosan, "Didn't you say that the plump woman from the Shi family had turned into a zombie? How is she still able to speak?" Zombies, after all, are humans that have mutated. They are the most severe form of mutation resulting from radiation exposure. Once transformed into zombies, they lose their cognitive abilities and speech, possessing only the most primal instinct for survival, the need to feed. Thus, the human survivors harbor a deep-seated hatred for zombies, mingled with profound sorrow, as the zombies they encounter could very well be their own relatives who have undergone this horrific transformation. Chen Laosan appeared visibly guilty, insisting, "I clearly saw that Shi Yuebai clawing at people. She nearly shredded my brother's leg. If you don't believe me, go inside and check. My brother is definitely still there." The survivors outside, swayed by Chen Laosan's conviction, began to exhibit expressions of hesitation. Then, from within the tent, the melodious voice of Shi Yuebai rang out, "Come on in. I've just turned into a zombie, and I'm in need of a meal to fill my belly. Hurry up and take a look." Almost immediately after, a furious voice echoed from a distance. "Chen Laosan, haven't you bullied me enough? While I was out searching for food, you dared to prey upon my daughter and my sister? Just wait. I'm going to turn into a zombie right now, and you will be the first person I feast upon." Recently, 3 men from the Shi family had perished, sacrificing their lives to protect their survivor group. Now, 3 solitary figures remain, 2 of whom are poised to embrace their transformation into zombies. The crowd is suddenly enveloped in silence. Chapter 4. Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai's eyes are vacant as she gropes forward. Tears stream down her face as she collapses to the ground, appearing utterly incapacitated. No one would suspect that a blind person, who stumbles with every step, could transport a corpse to a distant place for disposal. Hence, no one doubts that Chen Lao's elder brother is deceased. Someone peeks beneath the canopy and observes only the 2 peculiar, disabled members of the Shi family. He announces that Chen De has departed, urging everyone to leave, questioning the morality of bullying orphans and widows. Chen Lao protests, pointing towards Shi Yuebai within the canopy, declaring, "She is merely pretending. Do not be deceived by her bulk. She is quite ferocious." The individuals accompanying the Chun brothers in their bullying of Shi Yuebai nod in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we have all witnessed it." Shi Yuebai lifts her round face, appearing disheveled and drenched, her clothing tattered and reeking, as there are simply no garments in this world that fit her size. When her mother departed, she hastily stitched her a makeshift outfit from scavenged bed linens. Trembling, she shakes the flesh hanging from her cheeks, stating, "If you do not come to torment my second sister-in-law, how would you ascertain my ferocity? I am in this state, unable to move. Had I even a modicum of mobility, I would ensure your demise." Shi Yuebai speaks the truth. She is immobile, thus resorting to nearby threats. Were she capable of movement, none would escape. The survivors whispered among themselves, glancing at Shi Yuebai and then at Shi Yuebai, who was still groping on the ground in search of a path. Someone pointed at Chen Laosan, questioning what mischief these few brazen men were contemplating, urging them to refrain from further wrongdoing, for they too had wives and children. Indeed, life was already arduous. There was no need to bring additional sorrow to others. In this desolate wasteland, women had no protection whatsoever. Any woman, or even a girl, possessing even a modicum of attractiveness was perpetually in danger. It was not merely that the men of the Shi family had perished, even in households where husbands remained. They could only watch helplessly as their wives and daughters were victimized. The sole reason for this plight was their weakness. Weak men could not safeguard their women and daughters. and weak women could not defend themselves. When the vulnerable were victimized, they had no recourse for justice, whether within the survivors' enclave or in the city. This grim reality of the wasteland had long stirred discontent among many survivors. With the incident involving Shi Yuebai today, tomorrow the Chun brothers might intrude upon their tents, targeting their wives and daughters. Seizing this moment, everyone directed their condemnation towards Chun Laonyo and his companions, but their protestations amounted to mere words. Shi Yuebai observed as Chun Laonyo was encircled by the crowd, fingers pointed at him, declaring that he should not bully women, asserting that such behavior had no place within their survivor community. It was laughable, as if their words alone could impose a moral condemnation upon Chun Laonyo and his ilk. Chun Laoer remained silent, his eyes shrouded in shadows as he observed Shi Yuebai groping the ground. Outside the crowd, a blind man swiftly navigated his way into the Shi family's tent. Yao 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 yao. As Shi Yuebai traversed the path of despair, her heart ached with worry for her unconscious daughter. She had not dared to examine her daughter's injuries, fearing that she might have sustained a head trauma. "Mother," came the faint voice, prompting Shi Yuebai to embrace her tightly. She gently stroked the top of Yao Yao's head, only to feel her fingers dampened. Bringing her fingers to her nose, she recoiled in horror. "Ah, blood. It is blood." Yao Yao. Sobs escaped her lips. "Oh heavens! How are we, a few orphaned women, to survive in this desolate world? This wasteland has not only transformed my once lively daughter, who could run and jump, into this state, but it has also taken away my husband, leaving the Shi family devoid of all its men. My vision, rendered blind by radiation, and my daughter, injured by the Chun brothers. How can we endure? What is all this commotion?" Came the impatient voice of Shi Yuebai, cold and cutting. "She is fine. There isn't even a scratch on her head, just feel carefully." Shi Yuebai, accustomed to a position of privilege, had always exhibited a lack of patience. She harbored a strong disdain for the weak. Yet now, she found herself among the most vulnerable. Within this disadvantaged group, her patience teetered on the brink of collapse. Shi Yuebai had long grown accustomed to Shi Yuebai's haughty demeanor. Her sharp tongue had always been devoid of courtesy. She extended her hand to gently caress Shi Yao's head. It seemed that apart from the blood covering her scalp, there were no visible wounds on Shi Yao's head, no bumps whatsoever. Drenched and disheveled, Shi Yuebai remarked, "That second son of the Chun family will not relent. Help me up." Currently, she lay on the ground, a position not conducive to observing her surroundings or listening attentively. Beneath this abandoned bridge, the ground was littered with disordered fragments of stone, both large and small. It was amidst these stones that this group of survivors found refuge, each family separated by tarps. The Shi family's tarp was situated far from the others, nestled beneath the bridge, beside a depression filled with rubble. This meant that as long as Shi Yuebai could manage to sit up, leaning against the stone heap behind her, she only needed to focus on what lay ahead. Shi Yuebai wiped her tears and, after offering a word of encouragement to Shi Yao, crawled to Shi Yuebai's side, exerting her strength to push her up. Shi Yuebai also summoned her own effort. While Shi Yuebai pushed her, she chanted a finger incantation. The warmth from the fat within Shi Yuebai's body flowed through her limbs, transforming into a faint strength that assisted her in successfully turning over with Shi Yuebai's help. As her body rotated, Shi Yuebai proceeded to lift Shi Yuebai's legs. Those legs resembled four substantial meat patties, with thick layers of fat on both the thighs and calves, each piece of flesh akin to a small table. With such significant weight, it was a testament to the original owner's endurance that she had survived until now. After considerable effort, Shi Yuebai positioned Shi Yuebai's legs comfortably. With the support of her second sister-in-law, Shi Yuebai managed to sit up, propping herself against a pile of stones. Once she settled, a fresh layer of sweat broke out on her brow, her hair damp and disheveled. A pungent odor clung to her, a testament to her current plight. In this dire situation, Shi Yuebai could not harbor any expectations regarding her living conditions or surroundings. Taking a deep breath, she cast her gaze upon her abdomen, which had swollen into a large, round mass of flesh. "Yao Yao," she murmured as the little girl, dirty and small, shuffled closer. Unperturbed by Shi Yuebai's unpleasant scent, Yao Yao pressed her tiny, filthy frame against her aunt's ample belly. Just as Shi Yuebai had managed to catch her breath, the little girl's sudden weight almost stole it away again. "Yao Yao, get down," she gasped. Yet, Yao Yao extended her slender, grimy hand, clutching a sprouting potato. "Auntie, eat. Please eat," she implored. Understanding her aunt's hearty appetite, Yao Yao wished to share her meager ration. Chapter 5. I said enough is enough. Shi Yuebai bit her lip, silently observing Yao Yao. In stark contrast to her own corpulent figure, Yao Yao appeared almost alarmingly frail, particularly her legs, which were as thin as those of a toddler. Yet, this year, Yao Yao had already reached the age of 8. Her expression was innocent and bewildered, with 2 streams of mucus dangling beneath her nose as she struggled to raise the potato high. In the wasteland, as long as food was not heavily irradiated, even sprouted potatoes could be consumed by survivors. Of course, in times of extreme hunger, even food that had been subjected to radiation was not entirely off the table. After consuming those highly radioactive foods, the body undergoes accelerated mutations. For instance, in the case of Shi Yuebai, the ingestion of a single bite of intensely radioactive sustenance can result in a weight gain of over 100 pounds, which poses a significant danger to her. Earlier, while treating Shi Yao's head injury, Shi Yuebai expended some of her fat energy. However, upon examining her own body, she realized that she originally weighed 750 pounds and had only lost 2 pounds of fat, leaving her with a total of 748 pounds. In just 2 hours, Shi Yuebai had shed a mere 2 pounds, an insignificant amount given her substantial body mass. Contemplating this, she lifted her plump hand and reached out to stroke the short hair on the top of Shi Yao's head, which resembled the aftermath of a dog chewing. Yao Yao, your aunt wants to eat. You can have it. Shi Yao's legs have not grown since she was 2 years old, a consequence of the radiation that permeated the wasteland. The same applies to her brain. In essence, while her upper body has continued to develop with age, her legs and intellect remain stunted, akin to that of a 2-year-old. She has not become mentally impaired due to the radiation. Rather, her cognitive abilities have permanently regressed to that of a toddler. Shi Yao has always been obedient, nestling against her aunt. Meanwhile, Sa, who is visually impaired, can still hear and feels a twinge of surprise in her heart. In truth, Shi Yao can easily settle down. She adores her aunt. Whenever she screams or cries, a single word from Shi Yuebai can bring her to silence. However, Shi Yuebai does not particularly enjoy managing Shi Yao. On the contrary, she often expresses disdain for Yao Yao's proximity, frequently scolding her as a simpleton, a fool. As she drew closer to Shi Yu, she too would transform into a simpleton. With no alternative, Shi's sister-in-law had no choice but to keep Shi Yu by her side. Shi Yu, however, was prone to incessant shrieking, complicating her sister-in-law's efforts to scavenge, increasing the difficulty manifold. Beside the flickering flames, Shi's sister-in-law turned her head away, wiping the tears that welled in her eyes. Now that her husband had passed, not a single man from the Shi family had survived. She alone, blinded, bore the weight of the household. Cautiously, she conferred with Shi Yuebai, saying, I wish to seek some food. Could you possibly watch over Shi Yu for a moment? Fearing Shi Yuebai's refusal, she hastily added, Shi Yu won't trouble you. I promise to speak to her kindly. She will be well-behaved and won't disturb you. Shi Yu, can you please come down gently from your aunt? Just stay close to her without touching, all right? Shi Yu obediently nodded and slid down from her aunt's ample belly, sitting quietly beside her. She tilted her head, resting her large cranium against her aunt while propping herself up to avoid any contact. Observing Shi Yu's humble demeanor, Shi Yuebai felt a pang of sorrow. The original owner of this body would often strike and kick Shi Yu whenever she drew near, yet Shi Yu never once complained. After being hit 100 times, she still approached with joy, yearning for closeness with her aunt. Not hearing Shi Yuebai's wrathful shouts, Shi's sister-in-law felt a slight relief. In her heart, though aching unbearably, she mused that perhaps the demise of the Shi men had led Shi Yuebai to mature and understand a little better. Understanding the plight of her sister-in-law, the second Mrs. Shi Yuebai coldly commanded, Stop right there, you blind fool. Aren't you afraid of being skinned alive by Chan Lao? As the second Mrs. Shi prepared to turn away and scavenge, Shi Yao caught the displeasure in Shi Yuebai's tone. Her small frame shivered slightly, instinctively drawing back. Yet, Shi Yuebai raised her hand, drawing the little one into her embrace, gently stroking the top of Shi Yao's head for reassurance. Turning her icy gaze back to the second Mrs. Shi, she declared, You shall not go scavenging today. The supplies are sufficient to last you several days. The second Mrs. Shi hesitated, replying, But it's not enough. The remaining provisions barely sufficed for a single meal for Shi Yuebai. Since the arrival of the wasteland, Shi Yuebai had been torn between disdain for her grotesque transformation and an insatiable appetite. She found herself utterly unable to regulate her consumption. despite her inner turmoil and desire to eat less. Yet, when hunger struck, her willpower faltered, unable to combat the physical mutations wrought by radiation and the accompanying cravings. "I said it's enough. It is sufficient," she asserted. As the formidable Shi Yuebai, accustomed to issuing commands, noted the sorrow etched on the second Mrs. Shi's face, she softened her tone. Currently, she found herself in a vulnerable position, yet she recognized the necessity of uniting all available forces around her. "Sister-in-law, times have changed. You, a woman afflicted with blindness, have limited options. Rest assured, circumstances will eventually shift. I shall no longer deprive you and Yao Yao of your rations." When her emotions were steady, she always spoke with such conviction. Sister Air, clearly skeptical, lowered her head, wiping away the tears from her eyes. Yet, she refrained from uttering a single word, intending to wait until Shi Yuebai fell asleep before stealthily venturing out to scavenge. After all, how could the three of them survive otherwise? They had to employ every conceivable means to endure. She also pondered whether she might find her husband's remains. Although this was merely a fanciful wish, one needed a glimmer of hope to survive in this desolate wasteland. Sister Air obediently remained in her place. Observing the anxious expression on her face, Shi Yuebai discerned the woman's underlying intentions. It was not that she wished to prevent Sister Air from scavenging. Rather, Shi Yuebai understood the treachery inherent in human nature. With the men of the Shi family deceased, Sister Air was now merely a vessel for others' frustrations. Should she stray from the survivor group to scavenge alone, she risked being ensnared in a makeshift shelter or meeting her end at the hands of mutated beasts. Or worse, at the hands of fellow humans. "Sister, come here," Shi Yuebai sighed, waiting for Sister Air to obediently approach. She placed a hand on Sister Air's shoulder, an overwhelming force surging into her. Sister Air felt a warm current coursing through her body, and soon, her head grew heavy. Before long, she closed her eyes and leaned against Shi Yuebai, drifting into slumber. Shi Yuebai glanced up at the bewildered Shi Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, you should rest as well. Let us gather our strength and go scavenging together." Chapter 6. It is truly meaningless to perish so easily. Outside the Shi family's makeshift shelter, Chen Lao and several other men kept a vigilant watch over the movements of the Shi family. "A few wretched women dared to bring disgrace upon me," Chen Lao cursed, spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground. The reason he lingered outside the Shi family's tent was that he could not swallow the indignation he felt moments ago. Just wait. The gluttonous matron of the Shi family consumes enough sustenance to fill a mountain daily. With all the men of the Shi family now deceased, that woman's only recourse must be to forage for food for the corpulent matron. Were not the members of the team just condemning them for their lack of personal responsibility? So, when the second sister-in-law of Shi ventures out to scavenge, why not simply strip her of her trousers? After all, in this desolate world, women go missing every day. Who can say whether the second sister-in-law was killed by them or fell prey to a mutated beast? Chen Lao and his companions seethed with anticipation, waiting. As dawn broke, the second sister-in-law still had not emerged to scavenge. The members of the team began to rise one by one. At night, they dared not venture outside for fear of the mutated beast attacks. Daytime offered slightly more safety than night, but the difference was marginal. However, during the day, the survivors' alertness was somewhat heightened. If they sensed any mutated creatures nearby, they could flee more swiftly. One of the men beside Chen Lao yawned and pointed toward the dim light, observing the Shi family's tent unmoving. Could those burdensome women already be dead? Upon hearing this, Chen Lao and his companions found it quite plausible. After all, with no men left in the Shi family, those few feeble women could hardly survive in this wasteland. In the desolate wasteland, the women have grown accustomed to such grim realities. They understand that their futures may lead to a fate of countless bodies piled upon one another, or perhaps to starvation, violence, or being sacrificed to mutated beasts. In light of this, they ponder that death might be a welcome release from the suffering that precedes it. Chen Lao could not help but feel a sense of amusement. How trivial it seemed for one to perish in such a manner. He recalled that second sister-in-law was rather beautiful in her prime. It was said that before the collapse of civilization, she was a renowned and stunning actress. Hailing from a family of considerable means, one of those affluent households often seen on television, it is uncertain how many within their group secretly admired second sister-in-law, yet initially. The formidable presence of the men from the Shi family kept their desires in check. Chen Lao spat disdainfully onto the ground, finding the situation utterly tedious. After guarding through the night, the women from the Shi family had chosen to end their own lives. Their corpses must still be warm. Some men began to concoct dubious plans. Chen Lao kicked one of them, suggesting, "Then you go?" Disgusting smirks appeared on several faces, and the man, undeterred, tightened his belt and ventured towards the Shi family's canvas shelter. One by one, the members of the group roused themselves, already prepared to embark on their scavenging expeditions. Life in the wasteland was harsh, and the resources surrounding their survivor team had long been depleted. Thus, someone proposed venturing further afield to scavenge. With the deaths of the Shi family men, the group's combat capability and defensive strength had noticeably diminished. On this occasion, the team ventured out to scavenge, nearly mobilizing all the men within their ranks. The remaining women and children, sheltered beneath the tarpaulins, observed as solitary men approached their makeshift home, yet none uttered a word. As one drew near the tarpaulin, Shi Yuebai had already awakened. She had spent the previous night adjusting her internal energy, occasionally expending some fat reserves through a simple incantation, which she channeled into Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai's bodies. Although this energy could not satiate their hunger, it ensured they had sufficient vitality for their activities throughout the day. It seems there is still one alive here. A man, entering the tarpaulin while unbuckling his belt, cast a look of revulsion at the exceedingly corpulent Shi Yuebai. He paid her no heed, his gaze fixated instead on Shi Yuebai, who was resting against Shi Yuebai, still warm to the touch. The man extended his repugnant hand, intending to grasp Shi Yuebai beside Shi Yuebai. With an expressionless demeanor, Shi Yuebai extended her own plump hand, and in an inexplicable manner, she wrenched the man's hand from his arm. Had yesterday's lesson not sufficed? Dropping the warm appendage, Shi Yuebai seized the severed hand and slapped it against the man's face. Still warm, isn't it? Care for a taste? Just as he was about to scream, Shi Yuebai raised her finger, and a golden talisman flew directly into the man's mouth. Muffled cries escaped him as terror spread across his face. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the stump of his severed arm with his remaining hand. Blood flowed profusely across the ground, and his complexion gradually turned pale. At this moment, second sister Shi was roused from her slumber by the commotion. Realizing that someone had entered the tent, she screamed, "Who are you? Who are you?" Hearing her terrified cries, Chen Lar and the others, who were at a distance from the tent, exchanged glances. Second sister Shi was still alive. Soon, a knowing smile crept onto their faces. It seemed that second sister Shi was resisting quite vigorously within the confines of the tent. Shi Yuebai reached out and tugged at second sister Shi, whispering, "He is trying to escape. We cannot let him get away. His accomplices are outside." When Shi Yuebai had peered in earlier, she realized that despite having delivered a substantial amount of fatty energy to second sister Shi and the youngest Shi, she had only lost 4 pounds herself. Thus, she still weighed 744 pounds. This weight rendered her unable to move, let alone stand up to pursue the man. Second sister Shi had yet to grasp the situation, but instinctively followed Shi Yuebai's instructions. She quickly sprang to her feet and seized a nearby stick. Listening intently for the sound of the man attempting to flee, she swung the stick downwards. From her position on a sunken stone pile, Shi Yuebai directed second sister Shi, "Sister, your aim is too poor. Lower it a bit." Second sister Shi adjusted her aim and swung again, this time with all her might. For reasons unknown, her previously weak hand suddenly felt invigorated. As she wielded the stick, she marveled inwardly at her newfound strength. Since yesterday, she had not consumed anything. However, at this moment, she felt no pangs of hunger. Instead, she was imbued with an overwhelming sense of vitality. Sister Air swung the stick with renewed vigor. The sound of the stick striking flesh resonated ominously. A muffled groan escaped from the man who had initially stumbled in his attempt to flee, now rendered prostrate on the ground, his forehead smeared with blood. Shi Yuebai glanced at Shi Yuebai, who was cowering beside her, and urged, "Sister Air, do not let him escape. We can only confront one adversary at a time. Should he manage to flee and summon help, it would surely spell disaster for us." Chapter 7. A dizziness. Sister Air understood the gravity of the situation without Shi Yuebai needing to articulate it. Yet, hearing such words from Shi Yuebai brought her a sense of delight. It signified that despite the demise of all the men in the Shi family, Shi Yuebai had matured and began to think strategically. She immediately resumed her relentless assault, striking the man's head with the stick until she could no longer detect any sign of life. "What shall we do now, Yuebai?" Sister Air possessed an acute sense of hearing. She was aware that not far from the Shi family's tent, a group led by Chen Lar was lurking. After eliminating Chen Lar's men, Sister Air found herself at a loss for the next course of action. Despite her uncertainty, she harbored an instinctive trust in Shi Yuebai, the origin of which remained a mystery to her. Shi Yuebai closed her eyes and replied, "Let us not act hastily. We shall wait." It was a desperate measure to have Sister Air, who was blind, wield the stick against their foes. Realizing that a significant portion of Chun Lauder's group had ventured out to scavenge, it was inevitable that they would approach the Shi family's tent. Time is merely a matter of early or late. The expression on second sister Shi's face was one of anxiety. "This won't do, Yuebai. We must devise a plan." A trace of coldness lingered on Shi Yuebai's visage as she replied, "Second sister, come here and gather some small stones. Then, according to my instructions, arrange them properly." Second sister Shi's lips parted in protest. At such a critical juncture, what purpose would arranging stones serve? Seeking help from others or acquiring more lethal weapons would be far more advantageous than collecting trivial pebbles. Yet, second sister Shi remained motionless, while Shi Yuebai, a mere toddler of 2 years, suddenly grasped Shi Yuebai's gestures. She picked up a stone the size of a fingertip and exclaimed, "Auntie, this can work." Shi Yuebai's praise elicited a shy yet innocent smile from Shi Yuebai. Turning around, she dragged her small, weary legs to fetch more stones of varying sizes. Upon witnessing her daughter's involvement, second sister Shi steeled her resolve and began to search for small stones alongside Shi Yuebai. Following Shi Yuebai's guidance, she arranged the tiny stones in different positions, albeit uncertain of their significance. Once a small disorientation formation was set, Shi Yuebai began to channel the energy from her body as fat reserves into it. Beads of sweat adorned second sister Shi's forehead as she remarked, "Yuebai, I'll find something for you to eat. Are you hungry?" Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai, with her robust fingers forming intricate seals, felt the thick layers of fat slowly transforming at a glacial pace. Sister Air's face was etched with concern, while I felt little hunger. My worry lay with you and Yao. Calculating the time, they had surpassed 24 hours without sustenance. In the past, Shi Yuebai would have already caused a ruckus, and Shi Yao would have screamed with abandon. It was due to these two that the team had chosen to keep them away from the main group. Residing among the rubble beneath this stone platform, Shi Yuebai shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was managing well. Remembering that Sister Air was blind, she reassured her, "I do not feel hungry, and Yao has not cried out. You must not go outside now." Just as Sister Air was about to speak, she perked her ears. Lowering her voice, she said, "Chun Lao Air and his companions are coming." Her complexion turned pale as she listened to the footsteps of the men outside the canvas. It seemed there were 3. The 3 men exchanged vulgar words, seemingly deliberating who would enter the tent first. Tears welled up in Sister Air's hollow eyes as she choked out to Shi Yuebai, "I cannot rest easy knowing you and Yao are in danger. Otherwise, I would have succumbed long ago. Now, I can only hope that Chun Lao Air and his companions will spare her life, allowing her to survive in this desolate world, struggling to exist like many other helpless women in this wasteland. If only I could exchange my body for a morsel of food for Yao and Shi Yuebai." Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow, gazing at Sister Air with a complex expression. In all her years, no one had ever been willing to go to such lengths for her. Moreover, Sister Air had no blood ties with her. If Sister Air were to make such sacrifices for her daughter, Shi Yao, it would be understandable. One could at least comprehend her motivations. However, why would Sister Air endure such humiliation for her? Shi Yuebai's tone grew harsh as she spoke. "You are perfectly capable of living for yourself. I have not treated you well in the past, so there is no need for you to go to such lengths for me." Tears streamed down Sister Air's face, her vacant eyes gazing in Shi Yuebai's direction, lacking any focus. "But your second brother loves you dearly." It was not merely second brother's affection. The entire Shi family cherished Shi Yuebai, adoring her as if she were the moon in the sky. Sister Air's love for second brother was profound. Now that both of them were gone, if anything were to happen to Shi Yuebai, Sister Air would be at a loss on how to explain it to her husband in the afterlife. Furthermore, should she manage to survive the clutches of Chun Lao and his men, her future would likely be one of despair in this wasteland. Regardless of her feelings for Shi Yuebai, Sister Air's fate was bleak. Shi Yuebai lowered her gaze and muttered to herself, "This is truly foolish." She had never encountered such a senseless woman before, and an inexplicable pang of sorrow filled her heart, leaving her at a loss for words. "Are you done yet?" Chun Lao's impatient voice interrupted, followed by the sound of a frail, filthy tarp being lifted. Chun Lao and 2 men stepped into the dizzying array on the ground. Sensing danger, Shi Yao let out a piercing scream. Chun Lao shook his head, feeling a disorienting dizziness as he stepped inside the canvas shelter. The 2 men behind him shared the same sensation, with one, whose constitution was frilier, nearly losing his balance. An unsettling discomfort enveloped him. perhaps due to the proximity of the tent to the rubble outside. The oppressive and stifling atmosphere rendered their minds uneasy. One man even turned away, clutching his stomach before retching. A foul stench permeated the air. Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow and commanded, "Second sister-in-law, strike with the stick. Strike to incapacitate." Caught in a moment of panic, Shi Yuebai quickly gathered her wits. Gripping the stick tightly, she turned her attention to Chen Lauer and the other three men, fiercely swinging the makeshift weapon. Despite being outnumbered, the dizziness clouding Chen Lauer and his companions left them vulnerable and unsuspecting. It wasn't long before Chen Lauer was struck on the head and collapsed unconscious. As she gazed at the four men sprawled on the ground, Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yuebai, second sister-in-law, search them for any food and dispose of their bodies. Chapter 8. Shi Yuebai's weight finally dropped to 370 kilograms. In this desolate world, mercy was a luxury that did not exist. If one could eliminate a threat entirely, it was imperative to do so without hesitation. Otherwise, one might find themselves facing dire consequences in the future. Shi Yuebai wasted no time, diligently collecting the food and point cards from Chen Lauer and his companions. She carried the lifeless bodies of the men she had slain out from the tent of the Shi family. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and most of the members of the group were out scavenging. Only a few orphans and widows remained, residing at a considerable distance from the Shi family's tent. Everyone was aware that the second sister-in-law of the Shi family and a few of the solitary residents were about to face dire consequences. None dared to intervene in the affairs of the Shi family. Even if news of unusual activity at the Shi residence reached them, no one would venture out to investigate. The second sister-in-law had disposed of Chen Lauer and the other men's bodies far away. Yuebai, do you think the Chen family will discover that their two brothers perished at our hands? If the Shi family was the most intact after the calamity, then the Chen family stood out as the healthiest within the group. In this wasteland, which family was without its share of disabilities and mental impairments? Only the members of the Chen family appeared robust and healthy. Thus, the Chen family consisted not only of the two brothers but also several uncles and brothers-in-law, all of whom were physically capable, mentally sound, and agile. In truth, they formed one of the strongest families in this group. As Shi Yuebai examined the points cards retrieved from Chen Lauer and the other men, she remarked, "Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? How could we, the solitary souls of this wasteland, possibly slay those formidable men? They may have intended to bully you today, but we are perilously close to the edge of the group, with mutated beasts lurking nearby." Thus, Chen Laojiu took those men to hunt the mutated beasts. Shi Yuebai was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the truth." Shi Yuebai sat amidst the rubble, scrutinizing the points card in her hand. Every individual in the wasteland could exchange the salvaged resources they collected for points in the city. These points served as a currency akin to that of the world before the apocalypse, existing in both named and unnamed forms. Named points could be traced within the city's trading system, following a legitimate process. Should the owner of these points perish, their points could be inherited by direct relatives. However, named points could only be stored within personal wristbands, reminiscent of the electronic currency that existed prior to the wasteland's desolation. In contrast, unnamed points circulated in various transactions, both legitimate and otherwise, through points cards. The points cards discovered on Chen Laojiu and his companions were of the unnamed variety, predominantly valued at 1 point, with only a few cards boasting values of 5 and 10 points. The men were indeed impoverished. Shi Yuebai, her face contorted with disdain, unburdened by any moral qualms, handed a stack of points, acquired through murder and theft, to Shi Yuebai. As a member of the witch clan, Shi Yuebai adapted well to everything except the filth, foul odor, and excess flesh that clung to her. In fact, she fared better in this desolate environment than many indigenous people who had lived in the wasteland for years. It was merely a matter of survival of the fittest, murder and plunder, and the strong preying upon the weak. Presently, a collection of sprouting little potatoes was stored beneath the tarpaulin. There is no need for detection, as everything is already subjected to moderate levels of radiation. Sister-in-law Shi's face bore an indelible sorrow. Although she had cast away the corpses of Chen Laowu and the others, the cards were utterly useless. Despite appearing as a substantial stack, the combined value of these cards was negligible. In this wasteland plagued by soaring prices, these meager could scarcely procure a few portions of moderately irradiated sustenance. This situation itself was highly suspect. Nevertheless, possessing, however insignificant, was preferable to having none. It is worth noting that the Shi family, burdened by the insatiable appetite of Shi Yuebai, found themselves unable even to afford a wristwatch, let alone possess a few cards. A significant portion of the earned by the Shi family was devoted to feeding Shi Yuebai. Amidst such dire circumstances, all the men of the Shi family had perished. Sister-in-law Shi retrieved a filthy handkerchief, tears streaming down her face, as she wrapped the stack in the soiled cloth. She decided to rest for a moment before resuming the arrangement of stones. However, at that moment, Shi Yuebai exhibited an extraordinary fighting spirit. She had just instructed Shi Yaoyao and sister-in-law Shi to establish a minor dizziness formation. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to slumber peacefully beside them. If Shi Yuebai wished to enjoy a sound sleep, she must guard against potential ambushes while she slumbered. Currently, she lacked the capability to draw more intricate and elaborate talismans. She could only expand this dizziness formation slightly. In due course, she would gradually incorporate more lethal elements into this formation. Sister Air's lips quivered slightly. Perpetually engulfed by an acute sense of food scarcity, her anxiety palpable. She contemplated the fleeting strength she possessed, recognizing the urgency to venture forth and scavenge for sustenance. The thought of hunger gnawing at her stomach, leading to hypoglycemia, loomed ominously. She feared she might be rendered immobile. However, with the administration of a fortifying agent, Shi Yuebai's demeanor had grown even more assertive than before. She seemed to exude an innate authority that compelled unwavering obedience and allegiance from those around her. Sister Air dared not voice her thoughts, resigning herself to obediently rest beside Shi Yuebai. As for Shi Yaoyao, her admiration for Shi Yuebai was evident. She remained motionless by her side, even in the absence of instruction. Observing the two feeble figures flanking her, Shi Yuebai placed her sizable, plump hands upon their wrists. Her voice imbued with an inexplicable allure. Let us rest now. Channeling the energy stored within her body, she infused each of them with 2 pounds of fatty energy. At long last, Shi Yuebai's weight had decreased to 740 G. Chapter 9. The discovery of a flatbed cart. Several men lingered outside the Shi family's tarpaulin, having vocally condemned Chen Lair and his associates just the day prior for their misconduct. Yet today, it seemed as if no one recalled their own words from yesterday. Shi Yuebai sat behind the tarpaulin, her eyes, squeezed into 2 narrow slits by her adipose frame, coldly fixed upon the soiled, tranquil covering. Beside her, Shi Yaoyao and Sister Air had succumbed to slumber, leaning against her. Having been infused with abundant energy, their bodies felt remarkably comfortable, akin to being enveloped in amniotic fluid. After enduring prolonged radiation exposure in the wasteland, the 2 women felt as at ease as a pair of slumbering, emaciated pigs. Shi Yuebai gently shifted her form. Yet for her considerable weight, shedding 10 pounds over the course of 2 or 3 days bore little significance. With her hefty palm pressed against the stony ground, she laboriously maneuvered a fraction. The thick layers of fat cushioned her against the minute stones, rendering her impervious to discomfort. She reached out, grasping the stick held by her sister-in-law, deftly nudging the stones scattered on the ground, one by one, into the earth. This way, the stones would remain steadfast, unyielding to movement. Once she secured the stones surrounding her, Shi Yuebai leaned on the stick and endeavored to lift herself, striving to stand. However, her efforts proved fruitless. Yet, she did not succumb to despair. Heaven knew the strength she exerted in her attempts to rise. Even if her body barely budged, she persevered tirelessly through the night, determined to regain her mobility. Otherwise, this dreadful beginning would continue to afflict her. Outside the tent, several men remained oblivious to any sounds emanating from the Shijia's shelter, failing to hear even the slightest hint of activity. Finding it dull and reluctant to be the first to disrupt the group's unwritten code, they ultimately departed in dissatisfaction. As dawn broke, the well-rested Shi Yao opened her eyes to discover that her aunt had somehow shifted herself to the upper edge of the gravel pit. Energetic Shire was groping about, calling out, "Yuebai, where have you gone?" Meanwhile, little Shi Yao had already begun to stir. Following the path her aunt had carved out the previous night, she crawled along with her tiny paws. This trail, created by her aunt, bore faint traces of blood, remnants of the gravel that had scraped against Shi Yuebai's skin and fat, leaving behind a trail of crimson. Shi Yao eventually made her way to the top of the gravel pit. "Aunt." The little girl's speech was slightly clearer today than yesterday, though the difference was minimal. Shi Yuebai smiled warmly as she observed the small girl struggling to ascend the pile of stones, her delicate hands marked by tiny streaks of blood. "Well done." Rather than feeling pity for Shi Yao, Shi Yuebai encouraged her by patting her head. "See, even if we can't move freely, if we put in the effort, we can still witness a different scenery. She pointed to the backside of the gravel pit, where an old, battered flatbed cart, once used for transporting goods, lay abandoned. Although it was in a dire state, it could still be salvaged for some use. Presently, aside from this dilapidated cart, Shi Yuebai found nothing else that could aid her and Shi Yao in their endeavors. Shire, feeling around, also climbed up the pile of stones. Listening to the voices of Shi Yao and Shi Yuebai, all four wheels of the cart were broken. Sister Air's vacant eyes traced the contours of the flatbed cart, pondering the necessity of finding someone to repair it. I know just the person who can mend it. Within the adjacent tarpaulin, there resides a peculiar individual, seemingly unhinged. While others venture out to scavenge for consumables, he has become nothing more than skin and bones, often reduced to the humiliation of begging for scraps within various tents. The Shi family had offered him sustenance on several occasions, yet with Shi Yuebai being an insatiable pit, the family struggled to feed themselves, let alone support this eccentric man long-term. Offer him the points card. He will surely assist us in repairing this flatbed cart, Shi Yuebai insisted. A look of sorrow crossed Sister Air's face. The points cards acquired from Chen Lair were hard-earned, and she had scarcely warmed them in her hands. Yet Shi Yuebai was resolute, asserting that one must be willing to risk in order to gain. Sister Air, if you hand him those points cards, and he manages the repair, such a person will undoubtedly prove useful to us in the future. We must take good care of him. Left with no choice, Sister Air took the broken flatbed cart and the stack of points cards wrapped in a soiled handkerchief, seeking out the eccentric man next door. His tarpaulin was vast, brimming with an assortment of parts, many of which were unrecognizable in purpose: rubber bands, tattered books, blueprints, and more, spilling out from beneath the tarp due to the sheer volume of his clutter. The excess was overwhelming, proving unbearable for those in the team. Thus, like the members of the Shi family, he was relegated to this remote area, far from the team. Shi Yuebai approached him, having just clarified her intentions. The peculiar man, with a raspy voice, declared, "I do not want the points card. It will only bring me trouble." He was well aware of the origins of the Shi family's points cards, as he resided right beside their tent. Yet, he remained silent. When the men from the team inquired about the happenings within the Shi family, he chose not to speak, refraining from mentioning that he had witnessed Shi Yuebai, a blind woman, dispose of the corpses of the Qin family's eldest and second sons, among others, elsewhere. Shi Yuebai, in a state of agitation, asked, "Then what do you desire?" The emaciated figure chuckled hoarsely, "I want food, your family's food. I want to eat. I want to eat." He had not consumed anything for several days and was solely preoccupied with the thought of nourishment. A pile of small potatoes belonging to the Shi family lay untouched in the corner, having sat idle for 2 or 3 days. In the past, such a scenario would have been unimaginable. Given Shi Yuebai's appetite, that heap of potatoes would barely suffice for a single meal. Nevertheless, Shi Yuebai decisively offered him one, stating, "We do not have enough food for ourselves." However, she assured him that if he could assist them effectively in repairs, they would ensure he would not lack for sustenance. Chapter 10. Using the radiation detector to counterbalance, Shi Yuebai held a sprouted potato in her hand. Just as she was about to hand it over, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. Shi Yuebai presumed that she was reluctant to part with it, considering that Shi Yuebai had always been protective of food. Whoever dares to vie for food with Shi Yuebai will undoubtedly incite her ire. She would lie there, incessantly berating those around her, while the members of the Shi family dote on her excessively. Despite the hardships they endure, they grit their teeth and strive to ensure that Shi Yuebai feels a semblance of happiness. Thus, within the Shi household, no one dares to compete with her for food. Everyone would rather endure hunger than challenge Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai is not at all surprised that Shi Yuebai would guard her potatoes. Rather, Shi Yuebai feels a sense of unease when others offer her a flatbed cart while she reciprocates with a highly radioactive potato, which seems rather inconsiderate. Although she often behaved in an inconsiderate manner during her time with the Witch clan, she maintained certain principles. She would never take advantage of others by accepting their meager offerings in exchange for something of high value. Holding the potato in her hand, Shi Yuebai covers it with her other plump palm. Closing her eyes, she channels a bit of fatty energy, continuously transforming it. A small purification spell manifests in her palm. The soul power derived from the transformation of fatty energy purifies the highly radioactive potato within a few minutes. Afterward, Shi Yuebai hands the sprouted potato to Shi Yuebai. "Take it to him," she instructs. Shi Yuebai, with a look of bewilderment, cannot fathom why Shi Yuebai has changed her mind once more. Unable to discern the reasoning behind it, She nonetheless follows Shi Yuebai's directive and takes the potato to the peculiar individual in the neighboring tarpaulin. Initially, the strange man does not say anything, but upon receiving the potato, he prepares to devour it ravenously. However, the rough wristband he wore suddenly emitted a prompt. Detection. 0 radiation contaminated potato. A look of astonishment appeared on second sister Shi's face. Regret surged within her, and she found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. The Shi family lived in poverty and could not afford to be particular. Once they found food, whether it was low radiation or medium-high radiation mattered little. As long as it was edible, it sufficed. The Shi family lacked the means to purchase instruments capable of detecting food radiation levels. Such devices were scarcely seen among the populace beyond the city limits. Yet, unexpectedly, right next to the Shi household, there was this peculiar individual whom no one in the team wished to engage, possessing an instrument that could measure the radiation levels in food. Should the other team members become aware of this, they would likely have already attempted to seize it. The gaunt, scruffy man paused momentarily, his hair disheveled like a nest that had been blown apart from the unwashed strands. A pair of bright eyes gleamed as he turned to second sister Shi. Although she was equally perplexed as to why one of the sprouted potatoes in her home was devoid of radiation, she gestured for him to proceed. Only then did the eccentric man, revealing a mouth full of blackened and yellowed teeth, feel reassured enough to take a few bites of the small potato, skin and all, including the dirt upon it. Second sister Shi stood by, waiting patiently. In just a few moments, he had repaired the 4 wheels of the broken flat cart beneath him. As he completed the task, the eccentric man turned around and rummaged through his pile of discarded parts, uncovering a rather crude wristband. The wristband, fashioned from ordinary hemp rope, exudes a rugged charm. Yet, at its center lies a smooth, orb-like object, reminiscent of an eye. When second sister Shi touched it, her heart raced. We lack the funds to purchase. The peculiar individual had bestowed upon her a radiation detector. However, it was evidently not one of the types available in the city. Judging by its craftsmanship, it was likely that the eccentric had scavenged materials to create it himself. The stranger's voice was hoarse as he remarked, "You have given too much. I do not have change. Let this suffice." Repairing a damaged flatbed cart does not necessitate a 0 radiation potato. Any food devoid of radiation contamination, even sprouted potatoes, could fetch exorbitant prices in the metropolis. The eccentric was also not one to exploit others. After second sister Shi finished her discourse, Shi Yuebai pondered for a moment, resolved to return in a couple of days with 2 potatoes to offer him, inquiring if he possessed any surplus radiation detectors. It was her oversight, failing to recognize that the peculiar neighbor was indeed quite resourceful. He had salvaged numerous discarded parts, while others dismissed him as a beggar, a person with mental issues. No one wished to engage with such an individual. Yet, unexpectedly, this person turned out to be a treasure, capable of crafting a radiation detector. Second sister Shi was equally astonished to discover that her neighbor was a skilled individual. Elated, she held the radiation detector, knowing that in their future foraging, they could discern whether the food they found was of high radiation or moderate to low radiation levels. The lower the radiation level of the food, the greater its value. Although Sister Air felt regret over the recently discarded potato with 0 radiation, the repair of the flatbed cart meant that Shi Yuebai and Shi Yao could be placed upon it. Together, the 3 of them could venture out to scavenge. Though her vision was impaired, the sight of Shi Yao and Shi Yuebai remained intact. Reminded of this, Sister Air hastily reached for the pile of small potatoes beneath the tarp. Utilizing her newly acquired radiation detector, she meticulously examined each potato one by one. Detection: 100 radiation contaminated potato. Detection: 97 radiation contaminated potato. Detection: 50 radiation contaminated potato. Until Sister Air had completed her assessment of the entire pile, identifying 2 potatoes with moderate radiation levels. Holding the 2 moderately contaminated potatoes, she found herself at a loss. In the absence of the radiation detector, she would have consumed the food without hesitation. However, Sister Air was now acutely aware that the entire heap consisted of highly contaminated potatoes, with only 2 falling below 50 radiation. What should she do with these 2 moderately contaminated potatoes? Should she trade them for points or consume them herself? Noticing her dilemma, Shi Yuebai suggested that they keep them for their own consumption, as they had never intended to trade any of this pile for points. Sister Air pondered, was it too extravagant for a family like theirs to consume food with moderate radiation? Chapter 11. Truly, the ugly often cause trouble. Henceforth, We shall only consume food with low to moderate radiation levels. Shi Yuebai concluded decisively, pondering the reason behind her own weight gain. Consuming even a modest amount of food can lead to an alarming weight gain, potentially amounting to dozens or even hundreds of pounds, primarily due to the ingestion of food contaminated with radiation. Both Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai are ensnared in their own limitations. One remains perpetually stunted in intellect, forever trapped at the age of 2, while the other, blind and unable to perceive the world around her, suffers similarly from the effects of consuming radioactive food. To restore one's health and avoid the path of mutation, it is imperative to refrain from consuming food that is contaminated with radiation. Shi Yuebai took the 2 moderately radioactive potatoes from Shi Yuebai's grasp, intending to carry them along the journey. You and Yao can eat them when hunger strikes, she declared. As she held the potatoes, she chanted a purification spell, gradually cleansing them of their radioactive contamination. Even the solanine present in the sprouted potatoes was meticulously eradicated. The purification spell possesses the remarkable ability to eliminate any harmful substances from the body. Shi Yuebai, furrowing her brow, inquired, "From your words, it seems you will not partake?" She exerted herself, managing to maneuver her arms to gradually shift herself onto the flatbed cart. Sensing the commotion, Shi Yuebai approached, bending down from behind Shi Yuebai. With all her might, she attempted to lift Shi Yuebai, her hands slipping under her armpits. Yet, given Shi Yuebai's considerable weight, Shi Yuebai lacked the strength to succeed. Nevertheless, Shi Yuebai transformed her body's fat energy into 2 small strength spells, which manifested in her palms, significantly enhancing her physical prowess. With great effort, they managed to settle her onto the flatbed cart. However, due to the considerable bulk of Shi Yuebai, her abdomen resembled a massive sphere. This fleshy orb compressed the 4 substantial rolls of fat on her legs, causing a significant portion of the excess adipose tissue to spill over from the flat cart. Brushing against the ground, Shi Yuebai was compelled to exert herself in an effort to retrieve the large mass of flesh that had fallen. Otherwise, as Shi Yuebai pushed the cart, Shi Yuebai's flesh would drag on the ground, leading to a potential state of injury or even severe bleeding. It was already quite a challenge to accommodate Shi Yuebai on the modest flat cart. If they were to venture out to scavenge, both Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai could not leave behind the 2-year-old Shi Yu, whose cognitive abilities were limited. Thus, Shi Yuebai had no choice but to carry Shi Yu on her back, allowing the child's frail legs to dangle helplessly at her sides. She borrowed a belt, fashioned from a tire from a peculiar neighbor. Tightly securing Shi Yu to her back, Shi Yu felt discomfort and was on the verge of wailing. "Be quiet." Shi Yuebai, drenched in sweat and reeking of grime, with disheveled hair obscuring her face, which glistened with an oily sheen, tried to soothe her. "Everyone is suffering, dear, you must endure." Though Shi Yu typically disregarded others, she heeded her aunt's words. When instructed to be still, she obediently nestled against her mother's back. Shi Yuebai, with her limited vision, was a frail figure bearing a child while pushing an exceedingly heavy cart. The 3 of them trudged along the open ground, their progress a cumbersome and arduous endeavor. You observe the foolish individuals from the Shi family. Some members of the team stand nearby, mocking these 3 frail beings. What are they attempting to do? Engaging in nonsensical antics with a cart? Perhaps the men in their household have perished, driving them to madness? How amusing it is to think that Shi Yuebai has become a source of entertainment. If prior to the apocalypse, Shi Yuebai was a glamorous celebrity, pushing a cart with a disabled daughter on her back, appearing both pitiable and inspiring, then Shi Yuebai, this over 300-pound figure, sitting on a flat cart and striving to gather excess fat, elicits both disgust and laughter. Truly, it is the mischief of the unseemly. This is how the team regards Shi Yuebai. As Shi Yuebai diligently pushes the cart, she pauses, carefully turning her face toward the flat cart. "Yuebai, focus on your practice. Keep pushing." In her hands, Shi Yuebai clutches the long stick that Shi Yuebai uses for defense. As Shi Yuebai propels her forward, she skillfully clears away stones that might hinder their progress, preventing any mishaps and alleviating Shi Yuebai's burden. Gritting her teeth, Shi Yuebai recalls how Shi Yuebai could not tolerate such ridicule in the past. It is essential to remember that, before the apocalypse, Shi Yuebai was a beautiful princess, cherished and adored by her family, raised as the delicate gem of the Shi household. Having fallen to such a state, she need not be told of her disgrace. She is already acutely aware of it. Thus, when faced with mockery regarding her physique, Shi Yuebai would erupt in fury. "Sister-in-law, the barbs and jests of others in this world bear no physical harm upon us." Shi Yuebai clumsily wielded the long stick in his hand, nudging aside the large stone before him. Today, we shall practice how the three of us can venture out to scavenge, familiarizing ourselves with this handcart. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth directly upon our journey. At this moment, Shi Yuebai had also grown accustomed to the constraining embrace of her mother's back. She extended her tiny hand to wipe the sweat from her mother's brow. Suddenly, in a soft voice, Shi Yuebai encouraged, "Mom, keep going. You too." The words caused a sharp pang of emotion to swell within Shi Yuebai's throat. Her intellectually tender 2-year-old daughter could articulate such sentiments. An unexpected surge of motivation enveloped Shi Yuebai, prompting her to exclaim and muster all her strength to push the handcart before her. Before the tent of the Shi family lay a patch of open ground. With Shi Yuebai on her back, Shi Yuebai pushed Shi Yuebai in circles, continuing this motion from the fading light of day until the encroaching night enveloped them. At the edge of the tent, a peculiar figure silently observed the 3 fragile souls of the Shi family amidst the refuse that littered the expansive space. It was not until the clock struck 1 in the morning that Shi Yuebai began to feel a sense of fatigue. She was drenched in sweat, yet her pace in pushing the flatbed cart had become considerably smoother compared to when she first started. She had learned how to exert the right amount of force to steer Shi Yuebai clear of the bumps in the road, ensuring that the cart's wheels did not become ensnared in the potholes. As Shi Yuebai skillfully wielded the long pole in her hand, she deftly pushed aside the boulders that lay in her path. Meanwhile, the peculiar individual from the adjacent tarpaulin stealthily emerged from the heap of discarded parts, quietly approaching the Shi family's flatbed cart. Chapter 12. Still 738 Jean, the newly designated wasteland, allocated by the city's management, was situated a fair distance from the survivor enclave where Shi Yuebai and her companions resided. Consequently, the team had to gather at dawn each day to commence their expedition. By the time they reached the desolate expanse and began their scavenging, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The journey consumed nearly 2 hours, with the unique circumstances of the Shi family requiring even more time. Shi Yuebai, being blind, pushed Shi Yuebai while also carrying the young Shi Yuebai on her back. Thus, at the break of dawn, Shi Yuebai opened her eyes and roused Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, urging them to prepare and set off ahead of the rest of the team. Shi Yuebai hastily emerged from the tarpaulin, her hands instinctively searching for the flatbed cart that stood outside. However, she sensed something amiss. Perhaps due to her blindness, her other senses had heightened remarkably. "Yuebai, are the wheels of this cart a bit higher than before?" she inquired as she maneuvered the flatbed cart back into the confines of the tarpaulin. Shi Yuebai, supporting Shi Yuebai, infused her with some much-needed fat energy. Indeed, the flatbed cart from yesterday had been fitted with 4 considerably larger wheels. Today, the 4 large wheels are of the omnidirectional variety, elevating the height of the entire platform. This design ensures that when Shi Yuebai sits upon it, her excess flesh does not graze the ground. Such ingenuity could only be attributed to the eccentric neighbor. Should fortune smile upon them today and they procure sustenance, a portion shall be sent to the neighbor. As Shi Yuebai spoke, she supported herself with her hands and shuffled towards the side of the platform cart. In recent days, she had consumed not a morsel of food, nor had she partaken of water. She relied solely on the conversion of the fat reserves within her body to maintain her bodily functions. Concurrently, she infused Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai with fatty energy. Nevertheless, despite these measures, Shi Yuebai's weight still lingered at 738 Jean. Though abstaining from food had halted further weight gain, the reduction was extraordinarily gradual. Shi Yuebai carried a backpack brimming with small potatoes. The 3 members of the Shi family were preparing to leave their makeshift shelter. Once they departed, the tent would be left vulnerable. It was inevitable that someone would come to plunder the Shi family's belongings after their exit. Thus, Shi Yuebai resolved that Shi Yuebai should bear the burden of the potatoes, safeguarding their most valuable possessions. However, Shi Yuebai believed this precaution unnecessary, for within the tent lay her disorienting formation. Anyone who entered the tent without her consent would succumb to unconsciousness within its confines. Yet, Shi Yuebai found herself at a loss as to how to elucidate this to Shi Yuebai, leaving her to manage the situation as she saw fit. Before dawn broke, the team members gradually began to rise. Shi Yuebai pushed Shi Yuebai while carrying Shi Yuebai, setting forth with the remarkably efficient omnidirectional platform cart. Aside from the considerable weight of Shi Yuebai, they encountered no insurmountable obstacles along the way. Apart from the ubiquitous litter, there appeared to be little sustenance to be found in this desolate place. In the brightening daylight, Shi Yuebai gazed upon the despondent scenery that unfolded before her. Her memories whispered of a time when this was a highly civilized world, a realm where technology flourished. However, following a cataclysmic disaster, this once advanced civilization had been reduced to mere wasteland. The road beneath their feet, which should have been paved with concrete, was now shattered, revealing the yellowed earth beneath. With each gust of wind, clouds of yellow dust were stirred up, rendering the ground barren, devoid of even the hardiest of grasses. The sides of the road were littered with refuse, and the remnants of buildings loomed nearby, most of which had collapsed significantly. The contents of those structures had long since succumbed to the elements, leaving nothing salvageable behind. Any usable items had likely been scavenged long ago. She, the second sister, exerted herself to propel Shi Yuebai forward. Upon hearing Shi Yuebai's observations, she quickened her pace, determined to guide Shi Yuebai onward. Further ahead lay the boundary of the old safe zone, leading them to new frontiers of desolation. Shi Yuebai looked toward the fragile barbed wire that marked the warning line. Safe zones were not static. Each month, the governing body of the metropolis delineated new boundaries. This demarcation depended on the mercenaries they employed, who were tasked with driving the mutated creatures away. Should the mercenaries prove diligent and manage to push the creatures farther, the safe zone would expand accordingly. Conversely, if the mercenaries were lax, it was highly likely that every area outside the city would become perilous. Fortunately, this month, the mercenaries were evidently performing admirably. Not only did they defend their existing territory, but they also expanded the boundaries of their safe zone significantly, creating a new frontier. Shi Yuebai used a stick to pry open the barbed wire ahead, and without a moment's hesitation, Shi Yuebai, drenched in sweat, followed the two men into the newly opened land. Do not question why a blind woman possesses such tremendous courage. With all the men in her family perished, survival necessitated such relentless determination. There appeared to be something glimmering in the distance. Shi Yuebai, brandishing a long pole, pointed towards a sparkling object ahead. As the sun peeked out slightly, its rays danced upon that small patch of light, dazzling their eyes. Shi Yuebai quickly halted, clutching Shi Yuebai on her back, and began to navigate the debris before them. Following Shi Yuebai's guidance, she discovered a shard of mirror, seemingly intact. The great witch Shi Yuebai had never encountered such a brilliantly reflective mirror. She took the small mirror from Shi Yuebai's hands, and upon gazing at her own visage, she felt an overwhelming urge to cast it aside. Despite her time among the witch clan where appearance was deemed inconsequential, only strength was revered, she found her current reflection truly unappealing. Her round, greasy face was marred by an imposing double chin, and the small mirror could scarcely contain her features. Without delay, Shi Yuebai handed the small mirror to Shi Yuebai for her to play with, cautioning her not to break it, as it could be exchanged for valuable points. Shi Yuebai was elated. Having been bound to her mother's back, she had felt quite bored. Now, with the small mirror in hand, she found a companion within its reflection, and loneliness was a feeling of the past. Sister-in-law, behold, there lies a basin of water. Shi Yuebai, wielding a long stick, sat atop a flat cart, turning over the clods of earth before her. It was evident that this newly cultivated land bore no edible plants or fruits. Before the apocalypse, this area was likely part of the urban landscape, replete with ruins. Amongst the debris, the scavengers unearthed various remnants of daily life. As sister-in-law Shi sifted through the concrete rubble, she uncovered a sizable basin, large enough to accommodate an adult seated within. Disappointment was etched upon her face. In contrast, Shi Yuebai could not help but smile, exclaiming, "I think this is quite splendid. We have gathered much." Chapter 13. An additional word of foolishness. Sister-in-law Shi was far from as optimistic as Shi Yuebai. She yearned to reveal to Shi Yuebai that their collective rations consisted solely of the small bag of potatoes carried by Shi Yuebai. This realization struck her abruptly. Since receiving the grim news about the misfortune befalling the men of the Shi family, she, along with Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, had seemingly not consumed anything. Though the day had brightened, with the sun obscured by gray clouds, visibility had improved significantly since a few hours prior. In the newly cultivated land, many scavengers had arrived, some of whom belonged to their own team. Upon noticing the frail members of the Shi family, they greeted them ambiguously. "Sister-in-law Shi, should you require any assistance, feel free to seek us out. If hunger strikes, do not hesitate to come over. You are always welcome, as long as you wish." After speaking about the distant men, he directed a smile towards Sister Shi, an expression that was more easily felt than articulated. Shi Yuebai's face darkened, while Sister Shi furrowed her brows tightly. In a wasteland, A beautiful woman is perilous. A beautiful woman devoid of a protective partner is even more so. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and the men who mocked her dared not overstep their bounds. Sister Shi Yuebai stood still for a moment, calming the anger and anxiety brewing within her. Yuebai, shall we find another place? What for? This spot is just fine. Shi Yuebai glanced down at the long stick in his hand and waved to Shi Yuebai, who was nearby. Do you remember what your aunt told you about finding stones? Shi Yuebai nodded obediently. From now on, you have a new task, to gather as many stones of that size as you can. No matter how many, bring them all. Immediately, Shi Yuebai tucked away her precious little mirror and began rummaging through the rubble for the stones her aunt desired. Sister Shi Yuebai privately thought that there should be no food to be found in this area. However, when she suggested moving, Shi Yuebai declined, leaving her with no alternative. She could only ask, Yuebai, do you want something to eat? Shi Yuebai shook his head, indicating he was not hungry. All right, Sister Shi Yuebai replied, feeling no hunger herself. She then turned her gaze towards Shi Yuebai. According to the normal flow of time, Shi Yuebai should have been hungry by now, perhaps in recent days. Second Sister Shi has been engulfed in the sorrow of losing her husband, neglecting to attend to Shi Yueba's needs. Has Shi Yuebai endured hunger beyond her limits? If there is concern, she might as well consume the 2 moderately radioactive potatoes from her backpack. Shi Yuebai turned slightly, seated on a flatbed cart, wielding a long stick to continue turning over the stones before her. Although she found no food, she did uncover a considerable number of various scattered bottles and jars. After much internal hesitation, Second Sister Shi finally retrieved one of the moderately radioactive potatoes from her pocket. Suddenly, the radiation detector on her wrist emitted a sound. Startled, she looked down. Although she could see nothing, she knew that the 2 potatoes in her pocket had been confirmed as moderately radioactive. How could it be that after just one night, they had transformed into potatoes with 0 radiation? Second Sister Shi struggled to articulate her astonishment. It is common knowledge that food can either intensify or diminish radiation contamination over time. Even the wasteland dwellers are aware of this. She opened her mouth to speak, but all she had seen were foods exposed to sunlight or open air, where radiation levels gradually increased. She had never encountered food that experienced a reduction in radiation contamination. Moreover, how much time had truly passed? Fearing that her inquiries might provoke Shi Yuebai's ire, she contemplated the implications. Since the potato in her hand had been deemed to possess 0 radiation, it was no longer suitable for Shi Yuebai. Second Sister Shi proceeded to test the other potato in her pocket, and it too was confirmed to have 0 radiation. She could not comprehend it, so she simply chose to let it be. Sister Air, pondering deeply, whispered to Shi Yuebai, how about we venture to the big city tomorrow and sell these 2 radiation-free potatoes? Perhaps we might procure more. Shi Yuebai hummed in response, extracting a towel from the debris, still wrapped in its packaging, untouched. As you wish. With Shi Yuebai's consent, Sister Air joyfully secured the 2 precious potatoes. She turned, her hand gently resting on Shi Yueba's head. Yuebai, you should eat this. With a heavy heart, Sister Air retrieved a highly radioactive potato from Shi Yueba's backpack. As a mother, she was acutely aware of the grave harm posed to her daughter's health by feeding her such contaminated food. Yet, survival was paramount. One must endure until the inevitable day of demise. Perhaps on that day, they would all find solace. Obediently, Shi Yuebai accepted it. In truth, she was not hungry, nor did she desire to consume the bitter potato. However, as her mother wished it, Shi Yuebai said nothing and opened her mouth to take a bite. Shi Yuebai intervened, cleaning off the dirt before consumption. She took the highly radioactive potato from Shi Yueba's hands, purifying it before handing it back. Shi Yuebai, compliant, ate the purified potato bite by bite. Sister Air's heart ached profoundly. She dared not linger further. Gritting her teeth, she wiped her tears and continued to search through the ruins. Sister Shi secretly vowed to utilize the 2 0-degree radiation-contaminated potatoes tucked away in her pocket, while instead, she had brought an array of household items. Among them was a basin large enough for an adult to squat in, and smaller items like a porcelain cup for drinking water and towels. Remarkably, Yuebai even discovered a box of pristine, unopened toothbrushes. The rest of the team could hardly contain their laughter. These 3 frail individuals could now be aptly described as foolish as well. What purpose did these inedible, undrinkable items serve? Chapter 14. The water-gathering spell. Although the newly cultivated land yielded scant food, it was not entirely devoid of sustenance. 5 years had passed since the apocalypse, and survivors now inhabited this wasteland. However, prior to the collapse, humanity thrived in a world abundant in resources and advanced technology. There remained, albeit in limited quantities, some well-packaged food that had withstood the test of time. Those who ventured into the newly opened lands were, to some extent, able to scavenge for edible provisions. It was almost a cosmic injustice that these three were not starving. The team busied themselves, anticipating when Sister Sure would arrive at their makeshift shelter to request food. It was all too easy to manipulate a woman devoid of support in this desolate landscape. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai gently patted Shi Yaoyao's head and encouraged her to count the small stones she had gathered. Eagerly, Shi Yaoyao pulled out the similarly sized pebbles from her pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5, she faltered. Shi Yuebai patiently guided her. 6. Shi Yaoyao studied diligently, tapping her large head and extending her voice to exclaim, 6. Very good, Yaoyao. You are truly remarkable. Even if I were to ask your aunt to find them, she might not be able to locate so many small stones of the same size. Upon receiving praise, Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled, resembling two little moons within her gaze. The radius of the dizziness array gradually expanded as Shi Yuebai pressed her hand against the ground. Applying pressure on a talisman beneath her palm, she converted her fatty energy into spiritual energy through this talisman, infusing it into the dizziness array. The more spiritual energy she poured in, the longer the dizziness array would maintain its effect. However, Shi Yuebai's current abilities were insufficient. Her corpulent body was plagued by blockages in her meridians. To convert a substantial amount of fatty energy at once, perhaps 10 or 20 pounds, was entirely unfeasible. Even the mere few ounces of fatty energy coursing through her obstructed meridians could cause her excruciating pain. Not to mention, she had not eaten or drunk anything and had spent the entire day basking in the harsh sun of the wasteland, resulting in an additional 2 pounds of weight gain. Shi Yuebai felt despondent, now weighing 740 pounds. While others could gain weight merely from drinking water, she exaggeratedly thought she could gain weight just from sunbathing. Had it been the original owneress body, they would have undoubtedly crumbled under such circumstances. Yet, Yuebai's resilience was beyond compare. Even as the fatty energy coursed through her meridians like fine steel wires, she persisted in infusing several ounces of spiritual energy into the dizziness array. She then pulled Shi Yaoyao closer, placing one hand atop her head and channeling a pound of vital energy into her. Shi Yaoyao felt no hunger whatsoever. She was perplexed by her aunt's actions. Observing the beads of sweat upon her aunt's forehead, she reached out to wipe it away. "Aunt, are you tired?" So tired the 2-year-old girl, with her limited intellect, struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Shi Yuebai gently patted Shi Yaoyao's head, managing a smile that made her cheeks resemble those of a jovial Buddha. "Aunt is not tired. Yaoyao, why don't you find some small stones? Aunt will be busy for a while." Seeing Shi Yaoyao obediently crawl away, her chubby little fingers laboriously formed a finger imprint as she concentrated. She was employing a water-gathering incantation. Energy flowed ceaselessly within her, each thread of transformed energy making Shi Yuebai wince in pain. Yet, she bore the discomfort stoically until tiny droplets of mist began to coalesce in the air. Following the direction of Shi Yuebai's gestures, the mist converged towards the basin. Eventually, Shi Yuebai organized a pile of jars and bottles. "If any men were to intrude upon our tent, we could use these bottles to fend them off." Shi Yuebai replied distractedly, her words lacking sincerity. Nevertheless, Shi Yuebai pondered for a moment and found merit in Shi Yuebai's reasoning. "It's getting late. Let us rest early. We shall head into the city to sell potatoes at dawn." The following morning, Shi Yuebai was awakened by the sound of water. She sprang up from the ground, her hands flailing in the air. Water? Where did this water come from? Even in the wasteland, there existed sources of water. Alas, all the water sources have been tainted. Whoever drinks from them shall meet an immediate demise. In this foul, murky water, no living organism can thrive. The governing elite, at a loss, have endeavored tirelessly to ensure the survival of the remaining populace, filtering out water that is 100% contaminated by radiation. This water, though detrimental to health, can be consumed without instant death. Ordinary individuals lack access to water, which is monopolized by the ruling class. Furthermore, private purchases of water are impossible, as it is exclusively sold to survivor teams. Thus, in this desolate wasteland, there are no solitary wanderers. Everyone bands together to form survivor teams solely to procure water. Due to the scarcity of resources, the price of water has inevitably surged. A few years ago, members of teams had to sacrifice half their food supplies to obtain water from the large city. In the past 2 years, Even half of their food has proven insufficient for adequate water. Most of the food scavenged by survivors is used to purchase water. Therefore, one cannot blame Sister Air for her astonishment today. Did the team distribute water? She inquired. Calmly, Shi Yuebai replied, while washing 3 bottles in the basin that Sister Air had organized the previous day. No, the basin was left by the bridge pier yesterday, and somehow, it collected a small basin of water overnight. As she spoke, Shi Yuebai's tone bore a hint of vexation. She had toiled through the night, exhausted, and had only managed to gather half a basin of water. This morning, Shi Yuebai sought 3 clean bottles to store a small amount of water. On the road to the city, the items were placed into Shi Yao's backpack, to be consumed whenever thirst arose. Shi Yuebai could only expend 1/3 of the water to cleanse 3 glass bottles. These bottles, though modest in size, were reminiscent of those that once contained refreshing tangerine slices before the apocalypse. What vexed Shi Yuebai even more was that despite her self-imposed hardships, she had only shed 2 pounds of excess weight overnight. As she burned through her body's fat reserves, her physique paradoxically continued to expand, and the rate of this expansion seemed to be accelerating. Chapter 15. Purified water free from radiation. Sister-in-law Shi faced the bridge's support pillar, although her eyes were blind. Her curiosity could not be quelled. Could it be that the dwelling of the Shi family was situated in a place of auspicious feng shui? How could it be that not only food was devoid of radiation, but even a small basin of water could collect beneath the bridge's support? Sister-in-law Shi extended her hands, groping towards the edge of the pillar. Observing this, Shi Yuebai remained silent. After she had washed the 3 glass bottles and filled them with pristine water, she called out to Shi Yao, "Come here, dear, let your auntie wash your face." Obediently, Shi Yao crawled over, supporting herself with her hands. Upon seeing Shi Yuebai unwrap a brand new towel, she carelessly tossed it into the remaining water in the basin. Stirring the towel, Shi Yuebai made a noise, prompting sister-in-law Shi to realize what had transpired. Anxiously, she groped her way to the edge of the basin, exclaiming, "This is water, precious water." In the past, the Shi family had been able to receive water from their team. However, with the death of the men in the family, it was evident that no one would be willing to care for these 3 frail and vulnerable women. In the team, when someone goes to fetch water, no one considers that the 3 individuals from the Shi family also require it. Shi Yuebai understands that in the days to come, they will likely have to rely on their own humility and pleas for kindness. With a stroke of good fortune, it depends on whether anyone possesses the benevolence to negotiate on their behalf within the team to secure even a small sip of water. Life is indeed fraught with such difficulties. Therefore, when there is finally a modest basin of water, Shi Yuebai is reluctant to waste it. Water is meant to be utilized. Shi Yuebai interjected, halting Shi Yuebai's hand. Observing her panicked and tearful demeanor, Shi Yuebai resolutely grasped Shi Yuebai's hand and immersed it into the basin. Suddenly, the radiation detector on Shi Yuebai's wrist began to emit a report, startling her profoundly. She sat there, dumbfounded at the edge of the basin, unsure of how to react. The only emotion she felt was heartache. This water was more precious than a human life. No, it was more valuable than the lives of the entire team, radiation-free and pure. And now, it was being used by her and Shi Yuebai to wash their hands and faces. This might be the most surreal experience Shi Yuebai had ever encountered, even more shocking than suddenly learning of her husband's demise. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai wore a cheerful smile. Drying Shi Yuebai's hands with a towel and then washing Shi Yuebao's face, she gazed at Shi Yuebao's clean, fair visage with satisfaction, thinking that indeed, she was a beautiful and charming little girl. Shi Yuebai proudly shook her large head, exclaiming, "Pretty little girl, beautiful. The little girl is beautiful." At that moment, second sister Shi was still in a daze, her gaze vacantly fixed upon her delicate, fair hands, her eyes brimming with warmth. This sudden reflection transported her back to the time before the apocalypse, when numerous jewelry companies sought her out to promote their adornments. It was not merely her beauty that captivated them, but also her exquisitely graceful hands. Any piece of jewelry worn upon her fingers exuded an air of sophistication and allure. "Pour out the water," Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yuebai, gesturing toward a small patch of clear ground within the dizzying array. Last night, in a moment of ennui, she had buried a few sprouting potatoes beneath this very soil. Shi Yuebai, swaying unsteadily, leaned down to push the basin of water. The water, having been used to wash her face and second sister Shi's hands, had turned a murky shade, darker than ink. Suddenly, second sister Shi regained her senses, exclaiming, "Don't pour out the water, it is still drinkable." Despite its inky appearance, the water remained free of radiation contamination. Shi Yuebai expressed her disdain, questioning how water that had been used to wash hands and faces could possibly be consumed. Out with the old, in with the new, there will be more to come, she asserted. Yao Yao poured out. Second sister Shi listened with a twinge of anger as Shi Yao Yao emptied the basin onto the ground. Though a flicker of irritation coursed through her, she dared not show it. Shi Yuebai's demeanor had grown more resolute than ever before, instilling a sense of trepidation within second sister Shi. The three frail members of the Shi family, laden with their packs and equipped with yesterday's gear, stepped out from beneath the family's canvas shelter. Before departing, Shi Yuebai retrieved a glass bottle filled with water from Shi Yao's backpack. She gazed at the peculiar figure seated outside her tent, diligently repairing components. Subsequently, Shi Yuebai tossed her glass vial towards the oddity. The figure, taken aback, lowered his gaze to examine the transparent liquid within the vial. Under the sunlight, this liquid shimmered enticingly. The radiation detector strapped to his wrist emitted a sound, transforming his expression from initial bewilderment and stupor to an eventual state of shock and trepidation, ultimately culminating in disbelief. The figure hastily rose, glancing towards the direction where the three frail members of the Shi family had departed. He took a couple of steps forward, his gaze shifting to the group of survivors huddled beneath the bridge. Due to the considerable distance separating the Shi family and the peculiar figure, no one had heard the sound from the radiation detector. However, the three ailing members of the Shi family had set out early in the morning. Many onlookers found amusement in their plight, chuckling at their persistence. Indeed, they had to venture out to scavenge. Otherwise, even if the Shi family possessed ample provisions, it would be swiftly consumed by that gluttonous Shi Yuebai. Realizing that numerous eyes were covertly scrutinizing the frail members of the Shi family, the figure felt tears welling in his eyes. Clutching the glass vial tightly, he turned and retreated into his tent. Along the way, Shi Yuebai paid no mind to the mocking, skeptical, and derisive gazes directed at her frail family. Shire, who was blind, remained composed and untroubled, carrying Xiaoyo on her back while pushing Shi Yuebai towards the direction of the great city. Barely out of sight from their group, they soon encountered a contingent of mercenaries approaching. They donned black combat uniforms typical of mercenaries, their attire adorned with patches and dust. Yet, each one possessed a formidable physique and stood with an erect posture, exuding an aura of rigorous training and intimidation. Shi Yuebai cast a fleeting glance at the leader, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though she could not place him. To her surprise, the captain's sharp gaze fell upon her, his penetrating eyes scanning her briefly. The captain raised his hand to greet Shi Yuebai, addressing her directly. "Yuebai," he said. Shi Yuebai paused, tilting her head in confusion. "Who are you?" "We are from the Xiangqing Mercenary Corps," the captain replied, stepping closer with a few of his men. "I was once a comrade of Shuri during our deployment. I attended your wedding to Shuri. We have come specifically to seek you out today." Chapter 16. Exchange for 1,000 medium-low radiation potatoes. Despite the handsome man's self-introduction, Shi Yuebai remained on high alert, tension coursing through her. In this desolate land, the distinction between man and ghost was often blurred. As a delicate and beautiful woman, facing mercenaries who were solely driven by monetary gain, her cautious demeanor was entirely justified. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief that Shi Yuebai had chosen not to wash her face that morning, as the grime on her visage offered a certain veiling of her beauty. "Do not be afraid, Yuebai," Ija urged, seemingly noticing her unease. "We are here because Shi Bomu is currently with our corps." As he spoke, Ija furrowed his brow and glanced at Shi Yuebai's back, where Shi Yaoyao was nestled. As the second sister-in-law of the Shi family pushed Shi Yuebai, a sense of sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. "I apologize, second sister-in-law. By the time I arrived with my comrades, Shi Heir, and Uncle Shi had already fallen victim to the nocturnal assault of mutated beasts. The men of the Shi family perished during this harrowing attack. Consequently, every survivor team dispatched individuals to keep vigil during the night. That fateful evening claimed numerous lives, leaving many survivors disfigured by the relentless onslaught of the creatures. When Ija finally arrived, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of hell on earth, littered with severed limbs and remains. Outside the iron barrel lay the skeletal remains of several men, reduced to nothing but bones. Given that there were precisely 3, it was reasonable to deduce that these were the remains of the Shi family men. In recent days, Ija had been leading his team in hunting the mutated monsters, while Shi Mu had succumbed to a deep slumber, lost in her grief. Thus, Shermu had taken refuge within their mercenary group. Today, after much effort, Ija managed to carve out some time to inform the second sister-in-law of the Shi family. However, as he approached the survivor team to which the Shi family belonged, he was met with the sight of the second sister-in-law, her visage reflecting the stark despair of their circumstances. The death of the men in the household signified a profound loss that resonated deeply within the desolate wasteland. In such trying times, the second sister-in-law was compelled to endure hardships greater than those faced by ordinary women. With Shermu in her advanced stage of pregnancy, soon to give birth, the burdens upon the second sister-in-law were exacerbated. To speak candidly, amidst the prevailing circumstances, it was remarkable that she had not abandoned Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai to fend for themselves. It could be said that Shi had indeed chosen wisely, marrying a woman of exceptional strength and character. The mercenaries trailing behind Ija found themselves at a loss for words, enveloped in a profound silence. Seated upon a flatbed cart, Shi Yuebai resolved that today they would hasten to the city to sell potatoes. Shi Yuebai bobbed her large head, her voice unnaturally loud, proclaiming their intent to sell potatoes free from radiation contamination. A flicker of surprise crossed Ija's sharp gaze as he took a deep look at Shi Yuebai, who had grown as corpulent as a mountain. In his recollection, Shi Yi's sister, the little princess of the Shi family, had been exceedingly beautiful, a proud young lady. Now, having been marred by radiation to such an extent, she still bravely ventured outdoors. Indeed, this young girl exhibited remarkable resilience. However, Shi Yuebai's disposition remained unchanged, unyielding, and resolute. Ija recalled the occasion when he had accompanied Shi to Shi's wedding, where he had occasionally observed Shi Yuebai's haughty demeanor. His impression of her at the time had been rather unfavorable. Yet, it was common for the daughters of affluent families to possess such temperaments, a fact Ija found unremarkable. Today, however, witnessing Shi Yuebai's manner of speaking, her arrogance imbued her with an inexplicable air of decisiveness. Potatoes free from radiation? Ija shifted his focus from Shi Yuebai, inquiring, "How many points do you wish to sell them for?" He paid little heed to Shi Yueba's words. After having exited the fragmented defense team in recent years, he had formed his own mercenary group. Nevertheless, he occasionally sought news of his former comrades, particularly of Shi, who had been their closest brother within the defense unit. Thus, Ija had garnered some understanding of the Shi family's circumstances. It was evident that Shi Yueba's intellect had been compromised by radiation, rendering her words untrustworthy. The reason for Ija's willingness to purchase the potatoes from Shi's family was rooted in his desire to care for his teammates' families. It was not until Shi Yuebai retrieved 2 potatoes from her pocket that Ija's radiation detection device began to emit a report. He and the mercenaries behind him were astonished to discover that there truly existed food with 0 radiation contamination. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, Ija found himself at a loss for how to price them. Shi Yuebai was equally uncertain about how many points to charge. It was Shi Yuebai, however, who decisively interjected, suggesting not to sell for points, but rather to exchange for 1,000 potatoes with low to moderate radiation. Ija and the mercenaries behind him gasped in disbelief. This audacious young lady certainly had the nerve to make such a demand. One of the mercenaries pointed at Shi Yuebai, exclaiming, "You this." Before he could finish his sentence, Ija raised his hand to interrupt. "All right, we shall buy. However, we do not possess 1,000 potatoes with low to moderate radiation. Can we exchange for other food instead?" Shi Yuebai waved her hand dismissively. "Whatever. Just make sure to bring the food along with my mother." With the potatoes now finding a buyer, Shi Yuebai felt there was no need to make a special trip into the big city. She instructed Shi Yuebai, "Let us go. We will continue scavenging. If we can find more bottles and cans today, it would be splendid if we could also uncover some toothpaste." Her memories informed her that the survivors from before the wasteland used toothpaste and toothbrushes for dental hygiene. Throughout her life, she had never had the opportunity to use such a luxurious item. Just yesterday, they had discovered a box of brand new toothbrushes in the newly opened wasteland. Today, Shi Yuebai fervently hoped for a stroke of good fortune, wishing to find a tube of toothpaste to brush her teeth. Shi Yuebai's calves trembled involuntarily. Following Shi Yuebai's instructions, she carried Shi Yuebai on her back and turned towards the newly opened barren lands. Ija glanced down at the 2 0 radiation potatoes in his hands. Should one describe Shi Yuebai as innocent or generous? Remarkably, she did not even request a deposit from Ija and directly proceeded on her way. "Captain, how do we consume these potatoes?" a curious mercenary inquired. eyeing the potatoes in Isha's grasp. It had been 5 years since anyone had tasted zero-radiation potatoes. Isha tucked the potatoes into his pocket and shot a sideways glance at his subordinate. What are you all staring at? We'll take them to the big city and sell them to those affluent individuals. Chapter 17. A mattress. Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yuebai to push her while carrying Shi Yuebai, continuing their search in the newly opened barren land. However, the limitations of pushing Shi Yuebai outside were evident in the uneven terrain, which was inaccessible. The flat handcart lacked the capability to traverse mountains and hills. Yet, along the well-trodden paths, there was not a morsel of food to scavenge. Those areas had already been thoroughly searched by other survivors. There was little chance left for Shi Yuebai and her companions to find anything. After several hours of rummaging through the ruins, Shi Yuebai felt a sense of despair. She lifted her gaze to the sun overhead, which blazed fiercely today. It was possible that after a bone-chilling day, the next could transform into sweltering heat. No one could predict such fickle weather. In the wasteland, no one possesses the leisure to monitor weather fluctuations or to create forecasts. The inhabitants of this desolate realm understand that the stronger the sun shines, the greater the radiation becomes. Recently, after prolonged exposure to the sun, Sister Air felt a slight dizziness. Before his demise, Brother Air had experienced several nosebleeds, which left Sister Air apprehensive about her own health. She feared that she might be afflicted with a terminal illness caused by radiation. However, this family was neither foolish nor entirely deranged, apart from their somewhat eccentric mother. Only Shi and Yuebai retained a semblance of normalcy in their intellect. Yet, Yuebai displayed a temperament that was rather peculiar. How could Sister Air convey to her family that her days might be numbered? As she felt the warmth of the sunlight upon her face, a sensation of pressure enveloped her head, as though something were threatening to rupture from within. Yuebai, the sun grows ever more intense. Should we not seek refuge in a shaded area? Sister Air pondered anxiously. She was the sole individual with a clear mind and the capacity for action. What would become of them if she were to perish? Yuebai too found the sun intolerable, vexed to the point of despair. After just a brief exposure, her weight would surge alarmingly. Thus, she clutched tightly to the small hand of Shi Yuebai, providing her with sustenance. She even filled 2 glass bottles from Yao Yao's backpack with water, urging her to drink until her little belly swelled. Upon hearing Sister Air's voice, Yuebai responded affirmatively, pointing towards the ruins ahead. There lies a structure that has not entirely collapsed. Let us seek shelter there. Under the guidance of Shi Yuebai, Shi Yuebai managed to navigate the way, albeit with some difficulty, to the front of a partially collapsed house. Fortunately, this dilapidated structure was conveniently located by the roadside. With minimal effort, she pushed Shi Yuebai inside using a simple cart. Upon entering, the child, Shi Yuebai, who was on her back, began to articulate her urgent need with startling clarity, exclaiming, "I need to pee. I need to pee. Wah, I need to pee." She had never before expressed her desires so distinctly. Prior to this, Shi Yuebai had been unable to manage her bodily functions independently, often soiling herself and contributing to the pervasive stench of excrement that lingered within the confines of the Shi family's tent. It was a common plight among families with mentally challenged members. Shi's family was not alone in their struggle. In the desolate wasteland, the survivors who had fallen to the outskirts of the city faced similar living conditions, though the Shi family endured a somewhat harsher reality. Mama, I need to pee." Shi Yuebai continued to squirm, her discomfort growing unbearable. Having just consumed copious amounts of water at her aunt's behest, she could no longer hold it in. Shi Yuebai found herself at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. "Hold on a bit, there's no place here." Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted an outdoor toilet behind a partially collapsed wall. This room had once been a bathroom, its ceiling blown away, yet the toilet remained intact. "Shi Yuebai, there's a toilet over there. You can go there," Shi Yuebai instructed calmly. Shi Yuebai hurriedly maneuvered, carrying Shi Yuebai to the side of the outdoor toilet. On the flatbed, Shi Yuebai, ever vigilant, turned her gaze to survey the surroundings, ensuring that no indiscreet individuals would emerge while Shi Yuebai attended to her needs. Her attention was drawn to a corner of the ruins, where a slingshot lay abandoned. With great effort, she crawled over, her hands scraped by the rough stones, and retrieved the slingshot just as a foul odor wafted toward her. Turning around, she caught sight of her second sister-in-law, leaning against the crumbling wall, retching. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai sat on the toilet, her face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing Shi Yuebai's gaze, she shyly exclaimed, "I've made a mess, Auntie." Shi Yuebai, unfazed, reassured her. It's nothing, just a means of detoxification. Both Shi Yuebai and her second sister-in-law bore significant radiation contamination. Earlier, Shi Yuebai had given Shi Yuebai several bottles of zero-radiation purified water, which would surely have some effect on her health, so long as it did not lead to adverse consequences. It was not a major concern. Grateful for her aunt's understanding, Shi Yuebai's face, now cleansed, bore a rosy hue. Though her mother could not discern the nature of her daughter's mess, she was once again taken aback. Her daughter could now articulate complete sentences. A remarkable development from her previous tendency to only scream or utter words one at a time. It was a rare progression, especially as she could now describe the color of her excrement. With the day growing late, Shi Yuebai pointed to the few dilapidated beds within the collapsed structure. She had counted 3 broken beds, each still equipped with a mattress. Although the mattresses are old, a good wash would render them usable. Certainly better than having the entire family sleep on stones. The imminent arrival of a child in such desolation raises concerns about its health, given that one cannot expect a robust offspring to emerge from this wasteland. Nevertheless, a newborn is a newborn. It would be unthinkable to abandon it upon birth to the unforgiving ground. Human infants are far more fragile than those of the witch clan, as a mere breath can extinguish their fragile existence. Sister-in-law Shi, already overwhelmed by the stench, is blind due to radiation exposure, yet her other senses are remarkably acute. Perhaps Shi Yuebai merely perceives the odor, while sister-in-law Shi reacts instinctively to it. She fumbles to resecure her newborn daughter on her back and, following Shi Yuebai's directions, sets about dragging the mattress. Inevitably, the entire team bursts into laughter, exclaiming in jest, "Are they planning to feast upon the mattress?" Chapter 18. The Good Samaritan card. The team has not yet exhausted their amusement at Shi Yuebai and the others. To instill a sense of authority, Ija has brought all his mercenaries along, each armed and ready. The imposing figures of these burly men escorting Shi into the gathering place instantly command the attention of everyone present. Their weapons evoke palpable fear among the onlookers. Whispers circulate. Who would have thought Shi Yi's influence still holds weight? Even in death, he seems to have connections within the mercenary group. Indeed, it is said that Shi shared a deep bond with the leader of the mercenaries. In the team, individuals possess diverse sentiments. Some, who once gazed at the second sister-in-law of Shi with unmasked scrutiny, now tempered their stares upon witnessing the arrival of mercenaries led by Ija. In that fleeting moment, Shi Yuebai comprehended Ija's ostentatious intent. He aimed to convey to every member of this survivor team that the frail and ailing of the Shi family had the backing of a mercenary group. Oh, what a benevolent soul he is, like a mother to me in this desolate wasteland. Amidst the chaos, Shi gleefully dashed towards Shi Yuebai. Her joy evident as she leaped and called out, "Yuebai, have you seen your father? Where has he gone?" Observing this, Ija skillfully grasped Shi, preventing her from running off. "Aunt, did we not agree? I shall seek your husband while you remain here and refrain from wandering." His impression of Shi had always been favorable. In times past, she had sent provisions to Shi, often including a portion for Ija, the orphan. Hence, he held affection for her. Shi nodded, her face a blend of confusion and urgency. No. If father encounters a vixen outside, I shall slay that wretched creature." Ija consoled her and escorted her to the side of the second sister-in-law. He then turned his gaze towards Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, letting out a weary sigh. The Shi family, truly a spectacle. Behind him, the mercenaries observed the Shi family, one mad, one foolish, one plump, and one blind, with expressions of disbelief. They cast sympathetic glances at the mattress laid outside the Shi family's tarp. However, Shi Yuebai was too indifferent to offer an explanation, merely pushing his playing cart while beckoning to the peculiar neighbor for a chain. Shi, in a state of madness, was on the verge of giving birth. One moment of inattention could send her running amok. Shi Yuebai, who was blind, would essentially have nothing else to do if she were to chase after Shi. Ija furrowed his brows, casting a disapproving glance at Shi Yuebai. His lips moved, but Shi Yuebai shot him a fierce glare. The mercenary group had far more pressing matters to attend to than babysitting Shi. If Ija and his companions could not manage her, they ought not to interfere with the affairs of the Shi family. For now, matters would be handled in accordance with Shi Yuebai's methods. Ija ultimately remained silent, letting out a sigh as he produced a stack of point cards from his pocket, glancing at Shi Yuebai. It occurred to him that Shi Yuebai was the only one in the Shi family with any semblance of clear thought and agency. Yet, It seemed that Shi Yuebai was the one in control. He handed the stack of point cards to Shi Yuebai, speaking in a gentle tone. Yuebai, take these points. I will send you more each month. Please, take good care of your mother. Is that agreeable? He hoped that Shi Yuebai, in light of these point cards, would show a bit more kindness to Shirmu. Without hesitation, Shi Yuebai reached out to accept the point cards, responding, All right, you're welcome to come. His demeanor exuded an air of entitlement. The mercenaries behind Ija felt a twinge of discontent. To be frank, Shirmu was not their captain's biological mother, merely the mother of the commander's former comrade. The leader is willing to contribute points to the Shi family each month. Yet Shi Yuebai's disposition remains less than amiable. It creates an impression as though the leader is making offerings. Shi Yuebai turns a blind eye to the dissatisfaction among the mercenaries, gently patting Ija's shoulder. With each pat, she infuses a few measures of energy into his being, urging him to carry on and live well. Despite a tiring day that left Ija feeling somewhat peckish, the camaraderie in Shi Yuebai's gestures unexpectedly alleviated his hunger, leaving him invigorated, the weariness dissipating. He brushed it off, merely nodding at Shi Yuebai before departing with his companions. The mercenaries also left behind 2 large crates for the Shi family. Curiosity piqued among the team as they craned their necks to glimpse the contents of the crates. However, Shi Yuebai's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, and she tugged at Shirmu's arm, commanding, Mother, Guai, come, help move the crates inside. Guai was the name she assigned to the peculiar neighbor. The gaunt figure glared at Shi Yuebai, his voice gruff. Don't call me that. I have a name. What is it? Shi Yuebai inquired, all ears. Guai sealed his lips, unwilling to reveal anything about his name. Very well, Guai, let us move the items. Shi Yuebai directed the Shi family members, with Shi Saw joining to assist, and together they managed to transport both crates into the tent of the Shi family. As soon as the items were placed, Shirmu rushed out of the tent, calling out, Where's Yuebai's father? Where is he? I'll go look for him. Shi Yuebai grasped the iron chain, the other end tethered to her mother's wrist. Shi Yuebai meticulously counted the contents of 2 large boxes and suddenly exclaimed with delight, Yuebai, we have 300 small potatoes and 700 small loaves of bread. Each loaf is individually packaged, complete with a tiny desiccant inside. These are all remnants from before the apocalypse. However, Shi Yuebai's expression darkened as she replied, 700 loaves that have surpassed their expiration date? They are hardly preferable to the small potatoes. At least I can employ a purification spell to cleanse the radiation from the potatoes. But how can I purify bread that has been expired for 5 years? It's a conundrum. One might argue it is inedible, yet it shows no signs of spoilage, merely having exceeded its shelf life. These individually packaged loaves could endure indefinitely. Conversely, while one could argue they are consumable, they are indeed past their prime. For me, this transaction feels rather unfavorable. Perhaps we should sell them. Tomorrow, we could set up a stall outside and allow our team members to trade their goods or purchase with points. Chapter 19. Trading bread for diapers. Shi Yuebai was reluctant to part with such precious 700 loaves of bread, but she could not withstand Shi Yuebai's determination. With her decisive nature, Shi Yuebai would not entertain any dissent. Thus, the following day, Shi Yuebai found herself setting up a stall in the vacant area in front of the Shi family's tent. 1 loaf for 100 points? Survivors gathered around, watching as Shi Yuebai inscribed the prices on the ground. Is it really that expensive? Who would buy it? We thought the weak and frail from the Shi family were in need of mattresses. Most individuals merely come to observe the spectacle. For them, 100 points is an exorbitant sum. If they possess the means to accumulate such points, why would they reside on the outskirts? Those with capabilities dwell within the grand city. I remarked to Shi Yuebai, your pricing for bread is excessively steep. A few interested souls wish to negotiate a lower price. If you were to set it at a mere fraction, we could certainly support your business. Shi Yuebai, perched atop a flat cart, scoffed coldly, wielding a slender stick to inscribe, No negotiation. As the final stroke was penned, she abruptly thrust the stick upward, striking one of the team members who had been attempting to pilfer a loaf amidst the crowd. The unfortunate thief, clutching his bloodied hand, emitted a wretched cry. Immediately, the surrounding survivors condemned Shi Yuebai, asserting, We are all part of the same team. How could you strike someone? Indeed, we are all part of the same team. So why resort to theft? Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes, brandishing her stick with a mocking tone. Her temperament and demeanor incited a desire for retribution among the onlookers. However, recalling the favorable connection between the Shi family and the mercenary leader, Ija, the team members could only stifle their indignation. Shi Yuebai, feeling uneasy, discreetly moved behind Shi Yuebai and whispered, "Yuebai, let us refrain from fostering animosity. What is there to fear? One comes, one is killed. Two come, a pair is killed." With such a formidable declaration, Shi Yuebai found herself in a wretched state. Though she sought no trouble, she bore no fear of it either. She set up a stall outside her home to sell bread, indifferent to those who chose to buy or not. She had neither offended nor disturbed anyone. So what animosity could she have garnered? Shi Yuebai's bold proclamation resonated with the fearless spirit of those who have nothing to lose. After all, the Shi family had fallen to such depths. Life and death were but a single thread, and she was prepared to face annihilation alongside her foes. Many among the eager survivors, who had contemplated seizing her bread, began to hesitate. Within the group, one astute survivor, with a smile, produced a package of baby diapers. Her eyes sparkled with cunning as she sought to deceive Shi Yuebai. "My dear, I see your mother is due to give birth soon. Aren't you fond of collecting those useless trinkets from before the apocalypse? How about I trade you this pack of diapers for a small loaf of bread?" The woman held aloft an unopened package of baby diapers, containing 30 pieces within. Shi Yuebai took the package, inspecting the expiration date, which had lapsed 2 years prior. Yet, the diapers were sealed, and despite their age, they remained usable. She nodded in agreement, prompting the woman to gleefully retrieve a loaf smaller than the palm of her hand. It seemed she too was a fool. The onlookers began to comprehend the situation, recalling the earlier spectacle of Shi Yuebai riding and using a long stick to fend off intruders. "I once believed that Shi Yuebai was a shrewd and formidable individual. To my surprise, she resorted to bartering edible bread for diapers meant for infants. Even a fool understands that bringing a child into the wasteland is unwise. Who would have imagined that Shi's mother, at such an advanced age, would still be with child? It seems Shi's father remains remarkably vigorous. If she is to bear a child, so be it. The wasteland has witnessed the birth of newborns before. However, the children born in this desolate world are far from the precious beings they were prior to the apocalypse. They grow up unencumbered, often naked, and relieve themselves wherever they please, raised without supervision. The act of trading bread for diapers is unprecedented in the wasteland, and it is unlikely that anyone will follow suit. Is Shi Yuebai not concerned that Shi's mother might give birth to another foolish child? Yet, what does it matter to her? It suits Shi Yuebai's naive disposition perfectly. Those items that are inedible and unquenchable, which offer only minimal convenience in daily life, are the most worthless in the wasteland. No one would regard such things with any significance. Survivors strive to accumulate points to acquire sustenance, water, and advanced instruments or weaponry. However, Shi Yuebai harbors a strong aversion to uncleanliness. She refuses to accept any used supplies brought by her fellow survivors, especially if they have been previously opened or utilized. For instance, used underwear and undergarments, still unwashed, are utterly unacceptable. To think one could present such items to Shi Yuebai in exchange for bread is sheer folly. Shi Yuebai, in a state of desperation, stood anxiously behind Shi Yuebai, cautiously urging her not to exchange everything. "Save a little for ourselves to eat," she insisted. Ija provided only the finest goods, considering that the women of the Shi family, apart from Shi Yuebai, lacked the ability to fend for themselves. Thus, as much as possible, provide them with food that can be preserved for an extended period. Shi Yuebai completely disregarded the advice of her second sister-in-law. Clumsily, she turned and thrust a large, unopened package of sanitary pads into her sister-in-law's hands, stating, "Here, you will need these, so take care of them." She gestured toward a location where a pristine pearwood carved cabinet stood. This cabinet had been discarded by survivors as if it were refuse, and Shi Yuebai had exchanged it for a small loaf of bread. "You can find the essentials for your menstrual cycle stored in there." Shi Yuebai was still too young to require sanitary pads. Due to her own weight, Shi Yuebai had already experienced hormonal imbalances and had entered menopause at a tender age. As for their mother, she had long ceased to have her menstrual cycle. Yet, for reasons unknown, possibly due to radiation, she was unexpectedly pregnant at such an advanced age. Hence, it was calculated that the only person in the Shi family who could utilize the sanitary pads was indeed the second sister-in-law, alongside the diapers that would be necessary once the baby arrived. It seemed they had stumbled upon a factory that produced diapers prior to the apocalypse amidst the ruins. The family vanished for a brief moment, only to return exuberantly bearing 100 packs of diapers, sizes N, M, L, S, and even those for adults. none of which had been opened. They appeared as if they had been stored in a warehouse for an extensive duration. Chapter 20. Look at how handsome your father was in his youth. Shi Yuebai cast a glance at the beaming faces of this family, who likely regarded her as the quintessential fool. They had pushed 100 packs of diapers toward her in one go. It can be said that this family has taken upon themselves the burden of diapers that their unborn little one will require throughout his life. Immediately, someone nearby expressed discontent, exclaiming, "How can you behave this way? Your actions are undoubtedly deceitful. It is well known that food is in short supply." The mercenary group left behind 2 large boxes for the Shi family, yet it remains uncertain how much food they contain. However, the foolish Shi Yuebai has only displayed a mere 1 or 200 small breads at her stall. The Zhou family swiftly pushed over 100 packs of diapers, which would swiftly deplete half of the breads on the stall. Those who wished to exchange for bread would be left with none. At that moment, Shi Yuebai, who was dragging a pear-wood carved cabinet, halted her steps, turning her face to reveal her hollow eyes. She called out softly to the quarreling individuals, "Yuebai, Yuebai." Shi Yuebai feared that a conflict among the survivors could erupt into chaos. Shi Mu, with her wrists bound by chains, constantly contemplated escape. With a large belly, she tugged at the chains, circling outside the crowd. Unfortunately, Shi Yuebai was too heavy. No matter how hard Shi Mu tried to flee, Shi Yuebai remained immovable. Shi Yuebai sat on the flatbed cart, observing the survivors quarrel over her family's bread, showing no inclination to mediate. The dispute arose over her family's bread. But what of it? She had not forced either family into this argument. Choosing silence, she anxiously continued to drag the pear-wood carved cabinet. "How have we been excessive?" Shi Yuebai remained silent, questioning the audacity of others to speak in such a manner. The woman from the Zhou family had a voice that was both loud and shrill. The woman, who had been arguing with her and bore the surname Zhong, abruptly turned to Shi Yuebai and said, "The Zhou family is treating you like a fool." Shi Yuebai, if I were in your position, I certainly wouldn't sell to them. Shi Yuebai, maintaining her detached demeanor, continued to observe the unfolding drama while taking the opportunity to exchange a few children's introductory mathematics books with other survivors. She found the mathematical problems both simple and aesthetically pleasing, casually tossing one to Shi Yuebai. The quarrel between the Zhou and Zhong families escalated, eventually erupting into a full-blown fight. Not only were the women clashing, but the men soon joined in, leading to a chaotic scene where men fought women and vice versa. The commotion was intense, and one misstep could easily involve bystanders. Those watching shifted their feet to avoid the fray, only to discover that their calves had been ensnared by iron chains. "What is this?" they exclaimed. "Oh no, I'm going to fall." Several individuals stumbled, their teeth clashing painfully together. Amidst the chaos, Shi Yuebai couldn't help but wear a serene smile. "Mother, this place is far from peaceful. You should steer clear of these individuals. If you happen to get caught in their ruckus, they wouldn't be able to compensate you." She had initially planned to sell only 200 loaves of bread, estimating that it would take her the entire morning. In the afternoon, the family could venture out to scavenge. However, she hadn't anticipated that after merely half an hour of setting up her stall that morning, discord would erupt within the group. Business has become untenable. Perhaps it is best for the family to venture outside and scavenge for survival. Shi Mu, in her state of madness, still assisted her daughter in packing up their stall. Outside the awning, the brawlers and those who had fallen finally quieted down. Just as Shi Yuebai was about to lead her family out to scavenge, a woman from the Zhou family, disheveled and battered, approached with an audacious demeanor. "Yuebai, are you still trading diapers for bread?" she inquired. "Yes, but the price has increased." Shi Yuebai, perceived as a simpleton, boldly declared she would trade 10 packs of diapers for a single loaf of bread, asserting if that was not acceptable, they would leave. Just a friendly reminder. This is only today's price. It may not be the same tomorrow. The woman from the Zhou family, having just engaged in a fight, immediately nodded in agreement, eager to trade. After all, those diapers were as good as refuse. It would be foolish not to exchange them. Shi Yuebai returned with 10 small loaves of bread. Upon inspection, the mountain of diapers had grown. There were 50 packs of baby diapers, sufficient for the little one's needs. Additionally, there were 50 packs of adult protective underwear, which would be useful for Shi Mu. After giving birth, she would undoubtedly experience postpartum discharge. In her deranged state, she was incapable of caring for herself, and Shi Yuebai, blind as she was, could hardly assist her in frequent changes. They lacked the means and the quantity of garments required. The protective underwear was, indeed, the best option. The frail and vulnerable members of the Shi family despite their struggles, set out once more to scavenge. Along the way, several battered survivors looked on with a sense of schadenfreude at this unfortunate family. The elderly, the ill, the disabled, and the pregnant, combined with the mad and the foolish, had assembled a veritable pantheon of misfortune in this desolate wasteland. It was a scene of unparalleled suffering. At 9 in the morning, the sun had yet to fully rise, and the temperature was relatively mild. Shi Yuebai directed Shi Yuebai, who bore Shi Yuebai on her back while simultaneously pushing Shi Yuebai in a flat cart. Shi Yuebai sat upon the cart, gripping a metal chain, the other end tethered to Shi Mu, who perpetually scurried about. "Yuebai, look!" exclaimed Shi Mu, who had climbed atop the ruins, her face alight with glee as she unearthed a photograph. She held up an image of a panda-faced meme, exclaiming animatedly, "This is your father. Just look at how handsome he was in his youth." Shi Yuebai remained silent. As they passed the dilapidated house from yesterday, which had an open-air toilet, Shi Yuebai cradled a mathematics book in her arms, leaning against Shi Yuebai's back. "Mom, I need to use the restroom." Before Shi Yuebai could respond, Shi Mu chimed in. "I want to go too." "I want to go?" Last night, Shi Yuebai had placed a bucket by the bridge pier and filled a large basin with clean water. After the previous ordeal, Shi Yuebai appeared somewhat dazed. This time, she said nothing and dutifully washed 4 water bottles as instructed by Shi Yuebai. Throughout their journey, both Shi Yuebai and Shi Mu consumed water from the 4 bottles, which, by now, were likely emptied. However, it remains uncertain whether second sister Shi has miscalculated. During their scavenging, Shi Yuebai repeatedly offered water to Shi Yuebai and Mother Shi. In Chapter 21, her weight has diminished to 735 pounds. As Shi Yuebai valiantly combats the omnipresent radiation, after tirelessly practicing the water-gathering spell throughout the night, she spent her day imploring Mother Shi and Shi Yuebai to drink water while they scavenged. When the water bottle ran dry, she invoked the spell to refill it. Although she has yet to assess the physical condition of Mother Shi and Shi Yuebai, her relentless efforts have yielded a commendable reduction in her weight. Faced with challenges, as long as Shi Yuebai remains industrious, there is still hope for her to rise again. Observing Shi Yuebai seated on the toilet, while Mother Shi obediently queued outside the doorframe, Shi Yuebai handed another water bottle to second sister Shi, initially hesitant to accept it. Wishing to conserve the resource for the others, second sister Shi recalled the ample water they had collected that morning. She gingerly grasped the bottle and took a sip. How to describe the sensation? It was akin to savoring divine nectar. "Yuebai, this water is exquisite. Have you tasted it?" Shi Yuebai, who relied on her for comfort at night, often stirred Shi Yuebai from her slumber with their combined odor. However, second sister Shi was taken aback by Shi Yuebai's remark. You, Yuebai, what kind of family are we? Bathing with water. Is it truly so delightful, even possessing a hint of sweetness?" Second sister Shi felt as though a dark cloud loomed over her head, fearing that she might be struck by divine wrath. "There is still enough water," Shi Yuebai succinctly reaffirmed. If necessary, she could continue to use the water-gathering spell. Despite the constant onslaught of spiritual energy, soul power, and fatty energy washing through her clogged meridians, it was undeniable that after tirelessly employing the spell for nearly 20 hours, Shi Yuebai was increasingly accelerating her water-gathering speed. It was all worthwhile. Shi Yu had just produced an impressive half a toilet's worth of waste. Shi Mu, pinching her nose, exclaimed in exasperation, "If you don't flush the toilet, I will inform your grandfather." She brandished an emoticon of a panda face at Shi Yu, declaring, "Look, your granddaughter 1T flushed the toilet." Shire saw, in a moment of panic, instinctively leaped to flush the toilet. To her surprise, there was still water, although the water that swirled forth was black. The city's sewage system beneath this ruin was still operational, at least for the time being. Shi Yu was carried out of the open-air restroom by Shire Saw and placed on the bed frame beside Shi Yuebai. The little girl's cheeks flushed as she cautiously gazed at her aunt, fearing that she might be looked down upon for not flushing the toilet. However, Shi Yuebai felt no such sentiment, and instead pondered thoughtfully as she pointed to the set of children's ergonomic writing desk and chair in the room. The previous owner, it seemed, had only recently purchased this set, as the plastic covering had yet to be removed. Shi Yuebai brushed away the debris on the desk and was pleasantly surprised to discover a sealed set of pencils and an electric pencil sharpener. "You will have pencils to write with in the future, Yu." Seated on the simple cart, Shi Yuebai continued to rummage through the surroundings, uncovering a stack of draft paper and a pile of grid notebooks. Shire Saw approached from the crumbling wall, her face alight with anticipation. Can you write? What she truly wished to inquire was whether Yao Yao could write. The changes in her daughter over the past few days had not escaped the notice of second sister Shi. However, the ability to articulate one's bodily needs and the capacity to wield a pen are two entirely disparate concepts. Second sister Shi's aspirations in life were modest. She merely hoped to depart from the desolate wasteland alongside Shi Yao Yao, free of suffering, before her own demise. To this end, she harbored a rather desperate plan within her heart. She sought to find a certain medication from the time before the apocalypse, one that could gently usher Shi Yao Yao into a deep slumber. This notion arose from the depths of her despair, as she found herself on the brink of death. Otherwise, how could Yao Yao survive? How would she endure? A daughter with intellectual disabilities, stripped of her sole protector and support, who could fathom the perils that awaited in the wasteland. Suddenly, a veil of tears surfaced in second sister Shi's hollow eyes. She felt a stinging sensation around her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, a stream of dark yellow tears cascaded down her face, etching a path through the grime. When Shi Yuebai noticed her rubbing her eyes with her soiled hands, he hastily summoned her over, producing clean water. Stop rubbing. What is wrong with your eyes? Perhaps a small stone has gotten in. Second sister Shi crouched before Shi Yuebai, who held her chin, tilting her head upwards. In no time, she felt something cold and wet against her eyeball. She recoiled in alarm, exclaiming, "Yuebai, no, this is water." It was, after all, pure water with zero radiation pollution. No, we cannot squander such resources on someone like me. Shi Yuebai seized second sister Shi by the neck, as though intent on committing an act of violence. Impatiently, she exclaimed that there was enough water, and with my presence, there was no need for further discussion. A bottle of purified water was thus utilized by Shi Yuebai to cleanse Shi Erseo's eyes. Once again, Shi Erseo wept, but this time not due to the sinister scheme she harbored against her daughter. Rather, it was in response to Shi Yuebai's extravagant gesture. Such wastefulness pained her heart, causing her to shed tears. What are these tears of yours? Shi Yuebai observed with curiosity as Shi Erseo's tears streamed down, distinct from others. They bore a dark yellow hue. Although Shi Erseo's eyes had been thoroughly cleansed by Shi Yuebai, could it be that the denizens of the wasteland had undergone some transformation, causing their bodily fluids to adopt this peculiar coloration? Shi Yuebai deemed this a plausible explanation and proceeded to refill the bottle, washing away the newly shed dark yellow tears from Shi Erseo's face. At that moment, Shimu had just finished using the restroom, clutching a panda-faced emoji. She conscientiously flushed the toilet. The four frail and pregnant members of the Shi family had ventured out to scavenge for only a short while when they encountered Shi Yao Yao and Shi Mu taking turns in the restroom, indicating that their journey would not extend far today. As soon as they entered the makeshift tent of the Shi family, Shi Yao Yao arranged the desk and chairs for writing. Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yao Yao to write the character for heaven. Yet, Yuebai, my stomach still aches terribly. Shi Mu approached, gently feeling her taut belly. Auntie. Shi Yao Yao gazed fearfully at Shi Mu's feet. Grandmother, Shi Yuebai's gaze fell downward, and a sense of dread enveloped her. It was imminent. She was about to give birth. She was a young woman who had lived many years, and despite her extensive theoretical knowledge, she found herself at a loss in the face of such a situation. What should she do? What a predicament. Chapter 22. Shi Yuebai's familiar threats. Shi Ersa was unaware of what had transpired, but she could detect the scent of amniotic fluid. Though she was blind, she understood that this day would inevitably arrive. Yet, she still helplessly turned to Shi Yuebai, asking, Yuebai, what should we do? Mother is about to give birth. Let her lie down, Shi Yuebai replied, though she too was in a state of panic. However, she maintained a composed demeanor on the outside, taking a moment to reassure Shi Yao Yao. It's all right. Grandma is just going to bring a little baby into the world. Can you assist? Shi Yao Yao nodded eagerly. Her usually dull expression momentarily brightened with a sense of understanding. Shi Yuebai gently patted Shi Yao Yao's head, channeling a surge of energy into the acupuncture point at the crown. This was her usual method of infusing Shi Yao Yao with energy. Can you make the fire a bit larger? Just like your mother usually does. A fire had long been kept in the tarpaulin. When the weather was warm, it was covered with ash, and when it turned cold, it was uncovered to toss in scraps of paper and other flammable debris. On the other side of the Shi family's tarpaulin, there was also a pile of charcoal left by the men of the family. The ruins offered plenty of mutated trees to salvage. Shi Yuebai slid off the riding chair and hurried towards the pile of charcoal and mutated branches. Observing her strong arms, Shi Yuebai thought that once they completed their tasks, she would have Guai make a flatbed cart for Shi Yuebai as well. Mother Shi was persuaded and pushed onto the mattress by sister-in-law Shi Air. In an instant, the amniotic fluid soaked into the cotton padding of the mattress. Mother Shi expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "I do not wish to sleep. Do not push me." Ah. Shi Yuebai glided over with a flatbed cart, positioning it near a pile of small breads, swiftly retrieving one and darting out from beneath the tarp. "My mother is about to give birth. Who will assist in the delivery? As long as my mother and the baby are safe, I shall offer a loaf of bread." This announcement quickly spread throughout the entire team. A gaunt woman, her neck marred by a deep crimson mark, approached with a disheveled appearance, exclaiming, I can." She appeared emaciated, her body riddled with injuries, revealing the tribulations she had endured. Shi Yuebai, with an impassive expression, glanced at the woman's contorted fingers. "Are you certain? You hardly seem capable." She possessed little sympathy, having committed numerous acts of oppression against her kin during her previous life among the witch clan, primarily against those deemed unworthy. Thus, Shi Yuebai was not inclined to entrust the lives of Mother Shi and the baby to this woman, despite her apparent suffering. The woman's eyes radiated a fierce desire to survive. "I am a graduate of a prestigious medical university. I completed a year in obstetrics prior to the apocalypse. I am proficient in various procedures, including setting bones, treating wounds, addressing ailments such as colds and coughs, and performing surgeries." Just then, Shi Yuebai's gaze met that of a man from the Qin family, who raised his foot with the intent to kick the woman, shouting, "You wretched creature! We took you in under our shelter, and yet you dare to flee?" Chun Huaihai is the father of Chun Laoda and Chun Lair. He appears to be in his 50s, with a robust and burly physique, exuding a palpable strength in his stance. Shi Yuebai raised the long stick in her hand and struck Chun Huaihai on the calf. "What the hell are you doing?" At that moment, Chun Huaihai remained oblivious to the fact that his two sons had already met their demise. In this wasteland, people come and go, often lingering at various places. Shi Yuebai tossed the bread in her hand at the woman, commanding, "Go inside and do what you must." The woman picked up the bread, rose from the ground, and entered the Shi family's tent. Chun Huaihai attempted to pursue her, intending to seize and punish the woman. Shi Yuebai brandished her stick, her countenance chillingly resolute. "Today, should anyone dare to disturb my mother during childbirth, I shall eliminate them. Do you doubt it? Then come and test me." Strangely, despite her being a mountain of flesh, her presence on the flatbed cart was comically absurd, yet she radiated an aura of invincibility. Chun Huaihai, seething with anger, took 2 steps back, pointing at Shi Yuebai. "Don't think that just because you have mercenaries backing your Shi family, you can act with impunity. Who are you to dictate?" He disregarded the fact that Shi Mu was in the throes of labor. In this desolate land, a moment's negligence could lead to 2 lives lost. Chun Huaihai was incensed at the sight of the woman he had acquired attempting to escape their tent. Shi Yuebai snorted coldly, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of an overbearing tycoon. "From this moment on, she is mine." "By what right? You picked her up? I seized her. This is entirely in accordance with the law of the wasteland." Shi Yuebai held a stick in one hand, rhythmically tapping it against her palm. "Either you eliminate me, or you hand over your people. It is as simple as that." Chun Huaihai swung his fist towards Shi Yuebai, declaring, "I see you are in dire need of a beating." With such meager strength, Shi Yuebai remained unfazed, striking back with her stick, shattering Chun Huaihai's hand bone. "Ah, Shi Yuebai, you are not human. I will find someone to kill you." His cries echoed as he clutched his severed hand, writhing in agony on the ground. The inhabitants of the wasteland were generally disinterested in intervening. Moreover, the force behind Shi Yuebai's strike was apparent even from the sound. It would surely inflict considerable pain. The men of the Shi family were known for their strength. Perhaps Shi Yuebai had inherited that formidable power. Only Chun Huaihai remained, howling in despair. Shortly thereafter, a wail from Shi Mu reached Shi Yuebai's ears. "Yuebai." The cries of anguish multiplied. Shi Yuebai cupped her ears, feeling as though she resided in a world steeped in suffering. She turned her head and shouted to her mother within, "Mother, conserve your strength." Stationed outside, unable to enter, she could only amuse herself by occasionally striking the fallen Chun Huaihai with her stick. "Why aren't you screaming now?" Shi Yuebai relished the sight of those who dared not retaliate against her. Even if one were to shout until their throat was raw, no one would come to their aid. The woman inside hurriedly emerged, draped in a piece of cloth hastily sourced from the family's tarpaulin. Her original attire had been ruthlessly stripped away by Chen Huaihai. Upon witnessing Chen Huaihai's near-unconscious state, battered by Shi Yuebai, the woman cast a lingering glance at Shi Yuebai, uttering, "If your mother is too weak, she may not even realize what she is doing, no matter how hard she tries." Shi Yuebai exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What do you expect me to do? I cannot lend her my strength. Find a way for my mother," she insisted. "In the future, if there is food for my family's child, it will surely not lack your share." Shi Yuebai was adept at issuing threats. Chapter 23. What is the Shi family's foundation? Nong Yasi furrowed her brow, observing Shi Yuebai. This unusually plump girl exuded an indescribable aura, compelling one to heed her words. To disregard her could lead to dire consequences. Nong Yasi's lips parted slightly. "Your mother will face great difficulty in this pregnancy. She needs nourishment, or she will not endure. In this wasteland, childbirth is a rarity. In such a radioactive environment, the offspring might emerge as something monstrous. Yet, in such harsh conditions, women often find themselves in precarious situations, sometimes unaware of their own pregnancies." Much like Shi Mu's plight. With another strike of her weapon, Shi Yuebai lashed out at Chen Huaihai once more. She turned and declared, "Let us go. I shall offer my mother a semblance of emotional fortitude." As Shi Yuebai entered the tent, Shi Mu was drenched in sweat, restrained on the bed by her sister-in-law. Even at this moment, she yearned to rise, believing that perhaps by changing her position, the pain coursing through her body might diminish. "Yuebai, your second aunt is unfilial. She wishes to do me harm. Quickly, help me deal with her." Shi Mu had never harbored fondness for her sister-in-law, primarily due to the social status that prevailed before the apocalypse. The Shi family had enjoyed considerable wealth prior to the cataclysm, while the second sister-in-law belonged to a lineage of affluent heirs. Additionally, she was a popular actress of that era, making this tale one of a star marrying into a wealthy family. Shi Mu, with her lofty self-regard, naturally disdained a woman perceived as seeking her family's fortune. Thus, upon her arrival, the second sister-in-law faced significant adversity from Shi Mu. However, when the apocalypse struck, the second sister-in-law did not abandon the simple-minded Shi heir, unlike many vain women of her kind. By that time, Shi Mu had succumbed to madness, ravaged by the wasteland's radiation. The narrative of the star marrying into wealth had reached an abrupt standstill. Shi Yuebai approached with a wheeled cart, saying, "Mother, your sister-in-law is not unfilial. Once you give birth, the pain will cease." Shi Mu could scarcely heed her daughter's words, yet she relented, for Shi Yuebai was her most cherished child. She ceased her protests, though she exerted no strength. Shi Yuebai grasped her mother with one hand and turned to Nong Yasi, stating, "I assure you she possesses sufficient strength. Please expedite your actions." Nong Yasi cast a glance at the ailing women and girls of the Shi family. Although they all shared the same tent, the ambience within was surprisingly comforting. She gritted her teeth and knelt upon the mat, reaching out to push against the swollen belly of her mother. In response, her mother emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a cacophony of anguished cries. Simultaneously, Shi Yuebai closed her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She endured the excruciating pain coursing through her veins, compressing the fat within her body and transforming it into energy, which flowed in delicate strands into her mother's being. To withstand and resist such intense agony necessitates the depletion of one's entire energy reserve. Furthermore, after years of living in this desolate wasteland, her mother had succumbed to madness. Yet, even in her derangement, she always managed to conserve a portion of her meager rations to nourish her beloved daughter. Her body had long been ravaged, emaciated and frail, yet she still bore a substantial belly. It is unfathomable to consider the depths of her suffering. In order to combat this torment and provide her mother with the strength required for childbirth, Shi Yuebai had to deliver a double dose of fatty energy. This doubling did not merely refer to the quantity of energy, but to the intensity of its output. Her current state was one of severe vascular obstruction, the fatty energy navigating her body through minuscule channels, thinner than a strand of hair. The release of this energy was limited and slow. However, her mother's demands were great. To empower her mother further, Shi Yuebai had no choice but to double the output. She had to be cautious, for the delicate nature of her veins meant that reckless actions could lead to catastrophic rupture. Thus, Shi Yuebai could only accelerate the flow of her fatty energy, doubling its speed. This increase in velocity brought with it an accompanying surge of pain. As Shi Yuebai gritted her teeth, She held her mother's hand tightly amidst her anguished cries, continuously channeling energy into her. The pain had reached its zenith, and in her heart, Shi Yuebai cursed vehemently. What is this? A grand sorceress like herself, who had always been self-serving, why should she sacrifice for such a group of people? It infuriated her. Shi Yuebai felt that her disposition was on the verge of transforming her into a great maternal figure. Yuebai, Yuebai. Her mother's voice resonated. Lying on the mattress, tears pooled in the corners of her eyes. Despite being in excruciating pain, upon seeing Shi Yuebai drenched in sweat, biting her lip in silence, her mother wept. Yuebai, are you in pain? Mama is here. Oh, Mama is here. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. A pang of sorrow struck Shi Yuebai. Her mother may not have been the best mother-in-law, but she was undoubtedly a good mother. She inhaled deeply, striving to steady her voice. It's all right, Mom. It will stop hurting soon. The original owner had consumed her mother's sustenance, and Shi Yuebai had taken up the original owner's body. This gratitude, Shi Yuebai would repay. She bit down hard on her gums, once more hastily mobilizing the energy stored in her body. The speed was now thrice that of before. Her meridians felt as though they were on the brink of numbing. The sensation of pain coursing through her entire being, with no part untouched, was a struggle to compare to her mother's labor pains. It's coming, it's coming. The previously expressionless and weary Nong Yasi suddenly broke into a smile. A flicker of vitality illuminating her face as she smiled with excitement. It's a girl. The face of second sister Shi was tinged with excitement as she strained to hear the faint cries emanating from a certain direction. How is the child? Is there any missing limbs? The child appears to be quite whole. This was all Nong Yasi could say as she handed the bloodied infant to second sister Shi and proceeded to manage Shi Mu's postpartum discharge. Beside them, Shi Yuebai finally released her grip on Shi Mu's hand. The pain that enveloped her body dissipated, leaving her in silence upon the flat cart, gazing at the newborn cradled in second sister Shi's arms. Shi Yaoyao crawled over from the fire pit, undeterred by Shi Yuebai's sweat-drenched form. She nestled into Shi Yuebai's embrace. Auntie, be good. Yaoyao, pass me that kettle. The kettle had been salvaged during their escape, still new and made of aluminum. Resigned, Shi Yuebai employed a water-conjuring spell to fill the kettle. While Nong Yasi busied herself tending to Shi Mu, Shi Yuebai, accompanied by Shi Yaoyao, gathered a few pieces of charcoal from the fire and placed them at the bottom of the kettle. This outdoor kettle was ingeniously designed. Placing the charcoal at the base not only retained its heat, but also warmed the water. Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yaoyao to fetch a small plastic basin, into which she poured the warm water. Second sister, please bring the baby over for a quick wash. Nong Yasi gazed in astonishment at the steaming basin of water. What wealth does this family possess? They have such clear water and can even bathe a newborn? Chapter 24. They now possess firearms. Noticing Nong Yasi's astonished gaze, Shi Yuebai refrained from speaking. Nong Yasi had been thoroughly cleaned, and she licked her parched lips, gazing longingly at Shi Yuebai. Yaoyao, fetch Dr. Nong a drink. Shi Yuebai instructed. Yaoyao promptly retrieved a small bottle of water from her backpack. Filled with excitement, Nong Yasi reached out to take it. But Shi Yuebai raised her long staff and pressed it against Nong Yasi's hand. With a cold gaze, Shi Yuebai spoke in a calm voice. Follow me closely. Understand what should and should not be said. She possessed the ability to protect herself, even if others discovered water beneath the Shi family's tarpaulin. She could ensure her own escape. However, any loose lips among the unworthy would face dire consequences. Nong Yasi nodded eagerly, for she was astute. Having witnessed Shi Yuebai nearly kill Chen Huaihai, she understood precisely whom to follow to survive. Shi Yuebai lowered her staff, satisfied as she observed Nong Yasi grasp the water bottle and drink eagerly. Rest assured, as long as you perform your duties well, you shall have ample food and drink. Nong Yasi hesitated, harboring doubts about the source of the Shi family's clean water. She recalled the beauty of second sister Shi, the roundness of mother Shi, and the women all around the Shi family's tarpaulin. In truth, in a wasteland devoid of dependable men, women often resorted to various dealings. It was not difficult to surmise. With her head bowed, Nong Yasi drank the water while nibbling on her small piece of bread, her eyes glazed over with numbness. She accepted that regardless of what lay ahead, she would not abandon the Shi family. Remaining here was preferable to being left to die at the hands of men outside. Deprived of even a morsel to eat or drink, it is indeed vastly improved. Shi Yuebai, unaware of Nong Yasi's thoughts, glanced at her exhausted mother, who had fainted. She gently patted Shi Yaoyao's head and softly instructed, Go practice your calligraphy. The character your aunt just taught you. Practice it 100 times. Obediently, Shi Yuebai climbed up beside the writing desk. Shi Yuebai then directed her sister-in-law, Shi Yuebai, and Nong Yasi, please go next door and find Guai Guai. Ask him to prepare a crib for her. She paused for a moment, tilting her head to inquire of Shi Yuebai, what is the baby's name? Shi Yuebai, cradling the freshly washed infant, stammered, we haven't named her yet. Life had been so arduous that each member of the Shi family awoke each day consumed by the struggle for sustenance. Who would concern themselves with the child in Shi Mu's womb? After a moment's reflection, Shi Yuebai decided, very well, let her be named Shi Xiangrui. This infant girl was indeed a sister of blood relation to Shi Yuebai. For the first time in her life, after so many years, she found herself surrounded by kin, including a little sister. She held this child in high regard. Shi Yuebai beckoned Shi Yuebai to bring Shi Xiangrui closer. The plump Shi Yuebai, resembling a mountain of flesh, formed a seal above her head with her hands, illuminating it with a soft glow. She placed this gentle light upon Shi Xiangrui's forehead. In the name of the great sorcerer, I bestow upon you this name. May your life be filled with auspiciousness and blessings. As water flows smoothly, may the wind carry you effortlessly. When you walk to the mountains, may the paths be clear. When you venture into the mist, may the clouds disperse. Shi Xiangrui opened her bright eyes, gazing at Shi Yuebai, and cooed softly. Take her away now. Go about your business. Nong Yasi blinked in astonishment. She always felt that the motion just performed by Shi Yuebai resembled a magical trick, akin to some ancient ritual. Could it be that Shi Yuebai is an extraordinary being? With this thought in mind, Nong Yasi supported Shi Yuebai as they walked outside, shaking her head. There are indeed extraordinary beings in the wasteland, but they are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, often existing only in legends. Extraordinary beings represent the pinnacle of the wasteland, the apex of a pyramid. If Shi Yuebai truly were one of them, it would be inconceivable for her to reside in such a desolate place with the Shi family. The best material conditions in the wasteland belong solely to those extraordinary beings. Guai Guai has never collected useless daily necessities. Instead, his tent is filled with an assortment of various parts. Alongside the shopping cart, Nong Yasi held 2 small prosthetic limbs. A gift from Guai Guai, intended for Yao Yao. Every time the Shi family ventured out to scavenge, Shi Yuebai had to carry Shi Yao Yao on her back. It was tiring for her, and Shi Yao Yao was quite uncomfortable as well. Observing their joy, Shi Yuebai promptly urged Nong Yasi to change Shi Yao Yao into the prosthetics, appreciating that Guai Guai was of some assistance. She was quite satisfied and immediately instructed the excited Shi Yuebai to deliver 10 bottles of water to the neighbor. Nong Yasi's Shi Yuebai frowned and asked, Yuebai, do we have 10 bottles of water? What she truly wished to inquire was whether they possessed such an abundance of water. They had just used a jug of purified water to clean Shi Xiangrui, and according to Shi Yuebai's plan, they were supposed to bathe Shi Yao Yao shortly. Therefore, was there enough water left to send to Guai Guai? Shi Yuebai, feeling impatient, retorted, There's enough. Just go and deliver it. Isn't your daughter's ability to stand, run, and jump worth at least 10 bottles of water? Those bottles were scavenged, requiring no investment. Merely a heap of discarded containers accumulated beneath the tarp. Shi Yuebai expressed disdain. Shi Yuebai said nothing further, groping her way over to take the bag of 10 bottles of clean water that Shi Yuebai offered. Undoubtedly, this water need not be tested. It is assuredly priceless, devoid of any radioactive contamination. Shi Yuebai even felt a peculiar illusion, as though everything received from Shi Yuebai was guaranteed to be free from radiation. Suddenly, the peculiar neighbor emerged from his tarp and hurled an object into Shi's household shelter. Shi Yuebai, puzzled, picked up the item from the ground and widened her eyes in astonishment. A gun. It appeared to be homemade. Goodness, what manner of being is this peculiar neighbor? Capable of crafting such a thing? What is it, Yuebai? Shi Yuebai inquired anxiously, moving closer. Shi Yuebai handed the crude, self-made pistol to Shi Yuebai, stating, It's a reciprocation from the peculiar neighbor. You should hold on to it. In the tarp, Nong Yasi, who was helping Shi Yao Yao to stand and walk, wore an expression of excitement. They possessed a gun. Oh my, they actually had a gun. Although this firearm appeared rather antiquated, far inferior to the laser weapons wielded by mercenaries, it still utilized old-fashioned bullets. Nevertheless, this object was certainly preferable to mere clubs. Many who struggled in the wasteland lacked even a basic, old-fashioned pistol. Chapter 25. At present, Shi Yuebai weighs 730 pounds. And both Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai can hardly conceal their excitement. The acquisition of firearms signifies a certain degree of deterrence. Those survivors with malicious intent must now weigh their options, mindful of the ammunition in their hands. As the evening light waned, Shi Yuebai took a brief rest and assessed her current weight. After a period of diligent activity and discreetly infusing each person with a pound of fatty energy while others were preoccupied, her weight settled at 730 pounds. At this moment, Shi Yuebai was fervently inscribing the 100 characters for Tian. To safeguard her eyes from strain, Shi Yuebai provided her with a solar lamp discovered during their scavenging in the ruins. While others deemed it worthless debris, Shi Yuebai found it rather intriguing. This solar lamp, when placed in a well-lit area, absorbs energy for later use. When needed, one merely has to activate the switch atop the lamp. Though the illumination it provides is fleeting, it is sufficient for Shi Yuebai to complete her task. Meanwhile, Shi saw organized items from the tarpaulin, placing a soiled cushion into the shopping cart procured from the peculiar vendor. This cart would henceforth serve as Shi Yuebai's baby carriage. While Nong Yasi tended to Shi Yuebai and Shi Mu, Shi Yuebai cast a water-gathering spell, filling a wooden basin with a generous amount of water. Yao, come here. Just then, Shi Yuebai finished writing the 100 characters for Tian. She was not accustomed to rising from the chair, seemingly inclined to sit on the floor instead, using her hands to maneuver herself. Yao, come over here. Shi Yuebai's tone was somewhat stern. You must adapt quickly, for no one has the luxury of time to teach you. Shi Yuebai looked at Shi Yuebai in panic, particularly fearful of inciting her aunt's anger. Having already crouched down, she gradually stood up, laboriously making her way towards Shi Yuebai step by step. Shi saw, managing the shopping cart, anxiously strained to listen to the sound of Shi Yuebai's footsteps. Nong Yasi, holding Shi Yuebai, also stood up nervously, ready to lend a helping hand to Shi Yuebai at any moment. Yuebai, after all, Yao has just been fitted with a prosthetic limb. Nong Yasi considered Shi Yuebai's demands rather harsh. It was commendable that Shi Yuebai could stand and adapt to her sense of balance so soon after receiving the prosthetic. Sitting on the flatbed cart, Shi Yuebai cast a glance at Nong Yasi. There is no time. She had little opportunity to instruct Shi Yuebai. Shi saw was already quite busy, attending to both Shi Yuebai and Shi Mu. Thus, Shi Yuebai fell solely under Shi Yuebai's supervision. However, Shi Yuebai was not a particularly patient individual. If she were to manage Shi Yuebai, it would be with her own stringent methods. Fortunately, Shi Yuebai was quite obedient to Shi Yuebai's commands. She staggered, stepping on her prosthetic, advancing towards Shi Yuebai with cautious determination. Several times, Shi Yuebai nearly stumbled, causing Shi saw to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet, the young girl steadied her footing, ultimately arriving before Shi Yuebai without incident. Sister Shi and Nong Yasi both exhaled a sigh of relief. However, almost immediately, the sound of water emerged. It was then that they realized the basin placed by the bridge pier had inexplicably filled to the brim with water. Sister Shi believed that Shi Yuebai was merely speaking idly, but it turned out Shi Yuebai was quite serious, given Shi Yuebai's resolute nature. Despite their regret over the precious basin of clean water, neither dared to voice their concerns. When Shi Yuebai emerged from the large basin of murky water, she appeared utterly transformed, reminiscent of a cartoon character with an oversized head, rather endearing in appearance. All right, it's time for bed, Shi Yuebai said, gently ruffling Shi Yueba's hair as she watched the little girl toddle towards the mattress, carefully lying down beside her mother. Nong Yasi, attending to Shi Yuebai, furrowed her brow in worry. Observing Shi Yuebai seated on a flat cart, leaning against a pile of rubble with her eyes closed in contemplation, Nong Yasi approached with Shi Yuebai cradled in her arms. What shall we do next? She inquired. Shi Yuebai had been delivered by Nong Yasi herself, and her profound sense of responsibility left her deeply concerned for the child's future. Shi Yuebai, her face smeared with dirt and adorned with a prominent double chin, looked up at Nong Yasi in confusion. What do you mean, what to do? We simply raise the child. What else is there? Nong Yasi sighed, settling beside Shi Yuebai with Shi Yuebai in her arms. I just checked on your mother's condition. She is quite elderly and lacks breast milk. This means the child will have to be fed formula. Yet, in the wasteland, where could one possibly find such a thing? Even the scant remnants of expired milk powder had long been scavenged by survivors and sold to the affluent in the grand cities. As if to corroborate Nong Yasi's words, the tiny bundle of flesh in her arms seemed to grow hungry, pouting its little mouth and on the verge of crying out loud. In the dead of night, even though Shi Mu had fainted onto the mattress, she still furrowed her brows restlessly. Shi Yuebai extended her plump hand and gently caressed Shi Xiangrui's small head. She drew forth strands of fatty energy from her own body and infused them into Shi Xiangrui. The child, who was about to wail from hunger, gradually quieted down. Nong Yasi merely assumed that Shi Xiangrui was too young and would tire after a few cries. With worry etched on her face, she remarked that the child's cries did not bode well. Poor cries indicated that the child might not thrive. Furthermore, in a desolate environment like this, it seemed almost predetermined that Shi Xiangrui would not survive for long. Shi Yuebai pressed her lips together in silence and suggested, "You should take Xiangrui and rest. There will be endless tasks awaiting us tomorrow." Nong Yasi's heart sank at the thought of unending tasks. How many men would one need to manage all that? Yet, she found some comfort in the notion that the Shi family was now her best option. She settled on the edge of the mattress with Shi Xiangrui, who slept for an hour before beginning to whimper again. Shi Yuebai hardly slept a wink that night. Each time Shi Xiangrui began to whine, she would infuse a bit of fatty energy into the little body. Alas, the tiny being was so fragile that Shi Yuebai could only provide a small amount each time. Fearing that too much might overwhelm the child's delicate constitution, after enduring a sleepless night, Nong Yasi awoke to receive a task assigned by Shi Yuebai. 50 of them. Nong Yasi's face turned pale. 50? Immediately, she heard Shi Yuebai add, "We also have 500 small buns on hand. Take 50 of them, and see if you can exchange them for some clean clothes or various necessities." Chapter 26. Here is a pot. Nong Yasi gazed at Shi Yuebai, nearly rendered speechless. "I thought. What did you think?" Shi Yuebai frowned, looking at Nong Yasi with a perplexed expression. What was she trying to convey? Nong Yasi quickly shook her head. "No, it's nothing." Sighing in silence, she turned towards the box of buns and began to count out 50 small buns. When she turned back, Shi Yuebai had already given instructions to Shi Yaoyao. She directed her to spread the pile of small stones collected by Shi Yaoyao all the way to the outside of the tent. The daylight illuminated the arranged stones, pressing them into the stony ground. The glossy little stones reflected a muted sheen, holding a bundle of small buns. Nong Yasi suddenly noticed that these stones seemed to form a mysterious and intricate pattern. "Yubai, what are these?" she wondered, finding the pattern rather appealing. With an even tone, Shi Yuebai replied, "It's merely decoration." "Well, it seems rather dull." Nong Yasi dared not inquire further. Clutching her bundle of buns, she observed the group of survivor teams drawing closer. The eyes of the survivors sparkled with longing, particularly as they beheld the small buns cradled in Nong Yasi's arms, each struggling to contain their excitement. Shi Yuebai sat upon a flat cart, directing Shi Yu until every stone in her hands had been laid out. "Now, complete your assignments," she instructed. "Write the character T on 90 times and D 100 times. Obediently, Shi Yu rose to her feet. A collective gasp arose from the nearby onlookers. Could it be that this paralytic had truly stood? Surely, I must have misheard. Shi Yuebai was asking this intellectually challenged individual to write? Could she even hold a pen? Sister-in-law Shi raised her hand, fumbling as she emerged from beneath the tarpaulin. Perhaps driven by a maternal instinct, she indignantly rebuffed the spectators, declaring, "Who says Yao Yao cannot write? You must not speak such nonsense." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Everyone was well aware of the Shi family's circumstances. Shi Yu, a simpleton. What else could she do besides scream? Sister-in-law Shi opened her mouth to explain, but Shi Yuebai raised a hand to halt her. There's no need for sister-in-law to elaborate. Yao Yao simply needs to strive diligently. There is no requirement to prove herself to anyone. She must work silently, for one day. Her transformation will astonish all who have looked down upon her. Shi Yuebai's gaze was remarkably calm, her demeanor neither arrogant nor impatient. Nong Yasi couldn't help but cast another deep glance at Shi Yuebai. This young woman's cognitive abilities had already surpassed those of most in the wasteland. Even in her current state, her character possessed an irresistible charm. Nong Yasi reaffirmed her choice. She had not aligned herself with the wrong person. "Dr. Nong, you shall remain within the confines of the tent today, exchanging bread for supplies while tending to Xiangrui and my mother. Additionally, you are required to review Shi Yu's assignments. Should any character be poorly written, she must rewrite it 100 times." Shi Yuebai handed the chain that bound Shirmu to Nong Yasi, who had only taken Shire Saw out to scavenge today. Recently joining the frail and ailing ranks of the Shi family, Nong Yasi felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. In disbelief, she inquired, "Do you truly have such faith in me?" Shi Yuebai gently stroked Xiangrui's small head, infusing him with nourishing energy. "Do you see the decorative stones laid upon the ground?" She explained, "You must not venture beyond this boundary. those individuals cannot enter either. Of course, Shi Yuebai could not simply place her trust in Nong Yasi. In this world, no one was worthy of her trust. She had drawn an invisible line, forbidding any of the survivors within the team from entering. Nong Yasi was equally confined, with 2 bottles of water in her backpack. Shire Sa was about to depart when Nong Yasi urgently questioned, "Are there specific requirements for the supplies we obtain? For instance, should we focus on certain aspects? Besides clean clothing, those 50 small loaves of bread should yield even more goods. Decide for yourself regarding the rest." As they traversed the rocky path, Shire Sa voiced her concerns to Shi Yuebai. "As we scavenge, do you think the others in the team might attempt to seize the bread from Dr. Nong?" In recent days, Shi Yuebai has vividly demonstrated her formidable and harsh nature. Initially, Shi Yuebai suffered greatly from Shi Yuebai's cruelty. However, when this malevolence is directed towards outsiders, it serves as an effective deterrent, alleviating any concerns. Shi Yuebai is also deeply worried about Shi Xiangrui. She senses that Dr. Nong holds little hope for the child. It seems likely that this young one may soon depart from this world. Perhaps an earlier departure would be merciful, sparing Shi Xiangrui from the harsh realities of this unforgiving wasteland, which would undoubtedly lead to profound disappointment. The 2 women scavenged together, though they did not venture far. Without Shi Yao's frequent need for restroom breaks, and with Shi Mu no longer wandering about, their pace of scavenging quickened considerably. Shi Yuebai has nearly abandoned the quest for edible provisions, realizing how scarce they are. Even if they were to find something, it would hardly elicit any joy from Shi Yuebai. Instead, Shi Yuebai prefers to seek out practical items for daily living, such as various bottles, jars, and basins. "Yuebai, look here, I have found a pot," Shi Yuebai exclaimed as she turned over a large stone, revealing a frying pan hidden beneath. Shi Yuebai's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wonderful! Tonight, we can fry some potato slices." Although Shi Yuebai and her companions could rely on her stored energy to survive without food or water for a time, the occasional indulgence of appetite must also be satisfied. Nearby, several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to exhaustion amidst the stone-patterned terrain. Nong Yasi stood at the entrance of the tent, cradling the wailing Shi Yuebai, who had been crying for over an hour, her voice growing increasingly resonant. It seemed she was desperately hungry. As Shi Yuebai approached the patterned edge of the ground, she collided with an invisible barrier, causing Nong Yasi to stagger back a few steps from an unseen force. Overwhelmed with urgency, she called out, "Have you found any formula?" The child's cries suddenly softened, a sign of her resilience. She was healthy and capable of thriving. Chapter 27. Acquire more cement. Repair the road. Shi Yuebai shrugged her shoulders. They had ventured out to scavenge, but had found nothing edible, let alone any expired formula. Nong Yasi anxiously trailed behind Shi Yuebai and the others, pondering their predicament. "What should we do? Perhaps we can dissolve some bread in water?" She recalled the food inside the tent, an abundance of sprouted potatoes and a few hundred small loaves of bread. These were their only viable options. The small loaves could be mixed with water to create a bland paste suitable for infants. Although Nong Yasi understood that newborns should not consume such fare, it was the only solution available. Shi Yuebai firmly declared, "That won't do." Nong Yasi's lips quivered as she hesitated to speak, noticing that sister-in-law Shi remained silent. She felt compelled to refrain from arguing. In the Shi household, any pronouncement from Shi Yuebai was treated as an edict. In the days before the wasteland, her family had indulged her, but now, the situation had changed. Their collective intelligence had diminished post-apocalypse, and presently, Shi Yuebai's domineering nature had intensified, rendering her even more formidable than before. However, due to her dominance, she did not inflict any harm upon the few remaining individuals in the Shi family. Thus, Shi Yuebai now finds herself at the mercy of Shi Yuebai's whims, responding to her every command. Handing over the little bundle, Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow as she gazed at the diminutive form of Shi Xiangrui in her arms. She is flesh, and yet, in this vast expanse of flesh, a rare flicker of compassion arose within her heart for this tiny being. How small she is. Shi Yuebai lifted her plump hand and gently stroked Shi Xiangrui's little head. Observing the infant's heart-wrenching cries, she noted that the nourishment could only trickle into such a fragile body. Soon enough, Shi Xiangrui quieted down, succumbing to sleep amidst her sobs. How embarrassing it is to witness such a display over a morsel of food. Yet, it seems she could barely sustain even a fraction of that nourishment. Shi Yuebai expressed her disdain with words, returning Shi Xiangrui to the bewildered Nong Yasi. "What has happened to her?" Nong Yasi inquired, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Shi Xiangrui. With a hint of malice, Shi Yuebai replied. Perhaps she fainted from hunger. Among the garments, there were several new outfits, all in pristine condition. Shi Yuebai unwrapped one of the dresses, her brow knitting as she shook the chiffon fabric. No wonder they resorted to trading these new clothes for bread. What woman in the wasteland would dare don a dress in public? Surely, that would invite trouble. Nong Yasi placed the sleeping Shi Xiangrui into the shopping cart, her expression betraying a sense of guilt. Yuebai, I have not managed things well. In truth, she had intended to select clothing and other necessities with great care. The scarcity of survival resources in the wasteland is appallingly dire. She proposed to exchange bread for clothing, preferably new garments. A multitude of individuals, clutching heaps of clothes resembling mountains, approached her for a trade. Initially, she was selective, opting for 10 pieces of clothing in exchange for a single loaf of bread. However, as time passed, she became overwhelmed by the sheer abundance. Inevitably, some individuals mixed impractical attire among the bundles. Moreover, the crowd swelled, with many attempting to breach the designated area on the ground. Reflecting on this, Nong Yasi opened her mouth, pointing at the small stones scattered inside and outside the tarp. Yuebai, I've noticed something peculiar. It seems that those outside cannot enter our stone perimeter. Nong Yasi chose to remain silent. Let us keep these beautiful dresses for now. I shall wear them in the future. Shi Yuebai harbored no resentment towards Nong Yasi for any missteps. Everyone makes mistakes, and Nong Yasi was not at fault. Although Shi Yuebai was a formidable figure, often domineering over the witch clan, she also possessed a penchant for beauty. Throwing a chiffon skirt to Shi Yuebai, Shi Yuebai instructed, fold it neatly and place it in that Wang Wali cabinet. Yao, there's a set of children's clothing. Go and try it on. Shi Yuebai shook a pink t-shirt and blue jeans in her hands. The size was perfectly suited for Shi Yuebai, who would also receive a pink butterfly headband to complement the outfit. The fragrant little girl adorned in clean new clothes would make the perfect match. Obediently, Shi Yuebai took the new clothes to try on, while Shi Yuebai continued to rummage through the items until her hand suddenly froze. Her gaze fell upon several bags of cement in the corner. Nong Yasi hurriedly explained that this morning, while exchanging bread, someone had brought over a few bags of cement. She felt increasingly ashamed and lowered her head. In truth, she had observed the Shi family's life, which seemed to be quite serene, with the family living in unity and harmony. Nong Yasi couldn't help but allow her thoughts to wander, considering whether she could repair the collapsed public toilet nestled among the pile of rubble. Otherwise, the entire family would continue to eat, drink, and attend to their needs beneath the tarpaulin, which was quite unsanitary. Moreover, Shi's mother had a penchant for wandering about, oblivious to the filth she might be treading in. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Nong Yasi softly expressed her thoughts. She lifted her gaze, anxiously looking at Shi Yuebai, whose hollow eyes contained but a faint hint of darkness amidst the whiteness. Her face was turned towards Shi Yuebai, clearly awaiting her judgment. Nong Yasi then glanced at Shi Yuebai, fearing that she might be upset, as her brow was tightly furrowed, resembling a deep, engraved character etched upon her forehead. We still need to repair a road leading directly to that public toilet, Shi Yuebai finally spoke. However, her words were not a reprimand for Nong Yasi's exchange of bread for cement. Instead, she regarded Nong Yasi with appreciation, saying, "You have done quite well. But the amount of cement is insufficient. Even if we restore the toilet, it will only benefit those of you who are able-bodied. What about me and Shi Yuebai?" The collapsed public toilet was not far from their tarpaulin, yet Shi Yuebai's flat cart could not traverse the rubble. Shi Yuebai had just fitted her prosthetic limb, and traversing flat ground proved to be a challenge, let alone overcoming a pile of rubble each time she needed to use the restroom. Nong Yasi stammered, What should we do? Perhaps we could mix in more cement and construct a path, suggested Shi Yuebai with a shrug. If we clear the rubble and create a pathway from the tarpaulin to the restroom, it would perfectly resolve the issue of accessing the facilities in a wheelchair. Nong Yasi was taken aback by Shi Yuebai's words. Sister-in-law Shi, she exclaimed, startled. Shi Yuebai snapped her fingers softly. Excellent. It seems there are no objections from anyone. Starting tomorrow, we will clear away that pile of rubble behind us. Chapter 28. Isolating ourselves from the entire team in truth. Nong Yasi's suggestion to replace the cement was rather presumptuous. Overwhelmed with responsibilities managing the constantly moving Shi, caring for Shi Xiangrui, and accommodating the numerous survivors seeking bread, she had barely processed the sight of several bags of cement amidst the chaos. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about repairing the restroom behind the Shi family's tarpaulin, yet she had not considered her own lack of skills in such matters. let alone the necessity of forging a new path. However, Shi Yuebai was resolute in her intentions, and few could sway her decisions. By the following day, as Shi saw and Nong Yasi awoke, Shi Yuebai presented each of them with a piece of cloth. Our current conditions are quite challenging. We lack shovels and vehicles for transporting stones. Thus, we can only use our hands to place the stones onto the cloth, and then use the fabric to transport those fragments to the front. Shi Yuebai indicated the direction to the two individuals. Currently, the location of the Shi family's tarpaulin is situated beneath the collapsed pier of a bridge. This area is undoubtedly the most chaotic, littered with refuse and strewn with an abundance of rubble. Consequently, the members of the team are reluctant to reside here. They banded together, forcing the Shi family and the peculiar ones to inhabit this disordered space, while they themselves took refuge in the wider, cleaner riverbed beneath the bridge. The public restroom is positioned above the pier, partially collapsed and obscured. According to Shi Yuebai's intentions, they need to manually clear a path through the mountain of rubble beneath the pier. The stones that are moved will be piled in front of the Shi family's tarpaulin, forming a natural barricade that separates us from the entire team. Nong Yasi glanced towards the exterior of the Shi family's tarpaulin. Shi Yuebai nodded and nonchalantly remarked, "It is essential to create a barrier. Otherwise, the restroom we painstakingly organized would be available for their free use. How delightful that would be. From now on, anyone wishing to use the Shi family's restroom must pay a fee." Nong Yasi looked at Shi Yuebai, who had already turned to begin moving stones. In any case, Shi Yuebai's words were not to be disregarded, so it was better to complete the assigned task promptly. With urgency, Nong Yasi turned around, placing the fragments onto the cloth piece by piece, then grasping its four corners to transport the stones to the location designated by Shi Yuebai. Shi Yaoyao wobbled to her feet, eager to offer assistance. Shi Yuebai raised the long stick in her hand, resembling a foreman, and began to write. She inscribed the character heaven 80 times, earth 90 times, and human 100 times. Upon completing these characters, she proceeded to solve 100 addition problems within 5. After ensuring Shi Yaoyao was settled, her gaze turned to Shirmu. Shirmu had given birth yet appeared as if she had not. She seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that she had a child. Upon awakening, she wandered about in a frenzied state, not even casting a glance at Shixi angrily. Among all the members of the Shi family, Shirmu only obediently heeded Shi Yuebai's words. Noticing Shi Yuebai's gaze upon her, Shirmu, who had initially intended to flee, halted her movements. She adjusted herself, watching Shi Yuebai with a slight, almost mischievous smile. Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow, pointing towards the pile of firewood beneath the tarp. "Mother, you have started the fire. Do not let it burn anything else. Then heat some water for yourself to take a bath." Shirmu was much dirtier than both Shi Yaoyao and Shi Yuebai. After giving birth, Shi Yuebai had little time to concern herself with Shirmu's state. Nong Yasi had provided Shirmu with adult safety pants for the postpartum discharge. However, Shirmu was unaware of the need to change them. Having not cleaned herself before or after childbirth, her current condition was appallingly odorous. She was a mother who indulged her children, at least in the eyes of Shi Yuebai. Upon hearing Shi Yuebai's instructions, Shirmu promptly settled by the fire, beginning to tend to the embers. The weather had suddenly become quite cold, causing the survivors in the team to huddle their necks and don long garments as they ventured outside the Shi family's tarp. In front of the tent, a delicate line of crushed stones has been meticulously arranged around the patterned area of empty space. As is well known, the rules set forth by Shi Yuebai prohibit entry into the area paved with pebbles. Consequently, some individuals stand outside the stone pattern, vociferously calling out, "Shi Yuebai, Shi Yuebai. Is there bread for exchange today?" Shi Yuebai, maintaining a stern expression, sits quietly within the tent, uttering not a word. Before her lies a large basin of water. Nong Yasi, engaged in clearing stones from behind the tent, upon hearing the commotion, promptly retrieves several small loaves of bread and steps outside to address the crowd, stating, "Yuebai has decreed that today we shall exchange for cement, 10 bags of cement for 1 loaf of bread. Bring as much cement as you can, and it will be exchanged." Outside, a group of survivors clutching clothing immediately vocalizes their discontent. Why only exchange for cement? How can new clothes possibly be inferior to cement? What gives rise to this discrimination? Nong Yasi's lips quiver slightly as she contemplates their words, ultimately conceding, "If you wish to exchange, then bring the cement, and we shall trade." She turns away, carrying the loaves back into the tent. Today, her responsibilities are numerous, leaving her little time to engage in dialogue with this group of comrades. Wait. A survivor exclaims, hoisting a box of disinfectant. Do you need this? It's not expired. The most recent production date before the wasteland. Look, I have 10 boxes and I will exchange it for 60 loaves of bread. The urgency in the survivor's voice is palpable as he pushes forward. Each box contains 6 bottles of disinfectant, all of them 1 liter large. His feet tread upon the stone pattern, and although he feels faint, he continues to hold aloft the box of disinfectant. In the tent, Shi Yuebai began to exchange goods, specifically medical supplies, with the understanding that no bargaining would occur. The demand for medical supplies was high everywhere. Survivors outside the city, upon scavenging medical items, typically brought them into the city in exchange for food. However, the prices within the city were exorbitant. 60 bottles of disinfectant might not even secure 60 small loaves of bread. For a survivor to trade 60 bottles of disinfectant for 60 loaves of bread from Shi Yuebai was indeed a profitable transaction. Nong Yasi promptly extended her hand to receive the box of disinfectant and handed over the loaves of bread to the survivor. Boxes of disinfectant were transported into the gravel-patterned area. The survivors were astounded and inquired of Nong Yasi, will you exchange for everything? What about cement? We have brought some. Some quick-thinking survivors had already rushed off to fetch cement the moment Nong Yasi emerged from the tent. Nong Yasi, busy and perspiring, exchanged 10 small loaves for 100 bags of cement. By the time she completed her tasks, it was already afternoon. She looked apologetically at Shi Yuebai, who had been silently laboring to move stones. I'm so sorry, Yuebai. I've made you handle all my work. That's all right. You should go wash up, Shi Yuebai replied, equally fatigued, her back weary from the labor. Strangely, neither of them felt hungry. Not only did she feel no hunger, but also Shi Yaoyao, Nong Yasi, and even Shi Xiangrui felt the same. Shi Xiangrui let out a few soft sounds, and upon receiving a gentle pat on the head from Shi Yuebai, he drifted back to sleep. Chapter 29. Currently, there are still 725 pounds remaining. Nong Yasi was about to decline. With survival being so precarious, it seemed futile to waste water even for washing. She was aware that the Shi family possessed a small amount of clean water, but that precious resource had been allocated for bathing the 2 children. As adults, if they were not parched at the moment, it would be prudent not to seize that scant supply of water. Interestingly, the bathwater used by Shi Yuebai and Shi Xiangrui was, in fact, potable. Nong Yasi had yet to grasp where the basin of bathwater, once used by Shi Yuebai, had been taken by Shi Yuebai. The water in the basin was remarkably clean, crystal clear to the bottom. Shi Yuebai utilized this water to wash her hands and arms. Although her hands did not emerge thoroughly cleansed, the water in the basin turned an inky black. Noticing Nong Yasi's gaze, Shi Yuebai raised her hand and poured the basin's contents over a patch of potato seedlings nearby. Nong Yasi's lips moved slightly. She thought that even if the water had turned so dark, it was still preferable to that which would cause instant death upon a single sip. Yet, her attention fell upon the small patch of potato seedlings, and her eyes sparkled with hope. Beside the bridge pier, there was a plot of land that Shi Yuebai had deliberately left vacant. It was not expansive, measuring at most 2 square meters. Some sprouted potatoes lay buried beneath the soil. She poured all the used water onto this small plot. Unbeknownst to her, those sprouted potatoes buried in the earth began to break through the surface, growing at an extraordinary pace. In this barren soil, ordinary people could not cultivate crops. It is said that certain individuals with extraordinary abilities can accomplish remarkable feats. However, the crops cultivated by these gifted beings are exclusively supplied to those at the pinnacle of society, leaving the ordinary survivors bereft of any sustenance. In the tent of the Shi family, a few vibrant potato sprouts can be discovered, and even if it meant enduring thirst, it would be deemed worthwhile by Nong Yasi. Moreover, at present, Nong Yasi does not feel parched. The women of the Shi family huddle together as they sleep. Last night, Nong Yasi rested beside Shi Mu, and upon awakening this morning, she felt invigorated, as if her entire being were infused with vitality. She experienced neither thirst nor hunger, her energy was abundant, and she walked without dizziness or disorientation. Beneath the bridge, Shi Yuebai extended a small plastic basin filled with water to Nong Yasi. Glancing down, she observed that the basin was brimming with water, filling to the brim in mere moments of her distraction. A twinge of hesitation gripped her. Yuebai. This feels excessive. Before she could finish her thought, her gaze fell upon a large basin of water at Shi Yuebai's feet, filled to the top with the precious, clear liquid that was as invaluable as gold. Nong Yasi contemplated a wild notion. Could it be that the Shi family's clean water was inexhaustible? She resolved to wash her hands and face, and in the evening, assist her mother with a bath. Without delay, Shi Yuebai thrust the basin into Nong Yasi's hands. Lacking the time for pleasantries, the women of the Shi family maintained their physical cleanliness, ensuring that they could rest more peacefully when they snuggled together at night. It is not to the extent that one dreams of slumbering alongside a herd of foul-smelling swine. Nong Yasi's heart ached unbearably. Yet she heeded Shi Yuebai's counsel and immersed a clean towel in the crystalline water. With meticulous care, she wiped her hands and face with the golden-hued pure water. The shame of such extravagant wastefulness brought tears to her eyes. "Yuebai, I truly feel something peculiar about my body these past few days," Nong Yasi remarked cautiously, as she wiped away the sweat from her arms, face, and neck. "I find that I am not hungry at all." Shi Yuebai's voice, tinged with indifference, responded, "As long as you can survive, what need is there to ponder so deeply? It is perfectly acceptable to remain somewhat bewildered." Nong Yasi surprisingly found wisdom in Shi Yuebai's words. The life she now led was one she had previously dared not even imagine. For the women of the wasteland, Nong Yasi was now living a life akin to paradise. Noticing Nong Yasi's newfound tranquility, Shi Yuebai maneuvered the flatbed cart to the dizzying array on the ground. In the past couple of days, she had been tirelessly engaged in numerous tasks. Each morning, while the others were still in slumber, Shi Yuebai would methodically administer fat energy to each individual. Today, due to the increased labor intensity, both Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai were rapidly depleting their fat energy reserves. Thus, Shi Yuebai took advantage of their moments of rest, gently patting their shoulders, and surreptitiously infused them with fat energy in a swift motion. In addition, Shi Yuebai made significant modifications to the disorienting array on the ground. Not only did she enhance the disorientation effect, but she also added a layer of restriction. Those from the outside could enter the disorienting array, yet upon entry, they would immediately feel dizzy and disoriented. Should they venture further inside, they would faint. Nong Yasi, however, could not escape. If she attempted to leave the disorienting array, she would encounter an invisible barrier. This exceedingly complex formation required Shi Yuebai to expend an even greater amount of her bodily fat energy. Thus, her fat reserves fluctuated, and she currently weighed 725 pounds. Losing weight proved to be an arduous task indeed. As night fell, the activity of exchanging bread for supplies within the Shi family's tent had concluded for the day. Shi Yuebai finally completed the substantial amount of assignments that Shi Yuebai had assigned to her. She joined Shi Yuebai and Nong Yasi, and the three of them worked together to manually transport a pile of rubble located behind the tent. Ija arrived with 2 mercenaries to observe the elderly, sick, and disabled members of the Shi family. What they witnessed was the scene of the women of the Shi family toiling diligently. They were astonished to discover that outside the tent, a line had been formed using the rubble. "What are you doing?" Ija inquired of Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, his gaze searching for Shi Yuebai. He spotted her maneuvering a handcart, emerging from the tent. Ija, filled with indignation, questioned, "Yuebai, are the members of your team forcing you to do this? How do you explain the elderly and disabled not scavenging outside, but rather laboring here?" Ija understood that due to the absence of men in the Shi family, the members of the team would undoubtedly harbor discontent towards the elderly and disabled of the Shi family. However, he did not anticipate that. Even with mercenaries backing the Shi family, the members of this team would still ostracize them. "Are they instructing you to draw a line and separate yourselves?" Ija remarked, a hint of resentment shadowing his handsome features. "You need not worry, Yuebai. I shall confront them." Shi Yuebai, in response, bestowed upon Ija a token of goodwill, stating, "No, it was I who urged them to act this way." Upon finishing her words, Shi Yuebai gestured towards Ija and the 2 mercenaries, declaring, "I intend to construct a wall to segregate the Shi family from the rest of the team. Your arrival is fortuitous. With your strength, you can assist in moving a large stone." Chapter 30. She has always considered us all. Shi Yuebai's declaration caused Ija to halt in his tracks, surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes. It was not only him. Even the 2 mercenaries he had brought along wore expressions of disbelief. They were eager to pry open Shi Yuebai's mind to uncover what thoughts resided within. Given the hardships faced by this frail and ailing group, should they not be seizing every moment to scavenge diligently? For the past few days, Ija had been active in the area where the Shi family team resided, utilizing his authority for personal gain, showing a subtle favoritism towards them. After all, the Shi family faced numerous inconveniences while foraging. If he could encounter Shi Yuebai and her companions during his patrols, he might lend them a helping hand. Yet, Shi Yuebai and her family seldom ventured out to scavenge, making them difficult to find. Ija had even worried for several days about the well-being of those women from the Shi family. Today, I could not resist the temptation to take a glance, only to discover that Shi Yuebai had surprisingly assigned them to undertake arduous labor. Not only did she designate the women of the Shi family for this task, but she also intended to recruit Ija and his companions. In a fit of indignation, Ija led the two mercenaries into the Shi family tent and removed a substantial boulder. It was a rather large and heavy stone. No wonder Shi Yuebai had summoned these strong men for assistance. With a stern expression, Ija signaled to the other two mercenaries, and together they rolled up their sleeves, proceeding to move several other larger stones out of the tent and setting them aside. Observing Iju's benevolence, Shi Yuebai pointed to several locations with a long stick. The remaining large stones were certainly beyond the capabilities of Shi Saw and Nong Yasi to manage. Shi Yuebai's current strength was barely sufficient to sustain the women within the tent. It was quite a struggle for her. The thought of relocating such numerous large stones was daunting, and Ija had indeed rendered her an immense service. He resolved to minimize the disturbances to these individuals in the future. After placing the stone down, Ija pressed his hand against his shoulder and shook out his arms. He glanced inside the tent, where only a few fragments of stone remained. Subsequently, he picked up a cardboard box and placed it before Shi Yuebai. "This is some milk powder I exchanged with my points." Ija was now the sole survivor of his family, with some deceased and others missing. Despite possessing a significant amount of points, he found them of little use. With concern for the child in Shi Mu's womb, Ija decided to use his points to procure some milk powder and a few packages of biscuits from the city. He crouched before Shi Yuebai, observing her formidable presence akin to a mountain of flesh. With a tone reminiscent of an elder brother, he earnestly advised, "Yuebai, you were the one I cherished the most. So please take care to scavenge properly and refrain from causing further trouble." Shi Yuebai pressed her lips together, initially unwilling to engage with Ija. However, she caught a whiff of blood emanating from him. She turned, retrieving a bottle of disinfectant. "Let me clean your wounds first," she said. Ija paused for a moment, glancing down at the disinfectant now nestled in his embrace. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai had already pivoted her handcart, heading into the tarpaulin to inspect the heap of rubble behind. She entrusted Ija to the care of second sister Shi and Nong Yasi. As a powerful shaman, her prowess lay in combat rather than social interactions. It must be noted that after an entire day's effort in clearing the debris, some progress had indeed been made. At the very least, a substantial area within the Shi family's tarpaulin had been cleared, revealing a foundation of bluestone tiles. Shi Yuebai looked up at the towering mound of rubble. Beneath it, there should be a stone-paved path leading directly to the public restroom. Ascending further would bring one to the bridge. "Yuebai, I must take my leave now, but I will return tomorrow to help you with scavenging." Ija's voice resonated from outside the tarpaulin. In this wasteland, aside from mercenaries and those with abilities, the sight of individuals not engaged in scavenging seemed rather out of place. Thus, Shi Yuebai did not decline Ija's offer. Unsettled, Ija approached, glancing up at the rubble that loomed overhead. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Yuebai, what else do you plan to do?" Sister Shi cautiously approached, apologetically stating that Yuebai intended to clear a path for the convenience of the elderly and infirm to access the public restroom. She had always been considerate of everyone's needs. Sister Shi was protective of Shi Yuebai, unwilling to allow anyone to misinterpret her intentions. Strangely, there was not a shred of hunger evident. Ija remained silent, casting a deep glance at Shi Yuebai, while the two mercenaries behind him scoffed. "Sister, it seems your esteemed young lady is still a bit unclear about her priorities." Those well-versed in financial news would be aware of the Shi family. Shi's father rose from humble beginnings to become one of the wealthiest individuals in just over 2 decades. Sure, he may have endured some hardships in his youth, eventually becoming a guard, which suited his character. However, Shi Yuebai was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, raised in luxury, and her demeanor had been shaped to be quite self-important by her family. Consequently, she often faced ridicule from the denizens of the wasteland, who remarked that her temperament remained unrefined. As it stood, Ija, the leader of the mercenary group, was evidently looking after the Shi family, willing to lead them in scavenging with the entire mercenary team backing them. Why then did Shi Yuebai exhibit such aloofness? The mercenaries behind him seemed poised to speak further, but ultimately bowed their heads in discontent. Sister Shi's expression grew increasingly awkward as she addressed Ija, "Captain E. Yuebai Shi. It's nothing. Yuebai is still young." Ija reassured Sister Shi before turning to leave with the two mercenaries, suggesting that they should reflect before speaking further. Chen Yong, still feeling indignant, was about to express his grievances towards Shi Yuebai when he glanced down and noticed an unopened bottle of disinfectant in his hand. Chen Yong widened his eyes. Disinfectant? And it was still within its expiry date. For mercenaries, such medical supplies were akin to a life-saving elixir, particularly disinfectant. When venturing out to confront mutated beasts, mercenaries inevitably sustained injuries, and disinfectant was consumed at an alarming rate. However, neglecting its use could lead to infections from mutated creatures, risking the fate of becoming a zombie. Merchants in the large city seized the opportunity, dramatically inflating the prices of medical supplies, especially for mercenaries. The points required to purchase disinfectant and other medical necessities were several times greater than those for ordinary citizens, and often, stock was scarce. Did Shi Yuebai not comprehend the significance of this liter of disinfectant to mercenaries? Otherwise, how could she be so lavish after merely assisting her in moving a few stones? Chapter 31. Finally weighing 718 Jin, Chen Yong appeared somewhat dejected. Had he known Shi Yuebai was this generous, he would not have uttered those sarcastic remarks about her earlier in the Shi family's tent. Shi Yuebai was indifferent to Chen Yong's internal turmoil. In truth, she had scarcely registered his jibes. Shi Ersa was somewhat concerned that Chen Yong's words might wound Shi Yuebai's pride. However, as dusk fell, Shi Yuebai busied herself with her tasks. After checking Shi Yaoyao's homework, she called upon Nong Yasi to swiftly assist in bathing Shi Mu. Although Nong Yasi felt a pang for the water being used, she complied with Shi Yuebai's instructions, undressing Shi Mu and placing her in the basin. As soon as she settled into the water, Mother fell into an unusual tranquility. It was rare for her to engage in a normal conversation with Nong Yasi. Asking her to tend to my nails. My skin has been exceptionally dry lately, and she insisted on using fine essential oils. Nong Yasi nodded dutifully. Yes, all right. Have I obtained a membership card here? Mother inquired, closing her eyes and leaning against the edge of the basin. Mom, you haven't. You're merely enjoying a trial package. A simple wash is sufficient, replied Shi Yuebai. A clear expression of dissatisfaction crossed Mother's face. However, realizing that she had not acquired a membership and was only experiencing a trial, she felt it was prudent not to demand too much. Shi Ersao smiled, searching for a clean set of clothes for Mother. By the time Mother rose from the basin, the water had turned as dark as ink. As per usual, Shi Yuebai poured the murky water onto a small patch of potato seedlings. Let us retire early tonight. We shall split up tomorrow to attend to our tasks. We cannot neglect the path to the public toilet. However, on Ija's side, they were set to gather scrap tomorrow, necessitating that the Shi family split into two groups. Shi Yuebai planned to keep the stronger, more capable Shi Ersao and Nong Yasi at the family tent to continue moving stones, while also tending to the somewhat erratic mother. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai and Shi Yaoyao would venture out to scavenge with the infant, Shi Xiangrui. Mother leaned in, her face filled with affection, and asked Shi Yuebai, "What about Mommy? What will she do?" The tone in which Mother Shi spoke was akin to that of addressing a young child. Her gaze towards Shi Yuebai brimming with affection. She awaited her beloved daughter's assignment of tasks. Throughout Shi Yuebai's early years, be it in kindergarten, elementary school, or middle school, Mother Shi had never missed a single interaction between home and school. She was always the most enthusiastic participant. During various parent-child activities at school, she proved to be the most cooperative parent alongside Shi Yuebai. As memories flickered through Shi Yuebai's mind, a pang of nostalgia tugged at her heart. Indeed, she was a child nurtured in a veritable honeypot. "Mom, your task today is to move stones. If you do well, I shall reward you with a membership card," she declared. Mother Shi clapped her hands joyfully, her face radiating maternal warmth and love. "Oh, how wonderful! Yuebai has assigned a task to Mommy, and I promise to complete it diligently." However, come the next day, before dawn had even broken, Shi Yuebai awoke on her flatbed cart, only to discover with indignation that despite her fasting, the omnipresent radiation from the wasteland throughout the night had caused her weight to increase. In a single night, her body had ballooned by several dozen pounds. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that I cannot triumph over fate." Shi Yuebai gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in her body, and forcibly infused each member of the Shi family with 4 pounds of fatty energy, with the exception of the infant Shi Xiangrui. Excessive fatty energy offered no benefits to Shi Xiangrui, nor to any ordinary individual. Gaining 4 pounds in a single day was already the limit for an adult. In the early days of infancy, auspicious signs abound, and one can only bear a mere 2 or 3 tails, while the rest of the world remained in slumber. Shi Yuebai utilized a water-accumulating incantation, filling every conceivable basin and vessel with water. Ultimately, she fervently channeled a copious amount of spiritual energy into the enhanced dizzying array upon the ground. As ethereal wisps of white mist began to rise, the concentrated spiritual energy nearly took on a tangible form, and only then did the frenzied Shi Yuebai cease her efforts. At this juncture, her weight had finally diminished to 718 jin. Thus, the joy of contending with humanity is boundless, and the exhilaration of battling the heavens is equally profound. Shi Yuebai could not fathom that she, the esteemed high shaman of the witch clan, could truly perish from obesity in this desolate wasteland. A ray of light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the enhanced dizzying array before her. To her astonishment, the small patch of potato sprouts behind her surged upward by a millimeter, visible to the naked eye. Though subtle, the leaves of the potato plants appeared significantly more vibrant. Before long, the women and children of the Shi family began to rise one by one. Shi Yuebai addressed the bleary-eyed women and children, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall brush your teeth and wash your faces daily. Behold, I have prepared water for you." She gestured towards the 20 or so basins arranged beneath the bridge pier. After a day of laboriously moving stones, the cleared space was now adorned with basins and vessels, each brimming with pristine water, water free from radiation and pollution. Yin Yasi stood in astonishment, a vague intuition already forming in her mind. At this moment, it was abundantly clear. Shi Yuebai was undoubtedly a water-based supernatural being. Nong Yasi's heart raced uncontrollably. She had merely sought to survive for the sake of a meal, yet unexpectedly found herself clutching the leg of a supernatural being. It was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket on a whim, only to discover that she had won an astonishing fortune. At that moment, Nong Yasi resolved to hold onto Shi Yuebai's leg with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Yuebai, today we shall certainly work diligently." Clenching her fist in a vow, she declared that for the sake of this pristine water, she would exert herself to move stones more than she had the day before. Shi Yuebai nodded but thoughtfully remarked, "Do not overexert yourself, Dr. Nong. Do not let the pressure weigh too heavily upon you. It is quite feasible to thrive in my presence. I only require the simplest form of loyalty." The women and children of the Shi family washed their hands and faces with the clean water, wiping their necks before using the box of toothbrushes salvaged by Shi Yuebai to brush their teeth without toothpaste. Around that time, the voice of Ija echoed from outside the tarp. "Yuebai, are you all ready? I am here to take you on a scavenging trip." "That works." Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yaoyao to carry a large bag filled with 2 bottles of disinfectant. In front, she wrapped Shi Xiangrui in a baby blanket, while she herself settled onto the flat cart as they exited the tarp, standing outside the reinforced dizziness array. Ija and Chen Yong gazed in astonishment at Shi Yuebai, Shi Yaoyao, and Shi Xiangrui. Ija furrowed his brow. "Just the 3 of you?" In this moment, there was not a single person capable of taking action. Chapter 32. Shi Yaoyao unearthed a box of toothpaste. Perhaps sensing the scrutinizing gazes of Ija and Chen Yong, she felt a wave of unease and subtly retreated behind her aunt. Shi Yuebai cast a sidelong glance at Ija, affirming that it was indeed just the 3 of them. Others were preoccupied with the task of moving stones, leaving them no opportunity to assist. Ija placed his hands upon his hips, scrutinizing Shi Yuebai intently, taking a deep breath. This girl truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. For the Shi family at present, was moving stones truly of paramount importance? Shouldn't they seize every chance to scavenge urgently? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of Shi Yuebai's resolute demeanor and felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Very well, let it be just the 3 of you." He waved his hand in concession. Noticing Shi Yaoyao, slender and delicate, burdened with a large bag on her back while cradling an infant in her arms, he observed her unsteady gait, her body exhibiting a notable lack of coordination. It was unimaginable to think of her pushing Shi Yuebai in a scavenging endeavor. Resigned, Ija grasped the handle of Shi Yuebai's flatbed cart and, steadying his breath, propelled her forward. "The location where I will take you to scavenge today is perilously close to the warning line," Ija remarked, glancing down at the robust Shi Yuebai, resembling a mountain of flesh. It was only near the warning line that there were fewer survivors competing for resources. There, they should be able to uncover a considerable amount of food. Ordinary survivors typically confine their movements within the safe zone. Thus, The management hierarchy of the great city employs mercenaries to safeguard its domain while incessantly expanding the secure zones in pursuit of additional survival resources. Once the boundaries of a new secure area are established, a throng of survivors rushes into Scavenge. Those who are slightly tardy find that, within a few days of the new secure zone's emergence, sustenance becomes a scarce commodity. Consequently, Ija intends to lead Shi Yuebai and her companions to a location perilously close to the front lines of mercenary activity. Noticing Shi Yuebai's silence as she sits ahead, Ija assumes she is apprehensive. Do not worry, although the area where you will scavenge today is at the forefront. We are here to ensure your safety. Shi Yuebai responds languidly, her words few. She is propelled forward by Ija, her gaze lingering on the ruins along the path. Shi Yuebai follows unsteadily behind Ija, with Chen Yong by her side. Initially, Chen Yong presumed Shi Yuebai would be a handful to manage, yet as they approach the perimeter, she refrains from her usual screams and impatience. Despite her swaying and somewhat uncoordinated movements, she proves to be less troublesome than Chen Yong anticipated. At the edge of the warning line, survivors have vanished, leaving only clusters of mercenaries brandishing weapons. Ija halts Shi Yuebai's wheeled cart before a heap of debris, which once served as a bustling night market before the apocalypse. This area has been scoured by mercenaries 5 or 6 times, yet Ija declares, "Let us establish our base here. It is exceedingly secure. You and Yuebai may scavenge right here." This vast expanse, once inhabited by mutated beasts and zombies, has been thoroughly cleared by Ija and his companions. Ija intends to extend their reach further. After a moment of contemplation, he bent down and produced a rectangular communicator. "This belongs to our team. Its previous owner has sacrificed themselves. You may hold on to it for now. Should anything arise, contact me directly through this device, and I shall arrive with utmost haste." Shi Yuebai examined the communicator in her hands, its slightly worn screen displaying several preset channels. Among them was the team channel of Ija's mercenary group, alongside his private channel and the public channel for the entire city. "All right, you go ahead with your tasks." "Thank you." Shi Yuebai accepted the communicator and retrieved a bottle of disinfectant from Shi Yueba's backpack. "This is your remuneration," she said, handing the disinfectant to Ija. A flicker of surprise crossed Ija's eyes, quickly followed by a smile as he reached out to ruffle Shi Yuebai's hair. "Thank you, little sister Ija." In truth, a bottle or two of disinfectant was but a trifling contribution to Ija's mercenary team. Yet, it was the thought that counted. This chubby girl was not entirely as willful and ill-tempered as Ija had assumed. Shi Yuebai watched as Ija and Chen Yong departed. She maneuvered the flat cart alongside Shi Yuebai, beginning to sift through the debris in the area closest to the warning line, searching for items of use. Before long, Shi Yuebai unearthed a baby cradle from the ruins. Though slightly deformed, it came with several large bags of newborn clothing. Upon their first encounter, Shi Yuebai lavished unreserved praise upon Shi Yuebai, exclaiming, "Yuebai, you are truly remarkable for having unearthed such a plethora of useful items." She continued, "Indeed, it is entirely fitting for your aunt to take you out scavenging. Your mother and the farmer's doctor cannot match your prowess." Flushed with embarrassment from the compliments, Shi Yueba's cheeks turned a delightful shade of crimson. Yet, in an instant, she squared her small chest with pride, exclaiming, "Yuebai, impressive." As Shi Yuebai chuckled and nodded in agreement, she encouraged Shi Yuebai to tidy up a slightly deformed baby carriage and place Shi Yuebai within it. Around them, mercenaries flitted to and fro, ensuring that, as Ija had suggested, their safety was not a cause for concern. Once Shi Yuebai was settled, Shi Yuebai visibly relaxed. She bent down to sift through the stones ahead, still unable to restrain her inclination to bob her head, yet her scavenging pace quickened considerably. Shi Yuebai observed her closely from behind. Whenever Shi Yuebai grew fatigued, Shi Yuebai would raise her long stick, gently tapping Shi Yuebai, channeling the energy stored within her own body into the little girl. The mercenaries looked on in astonishment as the pile of items beside Shi Yuebai grew ever larger, consisting of various towels, toothbrushes, and bed linens. To their surprise, Shi Yuebai even unearthed a box of toothpaste. Just as the mercenaries were about to inquire about the purpose of gathering such inedible items, Shi Yuebai awoke, emitting soft coos and murmurs from the deformed baby cradle, prompting everyone to gather around. What an adorable little creature. The 3 mercenaries, grimy and disheveled, had not encountered such a clean and healthy infant in quite some time. They gazed in awe for a considerable while. A faint smile graced Ija's handsome face as he raised his soiled hand and gently poked Shi Yuebai's cherubic visage with his fingertip, akin to Shi Yuebai. Chapter 33. Surprisingly, toothpaste with a hint of green tea. Shi Yuebai inexplicably singled out, strained to extend his neck, which seemed to lack any length. He cast a glance at Shi Xiangrui, who was encircled by the mercenaries. Shi Xiangrui, now washed clean and pristine, bore no trace of the redness and wrinkles from his newborn days. His fluffy little head squirmed restlessly in the cradle. With his tiny mouth agape, he made soft smacking sounds, undoubtedly hungry. Chen Yong surmised, calling out urgently, "Get her something to eat, quickly." The burly men gathered around the cradle instantly became flustered, including Ija, who found himself in a state of disarray. What on earth could such a small child consume? The mercenary who had spoken turned pale as he attempted to rummage through his memories for what food might be suitable for an infant in the wasteland. Yet, all the images that surfaced regarding newborns were unsettling. They either depicted infants abandoned at birth or sold away. As for those sold, no one dared to ponder their fate, fearing that such inquiries might unveil the most terrifying and sinister aspects of human nature. Such revelations would plunge every soul in the wasteland into utter despair. The mercenaries, in a state of disarray, began to seek ways to provide sustenance for Shi Xiangrui. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yaoyao to lift Shi Xiangrui from the cradle. She gently caressed the infant's small head, and Shi Xiangrui promptly resumed her slumber, emitting soft murmurs. How could she fall asleep once more? Ija found this rather intriguing, his gaze imbued with a sense of clarity as he inquired of Shi Yuebai. She has always been like this, Shi Yuebai replied, unlike other infants. Any child that managed to survive to birth in the wasteland was generally distinct from a typical newborn, often missing limbs, or upon birth, exhibiting traits that immediately marked them as abnormal. An exceptionally ordinary infant in such a desolate world was indeed a rare phenomenon. Ija scrutinized Shi Xiangrui and Shi Yaoyao's arms once more. Understanding dawned upon him, yet beside him, Chen Yong expressed his regret, stating, "Such a fine child. Yet she is mute, unable to even cry." Chen Yong pursed his lips and fell silent thereafter, for he was known for his forthrightness, often speaking without much thought. He offered a sheepish smile to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai, pressing her lips together, did not reproach Chen Yong. As for Shi Yaoyao, she was unmistakably the kind of child who, at first glance, seemed to possess cognitive challenges. Such a child would hardly grasp the incomplete thoughts left unsaid by Chen Yong. Yaoyao, continue foraging, Shi Yuebai instructed, allowing her to place Shi Xiangrui back into the cradle. Observing Shi Yaoyao's bobbing head and her uncoordinated movements as she turned to sift through the stones, Shi Yuebai felt a mix of emotions. Ija turned around and sat on a large stone beside Shi Yuebai. "Yuebai, why are you collecting so many useless items?" Shi Yuebai, perched on a flat cart, was holding a tube of toothpaste that was thicker than a plump thigh. "These are quite useful. We are in dire need of such things." The survivors in the wasteland, tormented by the scarcity of resources, were primarily concerned with the basic necessities of food and water. However, Shi Yuebai was different. Ever since she had traversed into this body, she had not consumed a single morsel. Once she had resolved her most fundamental needs for sustenance, she naturally sought to enhance her quality of life. Ija sighed, casting a deep glance at Shi Yuebai. What a pity for the girl. Among the members of the Shi family, it seemed that only Shi Er Saw and Shi Yuebai possessed a semblance of normal intellect, at least in Ija's previous assessment. Yet, Shi Yuebai had a rather irritable temperament. Previously, Ija could only communicate effectively with Shi Er Saw. Now, although he could converse with Shi Yuebai without barriers, he struggled to comprehend her actions. Perhaps her intellect had, to some extent, been affected by the radiation of the wasteland. Fortunately, compared to the others in the Shi family, her decline in intelligence was not readily apparent. After a while, Chen Yong stood atop a pile of rubble, calling for Ija. Ija rose, saying, "Well then, Yuebai, you carry on." He brushed off the dust from his clothes as a mere formality, and, weapon in hand, moved with agility, reaching Chen Yong in just a few swift steps. As the mercenaries around them had all departed, Shi Yuebai beckoned to Shi Yaoyao. "Would you like to brush your teeth?" Shi Yuebai produced a tube of toothpaste, eagerly tearing open its packaging while gazing at Shi Yaoyao with anticipation. This box of toothpaste had been expired for a year. "Yaoyao, do you think it's still usable?" Shi Yuebai retrieved a bottle of purified water and a brand new toothbrush from Shi Yaoyao's backpack, handing them to her. On Shi Yaoyao's wrist, she wore a black, seemingly rugged radiation detector, obtained from the peculiar merchant. Each member of the Shi family wore a similar device. Detection: zero radiation pollution in purified water. A line of text appeared on the radiation detector's display. To avoid drawing attention, Shi Yuebai had instructed everyone in the Shi family to silence their detectors. Shi Yuebai noticed the text on the detector's display. A momentary pause crossed her small face, revealing an expression of contemplation. Auntie, read? For the past few days, her aunt had been urging her to practice writing. Suddenly, a new understanding dawned upon her. So this was what they called a character. She found the concept rather amusing, akin to a novel game. Shi Yuebai grasped Shi Yueba's hand, noticing her inability to keep her head still. Placing a hand firmly on top of Yueba's head, Shi Yuebai prevented her from shaking. Come, let me teach you, she said, pointing to the line of text on the detector's display, teaching Shi Yuebai to read it, one character at a time. In a state of disarray, she painstakingly learned and repeated the words: zero radiation, pollution, clean water. Each word was enunciated slowly, echoed dozens of times. Finally, she crouched down to brush her teeth with the toothpaste and toothbrush provided by Shi Yuebai. Observing intently, Shi Yuebai noted that the toothpaste even produced bubbles. Unable to resist, she retrieved a new toothbrush from the box containing the toothpaste. Together, they sat amidst the ruins, one squatting and the other seated, both engaged in the ritual of brushing their teeth. After rinsing her mouth, Shi Yuebai felt her spirits lift significantly. Ah, the refreshing taste of breath. Indeed. Prior to the wasteland, there existed a highly advanced civilization, abundant in resources. Not only did they possess toothpaste, but there was also a green tea-flavored variant. From this day forth, Shi Yuebai vowed to brush her teeth every morning and night. This was not merely her commitment. Every member of the Shi family would adhere to this practice. Chapter 34, 717 Jin. Before darkness fell, Ija and the mercenaries concluded their work. Although the mercenaries were formidable, the elite among the wasteland's denizens, they understood the dangers that nightfall brought. As night descended, mutated beasts became particularly active, and even the zombies exhibited heightened sensitivity. Therefore, as evening approached, the mercenaries ceased their proactive assaults on the mutated creatures, opting instead to fortify their defenses along the perimeter. With Shi Yuebai having gathered a multitude of inedible supplies, neither she nor Shi Yuebai could manage the load, especially as they were also caring for the infant, Shi Xiangrui. As night enveloped them, Shi Yuebai handed the last bottle of disinfectant from Shi Yueba's backpack to Ija. Where did you acquire such an abundance of disinfectant? Ija pondered, bemused. Shi Yuebai, with a whimsical flair, often collected items others discarded, occasionally striking fortuitous luck. Ija, without uttering a word, accepted the third bottle of disinfectant, placing a box of canned goods before Shi Yuebai. The cans were all expired, their appearances unappealing, many crumpled and misshapen. A cursory glance revealed around 15 or 16, all cat food. Yet, the cats of the pre-apocalyptic world fared better than the humans in this desolate landscape. Shi Yuebai, astonished, lifted her gaze to Ija. He flashed her a reassuring smile. One cannot always seek out inedible provisions, Yuebai. We must first satiate our hunger. These cans were their finds for the day. Mercenaries, in truth, were never short of sustenance, for they always ventured into the fray. The territories they traversed were untouched by ordinary survivors, thus greatly enhancing their chances of discovering food. Ija, observing Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, noted their bounty of items yet found no food. He could not bear the thought of them enduring hunger. What of Shi Xiangrui? What about Shi Mu and Shi Ersa? Ija could not idly watch as Shi Yi's relatives faced the grim specter of starvation. After a moment of contemplation over the box of cat food, Shi Yuebai raised her hand and grasped Ija's shoulder, infusing his body with a surge of energetic vitality. Today, he distinctly felt a warm flow coursing through him, ignited by Shi Yuebai's grasp. Ija regarded her with surprise. On the pallid countenance of Shi Yuebai, streaked with disheveled hair and glistening with moisture, she trembled as she grasped Ija's shoulder. Thank you for your unwavering care, she expressed gratefully. Releasing her grip, she had just infused Ija's body with 2 pounds of fatty energy. However, the forcefulness of her action caused the energy to surge through her veins at an alarming rate, leaving her in excruciating pain. Waving her hand dismissively, she turned and entered the tent, which appeared to grow even more spacious. The originally stone-paved area had expanded significantly, revealing several tiers of steps. Gnome Yasi was tidying the debris on the steps alongside Shi Mu. Shi Ersa cautiously approached. Yuebai, we have unearthed a swimming pool. Should we fill it in? A swimming pool had indeed been partially excavated in a straight line from the Shi family's tent to the public restroom. If left unfilled, Shi Yuebai's flat cart would be unable to reach the restroom. As Shi Yuebai maneuvered her cart and glanced ahead, a smile broke on her face. Although the pool had not been fully excavated, Its size was sufficient to accommodate the entire Shi family at once. Continue digging, she commanded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do not rest tonight. Clear all the rubble from the pool. Wielding a long stick, she poked Shi Yuebai, each prod resulting in a reduction of 1 or 2 pounds of her own fat, which would then flow through the stick and into Shi Yuebai's body. Certainly. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Yuebai would equally beckon Nong Yasi and Shi Mu. The three of them had been laboring all day, moving stones, and were utterly famished. However, as hunger gnawed at them, it suddenly dissipated. Consequently, they took turns resting for a while before lighting their lamps and commenced the arduous task of cleaning the swimming pool. This pool, a remnant of a water park that had once flourished before the bridge's collapse, lay among the ruins. They discovered a plethora of pristine swimsuits, uninflated flotation rings, and various water toys amidst the debris by the pool's edge. Nong Yasi deemed these items to be of little value and was about to gather them for disposal when Shi Yuebai intervened, suggesting they be left by the poolside. It's quite late. You should all retire early, she advised. Exhausted, the women of the Shi family, despite possessing ample reserves of energy, could not stave off the fatigue that weighed upon their muscles. The intensity of their labor had long surpassed their physical limits. Upon Shi Yuebai's directive, Shi Yuebai, Shi Mu, Nong Yasi, and Shi Yuebai collapsed onto the large mattress, devoid of even the strength to converse, and fell into a deep slumber. They remained oblivious to the fact that Shi Yuebai was gradually maneuvering the flatbed cart to the pool's edge, as all the work was conducted manually. Although the pool was not expansive, the collective effort of the Shi women over the course of an entire day had only managed to clear a mere tenth of it. Yet, this modest capacity sufficed for Shi Yuebai's needs. Employing her water-gathering spell, she tirelessly concentrated her efforts for nearly 3 hours, and soon the 1.8-meter deep, 3-meter-wide depression before her brimmed with water. She joyfully lunged forward, her form resembling a massive stone, settling into the hollow below. Water spilled forth, cascading onto the nearby potato seedlings. Shi Yuebai comfortably nestled in the depression, rubbing the mud from her arms. She scooped a handful of water and splashed it across her face. In no time, the water in the pool began to cloud. Given the extent of her filth, it would likely take several pools of water to cleanse herself thoroughly. Cheerfully, she rearranged the stones around her, stacking them along the edge of the pool to slightly increase its capacity. In the process, Shi Yuebai continued to gather water. Oh, how she had never realized that the simple act of enjoying a bath could bring such profound happiness. In this desolate wasteland, her contentment was easily satisfied. The only drawback was that after a day of scavenging under the sun's relentless rays, she was exhausted. Even after filling the pool to the brim, her weight had barely shifted. She still weighed 717 pounds. Chapter 35. With a space large enough to accommodate her, Shi Yuebai continued to collect water, persistently scrubbing her arms and even managing to wash her hair a few times. 5 years of dirt could not be washed away in a single night. Yet her arms had become delightfully plump and clean. As for the rest of her body, washing was more challenging as she was still clothed. At 717 pounds, she felt as round as a ball. With her own strength, she could not possibly remove the garments she wore. Moreover, Shi Yuebai possessed but a single outfit, which had clung to her as her figure began to expand. Over time, this garment had been repeatedly stretched to its limits, prompting her mother to procure new fabric to mend the torn sections. After 5 years of continuous patching, it had never been replaced, let alone washed. Before dawn, the sounds of water roused Nong Yasi, Shi Yuebai, Shi Yuebai, and their mother from their slumber on the mattress. Utilizing the faint light filtering through the tarp, Nong Yasi followed the sound of water. She beheld Shi Yuebai seated in the depression of the makeshift swimming pool, which they had excavated by hand the previous day. The basin was now filled to the brim with water, overflowing and washing over the stone-paved path, leaving it pale and glistening. In disbelief, Nong Yasi rubbed her eyes and rose from the mattress, barefoot, to tread upon the stones. She fell to her knees in tears, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling. Heaven knows the torment she had endured in the wasteland for a mere sip of water. Yet here, with Shi Yuebai, pure, pristine, untainted water flowed ceaselessly from the pool's depression. A delicate stream trickled into the adjacent potato seedlings, soaking into the earth. At that moment, Nong Yasi felt she would willingly embrace death. Are you all awake? What are you waiting for? Hurry and get to work. In the serene ambience of the swimming pool, Shi Yuebai beckoned to her mother, Shi Mu, and her sister-in-law, Shi Yuebai, as well as to Shi Yuebai. Look, she exclaimed, This depression is still too small. Today, let us strive to clear all the stones from this pool. This way, our entire family can enjoy bathing in the swimming pool. And you will no longer need to take turns in a tiny basin. Shi Yuebai hesitated, her lips trembling as she cautiously stepped forward. When her foot met the damp stone surface, she reacted much like Nong Yasi, collapsing to her knees. In contrast, Shi Mu and Shi Yuebai remained remarkably composed. After all, it was quite challenging for them to swiftly discern reality and recognize the situation. Heeding Shi Yuebai's words, they stepped into the water-filled basin of the pool and continued to transport the stones with their hands. Their participation in the removal of the debris expedited the process significantly. Though dawn had yet to break, every member of the Shi family was filled with enthusiasm. Gradually, outside the canvas of the Shi family tent, the intricate patterns of stones accumulated higher. According to Shi Yuebai's design, Nong Yasi arranged the stones they had removed into 2 evenly spaced arcs. From this perspective, the stones appeared as a wall, effectively dividing the Shi family's tent and their efforts into 2 distinct sections. A coarse voice rang out as Shi Yuebai emerged from beneath the canvas, her round, fair face and plump arms maneuvering a flatbed cart. Outside the makeshift stone wall stood the peculiar neighbor. In his grasp, he held a freshly crafted construction wheelbarrow, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he looked at Shi Yuebai. "Change the water, I need water." Even before dawn had broken, he had already heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Occasionally, he would receive a bottle of purified water. Guai was well aware that there was sustenance and refreshment to be found here with Shi Yuebai. He was indifferent to the notion of why the food and drink were free from radiation pollution. Nor did he concern himself with the origins of the items belonging to the Shi family. His sole focus was whether he could exchange his own worth for these provisions. Shi Yuebai glanced at the construction wheelbarrow in Guai's hands, noting that it was missing one. There's plenty more where that came from. Guai, filled with urgency, pushed the wheelbarrow against the stone wall. "I can help you. What do you want me to do?" "I can do anything." Shi Yuebai pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she turned to enter the tarpaulin shelter. Moments later, Nong Yasi emerged and took the wheelbarrow from Guai's hands, handing him a bottle of water in return. Shi Yuebai was never one to withhold what she possessed. However, Nong Yasi leaned in to whisper a caution to Guai. "Keep your mouth shut, otherwise, neither of us will benefit." They were not part of the Shi family, and thus, taking advantage of Shi Yuebai's generosity should not be discussed carelessly. Should everyone become aware, such opportunities might not come again for Nong Yasi and Guai. Guai nodded, accepting the bottle of water, his eagerness undiminished. "What would you like me to do, Yuebai?" Nong Yasi pointed towards the large pile of cement nestled within the rubble of the stone wall. "Can you use the cement to stack these stones? Fortify the defenses." Previously, Nong Yasi could not comprehend why Shi Yuebai insisted on relocating the rubble from behind the tarpaulin to the front. In such a desolate world, surviving solo is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the Shi family are dire. They are either blind or foolish. It is advisable to avoid severing ties with the team, as this ensures mutual support in times of peril. However, Nong Yasi has now grasped the necessity of separation, better to do so promptly. Shi Yuebai is a water-based ability user, lacking self-defense capabilities, yet capable of continuously emitting purified water devoid of radiation. Should this information fall into the wrong hands, she would be captured and confined, reduced to a mere human reservoir. Guai, with a face full of hesitation, surveyed the mound of cement. "Oh, I cannot," he murmured. Nong Yasi opened his mouth to speak, but Shi Yuebai's voice resonated from within the tarpaulin, instructing him to engage in tasks he was capable of, leaving her to manage her own affairs. She did not place significant value on a bottle of water, nor did she expect Guai to reciprocate equivalently. In Shi Yuebai's presence, Nong Yasi and Guai were reliant on their own contributions. Whatever they could offer Shi Yuebai would be utilized accordingly. After a day of toil, he unveiled a compact mechanical digging arm. "Yuebai, let's trade for food." Under the blood-red sunset, the emaciated Guai held up the mechanical arm, standing outside the rubble barricade with an expression of eager submission. It must be said that Guai's creations, be it the flatbed cart currently employed by Shi Yuebai or the mechanical digging arm, are commendable. All of it is quite remarkable, particularly the mechanical excavation arm that can be directly worn on a person's arm. At the end of it is a mechanical claw, which, when compared to human fingers, can grasp a greater quantity of heavier stones. When Shi Yuebai adorned it upon Nong Yasi's arm, Her speed in excavating stones increased significantly. Coupled with a construction site wheelbarrow, what once required several individuals and hours to transport the rubble, Nong Yasi accomplished in just 1 hour. Observing the efficiency of this mechanical excavation arm, Shi Yuebai instructed Shiyu to fetch a small bag of potatoes and 2 bottles of purified water. She also exchanged with Guai Guai for 10 additional mechanical excavation arms. This invention was a spontaneous creation by Guai Guai, who, having witnessed the Shijia family's struggles over the past few days with their bare hands to excavate and transport stones, had a sudden inspiration to devise such a contraption. Shi Yuebai found it to be quite useful, much to Guai Guai's delight. He immersed himself in a tarpaulin, tirelessly crafting mechanical excavation arms for Shi Yuebai until every member of her family was equipped with a pair. In just a day, they excavated an entire swimming pool. Cheers erupted as everyone rushed to plunge into the pool. Shi Yuebai sat at the pool's edge, watching her family revel in the water. She retrieved a swimming ring and, utilizing the provided pump, inflated it fully. Tossing the swimming ring to Shiyu, she cheerfully encouraged, "Go play." Clad in a small yellow duck swimming ring, Shiyu excitedly splashed about in the pool, filled with pristine water. As Nong Yasi and Yao Yao enjoyed their time together, she retrieved the deflated pool floaties resembling clouds that lay stacked by the shore. With great delight, she filled the clouds with air and placed them upon the water's surface. Observing this, Shirmu joyfully climbed onto one of the clouds, exclaiming, "Yubai, I am about to soar." Shirmu rolled around on the cloud, bursting with excitement. Everyone present was refreshed and cleansed by the pristine waters of the pool. To achieve this abundance of clear water, Shi Yuebai's weight had been reduced to 716 pounds. A faint smile graced her face as she turned around, deciding to allow the elderly and infirm of the Shi family to enjoy some leisure time in the water, compensating them for their hard labor with a well-deserved break. Shi Yuebai maneuvered her wheeled cart and sought out a pair of scissors. The grime in her hair was unlike any other. It had not been washed in 5 years, laden with grease and tangled knots. It would take several hours to detangle and smooth out her hair, and the grease could not be cleansed with mere water. Shampoo was essential. Unfortunately, during the past few days, Shi and Yao Yao had failed to locate any shampoo among their gathered supplies, nor even a bar of soap. Shi Yuebai, now averse to inconveniences, decided to cut her hair to shoulder length. As she turned, preparing to toss the large clump of cut hair into the fire, the sky outside had darkened significantly, and her hand paused. Someone was stealthily attempting to scale the crumbling stone wall surrounding the Shi residence. A few individuals outside were conversing in hushed tones, their demeanor shrouded in secrecy. The frail and ailing members of the Shi family now had mercenaries backing them. And should the mercenary leader, Ija, become aware of this, one of them slapped their companion on the head, asserting that they had not intruded upon the Shi family's tent nor committed any violent acts. Their sole desire was to observe how much bounty the Shi family's vulnerable members had received from the mercenaries. Just days prior, the Shi family had produced an abundance of small loaves of bread in exchange for some inconsequential items, which had already captured the attention of the entire team. Whispers circulated among them, suggesting that although the Shi family's elderly and infirm were simple-minded, they were extraordinarily fortunate to have mercenaries as their support. It appeared that the Shi family would no longer need to scavenge, as the entire mercenary group of Xiangqing surely could sustain them. For 2 consecutive days, onlookers watched as the Shi family continuously transported stones, ultimately constructing a wall from the rubble. Many in the team were intrigued, pondering just how much the mercenary group had bestowed upon the Shi family to render their elderly and infirm so leisurely. Within the tent, Shi Yuebai listened impassively, her ears twitching in response. With deft fingers, she fashioned a small figure from her hair and, using her short, plump fingertips, crafted a circular golden talisman. A drop of vivid crimson blood oozed from her fingertip and fell upon the golden talisman, instantly staining it a striking gold-red hue. In the dim light, this coloration appeared somewhat eerie. The crimson talisman, resting in the hands of Shi Yuebai, was tied to a small figure crafted from hair. This diminutive effigy, formed from ebony strands, seemed to spring to life. It soared from beneath the tarpaulin and landed upon the ground, transforming into a woman clad in a resplendent red ancient bridal gown. The gown was adorned with crimson tassels, and her lustrous black hair cascaded down, obscuring her entire visage, imparting an eerie aura. The specter reclined upon the crumbled stone wall, silently observing the man below as he prepared to ascend the heap of rubble. As the foremost man lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with the flowing black hair. Within the strands, a pallid face emerged, framed by strikingly red lips. The eyes, devoid of white, were an abyss of darkness, intensifying the horror of her countenance. The scarlet bridal robe lay draped over the stones, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight. The man below felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the ghostly visage. What manner of creature is this amidst the wasteland? Is it a mutant beast or a zombie? He thought, panic surging within him. The leader, overwhelmed by terror, abandoned his ascent and turned to flee. The remaining companions, their hearts racing, gazed upward, paralyzed by the sight of the bridal ghost perched upon the wall. An insidious fear permeated their very bones. To their astonishment, the ghostly figure began to descend the stone wall with an unnerving slowness. She rose to her feet in a grotesque manner, the men outside the wall having long since fled in a state of sheer panic. Yet the bridal specter remained, steadfast and undeterred. She twisted her head with a crisp, crackling sound, stepping cautiously along the gravel wall of the Shi residence. It seemed as though she was on the lookout for anyone reckless enough to venture into the tent of the Shi family for a closer inspection. Chapter 37. Crafting garments from bed sheets. Shi Yuebai sat before a collection of newly scavenged bed sheets. One must admit, Shi Yaoyao was truly a prodigy in the art of foraging. She had perfectly grasped Shi Yuebai's intent. When accompanying the mercenaries led by Yi Zhu on their scavenging expeditions, most of the items they unearthed were new and still in their original packaging. Among these treasures was a significant pile of fresh bed sheets. However, this did not hinder the numerous shops selling household goods that lined the bustling night market street. As Shi Yuebai unwrapped one of the new sheets, she contemplated sewing 2 sheets together to fashion herself a new garment. The attire she currently wore, patched and mended, was utterly foul and tattered. Many areas had been worn thin by Shi Yuebai's movements. If she continued in this manner for a few more days, her clothing would be riddled with holes. Having rested for a few hours, Shi sat up in bed. In the dim light, she tilted her head and inquired, "Darling, what are you doing?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she climbed off the mattress and approached Shi Yuebai, though a chain was still secured around her wrist. Her hands had begun to move with dexterity. Shi Yuebai turned her head to see her mother produce a needle and thread from a leather sewing kit. Its surface slightly hardened. With practiced ease, Shi extracted the necessary tools and examined the 2 sheets in Shi Yuebai's hands, finally selecting 2 matching azure sheets adorned with identical patterns. As Shi Yuebai observed her mother, Shi deftly threading the needle, she hurriedly located the solar lamp that Shi Yaoyao used for her homework. She activated the lamp and, cradling it in her hands, approached her mother's side. Upon glancing at Shi Yuebai, Shi's face broke into a warm smile, perhaps having just cleansed herself in the pool. The lamp's daylight-like illumination cast a gentle glow upon her features. Deep crow's feet marked the corners of her eyes, yet her expression radiated kindness and warmth. Undoubtedly, Shi often exhibited a whimsical demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the antics of Shi Xiangrui and Shi Yaoyao. However, her affection for Shi Yuebai was a profound, innate love, unwavering even amidst her mental instability. Now that Yuebai had blossomed into a young lady, her childhood penchant for cleanliness and beauty remained. Shi would surely stitch this dress to perfection. Sitting quietly beside her mother, Shi Yuebai watched as Shi meticulously sewed the bed sheets, each stitch a testament to her care. After several hours had passed, Shi Yuebai raised her hand, pressing her broad palm against her mother's back, infusing her with nourishing energy. At that moment, Shi would lift her gaze from her needlework, her eyes crinkling in a tender smile directed at Shi Yuebai. Through numerous instances of transferring energy into others, Shi Yuebai had garnered some experience, her ability to channel this energy markedly improving. What once required over 10 minutes to impart 1 or 2 units of energy now took her merely 1 minute. In just 10 minutes, she succeeded in increasing her mother's weight by a pound. For countless days, the members of the Shi family have neither eaten nor drunk, yet their weight remains unchanged. Unlike their companions, who appear gaunt and weary, the Shi family members exhibit a healthy complexion and vibrant eyes, even after cleansing themselves. Engaging in high-intensity labor while ensuring their energy needs are met has only served to fortify the physiques of the women of the Shi family. "Yuebai, have you heard any sounds?" Second sister Shi sat up from the mattress. Nong Yasi and Shi Yaoyao were still in slumber. Second sister Shi possessed an acute sense of hearing, able to detect distant, unusual noises. Even in the depths of sleep, she could be roused abruptly. "The team has arrived." The moment she heard this, second sister Shi's complexion turned ashen. She was aware of the earlier commotion, yet her blindness led her to believe that mutated beasts were outside, causing her considerable anxiety for some time. After the individuals attempting to scale the wall fled, silence returned, with no mutated beasts invading their tent. Gradually, she relaxed and succumbed to slumber once more. However, it was only a short while later that more team members arrived. Yuebai, there should be around 20 of them. Second sister Shi alerted Shi Yuebai, her grip tightening around her pistol, her gaze directed toward the tent's fabric. The robust Shi Yuebai struggled to maneuver the flatbed cart, proclaiming, "I will go take a look." As she maneuvered the cart to the edge of the tent, she beheld the 20-odd men from the team standing outside the Shi family's stone wall. There, amidst them, was a zombie. Indeed, it is a zombie. No ordinary person could possibly look like that. The men, trembling in fear, gestured towards the appearance of the bride ghost among the others in the group. Shi Yuebai lifted the canvas, revealing herself amidst a mosaic of stones. Her gaze was laced with mockery. Shi saw cautiously stepped out, questioning, "What zombie?" If there were a zombie, we, the Shi family, would be the first to be devoured. Yet here we are, thriving. A glimmer of dawn had begun to break on the horizon. Today promised to be a splendid day. The eyes of the crowd fell upon the fragmented stone walls of the Shi family. There were no wandering figures in bridal attire. Instead, a substantial clump of hair lay draped over the wall. Their gazes shifted back to Shi Yuebai, whose hair had been severed, transforming her once long and unruly black locks into a mere shoulder-length cascade. In that moment, understanding dawned upon them. To see such a significant mass of black hair swaying in the night would indeed be unsettling. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals often succumb to radiation, leading to moments of confusion. Even the sane may experience cognitive disarray. With the rising water prices in the city, life seemed increasingly arduous. Mistaking a clump of hair for a female zombie was not entirely implausible. The leader of the survivor team turned, casting an exasperated glare at the man who had raised the alarm. "You lot, with nothing but idle time on your hands, fixate on the frail and ailing of the Shi family, do you? If you wish to scrutinize, do so, but refrain from causing unnecessary trouble for the team." Due to the scarcity of food, the leader was compelled to extend the time spent scavenging for the group. This necessitated rising earlier each morning to prepare, arriving at the new wilderness before dawn. The team members were utterly exhausted each day. Those few idle men, who did nothing but linger around the weak and infirm, were particularly irksome. Chapter 38. A typical shoddy project. The men who had been reprimanded felt aggrieved. While the team was busy preparing to venture out for scavenging, they stealthily approached Chen Huaihai's tent. Indeed, it was Chen Huaihai who had incited them to investigate the tent of the Shi family the night before. The Chen family's tent consisted of several layers, with the innermost layer harboring a few women, each appearing hollow-eyed and emaciated. The first man to enter the tent was named Chu Zhongshuan. He had been the leader during the previous reconnaissance at the Shi family tent. Chen Huaihai bore visible injuries on his face, a consequence of being struck by Shi Yuebai, which had yet to heal after several days. With irritation, he cast a disdainful glance at Chu Zhongshuan, dismissing him as a fool, indifferent to their antics. The Chen family had a multitude of men, all robust and of sound intellect. Therefore, whether there were two more or fewer sons in the Chen family was of little consequence. Furthermore, Chen Huaihai had many wives and children, with 2 pregnant women currently residing in his tent. Their lineage was commendable, having produced several healthy boys. In the wasteland, a family with a surplus of strong, healthy men was destined to thrive. The abundance of food naturally attracts more individuals willing to assist the Chen family. After exchanging a few words, the conversation seamlessly shifted to the elderly and infirm members of the Shi family. Chen Huaihai's gaze darkened. "Did you truly not observe the zombies lurking around their walls?" That Shi Yuebai even dared to publicly assault him. Were it not for Chen Huaihai's recent recuperation, he would have already dealt with Shi Yuebai, though he was incapacitated a few days prior. It did not hinder his surveillance of the Shi family's inept movements. Initially, he joined his team in mocking the Shi family's foolishness, wasting time moving stones. What abounds in the wasteland? Ruins and rubble, primarily. Those who toil in the wasteland, moving stones, are undoubtedly severely lacking in intellect. However, to his astonishment, within merely a couple of days, the stones piled around the Shi family's tarpaulin had formed a makeshift wall, resembling a small courtyard from before the desolation. Those foolish members of the Shi family seemed to revel in their endeavor. Naturally, Chen Huaihai was displeased and immediately incited a few individuals to investigate. It is said that warmth begets desire. just how much food could be concealed within the Shi family's tarpaulin. It was astonishing that those dimwits managed to construct a wall nearly as tall as a person without haste. Chen Huaihai's attention shifted to the men nearby. Chu Zhongshuan promptly remarked, "While we cannot be entirely certain, it is indisputable that the Shi family's tarpaulin harbors a significant quantity of food." When he had rushed to find Chen Huaihai in a panic the previous night, he had not expressed such certainty. At that moment, Chen Huaihai had also been taken aback. In such a place, should zombies emerge, the entire safe zone would require a complete overhaul. He wished fervently to eliminate the frail and ailing members of the Shi family directly. Now that zombies had appeared near the Shi residence, it was inevitable that the Shi family would succumb to their bites. He intended to incite Chu Zhongshuan to stir up trouble with the captain, ideally rallying a group to storm the Shi family's tent and seize all their possessions for him. However, to his surprise, Shi Yu displayed a clarity in her eyes, showing no signs of having been infected. When Chu Zhongshuan and his companions arrived at Chen Huaihai's location, it was reported that the members of the Shi family had risen. They were still engaged in transporting stones, each brimming with vitality as if they had consumed potent stimulants. Their spirits were remarkably high. More importantly, the elderly and infirm of the Shi family had become immaculate. It was an indescribable sensation. In this wasteland, every individual lived in a state of disarray, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight. Even those unencumbered by possessions were hunched over, existing in a state of anxiety. Yet, the elderly and sick of the Shi family were not only clean, but they also stood tall. Chen Huaihai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Aligning with mercenaries surely brought good fortune. Chu Zhongshuan nodded, convinced that they must have shared beds with the mercenaries. Otherwise, what reason would the mercenary group have to offer them such abundant resources for survival? The disdain in their words felt awkward. Within the Chen family's tent, several men moved their lips, contemplating the notion that such abundance of supplies could only have been attained through shared companionship with the mercenaries. If the mercenary group were willing to provide them protection, they would readily comply with such arrangements. There is no shame in this. Chen Huaihai referred to them as a bunch of despicable individuals. Since there are no zombies surrounding their tent, you should devise a means to compel them to surrender the provisions they possess. Food is a scarcity within the team, and they too are members of this collective. Are they not? Chu Zhongshuan nodded immediately, affirming that they ought to contribute to the team. Shi Yuebai and the others remained blissfully unaware that some individuals were already scheming to prey upon these unfortunate and solitary souls. In recent days, Ija had encountered a group of mutated beasts and informed Shi Yuebai via communicator that he would be unable to accompany them on their scavenging expeditions. However, he provided her with a map. This delineates the newly established safe zone that has yet to be announced by the city. You should scavenge within this area for the next few days. Understood, she replied. Nevertheless, she had no intention of bringing her entire family along. The stone wall of the Shi family was only half a person high, constructed from loosely piled rubble, offering little stability or privacy. Shi Yuebai planned to reinforce it with cement. Lacking skill in this endeavor, her memories of the original owner were filled with indulgence and luxury brands, which proved rather futile in the wasteland. Shi Yuebai sought advice from Guai Guai, who handed her a tattered book, Mixing Cement in the Wasteland. After poring over it for a considerable time, she followed the instructions to pour cement onto the ground, forming a circle. Into this circle, she added water and some small stones, mixing them together. The process of applying the mixture to the wall was straightforward yet vigorous, simply forcing it into the crevices of the rubble. In the neighboring area, Guai Guai, unable to contain himself, suggested whether they should use sand and smoothen the surface. Shi Yuebai paused for a moment and replied, "There's no need. Let us leave it as it is for now, and we can address it when conditions allow." Thus, a form was established, resembling a typical shoddy construction. Nevertheless, Shi Yuebai felt a sense of satisfaction. Her home finally had a boundary. Her next plan was to raise this flimsy wall to a height of 2 meters, ensuring that no one from the team could easily peep into the Shi residence. Chapter 39. The public outrage of the team. A new day dawned, and the women of the Shi family continued their arduous labor. They transported stones from behind the tarpaulin to the front, under Shi Yuebai's rather unprofessional guidance. Gnome Yasi sifted through some small stones and manually mixed them with cement, stacking them alongside larger stones to construct their wall. In the midst of the 2 curved walls made of rubble, Shi Yuebai deliberately created a doorway large enough to accommodate her ample figure. Currently, she could not find a sufficiently large door to install in the wall, so she instructed her second sister-in-law to procure 2 large bed sheets, which were fashioned into curtain-like flaps for the entrance. This action elicited laughter from the surrounding team of survivors, who were nearly doubled over with mirth. The elderly and infirm members of the Shi family appeared rather simple-minded, leading to the question, what defense could 2 bed sheets possibly provide? They served merely as a psychological comfort. An increasing number of voices mocked the Shi family for their seemingly futile efforts, with some less noticeable individuals occasionally wondering aloud what the simpletons of the Shi family were attempting to accomplish. Now, we can no longer see their tarpaulin at all. Indeed, Shi Yuebai painstakingly constructed a stone wall, not with the expectation of any defensive function, but simply because she disliked having her family's comings and goings observed by others. That was all. After erecting the stone wall, Shi Yuebai instructed Nong Yasi and Shi Ersaw to carry Shi Yao's desk outside. The light outside is better. Yao, you will write there from now on. As she conveyed this, she checked Shi Yao's homework. Initially, Shi Yao struggled to write even a single character properly. It was either too much on one side or too little on the other. At times, she began to scribble unintelligibly, rendering her writing completely indecipherable, let alone the more complex characters like. On the first day of attempting to write, it was anyone's guess what she had written. However, after a few days, Shi Yao's gradually became quite beautiful, and her began to take shape, barely recognizable as a character. By the 3rd day, Shi Yuebai asked Shi Yao to write. This character was simpler, and Shi Yao wrote it beautifully. The subsequent characters, and also showed significant improvement, becoming identifiable as characters right from the start. Nong Yasi leaned in with a beaming smile. Yao is actually quite remarkable. Her handwriting is becoming increasingly beautiful. Most of the time, Shi Yuebai devised Shi Yao's study plan. But it was Nong Yasi who taught her to write, guiding her through each stroke. Nong Yasi was an excellent student, capable of producing beautiful calligraphy. Accompanied by the expectations of her calligraphy instructor, Shi Yao diligently followed suit. Shi Yuebai nodded, pointing at the strokes of a particular character, engaging in a discussion with Nong Yasi about the brilliance of the brushwork. Nearby, Shi Ersaw, though unable to see, remained close by, secretly listening with rapt attention and a face brimming with excitement. Everyone had labeled her daughter as mentally challenged, a notion she herself had come to accept. Yet, who could have anticipated that within a mere few days, her daughter had mastered the art of writing 6 characters? Heaven, earth, human, you, me, him. As Shi Ersaw recited these words, her eyes brimmed with tears. How wonderful! My Yao is truly remarkable. Tears streamed down her face, dark and murky. Feeling a slight itch in her eyes, Shi Ersaw instinctively lowered her head to rub them with her hands. Observing this, Shi Yuebai advised sister-in-law, do not use your dirty hands to wipe your eyes. There are clean towels over there. Shi Yao retrieved a pristine iron frame, still encased in a paper box made of cowhide. Once assembled, it transformed into a clothing rack made of iron, complete with swivel wheels at its base. The moment the rack was put together, Shi Yuebai produced several new towels. Each member of the Shi family received one, with the stipulation that they were not to be shared. Initially, Nong Yasi found this arrangement cumbersome. Who would be so particular in the desolate wasteland? However, upon witnessing their ample pool of zero-radiation, purified water, she suddenly felt at ease. With such a vast reservoir of clean water, after their daily toil of moving stones, they could indulge in a refreshing swim. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for each to possess a towel, waking each morning to wash with pure water. As Nong Yasi rose, she guided her sister-in-law Shi Er to the iron frame. Sister-in-law, here is your towel, and the clean water is over here. Beside the iron frame stood a large vat, unearthed from the rubble during the transportation of stones. It appeared to have once belonged to a riverside paradise, utilized for the purpose of fish breeding and contemplation before the land was abandoned. Shi Yuebai placed the vat beside the iron frame and filled it to the brim with water. This pristine water was reserved for the morning ablutions and for washing hands throughout the day. Shi Er, using a small plastic basin, scooped a portion of water from the vat and bent down to cleanse her eyes with the fresh liquid. Upon raising her head, she was momentarily engulfed by a haze of grayish-black. Yuebai, Shi Er exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. This shade of gray was entirely different from the profound black she had known before. Unsure of what had transpired, she wondered if the affliction within her mind had worsened. Habitually, she called out to Shi Yuebai, succumbing to a state of distress. Shi Yuebai swiftly maneuvered the flatbed cart to her side. What's wrong? Standing by the basin, Shi Er shook her head and replied, It seems to be nothing. Just a fleeting moment ago, the colors before her had shifted slightly. Soon, however, the darkness returned, enveloping her once more. Releasing her tension, she changed the subject. Yuebai, what shall we do with this basin of water? Shi Yuebai lowered her gaze to the basin, which had transformed from a crystal-clear liquid to a murky yellow-brown. Pour it out, into that patch of potato field, she instructed, allowing Shi Yuebai to manage the task herself. She turned around and said to Gnome Yasi, the walls must continue to rise, as high as they can be raised. After all, we possess nothing in excess. The useless stones are the most abundant. Just then, a throng of people surged in front of the makeshift sheet door. Shi Yuebai, you have mercenaries to rely on, and you lack neither food nor drink. Meanwhile, we are on the brink of starvation. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, and the other teams do not have such burdens. They find food far more swiftly than we do. If you have provisions, why not share them? The sheet door was hastily pulled aside, revealing Shi Yue's sister-in-law, who frantically stumbled out. Yuebai, what should we do? In the wasteland, one could find edible sustenance, but one could not afford to live too indulgently, especially in the present circumstances, where the Shijia family consisted solely of women and children, all incapable of defending themselves. Their actions had ignited the public ire of the team, and it seemed utterly unsurprising. Chapter 40. What I cannot obtain. You shall not desire. Either the individuals from the other teams clamored to tear aside the makeshift sheet curtain. From their vantage point, they could not see beyond the Shijia family's tarp, which also held a rack adorned with clean towels. Shi was seated at her study desk, writing. She anxiously lifted her head, pencil in hand, and began to nibble on the tip of it. Due to her worry, Shiyu's head began to sway again. Upon noticing this, Shi Yuebai placed her palm on Shiyu's head and infused a generous amount of soul energy into her crown point. What is there to fret about? You still have me, don't you? The soul energy held little substantial effect on the denizens of the wasteland, but it could uplift their spirits, stabilize their minds, and prevent them from spiraling into despair. There are also medications for depression and anxiety that can achieve the same effects. Thus, when Shi Yuebai witnesses the members of the Shi family in a state of panic and insomnia in the dead of night, or when they are startled awake by nightmares, she infuses their bodies with a semblance of spiritual energy. This allows them to sleep a little better and prevents their distress from disturbing her own rest. Shi Yaoyao soon settles down, ceasing her screams and frantic movements, and softly inquires, Aunt, what should we do now? Shi Yuebai instructs Shi Yaoyao to continue with her homework and glides the handcart toward the gate of the enclosure. As she gazes outward, she notices several sneaky men within the team, yet this time, most of those approaching are women. The men of their household have ventured out to scavenge. I have never suggested withholding food from anyone. With a wave of her hand, Shi Yuebai beckons Gnome Yasi to bring forth the several hundred potatoes, a box of powdered milk, and a dozen or so cans of cat food, along with hundreds of small loaves of bread. The eyes of the women sparkle with anticipation. Chun Huaihai's legitimate wife, possessing a sharp and acerbic visage, eagerly steps onto the gravel. A gust of wind sweeps through, lifting the mass of black hair that lay against the wall. Wei Lingxia feels as though the world is spinning around her. When she raises her gaze, she finds a pale face confronting her, with long black hair swirling before her, and blood-red lips seemingly poised to touch her own. The crimson bridal gown billows around her. With a shriek, she instinctively recoils, her senses abruptly sharpening. Wei Lingxia glances around, her view obscured by the grime on her face, rendering it difficult to discern her complexion. What was that? What was that just now? The crowd was inexplicably bewildered. What was happening? Wei Lingxia was taken aback for a considerable time, meticulously scanning her surroundings. Yet she could not find the woman in the red wedding dress with long hair. There must be something. There had to be. Wei Lingxia searched everywhere, refusing to succumb to this absurdity. Nearby, a woman impatiently shoved Wei Lingxia, exclaiming, Stop being irrational. We are here to attend to serious matters. With the price of water continuing to rise, if they did not wish to perish from thirst, they needed to exert every effort to procure food. In an instant, the group of women ceased to concern themselves with Wei Lingxia's peculiar behavior and redirected their frustrations towards Shi Yuebai. Just as they continued to clamor for Shi Yuebai to share her provisions, Shi Yuebai produced a hefty wooden stick from behind her. She exhaled upon it, igniting one end in a fierce blaze. Shi Yuebai then placed the torch upon a pile of small bread rolls. What are you doing? Do you even realize what this entails? Among the throng of women, a few stealthy men, visibly anxious, pushed their way forward. The foremost man, mirroring Wei Lingxia's earlier actions. Stepped onto a patterned stone but halted abruptly, frozen in place. A man behind him gave him a shove, urgently shouting, "Why aren't you moving?" Suddenly, the man in front cried out, retreating a step and frantically waving his hands. However, his odd behavior garnered no attention. The crowd remained fixated on the torch in Shi Yuebai's hand, fearful that this reckless fool might ignite the several hundred small loaves. Dare to take another step forward, if you will. The countenance of Shi Yuebai is laden with malice. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. She was never a virtuous individual. During her time with the witch clan, Shi Yuebai often tread her own path, leaving others bereft of options. In this wasteland, she endures daily hardships, scurrying like a diminutive hamster, merely wishing for a semblance of comfort. Burdened with such a substantial physique, her inability to traverse the terrain renders her no different from a worthless being. A tempest of anger has long been festering within her. Now, the members of this group dare to provoke her. Very well, none shall relish ease. Observing the throng of individuals in the group, their faces contorted with both pity and rage, they bellow at her, chastising her for squandering resources. Yet, inexplicably, Shi Yuebai feels a surge of delight. She lowers the torch in her hand, igniting the cardboard box. The cluster of people at the doorway gasps in astonishment. Several cannot restrain themselves and rush forward, attempting to seize the food from beneath her torch. However, as they take a step, they find themselves rooted in place, ultimately retreating in fear, twisting their heads in search of someone. Once Shi Yuebai has sufficiently amused herself with their reactions, she raises her torch. Her round, chubby face wears a most malevolent grin. Do not be alarmed. I am merely toying with you. Acquiring food is quite simple. Remember when I exchanged small loaves of bread for supplies? You were all rather pleased, were you not? As long as you possess something I desire, you may trade it. According to my rules, everyone can live well. However, if my rules are not followed, it will all come to an end. As she spoke, Shi Yuebai pressed the torch downwards. The crowd at the entrance of the wall gasped in shock. A woman shouted loudly, "What do you want?" I have some bricks at home. Do you want them?" Driven to desperation, she remembered that a child, on the verge of starvation, lay in her tent. The thought of her son rendered her unable to cry. With just a morsel of food, he could survive for a day. Yet, Shi Yuebai remained unfazed, intent on burning a large box of bread. The woman, stripped of all hope, felt utterly helpless. Little did she know that Shi Yuebai raised the torch, tilting her chin towards the woman. "Bricks? The neatly stacked kind? Fine, bring me 100 bricks, and I will give you a loaf of bread." She reached out to stop the woman. "Ahong, where are you going? Get lost." The woman named Ahong forcefully shoved Wei Lingxia aside. Chapter 41. Her heart was as hard as iron, and her dealings were purely transactional. Wei Lingxia could never have anticipated that Ahong, who had initially agreed to help her forcefully extract all the food from the Shi family's tent, would be the first to turn against her. She followed a few steps behind Ahong, urging everyone to stand together and insist on sharing the Shi family's provisions. As long as those foolish individuals from the Shi family wished to survive within their community, they would have to produce food. Despite Shi Yuebai wielding the torch, it was merely an act of bravado. Shi Yuebai undoubtedly would not dare to truly incinerate the food. She completely disregarded Wei Lingxia's summons. After running a few steps, Wei Lingxia found herself unable to continue, her ribs having been fractured by Chun Huaihai a few days prior, a consequence of her failure to heed his words appropriately. However, half a month ago, after a blow to her head from Chun Huaihai, her hearing had significantly deteriorated. It was not that Wei Lingxia was intentionally disobedient. Sweating profusely, she pressed against her ribs, taking a moment to rest on a pile of rubble before glancing back at the tarpaulin of the Shi family. Gritting her teeth, she turned around to rally the others once more. Behind the tarpaulin of Ahong's residence lay heaps of red bricks, which had presumably been transported to construct shops along the embankment. Alas, the consumables within those shops had long been pillaged. Ahong found a woven basket, pulling it along with a length of hemp rope. The basket brimmed with red bricks, and she shouldered the burden, sprinting desperately towards the Shi family's abode. At the entrance, a throng of people had amassed, some clearly exhibiting signs of mental instability, yearning to rush into the stone-patterned enclosure of the Shi family, yet inexplicably recoiling in fear. The crowd could only stand at the entrance, vocally condemning Shi Yuebai. However, she remained unfazed, having been scorned since childhood. Malicious words held no sting for her. "Make way, make way!" Ahong, drenched in sweat, charged forward with a basket of red bricks. Shi Yuebai raised an eyebrow. And in that moment, Ahong became the sole woman permitted to enter the stony enclosure. Here are the red bricks you demanded. Ahong fell to the ground, eagerly looking up at Shi Yuebai. Yet, Shi Yuebai remained unmoved, declaring, "Not enough. You need to bring me 100. Ahong immediately sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I can still drag more. I have plenty of red bricks at home." Shi Yuebai curled the corner of his mouth, resembling an ancient miser, and instructed, "Just pile the red bricks over there. Go on." Without hesitation, Ahong complied with Shi Yuebai's directive. On the ground, her son had become nothing more than a mere skeleton, his skin stretched tautly over his bones, devoid of any flesh. His head appeared disproportionately large, as though his frail shoulders could scarcely support it. "Mother," the boy called out weakly from the ground. Ahong, tears streaming down her face, rushed to her son's side, kissing his forehead gently. "Be good, my dear. Mother will fetch you something to eat. Just hold on a little longer." The boy blinked obediently, neither crying nor fussing, for he lacked the strength to do so. With swift movements, Ahong dashed to the pile of red bricks, fervently loading them into an empty basket. The jute rope dug into her shoulder as she shouted, "Ah!" A petite woman, with the rope slung over her shoulder, trudged step by step towards Shi's home. The onlookers, including Wei Ling Xia, had initially intended to voice their thoughts, but ultimately found themselves at a loss for words. "How much more do we need?" Ahong poured the red bricks from the basket onto the ground. Blood streamed from one side of her shoulder as she weakly knelt before Shi Yuebai. "Just one more piece." Shi Yuebai gazed at Ahong with clear, unwavering eyes. A voice called out from beyond the wall, "Just one more piece? Why not let it be? Hurry and give her the bread. Her son is on the brink of death. You must help her." Shi Yuebai held a long stick in her hand, gazing at Ahong before her. "Ahong, I implore you, give me something to eat. I beseech you." Ahong's tears had all but dried up. She sat on the ground, burdened by her child on her back, utterly exhausted. The crowd surrounding them pointed fingers at Shi Yuebai, their voices rising in indignation, nearly cursing her into oblivion. "How can you be so heartless? Don't you possess even a shred of compassion? Every person is nurtured by their parents. Why must you be so extraordinarily cruel and ruthless? Have a heart, will you?" Everyone assumed that Shi Yuebai was merely toying with Ahong. If she were truly kind-hearted, she would have long since offered a loaf of bread to her. Observing Ahong running back and forth like a fool, Shi Yuebai likely smirked internally. This overweight woman was indeed quite despicable. Shi Yuebai lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at the crowd by the door. "Forgive me, but I have never been human." She gestured to Shi Yuebai, who then produced a water bottle and handed Ahong a loaf of bread. "Here, take this bread." Shi Yuebai spoke with an impassive expression, refusing to acknowledge Ahong's astonished and petrified countenance. Shi Yuebai squatted beside Ahong, curiously inquiring, "Auntie, isn't your son about to starve? Why are you still in a daze?" Ahong came to her senses, her gaze falling upon the small bottle of clean water in her hands. She didn't need a radiation detector to realize the preciousness of this water, as its clarity revealed its unparalleled value. So much." Ahong's voice was parched. "Are you not saying that I owe Shi Yuebai 100 red bricks? Did Shi Yuebai merely offer her a piece of bread? Why then, was there not only bread but also water, which was thousands of times more precious?" Shi Yuebai retorted, "Eating only bread must leave one parched." She felt that after such a prolonged hunger, Ahong's son could hardly produce a drop of saliva. Swallowing a mouthful of bread might choke him. Was all of Ahong's effort, including the injury to her shoulder, in vain? Ahong's lips trembled as she gazed at Shi Yuebai, whose figure loomed like a mountain. She bowed her head deeply, her forehead touching the ground in a gesture of profound reverence. Shi Yuebai averted her gaze, maneuvering her hand-pushed cart to evade the display of humility. She was resolute, her heart as hard as iron. Engaged in a transaction where money and goods were exchanged without sentimentality, she would not accept such a grand gesture. Chapter 42, from this day forth, I shall be a clean and plump individual. Ahong turned her back to the crowd. Others could not see Shi Yuebai discreetly handing a bottle of water to Ahong. They only witnessed her genuinely giving a piece of bread. After a while, the son cradled in Ahong's arms took a deep breath. Weakly, he opened his eyes and murmured, "Mother." He was about to express his desire for water when Ahong swiftly covered his mouth. She understood the value of the water and bread she had procured. If others discovered the clear water she possessed, it would draw unwanted attention. Ahong lifted her son onto her back. Truly, she had received bread. The crowd began to murmur, unable to resist glancing into Ahong's pocket. A person who has been hungry for an extended period cannot consume an abundance of food all at once. They must partake slowly, savoring each morsel. Thus, Ahong allowed her son but a single bite of the loaf before she tucked away the remainder, a substantial portion of the bread. In the crowd, a few furtive men exchanged knowing glances. Ahong's partner had ventured out to scavenge, and if they were to seize her bread. Just as this notion took root, the onlookers observed Ahong halting her steps, her child perched upon her back. With eyes brimming with hope, she gazed at the impassive Shi Yuebai, inquiring, "What more do you desire? Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." Shi Yuebai's gaze fell upon a pile of red bricks, stating, 100 bricks in exchange for a loaf. Bring as many as you possess. Upon uttering these words, a spark of fervor ignited within Ahong's eyes. The remaining onlookers began to murmur among themselves, questioning, is it truly that simple? These red bricks are abundant. If we were to gather them, could we not also procure a loaf? Shi Yuebai regarded the crowd, challenging, do you possess nothing else for barter? Previously, Shi Yuebai had traded bread for infant diapers, adult safety pants, disinfectant, and even cement. She consistently exchanged consumables for items deemed worthless by others. In dealings with Shi Yuebai, the pursuit of sustenance was paramount, especially considering her perceived lack of intellect. It was sufficient to offer refuse in exchange for her provisions. The previously restless survivors, spurred on by Wei Lingxia and the men, began to contemplate what they could offer in exchange for food. One individual proposed bringing forth a box of sterile medical bandages, asking Shi Yuebai, would this be an acceptable trade? In a remarkable display of generosity, Shi Yuebai exchanged a single small bread for 10 boxes of sterile medical bandages. The team was thoroughly astonished. Gradually, they began to decipher Shi Yuebai's logic. Anything new, abundant, and utterly useless could be offered for exchange. Someone brought forth a large box filled with new underwear, a collection that included garments for both adults and children. Showcasing an array of styles, lace, boxers, briefs, and thongs, amounting to approximately 1,000 pieces. I shall trade these 1,000 pairs of underwear for 10 small loaves of bread. Is that too much to ask? The individual spoke with a gruff tone, seemingly intent on challenging Shi Yuebai. He was eager to observe whether Shi Yuebai would indeed accept such an incongruous offer. Upon glancing at the heap of underwear within the box, Shi Yuebai simply uttered the word exchange. With that, Shi Yao handed over 10 small loaves to the man, who stood momentarily stunned before turning away with his bounty in tow. The small loaves, though few in number, were quickly dwindling as several individuals exchanged for a portion. Before long, the once spacious courtyard enclosed by gravel, belonging to the Shi family, became increasingly cluttered with an assortment of items. The survivors watched in dismay as the pile of bread vanished entirely. Their initial intentions to stir trouble gradually subsided. No Yasi gazed at the courtyard filled with red bricks, furrowing her brow as she spoke to Shi Yuebai. Today, the delivery of these red bricks has reached an unprecedented number. Have all the bricks from Ahong's family found their way to us? Initially, the group maintained their composure, refraining from assisting with Ahong's bricks. However, when Ahong departed to deliver bricks to Shi Yuebai, someone seized the opportunity to pilfer 100 bricks from her home. They presented the stolen bricks to Shi Yuebai, who merely cast a fleeting glance and exchanged them for a loaf of bread. This act emboldened the survivors, prompting those unable to offer anything else of value to follow suit and haul away bricks from Ahong's family. Nong Yasi continued to murmur, recalling the individual who had delivered cement days prior. Today, he brought yet another 300 bags of cement. Not only was the original 100 bags still untouched, but the newly acquired 300 bags seemed destined to languish for an indeterminate period. They truly regarded Shi Yuebai as a fool. Nong Yasi felt a stir of anger within her. Yet, Shi Yuebai remained unperturbed. From a considerable pile of handmade soaps, she fished out a bar of honey-scented essential oil soap. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Today, we can finally wash our hair." In her memory, essential oil soap was indeed suitable for washing hair, as certain merchants had advertised. Seeing her aunt's joy, Shi Yao also felt a surge of happiness. Clapping her hands around Shi Yuebai, at long last, they had cleared away the pile of useless bread. Let us celebrate today with a fragrant bath. Observing Shi Yuebai and Shi Yao laughing so joyfully, Nong Yasi felt uncertain whether to join in their mirth. Others were scrambling and scheming intensely to obtain a small loaf of bread, yet in Shi Yuebai's eyes, it was deemed worthless. However, upon reflecting, Nong Yasi realized that Shi Yuebai was a water elementalist. With such abilities, what could she possibly lack in the future? This thought brought her solace. Cheerfully, She lifted Shi Yuebai from the baby's cradle. Beneath the canvas, Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai could hardly contain their excitement as they dove into the swimming pool. Shi Yuebai, wielding a handmade essential oil soap, began to rub it through Shi Yuebai's greasy hair, creating a cascade of bubbles. The sensation was exhilarating for Shi Yuebai, as the itchiness on her scalp was instantaneously soothed. Watching the members of the Shi family gradually descend into the pool, each holding a piece of essential oil soap, a delicate layer of bubbles formed on the crystal-clear water's surface, only to vanish swiftly due to the water's pristine clarity. Shi Yuebai exclaimed joyfully, "From this day forth, I shall be a clean, plump person." Chapter 43. With nothing to exchange, I cannot offer you food. Upon emerging from the pool, Shi Yuebai donned a spacious new garment, freshly sewn by her mother. This attire, crafted from 2 pristine new bedsheets, was fashioned into a cylindrical form. Despite its simplicity, it was a significant improvement for Shi Yuebai. In this wasteland, finding suitable clothing was a daunting task. Her previous garment, riddled with pudding stains and holes, was no longer wearable. The old clothes that were replaced were so unappealing that even as rags, they were deemed undesirable by Shi Yuebai. The entire family was in high spirits, having enjoyed a refreshing bath. Even Shi Yuebai was placed on a floating cloud by Nong Yasi, adorned in a charming mermaid swimsuit and fitted with a neck float, allowing her to paddle about in the pool. The next morning, Shi Yuebai received a message from Ija. "Have you all been diligently scavenging these past few days? And have you found anything to eat?" Shi Yuebai preferred not to stir trouble. If she confessed that she hadn't taken anyone from the Shi family scavenging, Ija would only sigh in disappointment. Thus, she resorted to deception. "We found plenty, and we are eating well." Ija refrained from sending further messages. Today, they continued to move stones from behind the tarpaulin. Behind the Shi family's tarpaulin, along the path to the public restroom, they excavated a modest-sized pool, significantly enlarging the area. The open space extended directly from beneath the bridge pier, rising upward. Fortunately, the urban construction workers had previously considered the convenience of individuals with disabilities and had installed a ramp alongside the steps. This greatly facilitated Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai as they transported stones with a construction cart. The excavating machinery played a crucial role in the stone relocation process. Shi Yuebai meticulously planned, deciding that the crushed stones on the steps could be left for now, focusing instead on clearing the stones from the ramp. By creating the ramp first, they could even save on the cement needed for paving. Suddenly, a cautious voice emerged near the gate of the wall. Shi Yuebai turned to see Ah Hong, her eyes reddened, hunched over with her son on her back, appearing timid and vulnerable. She furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with irritation, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "My family's red bricks have been entirely stolen." Ah Hong felt as though she were on the verge of collapse. After a day of frantic running about, driven by hunger, she had returned to her makeshift shelter only to faint from exhaustion. It was only upon waking this morning that she discovered not a single brick remained beside her tent. The members of her group had exchanged the bricks from her home for bread at Shi Yuebai's place. Ah Hong, with a sense of desperation, lamented, "We have nothing left to barter. Shi Yuebai, what more do you require from me? I can offer you anything. I beg you, I implore you." Despite the group's insistence that the bread at Shi Yuebai's was all gone, they had managed to deceive her into relinquishing some of Shi's bread through their collective effort. However, Shi Yuebai still possessed a box of potatoes and several cans of cat food. The team now contemplated how to procure these items from her grasp. Ah Hong felt a pang of anxiety. The small loaf of bread she had obtained yesterday had long been crumbled and mixed with water to nourish her son, while she herself had consumed neither bread nor water. Shi Yuebai, feeling increasingly irritable, snapped, "Must you always beg so pathetically? Is your dignity so easily trampled?" She was not a sadist who relished in seeing the weak grovel before her. With a harsh tone, she retorted, "Without something to trade, I cannot offer you food. This is not a charitable organization." Having said that, she pushed the cart and turned to leave. Behind her, Ah Hong cried out loudly then, "Can I help you move the stones? I still have strength. I am quite strong. I can do it, I truly can. Shi Yuebai, please. No, give me a chance. Let me prove that I am useful." Shi Yuebai paused and turned to look at Ah Hong. Ah Hong, who had originally intended to kneel, stood upright. Just as she thought Shi Yuebai would coldly reject her, Shi Yuebai nodded. "Can you mix cement?" "Oh, it's fine if you can't, for I cannot either. I don't need you to move bricks. I need you to build that wall." Due to an excess of items, someone had attempted to scale the wall to steal from Shi's household last night, oblivious to the consequences. Without Shi Yuebai needing to intervene, her hair alone had frightened the intruder away. However, the wall Shi Yuebai had constructed was merely a shoddy piece of work. It could easily collapse with a mere touch. Shi Yuebai was almost moved to tears by her own craftsmanship. Fortunately, with Ahong's help, she would have to repair the crumbling stone wall herself. Ahong eagerly nodded, carrying her son, who was nothing but skin and bones, and hurried to the collapsed stone wall. She placed her son aside, rolled up her sleeves, and began to mix the cement. As Ahong had claimed, she still possessed considerable strength. After all, despite not having eaten for an extended period, she could still wield a shovel. She possesses more experience than Shi Yuebai, capable of sifting fine pebbles from the gravel, the minuscule kind, to be mixed with cement. Just as Ahong was about to combine the cement, she turned around and noticed a large basin of clean water beside the mixing area. Ahong exclaimed, "Shi Yuebai, this vast basin of clean water. Are we to use it to mix the cement?" Overwhelmed, she felt faint. Shi Yuebai, with a harsh tone, admonished her not to be lazy and to get on with her work, threatening to deduct her meals if she did not comply. In her hands, she held a book borrowed from Guai Guai titled The Spoiled Darling of the Overbearing CEO. It had its moments, but they were few. Ahong dared not utter another word, focusing intently on her labor. After a while, she cautiously inquired, "Miss Shi, may I give my son a little of this water to drink?" At that moment, Shi Yuebai, diligently practicing her calligraphy, obediently stood up and hurried into the tent, returning with 2 bottles of water. "Here, this is clean, though still innocent." She regarded her aunt's words as sacred commands. Her aunt had instructed them to drink only from the bottled clean water, forbidding the water used for bathing in the pool, the water by the clothes rack for washing faces, and the water mixed with cement, all deemed unfit for consumption. Ahong trembled as she accepted the 2 bottles, carefully feeding her son a sip. "Mommy." Her son lifted his delicate eyelids. "Mommy, you drink too." He took a bottle and eagerly approached Shi Yuebai and Shi Yuebai, saying, "Mommy, drink water. Auntie, drink water." Chapter 44. I Need Sand with Ahong's Assistance. The cement from the Shi family was mixed to perfection. After finishing her reading, Shi Yuebai turned her gaze toward Ahong, remarking, "Your technique is quite adept." She observed the stark contrast between the wall she had constructed and the one Ahong had built with red bricks. The latter appeared notably more orderly. "When the wasteland arrived, we took refuge in this very area. My husband once aspired to use these red bricks to erect a house," Ahong reminisced. The former world, ravaged by apocalyptic calamities, had transformed the entire planet into a desolate ruin, with countless lives lost, so many that it rendered any attempt at accounting futile, as there were simply no resources or manpower left for such endeavors. Ahong and her husband, along with their son, managed to evade the disaster, seeking shelter beneath a bridge. In those early days, life was not as arduous. Amidst the rubble, sustenance could still be found. Ahong followed her husband's lead, attempting to construct a dwelling. It was during that time that she honed her skills in mixing cement and laying bricks. As time progressed, food became increasingly scarce, and every available source of nourishment was thoroughly exploited. While continuing her task of bricklaying, Ahong lamented, "We have not repaired our home since then. My husband ventures out daily in search of food, yet the finds are meager." She spoke with her head bowed, her hands tirelessly at work, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet her eyes remained dry. Her body possessed no surplus moisture to allow tears to flow. Shi Yuebai remained silent as Shi saw, and Nong Yasi pushed a cart laden with rubble towards her, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Shi Yuebai broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Who isn't facing difficulties? At least you and your husband possess a normal intellect, able to engage in rational thought. Look at the Shi family. The elderly are frail, and the young are vulnerable. Were it not for my unexpected arrival, this family would remain oblivious to the looming threat of disintegration. What is there to lament? Everyone struggles. So why should we dwell in sorrow and bitterness? Compared to most, Ahong has already made remarkable progress." With her head bowed as she toiled, Ahong took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, our circumstances have improved significantly." She summoned her resolve and swiftly completed a section of the wall. "If only we had a sand machine. We could transform this rubble into sand and even plaster the wall." Shi Yuebai raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her sentiment without further comment. She instructed Shi Yuebai to fetch 2 cans of cat food, 2 radiation-free potatoes, and 2 bottles of water for Ahong. "Today's labor is complete. Should you require more provisions, return tomorrow." She contemplated reorganizing the courtyard. It had accumulated too many items and felt excessively cramped. A separate area must be designated for storing supplies acquired through the barter of bread. Additionally, Shi Yuebai intended to discuss with Guai the possibility of enclosing the tarpaulin he resided under. After all, there was an ample supply of cement and red bricks. Once the red bricks were exhausted, she could continue to construct using stone. Clutching her bounty tightly, Ahong trembled from the weight of it all. It was simply overwhelming. Truly too much to bear. To grant Shi Yuebai a day's labor, one could astonishingly earn 2 portions of sustenance. Among these rations, there were even 2 bottles of exceptionally precious clean water. Yesterday, she had tasted the rim of the bottle given by Shi Yuebai. The crystal-clear liquid was remarkably different. Sweet and refreshing, unlike the foul, bitter flavor that tainted the water sold in the bustling city. Ahong felt an urge to kneel before Shi Yuebai. Yet when she witnessed the disdainful glance cast her way, she straightened herself up. She bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, and rest assured, I shall remain silent." Ahong's intelligence was not in question. Like Nong Yasi, she harbored suspicions about Shi Yuebai being an extraordinary individual. She understood that should such information leak, Shi Yuebai might suffer the dire consequences of her companion's wrath. Even more alarmingly, it could attract the attention of the city dwellers. In this desolate world, all extraordinary beings, in order to evade such troubles, chose to live in seclusion until they possessed the means to protect themselves. Those who presented themselves to the public were invariably individuals of formidable offensive capabilities, destined to become the leaders at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid. A status unattainable by ordinary survivors. Shi Yuebai raised an eyebrow, bemused by Ahong's perceptiveness, thereby sparing her the need for a warning. Once Ahong departed with her child, Shi Yuebai took a moment to compare the wall she had constructed with the one Ahong had built. The disparity was astonishing. Feeling a sense of frustration, she picked up a stone and invoked a powerful spell, crushing the palm-sized rock into powder. Wasn't sand the desired outcome? Lacking a sand-making machine, Shi Yuebai resorted to manually creating some sand. To do so, she had to employ her formidable spell. In recent days, Shi Yuebai has been employing the water-gathering spell daily, continuously infusing spiritual energy into the enhanced dizziness formation beneath her feet. Moreover, she has crafted a bride puppet using her soul energy, and is also channeling fat energy into the bodies of several individuals from the Shi family. Their bodies are perpetually in a state of agony, with their meridians feeling as though they are being severed. Only she truly comprehends this torment. The use of the Great Strength spell merely adds an extra layer of discomfort atop her existing pain, yet Shi Yuebai remains indifferent to it. What concerns her is the inefficiency of her actions. After much effort, she has only managed to mold a small mound of sand from the stone. As night falls, Shi Yuebai instructs Shi Yuebai to gather a bag of potatoes, approximately 10 in number, and to fetch 10 bottles of water, each containing about 500 milliliters. The two approach the peculiar tent. Having long been aware of the abundance of items within, Shi Yuebai is surprised by the sheer volume. She maneuvers a flatbed cart into the strange tent. Upon entering, she finds herself unable to proceed further. The area concealed by the tent is several times larger than the Shi family estate, yet the space available for movement within is quite limited, as it is cluttered with an assortment of bizarre components. Most of the discarded parts he has collected are piled high outside the bridge pier. Shi Yuebai clicks her tongue, observing the multitude of items. With all this, can you construct a sand-making machine for me? The eccentric individual, with disheveled hair and eyes fixated on the potatoes and water held by Shi Yuebai, replies, I could, but without the necessary energy, you would find it unusable. Speak in a way that Shi Yuebai can comprehend. He is capable, yet devoid of power and fuel. Shi Yuebai curled her lip in disdain, acknowledging the stark realities of this desolate land. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, urging, come up with a solution, I require sand. Guai cast a sidelong glance at Shi Yuebai, then beckoned to Shi Yuebai, accepting the provisions and water from her hands. His voice, akin to a croaking duck, rasped, I have a plan. Modify the excavating mechanical arm, and you can grasp the rubble with your hands, just as you did a moment ago. Shi Yuebai had recently demonstrated her ability to crush stones barehanded in the courtyard, and he had witnessed it. Chapter 45. We are not what you claim us to be. When others observed her employing the forceful spell, Shi Yuebai remained unfazed. It's no matter, if necessary. I shall silence them permanently. Besides, Guai was not one to prattle unnecessarily. She arched an eyebrow at him, her hair, trimmed to shoulder length, cascading cleanly. Surprisingly sleek and dark, emanating a subtle sheen of bluish light. The quality of Shi Yuebai's hair was commendable. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Before dawn the next day, without Shi Yuebai needing to inquire, Guai automatically delivered the enhanced excavating mechanical arm. He was indeed a talent. This arm utilized no kinetic energy. Rather, it harnessed the principles of physics to maximize force, effortlessly crushing stones. However, it could not reduce them to powder. There was a hint of regret in Guai Guai's tone as he hunched his frail body, dressed in tattered clothing, disheveled and unkempt. Observing the fine powder Shi Yuebai had managed to create with her bare hands. It is indeed exceedingly fine. Even more so than the sand produced by a sand-making machine. However, the excavating mechanical arm crafted by Guai Guai, utilizing physical principles, can only compress stones into granular form to a limited extent, and the sizes remain quite inconsistent. Yet, the women of the Shi family, along with the young child, Yao Yao, worked together diligently, significantly increasing the speed at which they could produce gravel. Guai Guai glanced over at the elderly and infirm members of the Shi family, seated upon a pile of stones in the courtyard, utilizing the mechanical arm to crush the rocks. Throughout the process, Guai Guai did not exhibit the disdain and mockery towards the Shi family that others did. Some individuals from nearby teams, notably the taller ones, would stretch their necks over the rubble walls, peering in. Upon witnessing the collective effort of the Shi family in crushing stones, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What is this? Are these fools playing with stones now? Hey, how long can those potatoes of yours last?" Shi Yuebai has come out to exchange supplies. As the call echoed outside, Shi Yuebai abandoned her work, brushing the powder off her large, plump hands. She maneuvered her flatbed cart to the door, her expression calm and composed. Outside stood Qin Huaihai and Chu Zhongshun, among others. Behind these men stood Wei Lingxia, her face bruised and battered. Qin Huaihai's beady eyes darted towards the makeshift curtain of bed sheets, and upon spotting Nong Yasi, he muttered a curse. Wretched creature. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the Shi family would be left with nothing to eat, wondering how much longer Nong Yasi could remain with them. Fat fool. There's a pile of dung here. Would you like to trade it for your cat food? With a mocking expression adorning his face, Chu Zhongshuan cast a disdainful gaze at Shi Yuebai, filled with both contempt and revulsion. Observing Shi Yuebai deep in thought, the men surrounding him and Qin Huaihai could not suppress their laughter. Still pondering, is Shi Yuebai contemplating trading cat food for excrement? Ha ha. Shi Yuebai, infuriated, stepped forward, her hands trembling, with hollow eyes directed towards Qin Huaihai and Chu Zhongshuan. You mustn't go too far. We are not as foolish as you presume. The small loaves that were exchanged, Shi Yuebai claimed, were all expired and unfit for the Shi family's consumption. Qin Huaihai and Chu Zhongshuan erupted into raucous laughter. She dares to assert that we are not fools? Haraha. The entire group mocked the frail and ailing members of the Shi family, deeming them imbeciles. Qin Huaihai added, indeed, how could a fool recognize their own folly? Shi Yuebai felt tears welling up in her eyes. Recently, she had been consuming an abundance of water, as if Shi Yuebai's water were free, nourishing the Shi family. As she began to cry, dark yellow tears streamed down her face. An all too familiar sting coursed through her eyes, easing the relentless headaches that plagued her daily. The exaggerated laughter from across the way only intensified her anger and pain. We must acknowledge our own shortcomings. There is nothing to dispute here. However, to allow oneself to be ridiculed and to spiral into despair would indeed be foolish. One must possess self-awareness. Qin Huaihai labels them as foolish, imbeciles, and overweight, and so forth. Is that not the truth? Reluctant to acknowledge her own flaws, she felt aggrieved when subjected to malicious mockery by others. Consequently, she engaged in futile arguments with those who were whole and complete, ultimately at odds with herself. The reason others chose to ridicule her was their unwillingness to let her be. If she could not come to terms with her own situation and allowed herself to be angered, it would only serve to amplify their derision. When second sister Shi inquired, "What shall we do? Should we simply endure their bullying?" Shi Yuebai calmly replied, "There is but one way to deal with such individuals. Do not waste words. Strike them down directly." As soon as her words fell, Chu Zhongshuan and the others erupted into even louder laughter, exclaiming, "How impressive she is! We are so terrified." Bang! The final sound was that of a gunshot, reminiscent of an archaic bullet revolver from many years past. Suddenly, Ijia and his mercenaries, en route to the Shi residence, halted in their tracks. With a grimy face, he tilted his head slightly towards the direction of the Shi household, sensing trouble at hand, the unmistakable sound of gunfire. Such antiquated weaponry was no longer in use, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to identify the source of the noise. Having previously served in a garrison, Ijia, whose family had a long lineage of military service, was well acquainted with various arms, both hot and cold, as well as laser weaponry. He urged his mercenaries to sprint towards the Shi residence. Meanwhile, Qu Zhongxuan, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to the blood oozing from a gaping wound in his chest. Glancing back at Second Sister Shi, he felt his body uncontrollably sway backward. Second Sister Shi, trembling, held up her dark handgun, her keen hearing unparalleled. Even though her eyes were blind, she could accurately strike the heart of Qu Zhongxuan. With a single shot, she eliminated that detestable scoundrel. It took Chun Huaihai a considerable time to comprehend the situation. He pointed at sister-in-law Shi, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to unleash a torrent of curses, to express his desire to eliminate that wretched woman. However, sister-in-law Shi trembled, suddenly aiming the gun at Chun Huaihai. We are not, she murmured, we are not what you claim. At last, no one dared to mock them as a group of imbeciles any longer. Look, Shi Yuebai asserted. It is indeed right. For those who deride them, it is best to eliminate them outright. Why engage in futile arguments? The more one argues, the more it resembles an inability to accept one's own flaws. Just eliminate them all. From a distance, Ija caught a whiff of a foul odor. He rushed over with the mercenaries and, upon assessing the scene, realized that a group of men was intimidating the two vulnerable figures, Shi Yuebai and sister-in-law Shi. It was clear to Ija that they were being bullied. He charged forward with several mercenaries, delivering blows to Chun Huaihai and his associates. Chapter 46. I moved into your team, did I not say? The Shi family is under my protection. You wretched dogs. How dare you come here to humiliate them with your filth? Ija fumed with rage. The mercenaries battered Chun Huaihai's group until they were crying out for mercy. The corpse of Qu Zhongxuan lay on the ground, seemingly overlooked by all, including Ija and the other mercenaries. Amidst the chaotic flurry of activity, Shi Yuebai's gaze fell upon the several bags of chicken manure that Chun Huaihai and Qu Zhongxuan had brought over. She hesitated internally. She desired this excrement, though it was not due to a lack of it at home, since she had ceased to eat or drink, subsisting solely on the energy derived from fat. She had no longer experienced the need for bodily relief. Meanwhile, Nong Yasi, Shi Urseo, Shi Mu, and Shi Yaoao consumed only the water Shi Yuebai provided, without partaking in any other sustenance. Despite Ija having previously gifted Shi Yuebai several hundred potatoes, those tubers remained untouched, merely sprouting on the ground. Under the condition of drinking only water, Nong Yasi and the others made daily trips to the public restroom, attending to their needs both great and small. They merely needed to navigate through the high pile of rubble behind the Shi family's tarpaulin. In truth, the public restroom, partially buried in debris, was not difficult to access. As long as one had the use of their legs, they could step onto the stones accumulated at the entrance to enter and utilize it. In the past, only Shi Yaoyao and Shi Yuebai had relieved themselves indiscriminately within the Shi household, one due to developmental challenges that hindered control, and the other because of excessive weight that rendered her immobile. However, ever since Shi Yaoyao had received prosthetic legs, the last of those who would defecate carelessly had vanished. Now, within the confines of the Shi family's tarpaulin, everything was impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the messy image outsiders might envision, replete with filth and waste. Shi Yuebai quietly maneuvered her flat cart closer to the bags of chicken manure brought by Chun Huaihai and the others, where the bold red lettering on the plastic packaging proclaimed the words chicken manure. However, in reality, there was a string of small print below detailing its usage and purpose. This is indeed chicken manure, but it is composted chicken dung, suitable for agricultural use, enhancing soil quality and altering its properties. At present, Shi Yuebai has only a small potato seedling planted behind the tarpaulin of the Shi household. From beneath the obscuring bridge pillar, a small area extends outward. This waste soil, previously enriched with chicken manure, can be utilized for potato cultivation. Resolute in her decision, Shi Yuebai gently tapped the chicken manure on the ground with a long stick in her hand. Her eyes caught sight of a bustling scene nearby, where Ah Hong was carrying her son to work. Come here. Shi Yuebai beckoned to Ah Hong, requesting that she bring all the bags of chicken manure into the Shi family's courtyard. Ah Hong complied, placing her son down, who then lay quietly beneath the courtyard wall. Today, he was no longer as sickly as before. He lay peacefully, observing the mercenaries ahead, as they brought Chun Huaihai and his associates to disarray. In the end, Chun Huaihai fled in a state of dishevelment, leaving even the body of Qu Zhongxuan behind. Ija and others surveyed the chaotic scene, their gaze neglecting the fallen Qu Zhongxuan, mistakenly believing he had merely fainted from the encounter. Yuebai, I provided you with the communicator precisely for situations like this, so you can contact me promptly, Ija said, his brows furrowed in concern as he bent down to regard Shi Yuebai, resembling a mountain of flesh. How long have you been bullied by the members of this team? Shi Yuebai pondered for a moment before responding. Are you referring to their unabashed mockery of us? It has always been present. What constitutes bullying? Shi Yuebai has never felt that she was being bullied by the members of her team. Even today, when Chen Huaihai and others approached her to exchange chicken manure for the small bread in her hand. Shi Yuebai contemplated earnestly how many bags of chicken manure could be obtained for just one small piece of bread. Observing the indifferent expression on Shi Yuebai's face, Ija lowered his head, wiping his own face. What shall become of this family? The more he pondered, the more he felt a deep sorrow for the solitary individuals of the Shi family, especially since they appeared quite lacking in intelligence. Previously, when Shi was around, Ija had not paid much attention to the isolated members of the Shi family. However, with Shi now deceased, Ija's best comrade in the garrison had also vanished from this wasteland, leaving behind a multitude of orphans and widows. Ija felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier upon him. With a firm resolve, he candidly declared to Shi Yuebai, I shall move into your team. Most mercenaries currently reside in the Grand City. The city's governing class arranges accommodations for them, but these are situated beneath the city walls. For the city's management, having expended points to hire mercenaries for the expansion of their safe zones and the protection of the city, they seek to maximize the value of these mercenaries. By placing them beneath the city walls, in the event of an attack by mutated beasts or zombies, it is these mercenaries who would first face the peril. In such circumstances, the mercenaries would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail against the mutated beasts or zombies. The team that Shi Yuebai and her companions belonged to resided just outside the Grand City, not far from it. When Ija offered assistance, Shi Yuebai politely declined, expressing that it was unnecessary. It was a common occurrence for the members of the team to endure humiliation, a reality they had grown accustomed to. Shi Yuebai's intention was to avoid entangling herself too deeply with Ija. Although he was a good person, his penchant for meddling was rather excessive. Despite his focus on combating the mutated beasts these days, he would still remind Shi Yuebai each morning to take her capable family members into the designated areas to scavenge for food. Shi Yuebai would respond affirmatively, claiming she had already taken her family out, but in truth, she found solace and contentment at home. If Ija were to reside within their team, she would be compelled to scavenge under his watchful gaze daily. They say that once one tells a lie, countless others must follow to maintain it. Shi Yuebai pondered gloomily, realizing that had she known it would unfold this way, she would have been better off telling Ija from the outset that she lacked the time for scavenging. The depths of Iju's dark eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible fury. Others humiliate you, and you have grown used to it? This is an affront to the family of Shi. These cowardly creatures who prey on the weak, he exclaimed, with Ija around. No one shall dare to humiliate you again. At the very least, it will not be done so brazenly in front of me. Ija then glanced around and spotted a vacant patch beside the peculiar tarpaulin. He resolved to settle there, a decision that swiftly spread throughout the entire team. Before long, the leader of the team, with a warm and affable smile, approached Shi Yuebai. Chapter 47. Living is as simple as this. The leader, with a face full of wrinkles from smiling, addressed Shi Yuebai. Yuebai, your Shi family has suffered greatly. It is I, the leader, who has failed to provide proper care for you. Shi sat behind Shi Yuebai, turning her head with an expression of discontent, for the child had perished. And here he was offering empty words. Previously, when members of the team bullied her and insulted her family as imbeciles, the leader had been nowhere to be found. Upon hearing that Ija would be residing here, he hurried over without delay. As the leader's affectionate words reached Shi's ears, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within her. Shi Yuebai, however, maintained a neutral expression as she regarded the leader. The survivor team to which the Shi family belonged was, in truth, quite small. In comparison to larger survivor groups, this modest team had little advantage when scavenging. Scavenging in the wasteland was, after all, hierarchical. Once mercenaries secured a safe zone, the management of the large city would dispatch personnel to clear the area, typically within 1 or 2 days. Only then would the management announce the boundaries of the new safe zone. However, prior to this announcement, some well-informed large survivor teams would conduct a second sweep. It was only after the announcement that those small to medium-sized survivor teams, having received the news, would hurry to scavenge in the new safe zone. Even so, during scavenging, conflicts would frequently erupt between teams over territorial disputes. The team under the bridge consistently faced defeat, leaving its members disheartened. Many capable families have gradually relocated from the Qiao team to join other factions. In light of this power shift, the significance of a mercenary leader joining a new team cannot be overstated. Naturally, he seeks to establish a rapport with Shi Yuebai and foster a good relationship with the Shi family. At this moment, the leader finds himself within the confines of the Shi family's courtyard. As the leader, he arrives with a courteous greeting for Shi Yuebai, who graciously permits him entry. The leader, seemingly oblivious to the remark made by second sister-in-law Shi, surveys the courtyard and praises, "Yuebai, your family possesses an abundance of items, akin to an open-air warehouse." Shi Yuebai, rather forthrightly, responds, "We shall not be relocating, but you must take care of the body of Chu Zhongshuan and the members of the Chu family." She exhibits impatience towards the leader's pleasantries, fully aware of his ulterior motive, to recognize the value of the Shi family. As Ija has taken residence to bolster the Shi family's position, Shi Yuebai's declaration of their intent to stay indicates that Ija will likewise remain for the time being. The leader, momentarily taken aback, exhales in relief, only to feel a wave of awkwardness. "Yuebai," he begins, "you are aware of your family's predicament. Ever since the misfortune befell the men of your household, the team has refrained from collecting provisions from you. Thus, with the recent water distribution, the leader's expression conveys his own discomfort. Each time scavenging occurs, the team collects a certain percentage of food as a contribution towards the collective expenses for purchasing water from the Grand City. The elderly and infirm members of the Shi family did not accompany the group in their scavenging efforts. Consequently, the leader finds himself unable to procure any provisions. Given that no contributions have been made, it follows that the Shi family cannot expect to receive water. The team leader's visit was motivated partly by a desire to establish a rapport with the Shi family, and partly to inform them of certain matters. A hint of sarcasm flickered across the face of second sister Shi. Her lips quivered, yet she ultimately remained silent. With the abundance of pristine water available to the Shi family, why would they need to rely on the contaminated water, tainted with 100 radiation, provided by the team? In fact, the latest safety zones released by the city's management hierarchy contained a considerable amount of food as well. Observing second sister Shi's expression, the team leader, apprehensive of inciting her ire, suggested, "Perhaps you could join us tomorrow for scavenging. Since Yuebai cannot move, let second sister and Dr. Nong accompany us." Before second sister Shi and Dr. Nong could respond, Shi Yuebai firmly declined, stating that neither second sister nor Dr. Nong possessed the ability to protect themselves, and suggested postponing the matter. She conveyed her disinterest in further discussion. The team leader cast one last glance at the crowded Shi family courtyard, sighed, and took his leave. Life's hardships may not be frightening, but the true terror lies in a lack of ambition. He had hoped to extend a helping hand to the Shi family out of respect for the mercenary leader, yet Shi Yuebai had unexpectedly rebuffed him. Perhaps it was for the best. Taking a blind second sister and a well-mannered Dr. Nong scavenging could lead to unforeseen complications. As soon as the team leader departed, Dr. Nong approached, remarking, "Yuebai, one can truly see the opportunism in human nature. Now that we have someone backing us, they hastily come to seek connections." As Ahong constructed the wall, he derisively remarked, "Such is the nature of humanity, particularly in this desolate land. No one cares to pretend anymore. The warmth and chill of human relationships are vividly laid bare." Shi Yuebai beckoned Shi Yaoyao to come closer. She instructed her, "Remember, this is the norm. We need not adopt a moral high ground to condemn the leader's actions. For those deemed burdensome, he did not resort to expelling them from the team outright. Merely choosing to overlook them is already a display of humanity." Shi Yaoyao nodded, her understanding only partial. Meanwhile, Ahong's son, reclining on a stone, sank into contemplative silence, seemingly grasping the gravity of the moment. Turning away, Shi Yuebai maneuvered the flatbed cart into the tent. In harsh environments, one must leverage every resource to become a person of value to others. Living is as simple as that. Do not engage Shi Yuebai in discussions of emotions and sentiments. Even two deeply bonded lovers will part ways if they cannot fulfill each other's needs. Be it physical desires, emotional support, or material demands, at least one must be satisfied. And as for the leader, with whom there is little connection, the Shis need not be overly harsh. As long as they can manage, that suffices. In the face of the fickleness of human emotion, Shi Yuebai's calm was chilling. Yet, upon entering the tent and seeing a message on the communicator, her icy demeanor shattered in an instant. "Ija, I have made arrangements. Let everyone retire early tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you all out to scavenge. According to the plan devised by the affable Ija, a gathering is set for 4:30 in the morning, where he, accompanied by Shi Yuebai and others, will first rendezvous with the mercenaries. Before dawn, they must reach the designated alert line. Shi Yuebai, with a rather round face, fixated on the worn screen of the communicator for a considerable time. There is no need for everyone to go. Shi Yaoyao and I can accompany Shi Rui. She asserted. Ija replied, leave Air Saw and Bo Mu here. I am uneasy. The survival prospects of this team appeared grim. After the commander departed from the Shi family's courtyard and approached Ija, he engaged in a lengthy conversation, evidently seeking to curry favor with Ija while subtly circumventing the Shi family. Chapter 48. Has he developed a bit of a beer belly? The commander exchanged a few words with Shi Yuebai, and Ija could surmise the gist of their discussion. However, he refrained from elaborating. As he had little time to entertain the commander, he still needed to set up his own military tent. Ija possessed nothing extraneous, aside from the tent. He was entirely alone, effectively integrating himself into the team associated with the Shi family. Dressed in combat attire, he reclined on a self-inflating mattress. Using his military backpack as a pillow, Ija examined the communicator in his hand. Shi Yuebai had not sent any further messages. Just as he assumed that Shi Yuebai and the others had succumbed to slumber, he heard the discordant sound of footsteps outside the tent. It must be Shi Yaoyao. Swiftly, Ija sat up, and, after a moment of waiting in a cross-legged position, Shi Yaoyao shook her head and spoke clearly. Uncle Yi, my aunt sent me to deliver this. She cautiously placed the items she held outside the tent before swiftly turning and fleeing. Ija, bewildered, poked his head out from the military tent, casting a glance at the objects illuminated by the moonlight, 2 potatoes, perfectly cooked and nestled by the fire. At that moment, he was taken aback. Despite the hardships faced by his own family, they still engaged in such antics with Ija. The potatoes, free from radiation contamination, were a rarity he had encountered before. Initially, he believed these 2 potatoes signified an unexpected stroke of luck for the Shi family. Since the cataclysm of the apocalypse, he had not witnessed such an abundance of uncontaminated potatoes. Shi Yuebai had a particular penchant for the quality of food, going so far as to ensure the potatoes were well cooked for Ija. He consumed the 2 pristine potatoes with a complex array of emotions, sitting cross-legged within the military tent, devouring them until not even the skins remained. The sensation of fullness compelled him to recline, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, the first restful sleep he had enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. At 4 a.m. the following day, Ija rose promptly. He shouldered his military pack and stepped outside the Shi family's canvas shelter. Shi Yuebai, come out and let's scavenge, he called. After a few minutes, Shi Yuebai emerged with a disgruntled expression, followed by the members of the Shi family, who were yawning behind her. They stumbled out into the moonlight. The first time since joining the Shi family that Nong Yasi had accompanied them on a scavenging expedition. She stood at the caution line, cradling Shi Yaoyao in her arms, nervously gazing at Shi Yuebai. What shall we do with the items in the tarpaulin now that we have all left? Within the Shi family's tarpaulin, aside from a pool of water, there lay numerous potatoes and several untouched cans of cat food. Although Shi Yuebai had instructed Ah Hong yesterday to carry her son and complete the tasks today, who could guarantee that the provisions within the Shi family's tarpaulin would not be pilfered? Shi Yuebai reassured her, stating that no one could enter without her permission. Indeed, it was difficult for anyone to even enter the courtyard. Shi Yuebai's sole concern was that once the sun emerged, she would be directly exposed to its rays, causing her weight to swell. The more intense the sunlight, the more rapidly her weight would increase. While in the safety of the Shi residence, Shi Yuebai could always find a patch of shade to remain in. Even though her weight would still rise, she could effectively utilize her energy reserves, allowing her to consume the excess fat that had formed. Thus, she maintained her weight at approximately 358 kilograms. Just then, Ija descended from the front lines with Chen Yong. Chen Yong raised his hand to greet Shi Yuebai, but she merely turned her head away, her expression aloof, seemingly disinterested in engaging. Ija patted Chen Yong on the shoulder and approached Shi Yuebai, bending down to meet her gaze. Noticing her sour demeanor, Ija couldn't help but chuckle, understanding that she was reluctant to move, yet a family outing to scavenge could prove quite delightful. For reasons unknown, Ija found Shi Yuebai rather endearing. However, Shi Yuebai was quite displeased at being dragged out from the Shi residence to scavenge. Anger can indeed possess a certain charm. Shi Yuebai took a deep breath, pressing her lips together in silence. Faced with someone who was reasonably attractive, capable, and wholeheartedly intent on protecting the Shi family. She found herself at a loss for how to express her frustration. Yi, with a smile, affectionately ruffled Shi Yuebai's hair, unexpectedly discovering its softness and cleanliness. He did not dwell on it for long. Observing her awkwardly shake her head, he chuckled and led Qinyong away. Qinyong felt as though Ija were playfully teasing a pet. He shook his head and followed Ija further along the path. Before long, the sun emerged. And to Shi Yuebai's dismay, it was no ordinary sun. It was exceptionally large. The morning temperature reached 30 degrees Celsius, and by noon, it would likely become even more oppressive. Shi Yuebai sat on a flatbed cart, angrily closing her eyes as she monitored her weight. 717 pounds, 720 pounds, 731 pounds. In no time, her weight was approaching her original baseline. Frustrated and panicked, she beckoned Shi Yuebai, urging her to hurry over. Once Shi Yuebai approached, Shi Yuebai infused her with 4 pounds of fat weight. Shi Yuebai tilted her head slightly, perplexed by her aunt's actions. "All right, call your mother over," Shi Yuebai instructed, summoning Shi Sa, Nong Yasi, and Shi Mu one by one. Under the relentless pressure of the sun's radiation, Shi Yuebai, in a state of fervor, infused each member of the Shi family with 6 pounds of fatty energy, reaching the absolute limit of human capacity. Shi Sa pinched her arm, noticing that her once slender limbs now bore a hint of flesh. There is a shared sentiment among others, including Nong Yasi. However, much like Shi Sao, Nong Yasi believes that a person can survive 3 days without food, but not without water. Given that Shi Yuebai is a water elemental user, her skin remains supple and her body cells are saturated with moisture. As a result, she appears somewhat plumper, which seems quite logical. Shi Yuebai. The voice of Ija resounded once more. He had just descended from the front lines, a laser gun slung across his back. And he crouched before Shi Yuebai with a smile. Observing her furrowed brow, he could not help but tease, "Are you still angry? You've been fuming all morning." Before his words had fully resonated, Shi Yuebai rested her hand on Ija's shoulder. A sinister grin adorned her face as she replied, "I'm not angry. I just feel that the sun is a bit too intense." "It is a bit." Ija was about to measure the surface temperature when he abruptly paused. He felt a torrential wave of heat emanating from Shi Yuebai's palm, penetrating his shoulder and coursing through his limbs. A sheen of sweat broke out on Ija's forehead. He felt invigorated, yet his belt seemed to tighten uncomfortably. He entertained the notion that he might be developing a slight beer belly. Chapter 49. Over 100 brooms body fat is, in essence, a form of energy. The potential of an overweight individual is indeed boundless, capable of enduring the cataclysms of the apocalypse and persevering into the desolate era that follows. Most often, these individuals have previously carried some weight. For instance, Ah Hong's son. According to Ah Hong, her son was quite plump as a child, often ridiculed by those around him and his schoolmates, who labeled him as the little chubby boy. Later, having neither eaten nor drunk anything, her son gradually began to lose weight. However, among the children who were contemporaries with her son, the thinnest had already perished from hunger. The fate of the remaining ones remained uncertain. "Ija, you are truly a kind soul. If my elder brother were here, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude to you." Shi Yuebai engaged in idle chatter, not merely for conversation's sake, but to infuse Ija's body with additional fat energy. Ija tilted his head, casting a glance at Shi Yuebai's hand, which was resting upon his shoulder. Perhaps she was oblivious to it, but her hand felt exceedingly warm, seemingly more scorching than the sun itself. Ija pressed his lips together, silently observing Shi Yuebai as she rambled on, weaving from one topic to another. This plump girl, though not particularly eloquent, was making a concerted effort to engage in conversation. Her pace of supplying Ija with fat energy quickened. Of course, a significant factor was Ija's robust physical constitution. His meridians flowed unobstructedly, allowing for a much easier infusion of fat energy compared to others. Consequently, Shi Yuebai managed to administer a remarkable 15 pounds of fat energy to Ija in one go. For an ordinary person, such a sudden weight gain within a single day would be untenable, yet Ija seemed unaffected. He appeared entirely at ease, his dark, penetrating eyes scrutinizing Shi Yuebai intently. Shi Yuebai broke into a smile. Adding it all up, despite enduring the scorching sun, her weight remained stable. "Ija, you carry on with your tasks. I shall seek refuge in a shaded area." With that, Shi Yuebai turned, maneuvering her wheeled cart through the expansive ruins with great difficulty. She now weighed 714 pounds. As she journeyed forth, Shi Yuebai gradually expended the fat energy within her body, transforming it into spiritual power, which was further converted into soul force to fuel the mighty incantation. Should obstacles arise along her path, she would clear them with her bare hands, whether they be concrete and steel or mere cardboard boxes. Amidst a vast expanse of rubble, Shi Yuebai forcibly excavated a hole to seek refuge in a shaded and sheltered spot. The rate of her weight gain began to decelerate. Breathing heavily, she cast her gaze upon her hands, now bloodied and bruised. In her haste to escape, she had forgotten to retrieve the peculiar digging mechanical arm crafted by her companion. Thus, she was left to clear debris with her bare hands, which proved woefully inadequate. With a sigh, Shi Yuebai lamented the frailty of her corporeal form. In her previous life, she had frolicked and exerted herself without ever breaking a sweat or losing her composure. Yet now, after traversing but a short distance and engaging in a modicum of labor, she found herself panting like a dog. After a fleeting moment of sorrow, Shi Yuebai resolutely gathered her spirit, conjuring a small, circular healing talisman from her palm. In the dimly lit cavity, the golden talisman radiated shimmering white orbs of light that gracefully descended upon her bloodied hands. Gradually, the wounds began to mend. Acquiring soul force was considerably more intricate than the direct output of fat energy. Infusing others with fat energy was a straightforward and unrefined act. However, converting fat energy into soul force demanded thrice the time and effort from Shi Yuebai. In her current predicament, remaining idle caused her weight to steadily rise. If she wished to expedite the conversion process, it would only exacerbate her physical pain threefold. She is a restless soul, hastening the pace of her soul power conversion while simultaneously supporting the operation of healing charms with that very energy. As she perseveres, Shi Yuebai challenges herself, continuing to wield the powerful incantation, digging through the refuse of this desolate pit with her bare hands. The sensation is far more excruciating than descending into the depths of the underworld, akin to being relentlessly rolled upon by a rolling pin bristling with nails. From the very tips of her hair down to her feet, not just once, but over and over again. Gritting her teeth, she pries up a piece of iron and carelessly tosses it behind her. Her once pristine face now secretes fine beads of dark oil. Shi Yuebai wipes her face with her glass-lacerated hand, revealing a visage smeared with blood and greasy residue. The hair she had so recently cleaned is now tangled and matted, oily and exuding a pungent odor of sweat. The new bedding she had fashioned into garments seeps a layer of black oil from within, clinging to the inner fabric. Yet, she pays no heed, her focus unwavering as she continues to dig. As she excavates, she uncovers over 100 brooms, both large and small, all brand new. Intrigued, she pulls one closer and casually sweeps, sending clouds of dust swirling within the pit. Shi Yuebai pinches her nose and sneezes, only for a brush to tumble from above, striking her. "Yuebai, what brings you here?" A voice calls from outside the pit. It is known Yasi. She bends slightly, peering into the pit with curiosity at this unexpected sight. "Why are there so many brooms here?" Shi Yuebai rubbed the top of her head where a brush had struck her. It was a new injury. This place might have once been a broom-making factory. Beneath the bridge, the ground was littered with gravel. In addition to that, there was an assortment of indescribable refuse, deformed, broken, rusted items, and useless scraps of paper. Among others, it was high time to clear away this debris. They observed the Shi family, their faces smeared with dust, hair disheveled, and drenched in sweat, carrying an assortment of seemingly useless objects. Each person bore a long pole on their shoulder, to which at least 20 brooms were tied. Shi Yuebai was even more exaggerated. Her pole bore at least 30 brooms. Brooms. Chen Yong felt a headache coming on. The team leader. He glanced at Ija. Could a family like the Shi's truly be of any assistance? Would this group of the elderly, weak, and sickly become a burden to their leader? Chen Yong understood that Ija and Shi were good brothers. It was said that before Shi lost his wits, he had once saved Ija's life. Yet, the burden posed by the Shi family was immense. Ija's lips twitched slightly as he reached for his suddenly protruding belly. Once adorned with 8-pack abs, it now seemed to be covered in a layer of softness. "Let us go?" Ija stepped forward, taking the long pole laden with brooms from Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai was indeed strong. Had Ija looked closely, he would have noticed a coin-sized golden talisman of strength on the nape of her neck. A charm bestowed by Shi Yuebai, crafted with her soul power. As long as Shi Yuebai continuously infuses soul power into this formidable talisman, it shall perpetually operate, bestowing Shi Yuebai with boundless strength. It is akin to equipping Shi Yuebai with a dynamic apparatus, where the soul power infused by Shi Yuebai serves as the battery. Under this mutual influence, despite Shi Yueibai's diminutive stature, wielding 20 brooms poses no challenge. However, Ija and Chen Yong remain oblivious to this. Upon observing Ija taking the broom from Shi Yueibai's shoulder, Chen Yong, left with no alternative, begrudgingly lifted the brooms belonging to Shirmu and Shire Saw. Shirmu protested, insisting, No, I shall listen to you by. With no recourse, Chen Yong resorted to carrying the broom belonging to Nong Yasi. In truth, neither Shire Saw nor Nong Yasi required Chen Yong's assistance. Every member of the Shi family bore the powerful talisman affixed by Shi Yuebai. Each talisman necessitated Shi Yuebai's soul power to function. These talismans, no larger than a coin, merely augmented the physical strength of the Shi family members, without bestowing them with the capacity to move mountains or fill seas, thus making their enhanced strength appear rather unremarkable. Observing this, Shi Yuebai refrained from comment, instead activating the talisman and maneuvering the flatbed cart forward. Ija took over the burden of the 30 brooms from her shoulder. Initially, he contemplated hiring a mercenary to push Shi Yuebai's cart, yet witnessing her swift progress, he could not help but smile, striding confidently behind her. As they approached the Shi family's crumbling stone wall, the sky remained alight, and a Hong's sun set beside the curtain of the bed. Raising his thin hand in greeting to Shi Yuebai and the others from a distance, visibly gaining strength. Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, this 12-year-old boy, who was on the brink of starvation and reduced to mere bones, would now be sitting contentedly beneath the wall, smiling cheerfully at them? Sister Shi Yuebai, this is my accomplishment. He proudly showcased his work to Shi Yuebai. On his other arm, he donned a mechanical digging arm borrowed from Shi Yao. Although he lacked mobility and strength, he dedicated an entire day to meticulously transforming the pile of stones adjacent to the crumbling wall into 3 distinct heaps: small, medium, and large. The smaller stones were akin in size to the decorative stone patterns in Shi Yueibai's courtyard, while the medium-sized stones were each the size of an adult's palm, suitable for building a wall. The remaining stones were approximately the size of benches. Despite his tender age, Pang Ziyuan quickly discerned Shi Yueibai's character in her presence. There were no favors to be granted, only the necessity to demonstrate one's value for survival. He gestured towards a pile of gray dust on the ground, remnants of his stone-crushing endeavor. This can be used to mix cement. I will handle it tomorrow. Shi Yuebai cast a glance at the 3 neatly arranged piles of stones and the thick layer of stone debris beneath them. It was undeniable that Pang Ziyuan's efforts in crushing stones yielded more benefit than all of them combined. While breaking stones into fine particles was not particularly challenging, the true test lay in utilizing the mechanical arm to ensure each stone was crushed to a uniform size. The 3 piles of crushed stones, large, medium, and small, were meticulously aligned. Moderate stones, bound together with cement, create an exceptionally smooth wall. Even Ija couldn't help but remark that this lad could one day pilot a mech. Typically, only formidable mercenary teams possess mechs. Such machines are indispensable in combating mutated beasts and zombies. However, the role of a pilot demands a high degree of finesse in handling machinery and strength. Ija harbored dreams of his own ideal mech. Yet he lacked the funds to procure one and had not cultivated a mech engineer. As he spoke, Ija crouched down, scrutinizing the excavation mechanical arm adorning Pang Ziyuan's limb. With his head held high, Pang Ziyuan gazed into Shi Yuebai's sparkling eyes and inquired, Sister Yuebai, am I a person of value to you? Indeed, Shi Yuebai replied candidly, nodding. If you diligently shape stones for me, you shall thrive. It appeared that Pang Ziyuan's worth was quite significant. Initially, Shi Yuebai had contemplated that, since Ija had dragged the entire family out to scavenge, the sand and gravel at home for mixing cement would surely be insufficient. However, Pang Ziyuan single-handedly completed the tasks meant for the Shi family. Additionally, Shi Yuebai obtained 3 heaps of stones, large, medium, and small. Your and your mother's wages, Ija stated. The plastic bag was black, concealing its contents from the outside world. Pang Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced inside, revealing 4 potatoes and 2 bottles of water. Meanwhile, Ija and Chen Yong were oblivious to these details. Engrossed in examining Pang Ziyuan's excavation mechanical arm, Chen Yong suddenly raised his head, his eyes brimming with joy. Captain, this can be used to combat the mutated beasts and zombies. This mechanical arm, with its robust physical structure, can crush even stones. Why not shatter the vertebrae of the mutated beasts and zombies? If both arms are equipped with this, it would effortlessly rend those creatures apart. Ija offered to purchase it with all the points in his account. If that's not enough, I can leave you an IOU. Beside him, Yong quickly pulled out his communicator. How many points are needed? I can cover the difference. Shi Yuebai waved her hand dismissively. No need for points. Just give me some food, and I shall rent it to you. This was an item she had bartered for with food from the peculiar vendor. It was indeed her possession. Now, renting it to Iju in exchange for some provisions was a feasible arrangement. In the adjacent area, the peculiar vendor, hunched over a pile of parts, remained oblivious to Shi Yuebai's words. He had no intention of stepping forward to claim credit for crafting the excavating mechanical arm. In this desolate wasteland, no one deserved to know of his existence. Chapter 51. The Perils of Comparison. Ija and Chunyong summoned another member of their mercenary team under the cover of night. It was said that she was the team's sharpshooter, skilled in marksmanship, with some experience in precision operations. However, when compared to true mech engineers, she still fell significantly short. The three of them huddled in Ija's military tent, engrossed in their studies until dawn. When Shi Yuebai awoke the next day, she discovered that both Chunyong and the mercenary named Huachengui had relocated to her vicinity. 3 exquisitely crafted and professional military tents were pitched outside Shi Yuebai's courtyard. The Shi residence, the peculiar family, and the 3 military tents formed a distinctive layout, with the peculiar family at the apex. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Iju arrived to summon Shi Yuebai. She was on the verge of madness, her expression sour as she sat on a flatbed cart. Inquiring of Ija outside the wall, "Are you going scavenging again today? You found little sustenance yesterday. Ija, you might as well give up on us." Ija chuckled, amused by Shi Yuebai's disgruntled demeanor, and playfully replied, "No, there is still hope for your salvation. Today, I've come to let you rest and to assist in shaping stones and building the wall." He gestured towards Huachengui, who was approaching, adding, "He will help you with stone shaping, free of charge." He then patted himself, stating, "Ija and Uncle Chunyong will assist you in constructing the wall." Shi Yuebai huffed, remaining silent. Free of charge, she thought, aware of Ija's ulterior motives. The excavating machinery he rented was primarily for Huachengui's use. To adapt to the machinery's nuances, they employed stone shaping as a training method for fine motor skills, which would also benefit Shi Yuebai's courtyard work. Turning away, she allowed Ija to fuss over the pile of stones. With free labor at her disposal, Shi Yuebai seized the opportunity, requiring no remuneration. Observing her aloof attitude, Huachengui adjusted his glasses and remarked with a frown, "Captain, it seems she isn't particularly welcoming towards you. In this day and age, the only one who could possibly receive disdain from a mercenary is undoubtedly Shi Yuebai. Even the highest-ranking commanders within the grand city bow and scrape before mercenaries." This was the first time Huachengui witnessed Ija express such concern for a group of burdens. Shi Yuebai should not have adopted such an attitude, which left him feeling somewhat irked. However, Ija remained unfazed, casually remarking, "She is giving me the cold shoulder, not you. What do you have to say about that?" Huachengui stammered. He struck his own mouth in realization. Indeed, he was being overly concerned. If the captain willingly sought the cold shoulder, what right did he have to voice an opinion? Observing this exchange, Chunyong chuckled with amusement, having experienced a similar scenario long ago. Seeing Huachengui's frustrated expression, he offered a comforting pat on the shoulder. Before dawn, Ija, Chunyong, and Huachengui swiftly set to work. 3 mercenaries were engaged in constructing a wall, while one stood in Shi Yuebai's courtyard mixing cement. Huachengui, equipped with a mechanical excavator arm, sat beside a heap of rubble, meticulously handling the stones. His sniping skills were precise, and long-range attacks were his forte within the team. Yet, manipulating stones with a mechanical arm proved to be quite a challenge. A slight miscalculation in force could either pulverize the stones or leave them in large, unmanageable chunks. An hour later, Huachengui, drenched in sweat, let his trembling arm drop, exclaiming internally how exceedingly difficult this task was. Thus, finding a suitable mech engineer for a large mercenary team was indeed a formidable challenge. The wasteland has only endured for 5 years. However, according to unofficial statistics, cultivating a mech operator requires a minimum of 10 years. The existing mech operators are all chosen ones who existed prior to the apocalypse. Some can maneuver mechs with the precision of threading a needle, likely hailing from families renowned for their embroidery skills before the end of the world. They can wield threads finer than a quarter of a hair strand to create masterpieces akin to the riverside scene at Qingming Festival. Others have eradicated entire hordes of mutated beasts, possibly excelling in the fields of excavators or long-reach cranes in the pre-apocalyptic era. Ultimately, discovering suitable individuals hinges upon fortune. Hua Qingwei is merely a shade short of innate talent. Ija paused in his wall-building endeavor, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. He stood at the edge of the wall, bowing his head delighted, noticing Pang Ziyuan being carried by a man, accompanied by Ah Hong. Ija pinched the cigarette between his fingers and brushed his thumb against his brow. As smoke curled around him, a fierce glint danced across his striking features. He smiled at Pang Ziyuan and remarked, "You've arrived? Hua Qingwei, give your brother the mechanical arm." Hua Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, springing to his feet, causing an array of irregular stones to tumble from his person. He hastily removed the excavating mechanical arm from his own and bowed deeply to Pang Ziyuan, saying, "Brother Ziyuan, please." Chen Yong chuckled derisively, exclaiming, "Damn it, Hua Qingwei, you're so shameless." Both Ah Hong and her husband were taken aback, instinctively leaping back in alarm. The man carrying Pang Ziyuan was none other than his father, Pang Zhengong. The honest man, his face flushed with embarrassment, was at a loss as to how he had offended the group of mercenaries. Stammering, he uttered, "I am merely accompanying Ziyuan and his mother." He had ventured out for several days with a few men from his team to scavenge and observe the living conditions of larger, more prosperous teams. Occasionally, he encountered individuals from the team beneath the bridge who informed him that his son had nearly starved just days prior. When pressed for details, Ah Hong remained reticent, merely stating that he had been assisting the Shi family, who had provided some food and water. Today, Pang Zhengong had come to escort Ah Hong and his son to work, intending to express gratitude to the Shi family. Shi Yuebai, despite his own modest means, generously offered a bit of sustenance to his wife and child, proving himself to be a good man. However, upon arrival, they were met with the sight of mercenaries. Pang Zhengong instinctively felt he had erred, inadvertently offending them. Hua Qingwei and Chen Yong wore smiles, insisting, no, not at all. As they joined forces to lift Pang Ziyuan from his back, Hua Qingwei eagerly adorned Pang Zhengong with a mechanical arm for excavation. His eyes sparkling with anticipation as he asked, "Brother, could you show me how to crush a stone into the size of a brick?" Pang Ziyuan, his face also reddened, cautiously picked up a stone. Under the eager gaze of the onlookers, he effortlessly shaped the stone with just a few deft motions, demonstrating remarkable ease despite his frail form, devoid of any muscular strength. Hua Qingwei lowered his head, reflecting, indeed, comparisons can be quite disheartening. In the presence of the gifted, his relentless efforts appeared utterly futile. Chapter 52. You are her uncle, I am her brother. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yao to present another 5 excavating mechanical arms. And he requested, "I kindly ask Uncle Ija to finish shaping the stones and complete the wall." Shi Yao uttered an unexpectedly long statement, leaving herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated her ability to recite Auntie's words verbatim. The young girl's fair face flushed with delight as she pranced joyfully on her prosthetic legs. Turning to enter the tent, Ija, with a cigarette in hand, watched as a long ash fell to the ground. He gazed at the 5 mechanical arms, lost in contemplation. Perhaps his perspective was indeed too limited. After all, Shi Yuebai possessed a staggering 6 of these contraptions. Chen Yong and Hua Qingwei were visibly astonished, their eyes fixed on the tightly closed tent. This was perhaps the first moment they considered that Shi Yuebai might not merely be a superficial, unpleasantly temperamental figure. Meanwhile, Ah Hong and Pang Zhengong stood helplessly, and even Pang Ziyuan felt anxious, unsure of what to say to avoid offending the formidable mercenaries. 2 ordinary people. Standing before mercenaries was akin to being as fragile as tofu. Ija discarded his cigarette and gently patted Pang Ziyuan on the head, saying, "You shape your stones. And in return, you shall work for Yuebai, and I shall provide you with sustenance." This statement left Ah Hong and Pang Zhengong utterly bewildered, as they could not fathom its meaning. After a considerable time, Pang Zhengong cautiously inquired of Ija, Captain E, are you planning to take care of our Ziyuan?" Ija rose to his full height of nearly 6.5 feet, towering over Pang Zhengong. His heart raced. Yet he questioned, "But why? Our Ziyuan is just a child. He knows nothing. He need not possess any skills. All he requires is the ability to shape stones in the future." Hua Qingwei sat excitedly beside Pang Ziyuan, donning another mechanical excavating arm. Could the Pang family not see what was unfolding? The mercenary group had taken an interest in Pang Ziyuan, and Ija was nurturing him. From this point onward, as Pang Ziyuan spent years shaping stones, he would develop the muscles necessary for combat, and Asia would have the means to acquire mechas. In due time, Pang Ziyuan would become a formidable force. Pang Zhenggong and Ah Hong were beyond exhilarated. Could there truly be such a fortuitous turn of events? This Captain Yi wished to sustain their son with provisions, solely to enable him to shape stones for the Shi family. But why? Could it be that Captain Yi harbored feelings for second sister-in-law Shi, seeking to win her favor through this arrangement? In that case, their son would benefit greatly. It was widely known that in the past few years, Xiangqing had experienced a complete military collapse. The profession of garrisoning had vanished entirely. After several divisions, Xiangqing had fragmented into several small to medium-sized cities. Consequently, the survivors living outside the city faced an exceedingly harsh existence, with their safety and lives lacking any assurance. It was also from the year before that mercenaries emerged. The management echelon of this grand city frequently altered its mercenary groups, ultimately hiring the Xiangqing mercenary corps led by Asia. This decision significantly reduced the casualty rate among the survivors outside the great city. Asia is a capable leader. It is said that his mercenary group primarily consists of the garrison from Xiangqing. However, due to various external pressures, Asia consolidated the garrison and transformed it into a mercenary unit. His organization is more structured and humane compared to others, retaining the military framework from the pre-apocalyptic era. Pang Ziyuan, under Asia's patronage, found himself in a position akin to having secured a stable job. It seems the power of love is indeed formidable. Ah Hong and Pang Zhenggong nodded in agreement, while Pang Ziyuan appeared somewhat perplexed. Shi Yuebai sat in the courtyard, coldly observing the unfolding events. Amidst Ah Hong and Pang Zhenggong's repeated expressions of gratitude, Asia turned and entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Shi Yuebai emerge, he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Do you see Asia's expression?" He raised his hand and playfully flicked Shi Yuebai's forehead. In response, Shi Yuebai indignantly covered his forehead and coldly replied, "The Pang family remains oblivious to the fact that their son is destined to serve you. What good-hearted individual exists in this world?" Asia shows a modicum of kindness only towards the solitary members of the Shi family. His willingness to support Pang Ziyuan stems not from some fanciful notion of love, nor from an infatuation with Shi Erseo. Rather, he seeks to purchase Pang Ziyuan's life. At present, he is merely digging a pit for Pang Ziyuan. Asia's smile widened further. He bent down, resting his hands on his knees, and met Shi Yuebai's gaze. "Yuebai, has anyone ever told you that you are quite astute?" Shi Yuebai rolled his eyes in response. Before she could utter a word, Asia reached out, his palm resting gently against her forehead, giving her a slight push. "Ultimately, one must find a way to survive, mustn't they? Your household lacks sufficient provisions to raise him to adulthood. Without sustenance, he, too, will perish. Thus, whether one succumbs to starvation in a few days or lives for several years, only to meet his end in battle piloting a mech, this is fundamentally a false dichotomy. Yuebai, your Asia brother will also meet his demise." Asia's expression suddenly turned grave as he locked eyes with Shi Yuebai. "Perhaps the Pang family will realize the situation too late, and your Asia brother will have already fallen in combat. Your elder brother harbored the same sentiments back in the day. Shi was indeed a formidable defense. Had he not been injured and rendered foolish, he would have made the same choices as Asia." Shi Yuebai scoffed softly, remarking that he was a good person, and it was unlikely that dying would come easily to him. If Asia were to face death, he ought to consult her, the great witch, for her approval. Growing impatient with further discourse, she tossed a bag into Asia's embrace, stating that it belonged to the three of them, and the wages for Pang Ziyuan today were his to bestow. Regardless of Asia's intentions, she had not suffered any loss. In any case, Asia was responsible for providing for Pang Ziyuan. Even as Pang Ziyuan molded stones, he did so for the Shi family. Shi Yuebai was indifferent to whether Pang Ziyuan would pilot a mech in the future or meet his end amidst mutated beasts and hordes of zombies. It was of no concern to her. Shi Yuebai brimmed with agitation. Her greatest delight lay in oppressing the innocent. As the flatbed cart glided to the edge of the canopy, Shi Yuebai turned her head and cast a cold glance at the dazed Ah Hong. Her tone laced with sarcasm and malice. "What? Your son has someone to care for him, and you do too? Or are you planning to rely on your son's sustenance for the rest of your life, shirking work altogether?" Ah Hong, jolted into awareness, immediately rolled up her sleeves. Her face flushed and hurried into the courtyard to mix the cement. "I'll work. Yuebai, please don't be angry." Chen Yong glanced between Shi Yuebai and Ah Hong, then leaned closer to Asia, whispering, "I suddenly find this plump girl quite endearing. I'll treat her better from now on." Asia opened the bag that Shi Yuebai had handed him and turned to Chen Yong, correcting him, "You are her uncle." I am her brother. Just as Chen Yong was about to protest, questioning why, his eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 53. Departing, at least you can live this. Chen Yong's eyes widened, and he was about to speak when Ija swiftly covered his mouth, his eyes conveying a warning to silence him. If 1 or 2 potatoes devoid of radiation pollution could be considered an anomaly, then the subsequent batch of radiation-free potatoes and the 3 bottles of purified water were no longer mere coincidences. The Shi family either possessed a remarkably rare ability or resided in an area with something capable of purifying radiation pollution. Yet, regrettably, neither of these truths could be divulged. Those endowed with abilities but lacking self-preservation ultimately become mere tools within their confines. They are scarcely regarded as human, merely instruments of utility. Conversely, entities capable of purifying radiation pollution inevitably transform into coveted treasures sought after by various factions. In the end, due to unequal distribution and the insatiable greed of humanity, these treasures are inevitably torn asunder, reduced to mere fragments. Indeed, this is the essence of a wasteland, a realm where aspirations to develop are futile, inexorably sliding into the abyss. Chen Yong's gaze grew increasingly grave as he grasped the severity of their predicament, imperceptibly nodding in acknowledgement. Ija lowered his hand, his expression impassive as he turned to continue constructing the walls. After a while, Chen Yong approached quietly, whispering, "Captain, what shall we do with these 3 bottles of water?" The 3 bottles might have been casually tossed to them by Shi Yuebai, yet for Ija and his companions, they posed a significant dilemma. Should they procure more radiation-free water, it would likely attract attention, drawing others to trace the source back to the Shi family. Ija's eyes lifted towards the Shi family's tarpaulin, which was tightly sealed, indicating no one had entered. Even Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan, after laboring for the Shi family for so long, had never set foot beneath that layer of canvas. Determined, Ija resolved that the only way to obliterate any evidence was to consume it. Chen Yong remained silent, his lips trembling as he regarded Ija for an extended moment. During the midday break, Ija summoned Chen Yong and Hua Chengui. The 3 of them crouched behind the military tent, evading the gaze of others. Before each lay a bottle of water, their expressions heavy as though they were warriors facing the severance of a limb. Hua Chengui, I can hardly believe it. Did we really just drink that? Chen Yong, if we sell this, how many points could we exchange? Ija, we could trade it for a leg of a mech. That's equivalent to 3 bottles of completely radiation-free purified water. It's likely that, in this wasteland, apart from water manipulators, no one else can purify water to such a degree. Resigned, Ija wiped his face and said, "Let us drink it." The 3 of them sat cross-legged, grasping the water bottles before them, their hearts heavy, as though they had just torn open an $8 million lottery ticket. They opened the bottles and drank greedily. Chen Yong stood up, clutching his chest, exclaiming, "Well, today I've indulged myself. Back to work." Having consumed the equivalent of a mech's leg, he figured he ought to mix a bit more cement for the Shi family. The back of his head received a light slap from Ija, reminding him not to sulk and to get back to work. Having drunk, there was no time for lingering. By afternoon, he had already piled a circle of walls around the Shi family's canopy. Ija, with his military background, worked even more skillfully than Ah Hong. Chen Yong was responsible for mixing the cement. Meanwhile, Pang Ziyuan and Hua Chengui worked together to handle the rubble brought out by the women of the Shi family. Pang Zhengong was initially quite worried about his wife and children. He watched from the side all day, assisting Ah Hong in building the wall. As Ija had promised, he managed to secure food for Pang Ziyuan. Whenever Chen Yong and Hua Chengui had something to eat, Ija ensured that Pang Ziyuan received the same. The food provided for Ah Hong came from Shi Yuebai, consisting of 2 steamed potatoes. Pang Zhengong was receiving assistance for free, while Shi Yuebai paid no mind to his sustenance. Nonetheless, Pang Zhengong felt that leaving his wife and child to work for the Shi family was far preferable to abandoning them in this desolate wasteland. Although Shi Yuebai exhibited a disagreeable demeanor, he posed no threat to Ah Hong. Additionally, the Shi family had mercenaries as their backing. Outside the canvas of the Pang family's tent, a man approached with a face full of urgency, inquiring, "When shall we depart?" This man had been accompanying Pang Zhengong in recent days, venturing out to forage for food and visiting other survivor teams. The strength of the team beneath the bridge had been steadily declining. With the deaths of the Shi family's men, their defenses had been significantly weakened. Distrust was rampant within the group, and several families had quietly departed in recent days. Pang Zhengong paused for a moment, entrusting Pang Ziyuan to the visibly anxious Ah Hong. You take our son inside first. Ah Hong, shouldering her child, vigorously shook her head. No. I want to leave. Initially, she had felt indifferent toward Pang Xinggong's desire to abandon the team, with nothing to eat at home. Remaining with the team beneath the bridge would lead to death. Venturing out did not guarantee survival either. However, at this moment, Ah Hong was vehemently reluctant to leave. The outside world offered no certainty of life, but staying with Shi Yuebai assured her survival. Things would gradually improve. She did not want to depart. Pang Xinggong nodded toward Ah Hong, reminding her, "Do not forget. You need to work with our son tomorrow. You must rest well now." His words finally soothed the anxious Ah Hong. Tomorrow, she would need to work diligently. Only by performing well for Shi Yuebai could she and her child secure food and have access to clean water. This is a secret that must not be spoken of. Outside the tent of the Pang family, Pang Xinggong earnestly spoke to his friend, "We shall not leave. I have observed the external teams, and their treatment of women and children pales in comparison to the kindness we experience here. Even if those teams are formidable, my wife and child could not possibly survive in such an environment." His friend stared in disbelief. "Do you realize what you are saying? If you stay here, your entire family will starve. By leaving, at least you have a chance to survive. Moreover, they have stated that as long as you can continuously procure food for the team, they will not harm your wife." Chapter 54. Leveraging power. Pang Xinggong regarded his friend with a cold gaze. "Have you considered what would happen if one day I can no longer find food? In such a team, if I am away for an extended period, who will ensure the safety of my wife and child? What if, one day, I meet the same fate as the men of the Shi family?" When the men of the Shi family encountered their misfortune, Pang Xinggong happened to be within the team. The atmosphere that day among the team under the bridge was quite dismal. Yet, they did not pounce upon the vulnerable members of the Shi family, dividing their meager rations among them. In other teams, such an act would have been utterly inconceivable. It was later rumored that Chunda had sought out Shi Yuebai, and for reasons unknown, she was not harmed. Nevertheless, Chunda, accompanied by a few ruffians to approach Shi Yuebai, was indeed a testament to a semblance of civilization amidst the wasteland. In truth, relatively speaking, it was remarkably civilized, at least within the team beneath the bridge. It appears that everyone maintains a respectful distance from one another. The chaotic relationships between men and women are not even worth mentioning, with instances of cannibalism occurring. Pang Xinggong is utterly incredulous at the notion that other teams would lure him away while sparing his wife and children. His friends deem him somewhat foolish. As there is no future here, this team is destined to be absorbed eventually. I have heard that the Qin family also plans to leave soon. Having spent considerable time outside, my friend is not particularly aware of the subtle changes within this team. Lacking a wife and children, he cannot comprehend Pang Xinggong's concerns. In truth, Pang Xinggong, who previously worked in search and rescue before the apocalypse, has had decent fortune in procuring food. The primary seekers of sustenance within the team have always been robust men. Furthermore, these men should possess stamina and meticulousness, capable of rummaging through the debris and extracting food hidden in inconspicuous corners. As the wasteland persists, previously searched safe zones have been thoroughly scoured. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, and the survivors' living conditions deteriorate further. The number of those succumbing to starvation continues to rise. Pang Xinggong, with his ability to locate food, is quite sought after in every team, far more so than in the one beneath the bridge. Over the past 2 years, Pang Xinggong has often gone hungry, as he frequently shares his food with his wife and son, while he himself endures starvation. To him, his wife and child are burdens. It seems hardly worth his while to remain entangled in this survivor team for their sake. Pang Xinggong's demeanor appeared somewhat detached as he patted his friend's shoulder, stating, "I shall not depart. My wife and children are right here." He then turned and entered his own tent, leaving his friend in a state of bewilderment. The following day, within the team beneath the bridge, the now mobile Chen Huaihai sought out the leader. He bluntly demanded that the leader expel the elderly, infirm, and disabled members of the Shi family from the group. The leader gazed at Chen Huaihai with sorrowful eyes, noting the significant bruises adorning his face. "The Shi family members have not harmed you significantly," he remarked. Chen Huaihai scoffed, a smirk twisting his lips as he retorted, "What do you mean by not significantly? Look at what has become of me." The leader's gaze shifted from Chen Huaihai's battered visage to the face of Wei Lingxia behind him. To be frank, the marks of domestic abuse on Wei Lingxia's face were more severe than those on Chen Huaihai. All of this is due to those imbeciles from the Shi family. Chen Huaihai seethed through clenched teeth. "If you do not expel them, then the Qin family shall take their leave." The unfortunate leader, running his hand through his thinning hair, hesitated for a protracted moment before responding. But hasn't your Qin family already intended to leave? He was a leader lacking in capability, unable to retain anyone. Those with means had long since ventured forth on their own paths. He was aware that the Chun family had already secured their next destination and were preparing to depart. Thus, given that they were bound to leave eventually, he found it perplexing that Chun Huaihai would use this as leverage against him. Yet, he dared not voice his true thoughts, for Chun Huaihai's fierce demeanor was intimidating. Chun Huaihai was momentarily taken aback, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Since you are aware of my impending departure, you should promptly expel the Shi family. Otherwise, you must realize that the strength of my new team is more than sufficient to overpower 3 small teams like yours. Outside the city, the number of minor teams has dwindled significantly. Counting them up, there is perhaps only the team beneath the bridge left. The remaining small teams have either been assimilated or disbanded due to insufficient manpower. Chun Huaihai possessed the confidence to compel the leader to heed his words. Then bring your people and give it a try. Our team currently boasts 3 mercenaries, he asserted. Chun Huaihai understood the art of leveraging pressure. And the leader was no fool. Since the Chun family had already resolved to leave, the team's strength would undoubtedly suffer a considerable decline. If the leader were to expel the Shi family at this juncture, it would mean driving away those 3 mercenaries as well. Since the Shi family could not be cast out, the Qin family would inevitably seek a new path for survival. The leader might as well tear off the faade and openly align himself with the Shi family. Fuming, Chun Huaihai glared at the leader and venomously declared, "You have provoked me, and it will not bode well for you." The leader responded candidly, "I too wish to survive, Chun Huaihai. Some matters should not be taken to extremes. It is wise to show mercy where possible, allowing for future encounters." Chun Huaihai turned to leave, but was obstructed by Wei Lingxia. He raised his hand and struck her across the face. "You wretched woman! Are you courting death by blocking my way?" Wei Lingxia staggered back a few steps. He was determined to eliminate all of the Shi family's vulnerable members. However, the humiliation inflicted upon him by the leader today remained etched in Chun Huaihai's memory. As the two made their way to the Chun residence, they chanced upon the wall surrounding the Shi family estate. The sunlight today was remarkably unobscured, casting a golden hue upon the red brick wall. Laughter emanated from the courtyard enclosed by the wall. Wei Lingxia felt a momentary daze. Amidst this desolation, it seemed an eternity since she had encountered such orderly surroundings. Each red brick was meticulously arranged, presenting a robust appearance. Would they manage to delineate the boundary of the peculiar wall today? Shi Yuebai was still within the confines of the wall, clutching a piece of chalk in one hand while maneuvering a flatbed cart with the other. Her expression stern as she declared that he was to mark his territory, forbidding others from touching his possessions, lest he descend into madness. There was also a box of mineral water. In truth, she and her son had recently ceased to worry about sustenance. Yet, who would ever complain about an abundance of food? Ahong could earn 2 potatoes and a bottle of water for a day's labor at the Shi household. That was sufficient to sustain her. Storing instant noodles and mineral water at home was indeed a delightful prospect. Chapter 55, Utterly disrespectful, the wretched revel in causing trouble. Wei Lingxia, driven by an inexplicable impulse, hurled an insult at Ahong. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Ahong, gazing at Ahong's relatively pleasing visage. The sense of imbalance within Wei Lingxia intensified. Blocked, Ahong inquired with confusion, "Auntie, what troubles you?" In truth, they shared a distant familial bond, with Wei Lingxia being Ahong's elder. Prior to the cataclysm, they had maintained a rather close relationship. In the initial days of evading the cataclysmic disaster, the two found solace in each other as company. Subsequently, they remained beneath this great bridge. The last time Wei Lingxia listened to Chun Huaihai, she rushed to the Shi family, agitating for provisions. The first person she sought was Ahong. Previously, Ahong held a profound trust in Wei Lingxia and adhered to her every word. Wei Lingxia proclaimed that the Shi family possessed sustenance, and if they united in their demands, the Shi family would yield their supplies. Without hesitation, Ahong followed Wei Lingxia. Yet now, the Shi family's provisions have been exchanged for a hodgepodge of refuse. Wei Lingxia has effectively fulfilled Chun Huaihai's command. Why has Ahong's bond with the frail and impoverished of the Shi family grown ever closer? In this desolate wasteland, how can Ahong wear such a joyful smile? Why shouldn't Ahong's plight be more dire than her own? Wei Lingxia endures immense hardship. To avoid the wrath of Chun Huaihai, she is willing to do anything. She is the legitimate wife, having wed Chun Huaihai. Yet now, within Chun Huaihai's makeshift abode, numerous women abound. Wei Lingxia finds herself serving these women as if she were a mere maid. Confronted with Chun Huaihai's entanglements with these women, she dares not utter a single word of dissent. She harbors disdain for these young and beautiful women. Had it not been for their presence, Chun Huaihai would not impose such burdens upon her, nor would he strike her with such ferocity. Thus, when she observes a lovely woman adorned with a carefree smile, Wei Lingxia yearns to obliterate that smile with a single, fierce slap. Is your son still alive? Wei Lingxia bore a smile on her face, seemingly inquiring about Ahong's daily labor for the Shi family. How much work do you have to do each day? Do they provide you with enough food? Unless that meddlesome Ija had delivered a substantial amount of provisions to the Shi household, it was unlikely that any surplus remained for Ahong and her son. In the desolate wasteland, survivors exhibited heightened sensitivity and vigilance regarding sustenance. Ahong pressed her lips together, and the smile on her face appeared to wane slightly. Wei Lingxia's question was reminiscent of inquiries made before the cataclysm, such as asking where one's safe was located, how much wealth it contained, or what the combination was. Most impolite indeed. Ahong's lips curled back into a smile. We assist the Shi family with various tasks, earning a meager meal each day. We must sustain ourselves, after all. A little less food is manageable, as long as there is something to eat. She refrained from disclosing the exact amount of food Shi Yuebai provided her daily. In truth, even when Pang Jinggong inquired, Ahong responded vaguely. She understood that revealing the Shi family's secret could jeopardize her and her son's access to clean, clear water. Under Ahong's deliberate obfuscation, Wei Lingxia and Chun Huaihai, standing behind her, were led to believe that the Pang family situation was on the brink of collapse. Particularly for Wei Lingxia, her spirits lifted, a secret joy blossoming within her. Some individuals are like this. When their own circumstances are dire, they take no pleasure in witnessing others thrive. In Ahong's presence, Wei Lingxia experienced a peculiar, subtle sense of superiority. Chun Huaihai stepped forward, deliberately adopting a serious tone as he addressed Ahong. By virtue of our familial hierarchy, I ought to be considered your uncle. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from associating with that group of simpletons from the Shi family. As he uttered the term simpletons, a shiver of apprehension coursed through him, and he cast a wary glance towards the Shi family's wall, fearful that the second sister-in-law might overhear such a provocative term and react adversely, perhaps even launching an assault upon him. Ahong furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her retort. Actually, the members of the Shi family are rather intelligent. She swiftly curtailed her statement. Once the Pang family had secured sufficient provisions, Ahong found herself with the leisure to contemplate the intricate dynamics within their group. She was aware of the existing discord between the Chun and Shi families. There was no necessity for her to provide extensive explanations to Chun Huaihai and Wei Lingxia. Let them harbor their misguided arrogance and underestimate the Shi family. It is often said that knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in countless battles. And the Shi family had adeptly concealed their true strengths. Chun Huaihai would come to realize that the Shi family members were not nearly as foolish as he presumed. Even Shi Yuebai, whom many labeled as a simpleton, now possessed the ability to write extensively, her thoughts articulated with remarkable clarity. Although her linguistic capabilities had previously suffered impairment, the young girl was diligently working to restore them. Observing Ahong hesitate mid-sentence, Chun Huaihai could not resist casting a scornful glance at Shi Yuebai, who was emerging from behind the wall, pushing a flatbed cart. It appeared that Ahong was at a loss for how to defend the Shi family's honor. They simply did not grasp that mercenaries would not protect them for eternity. His tone was harsh, and his gaze exuded a sense of superiority. Once again, I glanced at Ahong and said, "We are about to depart. You should accompany us. Your husband possesses commendable skills, and within a new team, you will no longer need to engage in menial tasks." After speaking, Chun Huaihai regarded Ahong with a rather crude and lascivious gaze, appraising her figure from head to toe. In this new group, the women of the Chun family would be treated as mere offerings to entertain the members of the team. In the harshness of the wasteland, women were regarded as expendable. Naturally, Chun Huaihai sought to acquire more fresh faces. Wei Lingxia met Chun Huaihai's gaze. Without him explicitly stating his intentions, she understood his ulterior motives. However, she chose to remain silent. Shi Yuebai, who had just emerged from behind the walls, cast a fleeting glance at Ahong before turning towards the peculiar tarpaulin. She opted not to interfere. If Chun Huaihai dangled the prospect of significant rewards, should Ahong be swayed, the consequences would rest solely upon her shoulders. Should Shi Yuebai attempt to intervene, the Pang family might perceive her as an obstacle, hindering their pursuit of a brighter future. Moments later, a voice echoed from behind Shi Yuebai, as Ah Hong firmly declined. No. My husband rejected the offer to leave with his friend yesterday, and today I shall not depart either. Chen Huaihai's expression shifted dramatically. Do you intend to remain here and starve alongside the Shi family? Wei Lingxia grasped Ah Hong's slender wrist, asserting, I am your aunt. How could I stand by and watch you take a wrong turn? Come with us quickly. This place is truly untenable, and you may even catch a foolish disease. Chapter 56. I exchange my life for yours. Wei Lingxia had already gathered ample information. Early this morning, Pang Zhengong ventured out with the survivors of the team beneath the bridge to scavenge for supplies. As long as the Qin family could escort Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan away, Pang Zhengong would undoubtedly follow them in departing from the bridge team. The team that Chen Huaihai had his sights set on would warmly welcome Pang Zhengong's inclusion. Naturally, they were even more eager to embrace the Qin family and the women, as their own team had suffered a significantly high attrition rate among women. Ultimately, not a single woman had survived to leave their ranks. Ah Hong twisted her wrist, pleading, Auntie, let go of me, I want to go. However, Wei Lingxia possessed considerable strength. Beside her, Chen Huaihai added, We are all doing this for your own good. We are your elders, we would never harm you. Yet, what were they truly doing at this moment? Shi Yuebai produced a well-cooked potato and offered it to the peculiar figure emerging from the tent. The disheveled man, with a scruffy beard, accepted the potato without even peeling it, devouring it hungrily. Like Shi Yuebai, he remained indifferent to the unfolding drama ahead. After consuming the potato, without needing any prompting from Shi Yuebai, the man instinctively understood he ought to provide something in return. He retrieved a large wheelchair from behind him, one capable of accommodating several adults at once, crafted specifically for Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wheelchair. The flat cart she was currently seated upon was also quite satisfactory, enhanced by the man with two oversized swivel wheels, its height nearly matching that of the wheelchair. However, there was one drawback. Should Shi Yuebai wish to move, she would have to manually propel the flat cart, akin to rowing a boat. As Time Yuebai gradually acclimated to her ample physique, her speed in maneuvering the flat cart increased remarkably. It was inevitable that she felt a certain dissonance between the cart and her will. With both hands occupied in guiding the cart, she found herself unable to engage in other activities. This was a remote-controlled device. Guai Guai, with a raspy voice, pointed to several buttons on the wheelchair. The buttons were designated for up, down, left, and right. When two buttons were pressed simultaneously, the wheelchair could navigate in northeast, southwest, southeast, and northwest directions. It could even extend and recline flat on the spot. With such a wheelchair, Time Yuebai felt she had no need for a bed. She was immensely pleased with the oversized, innovative wheelchair. Once she finished her tasks, she would fill a clean bottle with water, which Time Yao Yao could easily retrieve from the corner when needed. Time's mother skipped over, cradling a box in her arms. Inside the box, a neatly folded collection of plastic bags awaited. Look, Yuebai, see how thrifty your mother is. From now on, we'll save money on buying plastic bags. Time's mother, in her whimsical manner, lacked a clear understanding of the wasteland they inhabited. Yet, in recent days, she had vaguely sensed that life was becoming increasingly arduous. Hence, she had taken to fervently collecting plastic bags. Nearby, there was a vast landfill, which Time Yuebai referred to as a trove of uncertain utility. Within it, alongside an abundance of rubble, lay assorted scraps of paper and various discarded items. Time Yuebai encouraged her mother to take a broom and sweep around their home whenever she found the time. In the midst of a vast heap of refuse, Mother Shi managed to salvage countless pristine plastic bags. With clean water, she meticulously washed each bag until they gleamed, then hung them out to dry, one by one. She folded them neatly, rolling them into compact shapes and gathering them together. Unbeknownst to her, Mother Shi had amassed a substantial collection of plastic bags. Shi Yuebai had little to say about her peculiar habit. After all, everyone possesses their own idiosyncrasies, and she had her own as well. Furthermore, the plastic bags collected by Mother Shi were not devoid of utility. For instance, at that moment, she retrieved a black plastic bag from the large box and handed it to Shi Yaoyao, instructing her to carry it. Shi Yaoyao bounced along joyfully, the bag in her hand filled with air, making a rustling sound as she moved. In the distance, Wei Lingxia could not discern what Shi Yuebai and Shi Yaoyao were discussing. She merely observed Shi Yaoyao's exuberant demeanor, her gaze following her as she entered the neatly arranged courtyard of the Shi household. It was utterly infuriating. While others trudged through life in despair and disarray, Why was it that those associated with the Shi family seemed to leap with joy? Wei Lingxia gripped tightly, forcefully dragging Ah Hong towards the canvas of the Qin family. Earlier that day, Ija and others residing near the Shi household had ventured to the perimeter of the warning line. Due to the urgency of the situation there, Ija had not had the opportunity to invite Shi Yuebai to join in their scavenging efforts. Consequently, Wei Lingxia and Qin Huaihai felt emboldened. As Ah Hong attempted to break free, Qin Huaihai decisively intervened, grasping her other hand. Together, he and Wei Lingxia pulled Ah Hong along. Wei Lingxia, devoid of shame, coaxed her while dragging her along, urging her to come with them, promising to carry her son shortly. Witnessing Ah Hong's defiance, Wei Lingxia exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Huaihai. They intended to incapacitate Ah Hong as soon as she was dragged into the Qin family's tent. Sometimes, individuals would vanish for 10 days or even half a month, a frequent occurrence. He was acutely aware of the team's limitations. At times, even when accompanying the group, he would venture alone to the more perilous zones with fewer survivors. At that moment, Pang Xinggong had no alternative but to remain within the new team alongside Qin Jia. Perched on the edge of the wall, Pang Ziyuan, amidst the pile of rubble, cried out anxiously, "Mother, mother, where are you taking my mother?" Unable to break free, Ah Hong found herself being dragged further away by Wei Lingxia and Qin Huaihai. Just then, she spotted the friend with whom Pang Xinggong had spoken the previous night. She pleaded for help. "Please save me, hurry." Wei Lingxia remarked, "Ah Hong, why are you so disobedient? I am your aunt. How could I harm you?" Pang Xinggong's friend merely glanced at Wei Lingxia and Ah Hong, showing no inclination to intervene. He even exchanged a few words with Qin Huaihai. Indeed, Pang Xinggong's friend was considering switching teams, just as Qin Huaihai was contemplating the same. "Help me, save me, Yuebai, please," she cried out. "I would trade my life for yours." Chapter 57. Unyielding obsession. Qin Huaihai cast a furious glance at Ah Hong, urging her to cease her antics. For they were endeavoring to lead her towards a better life. Remaining within this team would only condemn her son to starvation. In truth, no one harbored any belief that Pang Ziyuan could survive. As the price of water continued to escalate, the availability of edible sustenance dwindled even further. Most provisions were exchanged for water, and everyone was acutely aware of Pang Xinggong's ability to procure food. Consequently, many sought to borrow provisions from him, yet seldom returned what they took. Among them, Wei Lingxia borrowed the most, largely due to her familial ties with Ah Hong. Frequently, Wei Lingxia endured beatings from her husband, Qin Huaihai, and was deprived of food. Each time hunger struck her, she would turn to Ah Hong, lamenting her plight, and would often partake in the offerings at the Pang household. Once Ah Hong could no longer spare any food for Wei Lingxia, the latter ceased her visits. Eventually, Ah Hong found herself imploring Wei Lingxia on several occasions, hoping she might provide a morsel for Pang Ziyuan. However, Wei Lingxia declined. It was not a complete rejection, but rather a manifestation of Qin Huaihai's desire for Ah Hong to accompany him on a few occasions in exchange for provisions. He conveyed this intention to Wei Lingxia, who, harboring resentment towards Ah Hong, deliberately rebuffed her. After all, whether Pang Ziyuan lived or died held little significance for Ah Hong. Now that Qin Huaihai had encountered Ah Hong, Wei Lingxia could only inwardly despise her as a temptress while assisting Qin Huaihai in dragging Ah Hong away. Ah Hong cried out, hoping for assistance from those around her. Her desperate calls echoed in the moonlight, a mere manifestation of her urgency. The people around displayed a numbed expression. When the Qin family sought trouble with the Shi family, they dared not intervene. Even as Shi Yuebai was assaulting Qin Huaihai, they remained passive. Now, as Ah Hong was being dragged away by the combined efforts of Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia, they again refrained from acting. Tears streamed down Ah Hong's face as she surveyed the emotionless visages surrounding her, unable to suppress a bitter smile. "You have all borrowed food from my family. Why can you not extend a helping hand to me? If only a few of you would step forward, just a handful. To obstruct Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia, it would suffice. They are not fearsome at all." The women and children standing before the various tents watched helplessly as Ah Hong was pulled further away. How could they assist? They too were famished, each day consumed with thoughts of mere survival. If, by chance, Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia were to beat her to death, who would care for their children? Life is as fragile as grass, yet everyone treasures it dearly. In the depths of Ah Hong's despair, a figure in a wheelchair appeared ahead, slowly turning. Shi Yuebai was impeccably clean, her round face resembling a gigantic steamed bun, plump and soft. Yet her eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Both Qin Huaihai and Wei Lingxia froze in place. Hadn't Shi Yuebai been behind them moments ago? If memory serves, she had been conversing with the peculiar one. How could she suddenly manifest here? If you are willing to give your life for me, then this person belongs to me. In Shi Yuebai's hand was a long stick, which bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary bamboo pole, approximately 2 meters in length. It appeared so frail that a mere exertion could snap it. Nevertheless, Chen Huaihai took a wary step back. He had been struck by the long staff held by Shi Yuebai. Fat woman, we are not interfering with each other. I merely intend to take my naive junior away, Chen Huaihai declared defiantly. He kicked Wei Lingxia. Wei Lingxia, realizing the situation, responded, yes, I am Ahong's aunt. We are preparing to leave. Is it not permissible for me to take her away? Ahong, whose wrists were restrained by the two, shook her head vigorously. No, I refuse to leave. Yuebai, save me. If you rescue me, my life will belong to you. I would be willing to commit any crime for you. Shi Yuebai pointed the staff at Ahong and said to Chen Huaihai, you see, she is saying just that. I happen to be in need of someone to assist me in committing heinous acts. Today, you must either release her or perish here. Chen Huaihai's eyes darkened. One hand grasped Ahong while the other discreetly held a knife at his waist. Suddenly, he lunged at Shi Yuebai, exclaiming, I will release your mother. However, before Chen Huaihai's knife could pierce Shi Yuebai's body, she swiftly seized his wrist, pulling him effortlessly. To the onlookers' astonishment, Chen Huaihai's knife had inexplicably found its way into Shi Yuebai's grasp. With practiced ease, she kicked Chen Huaihai, turning his body to force him to kneel. His hands restrained behind him. I offer you an opportunity, Ahong. Shi Yuebai raised her hand, presenting the confiscated knife. Did you not claim to be willing to kill for me? Here, slay him, and from now on, you shall be a member of the Shi family. Shi Yuebai, ever so considerate, extended the knife handle towards Ahong. With her other hand, Ahong clutched onto Wei Lingxia's hand. From the moment Shi Yuebai appeared to the instant Chen Huaihai was disarmed and subdued upon the ground. The duration was fleeting, so brief that many were oblivious to how Shi Yuebai had accomplished it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Lingxia tugged at Ahong, urging her to disregard Shi Yuebai's words and to retreat. Tears streamed down Ahong's face as she forcefully shook off Wei Lingxia's grasp. She advanced towards Shi Yuebai, her hands trembling as she accepted the knife from him. She was not inclined to take a life. However, Ahong plunged the blade into Chen Huaihai's neck. Yet, she understood that if she did not eliminate Chen Huaihai, he would surely endanger both her and Pang Ziyuan. Even Pang Xinggong would not be spared by Chen Huaihai. The wound was shallow. Shi Yuebai tilted his head, observing the faint line of blood on Chen Huaihai's neck, insufficient to slay even a chicken, let alone a man. Chen Huaihai's eyes bulged with disbelief as he struggled to rise from the ground, his body pulsing with unbridled fury and an inexplicable dread. Ahong, you wretched girl. I am your uncle. How dare you harm me? Before his words could fully escape, Ahong, with trembling hands, tightened her grip on the knife and thrust it once more into Chen Huaihai's throat, blood gushing forth. Chen Huaihai gazed at Ahong in disbelief as she became increasingly blurred by tears, unable to discern the carnage before her. Wei Lingxia screamed, husband, as she lunged forward. Shi Yuebai, armed with a long stick, thrust it into Wei Lingxia's abdomen, exclaiming, foolish and unyielding. Her exceptionally large, pale face bore an expression of profound disappointment. As if to say, you are still aiding this man? Wei Lingxia was covered in wounds, all inflicted by Chen Huaihai. In truth, Shi Yuebai had hardly exerted any force. It was Wei Lingxia's own pain that caused her to curl up on the ground. Her eyes, filled with fury, were fixed on Ahong. Do you dare to kill my man? Chapter 58. A catastrophe of severed vessels. A pool of blood lay on the ground. As Pang Ziyuan crawled closer, he caught sight of Chen Huaihai kneeling before his mother. Ahong, trembling, thrust her knife repeatedly, yet somehow failed to deliver a fatal blow. Growing anxious, she glanced frantically at Shi Yuebai. The disdain shining in Shi Yuebai's eyes filled Ahong with shame, as she sensed his contempt for her ineptitude. Once more, Ahong raised the knife, her hands shaking as she prepared to continue her assault. Suddenly, Nong Yasi charged forward, seizing the weapon from Ahong's grasp. With precision, she aimed for the carotid artery on Chen Huaihai's neck and struck decisively. As a medical student, she understood that this was the only way to ensure a swift demise for Chen Huaihai. He collapsed to the ground, disbelief in his eyes, his body convulsing. Wei Lingxia crawled away, crying out in distress. Nong Yasi held the bloodied knife, while Ahong stood before Shi Yuebai, trembling uncontrollably. The knife's tip dripped with blood. Although Nong Yasi's expression was icy, her gaze betrayed a flicker of panic and fear. She was steadier than Ahong, for her hatred ran deep. Yes. She loathed Chun Huaihai to the core. Without his demise, she could find no peace. Shi Yuebai casually instructed Nong Yasi. As Nong Yasi turned, Shi Yuebai spoke softly. You have done well. A vague sense of unease and panic coursed through Nong Yasi, but it suddenly dissipated. She departed, the blood from the tip of her blade dripping steadily to the ground. Meanwhile, Ahong remained trembling before Shi Yuebai, gazing at the lifeless body of Chun Huaihai. A clandestine thrill surged within her heart. Ahong was not foolish. She could sense the threatening gazes of Chun Huaihai and many other men upon her. She feigned the demeanor of a quail, for she felt utterly powerless against the world around her and was at a loss as to how to ensure her own safety. This unknown dread had morphed into a weight, pressing down on her for years. Now, with a few stabs, Ahong could make Chun Huaihai cry out in agony. Though it was Nong Yasi who had delivered the fatal blow, Ahong felt an illusion of liberation, as if she had removed a great burden from her shoulders. Oh, ha ha, she laughed, clutching her abdomen, unable to straighten up with mirth. Ha ha ha. Shi Yuebai cast a curious glance at Ahong, waiting for her laughter to subside before inquiring. Have you completed today's tasks? Do not think that your madness will absolve you from labor. With a cold tone, Shi Yuebai continued, your life now belongs to me. Go and work diligently, do not delay the progress of the wall. In Shi Yuebai's realm, there was no room for leniency. Whether Ahong had crossed some peculiar psychological barrier or whether Nong Yasi had avenged her grievances was of no concern to Shi Yuebai. The wasteland offers no one the luxury of time to gradually address their psychological struggles, nor does Shi Yuebai. The wall in front of the Shi family's tarpaulin has been completed, sturdy and robust, with the exception of the entrance. The red bricks, quite aesthetically pleasing, have been meticulously laid. Shi Yuebai instructed Pang Ziyuan to shape some sharp stones for her, intending to secure them with cement atop the wall. Thus, anyone daring enough to attempt to breach the wall would first find themselves pricked like a hedgehog. There remain ample red bricks, and Shi Yuebai has designated an area for Guai Guai, enclosing it with a wall as well. When Ahong, trembling, approached Guai Guai's tarpaulin, she discovered that Guai Guai had already outlined her territory with chalk. The mercenaries departed, leaving the task of mixing cement to the women of the Shi family. Nong Yasi delivered cement to Ahong, and the two women silently commenced their wall-building endeavor. Everything felt reminiscent of the past, yet somehow distinct. Shi Yuebai remained seated in her wheelchair, her finger pressing the button on the armrest to maneuver it forward. The leader of the survivor team hurriedly approached, and upon seeing the scene, he slapped his thigh in dismay, exclaiming, "How did this happen?" He looked at Shi Yuebai with pity, his lips moving as he said, "Yuebai, this person was killed by you." Shi Yuebai nodded, understanding that it was of no concern to him. With her assurance, the leader felt relieved. He hastily followed Shi Yuebai, cautioning, the Chun family is not limited to Chun Huaihai alone. If you kill him now, his two sons will not let you off easily. Shi Yuebai remained composed in her wheelchair, replying with a hint of disdain, I'm afraid you were mistaken. Chun Huaihai's two sons have long since perished. The leader continued, stating that he had a few brothers who should now be in another team. Otherwise, with so many women, they would not be able to move. After speaking, she halted the wheelchair, turned in place, and raised her head to gaze at the leader standing behind her. When those brothers of his arrive, it will be the same. How will you choose? Which side will you stand on? A smile immediately adorned the leader's face. You see, Yuebai, you are speaking as if you are an outsider. If I were not here to assist you, would I be able to converse with you so freely now? Although sure Yuebai was indeed plump. The leader had observed clearly moments ago. Had she not controlled Chun Huaihai, could Ahong and Nong Yasi have killed him? This seemingly plump girl was actually quite fierce. Shi Yuebai nodded, choosing to remain silent as she entered the Shi family's courtyard. As soon as she stepped under the canopy, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Inside the canopy, there was no one else, for Shi Yao was in the yard doing her homework. Shi Yuebai took a deep breath, her body trembling with the excess weight, her complexion as pale as parchment. Just moments ago, in order to intercept Chun Huaihai, she had pushed her meridians to their limits, mobilizing a vast amount of fat energy. She converted it into spiritual and soul power at a speed faster than ever before, instantaneously appearing before Chun Huaihai and his companions. The price she paid for this was extensive damage to her meridians. Shi Yuebai's vision darkened, and she coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Outside the canopy, Shi Yao's voice rang out. Shi Yuebai grabbed a nearby towel, pressing it against her mouth to wipe away the blood she had expelled. Shi Yuebai entered, looking at Shi Yuebai with confusion. And, in the clear depths of the little girl's eyes, there resided an abundance of concern. "Auntie, what is wrong?" Shi Yuebai's face was cold. "It's nothing. Have you finished your homework? Bring it to me. I shall take a look." Shi Yuebai hesitated for a moment, sensing something was amiss with her aunt. Yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of the unease. With no other option, she turned to retrieve her homework. By this time, Shi Yuebai had maneuvered her wheelchair to the edge of the swimming pool. After examining Shi Yuebai's work, she noted the poor handwriting and instructed her to redo it. While speaking, Shi Yuebai pressed a towel against her mouth, urging the ever-watchful Shi Yuebai, "Hurry up. Do not let your aunt have to repeat herself, or you shall face consequences." The severed meridians within Shi Yuebai made it difficult for her to contain the surging energy within her. She still needed to change the water in the pool and had no time to attend to Shi Yuebai. Chapter 59, weighing down to 708 pounds. Shi Yuebai, nodding her head, proceeded. Shi Yuebai observed for a while, striving to suppress the turmoil within her heart. She guided her wheelchair to the pool's edge. Detection: 10 radiation contamination in the purified water. The radiation detector on her wrist emitted a sound. Shi Yuebai, feeling her way over, remarked to Shi Yuebai, "Water left stagnant in the wasteland gradually becomes contaminated by radiation. This is quite a normal phenomenon." Shi Yuebai responded with an and instructed, "Let the water out of the pool." At first, Shi Yuebai was taken aback. After a moment, she inquired, "Where shall it be drained to?" "No need. Just let it all out," Shi Yuebai replied decisively, maneuvering her wheelchair to the drainage outlet. With a long stick in hand, she prepared to clear the drain. Sister Shi hurriedly inquired, "Will we really discard such a vast amount of water? It seems an utter waste. The people in the wasteland do not squander water in this manner." Although this water had sustained a 10 level of contamination, it remained potable. Even water that had been entirely tainted by radiation could still be consumed. It is the sewage, that which brings death upon contact, that is truly undrinkable. Shi Yuebai felt no remorse. Despite her body racked with pain, she pried open the drainage outlet. The old must give way for the new, and besides, this water had long ceased to be pristine. It had been several days. That once crystal-clear pool had turned a murky yellow. If left to linger, it would undoubtedly transform into a vile black. Shi Yuebai had grown nauseated by this pool of water, having already resolved to change it today. Nevertheless, she was not one to concede easily. Resolutely, she commenced the draining process as planned. Emptying the entire pool would require some time. Shi Yuebai positioned herself by the edge of the pool, taking the opportunity to regulate her breathing and acclimate to the pervasive pain throughout her body. The tumultuous urge to vomit within her gradually subsided under her will. With great difficulty, she summoned the fat reserves within her body to sustain a diminutive healing talisman. Given her substantial weight, this minor healing spell would scarcely make a difference, yet it was better than nothing. Shi Yuebai mused that in her current state, with such a thick layer of fat enveloping her, failure to utilize it would only lead to further inflation. Even the act of breathing while seated contributed to this expansion. Thus, she engaged in a nearly self-torturous endeavor, allowing the fat energy, spiritual force, and soul power to wash over her damaged meridians repeatedly. The energy coursing through her body was infinitely more delicate than a hair's breadth, akin to fine steel wires weaving through Shi Yuebai's entire being. She was in such agony that she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, after taking a long, deep breath, she grit her teeth and endured. Standing by the edge of the pool, Shi Yuebai caught a whiff of something foul. Turning her gaze towards Shi Yuebai, she hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire if Yuebai had soiled herself. A nauseating stench emanated from Shi Yuebai's body. A drop of dark yellow sweat trickled down her forehead. Her entire form was shrouded in a viscous black substance, within which faint strands of red blood could be discerned, congealed and grotesque. Her visage was obscured beneath a layer of muck. Shi Yuebai, unable to shake her concern for Yuebai, felt that her voice trembled. Yet, Shi Yuebai chose not to reiterate her plight. She raised her staff and tapped Shi Yuebai's leg, urging her to leave. Out of options, Shi Yuebai complied and stepped away. Once she acclimated to the pain, Shi Yuebai summoned a semblance of strength, using her staff to inscribe a healing symbol beneath her feet. This symbol, sprawling like a circular carpet, was laid beneath her wheelchair. Trembling, she completed the final stroke, her body overwhelmed by pain to the point of momentary oblivion. Fortunately, her formation automatically drew upon the soul power within her. This soul power, unlike spiritual energy, could not detach from her being to manifest as external entities. Each member of the witch clan possessed unique soul power, characterized by distinctly personal traits. Unlike spiritual energy, which could be freely utilized from others, soul power could only be shared through a binding contract. Bathed in a gentle golden glow, Shi Yuebai found herself enveloped in warmth. The radiance was exceedingly faint, signifying that Shi Yuebai's soul power was insufficient to sustain such a substantial healing incantation. Nonetheless, it could significantly alleviate the excruciating pain caused by her severed meridians. She awoke from her stupor in the wheelchair, acutely aware of the change in her weight. After the tumult of events, the sole advantage was that she now weighed merely 710 jin. After a brief interval, Shi Yuebai involuntarily gasped, for some of her meridians had fragmented into mere debris, and the energies of fat, spiritual power, and soul force had failed to traverse. Yet, under Shi Yuebai's urging, they astonishingly forged a path of their own. The shattered remnants of her meridians were entirely forsaken, and now the newly formed meridian flowed freely and unobstructed. Shi Yuebai could not help but recall the words of a great individual. In this world, there was originally no path. As more people tread upon it, it becomes a path. The previously severed meridians, along with the toxins in her body, were expelled as refuse. She lowered her gaze to her arm, observing the delicate strands of blood. Indeed, she had not anticipated that her congested meridians would carve out a pathway in such a manner. Although her entire body still ached, the intensity of the pain had lessened considerably. Without pausing, Shi Yuebai commenced her endeavors. Having drained the pool, she proceeded to block the drain again and began refilling it. Given her current physical state, filling the pool to capacity would be a slow endeavor, yet it was fruitful. Mobilizing all her fat reserves, after filling half the pool, Shi Yuebai's weight diminished to 708 jin. The pool's elevation surpassed that of the sleeping quarters of the family. After much effort, the second sister-in-law of Shi finally located Shi's mother rummaging through plastic bags in the refuse heap. Shi Yuebai had already disrobed and entered the pool. She utilized half of the water to cleanse her body before draining it out. Observing that dusk had descended, the women of the Shi family, weary from a day's labor, engaged in their tasks. Shi Yuebai, in a state of contentment, remained seated in the pool, continuing to let water flow. While soaking, she invoked a water-gathering spell to amass the water within the pool. Nong Yasi gazed at the shallow layer of water, her silence palpable. It was Shi Yuebai who broke the quietude, inquiring about any developments on the Chen family's side. The second sister-in-law and Shi Yuebai sat together, rinsing their hair with the cool water, while several other women wore expressions of distress, clearly anxious. Shi Yuebai, perplexed, asked why they did not flee. Chapter 60. The origin of their large tent. A hint of derision graced Shi Yuebai's countenance. If they fled, where would they find sustenance to survive? Such individuals, it seemed, were not united in their struggle to vanquish Chen Huaihai. Rather, they lacked any intention to do so. Wei Lingxia, despite being beaten mercilessly by Chen Huaihai, still lamented for him without hesitation. Yuebai, look, Nong Yasi pointed towards the area beneath the pool, near a pile of stones. Due to the pool's elevation, the entire layout within the tarpaulin was visibly discernible to them, illuminated by the salvaged solar lights. Shi Yuebai noticed a cluster of verdant plants sprouting from the potato field. She climbed out of the pool in astonishment, donned her clothes, and settled into the wheelchair. Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai descended the steep slope. Glancing over the heap of rubble, a lush expanse of potatoes sprawled across the depression. Nong Yasi exclaimed in surprise, how could this be? Just a few days ago, this patch was merely a cluster of short potato shoots. It has only been a few days. Unable to contain herself, Nong Yasi reached out. Detection: 100 radiation-contaminated potatoes. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Although these potatoes were edible, they would fetch no high price. Food contaminated by radiation could still be consumed, for there was little else to eat. What was deemed inedible were the mutated foods. No one knew whether mutated foods were beneficial or detrimental, as in the wasteland. No one had the time to investigate this matter. Shi Yuebai urged Nong Yasi to unearth a few potatoes, which bore no discernible difference from ordinary ones. Though they grew at an accelerated pace, they still retained their typical potato shape, albeit somewhat larger. In just a matter of days, one potato had grown to the size of an adult's fist. Gritting her teeth, Shi Yuebai had initially intended to fill a pool with water before taking a rest. However, she began to count on her fingers, directing a purification spell at the large potato in her hand. Despite being a 100 radiation-contaminated potato, which could not be sold for a good price, the availability of edible food was dwindling. Relatively speaking, The large potato in Shi Yuebai's possession could still be exchanged for something. The crucial point was that the potatoes from the Shi family and those given by Zhou were nearly depleted. Everything that is sent out by Shi Yuebai should be immaculate. The detection revealed that the potatoes exhibited a 0 radiation contamination level. Nong Yasi was currently examining this batch of potatoes, and upon hearing the announcement, she stood frozen with astonishment. Shi Yuebai, indifferent to the situation, casually tossed the potato with a 0 radiation reading onto the edge of the fire. Nong Yasi dared not inquire further. At this moment, she felt that living in a state of confusion was rather pleasant, as it shielded her from the formidable presence of Shi Yuebai. The longer she became acquainted with Shi Yuebai, the more she recognized her terrifying nature. Dismissing all her questions, she unearthed several potatoes and was pleasantly surprised to find that these tubers were not only large but also yielded abundantly. Effortlessly, the Shi family harvested over 100 potatoes, most of which were marked with a 100 radiation contamination level. Of course, there were also some with varying levels of contamination, such as potatoes with 95 or 91 radiation pollution. Should the contamination exceed 100, these potatoes would mutate, illustrating the distinction between qualitative and quantitative changes. Potatoes with a contamination level below or at 100 could be consumed by humans, but even a slight increase beyond that threshold would render them inedible. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yuebai summoned Shi Yaoyao. She instructed her to bring over the small stones that Pang Ziyuan had fashioned and, following Shi Yuebai's commands, to press them one by one into the potato field. In this potato patch, Shi Yuebai performed a purification spell. Rather than waiting for Nong Yasi to excavate the potatoes and purify them individually, she opted to purify them throughout their growth process. At present, Shi Yuebai is enveloped in spiritual energy, required to sustain 2 substantial formations. One is a spell, and the other is an enhanced dizzying array laid out within the walls of the Shi family courtyard. Additionally, there exists a puppet spell, designed to conjure specters and instill fear. Together, these 3 elements barely suffice to consume the surging energy from Shi Yuebai's daily accumulation of fat. As long as she remains beneath the Shi family's canopy, shielded from the sun, she can maintain her weight at 708 Jin. Upon hearing of the events that transpired within the team during the day, he accompanied a Hong and Pang Ziyuan, armed with half a box of instant noodles, to the exterior of the Shi family's walls. Shi Yuebai, not one to indulge in pretenses, instructed Shi Yaoyao to bring in the expired noodles. In the darkness of the night, Shi Yuebai spoke softly before turning to leave. A Hong, in a moment of urgency, gave Pang Zhengong a gentle push. Pang Zhengong, carrying Pang Ziyuan on his back, took a few steps forward and asked, "Yuebai, we wish to move over and reside beside the Shi family. Is that permissible?" Noticing Shi Yuebai's furrowed brow and her round face, plump with fat, a Hong hastily added, "I will work diligently. Yuebai, I shall endeavor earnestly." Her life had already been devoted to Shi Yuebai, yet with a son and a husband, she could not, like Nong Yasi, move into the Shi household. Thus, a Hong could only settle for the next best option, which was to reside close to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai remained silent, turning to retreat into the canopy for rest. Those who understood her knew that her silence implied consent. The following day, instead of seeking supplies, Pang Zhengong awaited a Hong and Pang Ziyuan's departure for work. Alone, he tidied up the belongings of the Pang family and relocated to dwell beside Shi Yuebai. Pang Zhengong did not greet Ija, nor did he dare to stay close to the group of mercenaries. Instead, he set up his tent directly opposite theirs. The current arrangement of the Pang, Shi, Guai, and Yi families formed a door-like shape. The members of the team gathered around, with someone asking Pang Zhengong if his family was afraid of trouble from the Qin family. Moving here was a wise choice. At least there were 3 mercenaries nearby. If the Chun family came looking, he could simply ask Commander Yi for protection. Pang Zhengong glanced at Ah Hong, who pressed her lips together in silence. Her decision to relocate had nothing to do with the 3 mercenaries. Although formidable, they often ventured away from the team. Pang Zhengong would also have to go scavenging. Ultimately, only Ah Hong and her son, along with the elderly and infirm from the Shi family, would remain here. Ah Hong understood this all too well. In the end, the only one capable of safeguarding her and Pang Ziyuan would be Shi Yuebai. The members of the Shi family remained silent as Shi Yuebai sat by the entrance, her gaze fixed on the large tent belonging to the Pang family. She instructed Shi Yaoyao to inquire about the origin of Pang Zhengong's large tent. Chapter 61. 2 potatoes were simply insufficient. Shi Yuebai, with a bold disposition, had taken a liking to the Pang family's large tent. It was unclear from where Pang Xinggong had scavenged it, but the tent appeared magnificent, of a physical inflatable type. When fully inflated, it was approximately the size of a one-bedroom apartment. Moreover, it was filled with air and featured a small built-in sofa. Not to mention the zipper door and windows. Everything was complete. On top of this one-bedroom tent, Pang Xinggong had even erected 2 tarps. The quality of life here seems to be exponentially better than that at home. Shi Yuebai dashed over, her large eyes curiously observing the grand tent. She clearly articulated her aunt's words in repetition. Pang Xinggong paused for a moment, as if suddenly enlightened. He promptly gathered his inflatable tent, the physical air pump, and the canopy, presenting them to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai sat in the shade, watching the somewhat ingratiating smile on Pang Xinggong's face. She moved her plump lips, indicating that such gestures were unnecessary. After all, she was not adept at setting up tents. Her intention was merely to have Shi Yuebai inquire, without any ulterior motives. Pang Xinggong comprehended this as well. He set down his belongings and proceeded to erect the inflatable tent and canopy right in Shi's courtyard. The yard was already cramped, and the addition of such a large inflatable tent consumed the scant space available. Nevertheless, since Pang Xinggong was so earnest, it seemed imperative for Shi Yuebai to accept the tent. She was not one to be ungrateful, and with a nod, her face radiated satisfaction. After giving her instructions, she paid no mind to where the Pang family would reside without their tent. Instead, she remained in her wheelchair, circling around the inflatable tent within the confined area. Yes, it was quite pleasing. The more she observed, the greater her satisfaction grew. The inflatable tent appeared to be new, likely salvaged by Pang Xinggong, and was perfectly utilized during this moving occasion. Shi Yuebai obediently requested a plastic bag from her mother. Shi Mu rummaged through her belongings, eventually presenting the smallest and oldest plastic bag. This one, the oldest and smallest, I do not like, she remarked. She has a profound passion for collecting plastic bags of various sizes and colors. Now, she possesses an entire box filled with these bags, each one meticulously folded. She is reluctant to part with even a single one. Using a bag gifted by her mother, Shi Yuebai has filled it with 4 potatoes, each roughly the size of an adult fist, and handed it to Pang Xinggong. Initially, Pang Xinggong intended to refuse the offer, as fortune had favored him in recent days, allowing him to find sustenance consistently. However, as he glanced down at the plastic bag containing the 4 freshly unearthed potatoes, each exuding the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil, he hesitated. These ordinary potatoes bore no signs of pest damage, appearing truly enticing. In this moment of indecision, Shi Yuebai, standing before him, turned away to attend to her homework. Indeed, times are arduous, and the strength of the bridge team is feeble. Pang Xinggong spends several times the usual amount of effort, yet struggles to procure sufficient food. His wife and son are both preoccupied. Ahong has begun constructing a wall along the peculiar line she has drawn, while Nong Yasi has relocated the cement mixing area outside the Shi family's wall. Meanwhile, Pang Ziyuan diligently sits before a pile of stones, expertly shaping them with remarkable speed. Pang Xinggong surveyed the empty plot of land belonging to his family. Resolutely, he turned and found a stone, using it to draw a circle on the ground. Once Ahong completed her task, she curiously inquired, "Aren't you going out with the team today to search for food?" "We have enough provisions for more than half a month for the 2 of us," he replied, continuing his labor. Though he appeared quite thin, a flicker of vibrant light shone through his previously lifeless eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ahong suddenly comprehended that the light in her husband's eyes was a reflection of hope. Currently, as she assists the Shi family, their daily sustenance is managed for them. Pang Xinggong has delineated the boundaries of a wall, stating to his wife, "I will ration our instant noodles, bottled water, and potatoes. This will sustain us for over a month without issue." He has been consuming even less than a cat. For a robust man engaged in strenuous labor, such a meager diet is utterly insufficient. Pang Xinggong's formerly prominent belly has now sunken inward. Yet, he has rekindled his hopes, drawing lines while smiling at Ahong, saying, "Didn't we always dream of constructing a house? Now we are here, let us simply enclose ourselves with a wall." Pang Xinggong intends to connect their wall with that of the Shi family, thus forming a unified enclosure. He plans to erect the wall first, then discreetly enjoy their provisions away from the prying eyes of the team, ensuring that the Pang family's food and drink remain undisturbed. Standing beside her husband, Ahong gazed for a while, feeling inexplicably emotional as her eyes began to glisten. However, having already sold her allegiance to Shi Yuebai. She found herself unable to assist Peng Zhenggong in any tangible way. After a brief moment, she reminded him not to overexert himself before heading towards Guai Guai to continue her work. For each day of labor, Shi Yuebai would reward her with 2 potatoes and a bottle of water. Over the years of hardship, Ahong's stomach has shrunk considerably. 2 potatoes are far more than she can consume. However, Peng Ziyuan's body remained frail, aside from the slight strength in his arms, which was a result of lifting the excavation mechanical arms. His legs bore little strength. Similarly, the daily sustenance provided by Ija was far too much for him to consume. Consequently, both Ahong and Peng Ziyuan found themselves with an abundance of leftover food each day. Their household indeed required a wall to conceal the surplus provisions. Otherwise, they would be ensnared in an endless cycle of borrowing without repayment. As Ahong contemplated this, evening arrived. Just as she was about to conclude her work, Shi Yu handed her today's wages. Ahong gazed at the potatoes, which had swollen to 2 or 3 times their previous size. Despite receiving the same payment for the 2 potatoes, their volume was equivalent to that of 6. She found herself unable to finish them. With reddened eyes, she looked toward Shi Yuebai and declared, "When I say I would give my life for you, I truly mean it. Even if you do not offer me a morsel to eat, I harbor no grievances." Yet, not only did Shi Yuebai not deduct from her wages, he had generously bestowed upon her so much more. She attempted to enter the inflatable tent, thinking, just take it and eat. What is the fuss? She felt irritated. Everyone from the Shi family could enter, but her ample frame prevented her from fitting through the entrance. The door of the inflatable tent was zippered. Even when she pulled the zipper to its fullest extent, Shi Yuebai could not squeeze through. Forcing him in might risk tearing the tent's entrance. This structure appeared quite sturdy, likely crafted by survivors from the wasteland era for outdoor leisure, boasting waterproof, windproof, and fireproof qualities. However, she certainly could not withstand the emotional turmoil caused by Shi Yuebai. After a moment of frustration, she decided to set the matter aside and let it be. The tent was surrendered to Shi Yaoyao, Shi Mu, and Shi Xiangrui for their slumber, while Shi Yuebai, accompanied by her second sister-in-law and Nong Yasi, remained within the canvas shelter. As the night passed, the wasteland was greeted by a radiant sunny day. Early in the morning, the surface temperature soared to 36 degrees Celsius. Even though Shi Yuebai sought refuge in the shade, her weight began to surge uncontrollably. In such circumstances, she had to devise a strategy to shed the excess fat clinging to her. She began to exert herself, fervently channeling spiritual energy into the dizzying array, leaving Nong Yasi in a state of bewilderment upon waking. She inquired of Shi Yuebai, "Why is there such a dense fog today?" The sky boasted a glaring sun, yet thick white mist enveloped the ground. The peculiar geographical phenomenon stirred a sense of unease within Nong Yasi, prompting her to suggest that they first clear away the debris and refuse scattered both inside the tent and in the courtyard using the scavenged broom. The environment appeared significantly tidier thereafter. Although a considerable amount of rubble remained behind the pool, the stones beneath the bridge piers had been thoroughly cleared, revealing the original stone supports. These piers were remarkably even, a testament to the advanced bridge construction techniques that had flourished prior to the wasteland. One could still faintly discern the neatly piled embankments beside the bridge piers. Gazing at this flat expanse, Shi Yuebai could envision that, before the wasteland emerged, this river once flowed with water. When the water level was low, it surely attracted numerous fishing enthusiasts who would sit upon the bridge piers and embankments, casting their lines into the river. Shi Yuebai raised her gaze and looked towards a patch of earth not far from the mattress, where a cluster of potatoes thrived. The foliage of the potatoes was lush and dense, almost cramped in its growth. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yuebai realized it was time to gather some of the loose stones, allowing more of the riverbank to be revealed. From a higher vantage point, second sister Shi joyfully waved towards Shi Yuebai, exclaiming, "We have cleared the path to the toilet." Even the pile of stones obstructing the public restroom entrance had been meticulously removed. Nong Yasi, drenched in sweat, pushed a cart filled with rubble and said, "Yuebai, we wish to use water to clean the toilet." Shi Yuebai nodded and followed Nong Yasi up the slope to inspect the public restroom they had gradually unearthed. Constructed from bluestone slabs, this facility once served as a splendid attraction, boasting a swimming pool for leisure and a fishing spot for enthusiasts. Thus, the public restroom was quite expansive and modern, featuring a large screen above the wash basins. The roof was adorned with solar panels, while the screen, though marred by numerous cracks, still faintly displayed which stalls were occupied and which were vacant, red indicating occupancy and green signifying availability. Shi Yuebai stood at the entrance, pondering the practical utility of such a contraption. Yuebai, there is an abundance of toilet paper here, she remarked, while cleaning the floor of a public restroom. Nong Yasi pushed open a tool room adjacent to it. Inside, an abundance of toilet paper, wrapped in large rolls, was neatly stacked. Several boxes of cleaning agents, numerous mops, and buckets were also well preserved, likely untouched since the restroom had been partially buried under rubble, leaving no survivors to access these supplies. Nong Yasi joyfully remarked that they no longer needed to search for toilet paper. She retrieved a large roll of pristine white toilet paper, tore off the transparent plastic wrap, and filled the wall-mounted dispenser. With a cheerful demeanor, she pulled out a length of toilet paper and went to use the facilities. Shi Yuebai and Shi Mu, equally excited, climbed up to inspect the restroom. In their moment of novelty, they also tore off a length of toilet paper and found a squat toilet to use. Shi Yuebai entered the restroom in her wheelchair, boredly glancing at the electronic screen. The squat positions occupied by Nong Yasi, Shi Yuebai, and Shi Mu were all indicated as unoccupied, marked in green. Shi Yuebai scoffed, declaring the device pointless. She turned on the faucet, and a stream of murky yellow water flowed out, exuding a foul odor. The drainage and water supply systems in this area remained functional. Addressing Shi Yuebai, who had just entered behind her, Shi Yuebai turned off the faucet. Unlike the Shi family, she did not require daily relief. After observing the surroundings, Shi Yuebai turned and exited the restroom. From her elevated vantage point, she realized that, after clearing the rubble, their sleeping area was alarmingly close to the potato field. Upon further observation of the terrain, it appears that this potato field was once a riverbank, situated significantly lower than the position of the mattress. The small swimming pool, in contrast, is located just above the mattress. Ascending further, one encounters the dilapidated bridge surface, with a public restroom nearby. In truth, a simple channel could facilitate the automatic flow of water from the pool to the potato field. In haste, Shi Yuebai descended from the restroom to seek out Guai Guai. She described to Guai Guai the items she required. After a prolonged silence, Guai Guai, seemingly lost in thought, inquired, "You all have a public restroom now? What? You wish to utilize your bathing water to irrigate the potato field? Bathing water? Bathing water?" Ha 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 ha. Guai Guai felt on the brink of insanity. Such a familiar yet foreign term. Did bathing water truly exist in this wasteland? Wasn't all clean water meant for drinking? Muttering to himself, he gazed at Shi Yuebai with an almost frenzied expression. "Allow me to take a bath, and I shall construct an automatic irrigation system for you." Ha ha ha. Ah, Shi Yuebai, you are utterly squandering resources. He oscillated between pleading and exasperation, resembling a person grappling with a mental breakdown. Shi Yuebai's audacity to bathe with water. It suddenly made sense why those from the Shi family appeared so remarkably clean. Regardless, Guai Guai wanted in. Shi Yuebai regarded him coolly, stating, "My household consists solely of women and children. Should you dare to bathe, I shall not hesitate to end your life." She turned her wheelchair, the wheels gliding over the refuse Guai Guai had carelessly piled beneath the tarpaulin. "I can help you bathe. You may as well use the public restroom. Just devise a means to create a water tank. Ultimately, it is imperative that we utilize resources effectively. Both male and female restrooms are necessary, thus a supersized water tank is required. I wish for the water used to flush the toilets to be pristine." Chapter 63. Her weight stands at an astonishing 706 pounds. Should this revelation from Shi Yuebai circulate, it would undoubtedly stir monumental waves of astonishment. As for how Guai Guai might procure an extraordinarily large water tank, Shi Yuebai expresses little interest. Instead, she directs Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai to clear stones from the vicinity of the potato fields. Presently, the area designated for potato cultivation is rather diminutive. Shi Yuebai seeks to enhance the yield. After 2 days of observation, she notes that, due to the purification spell, the growth rate of the potatoes is significantly slower than before. In this wasteland, all entities on the verge of mutation or those already transformed exhibit rapid growth. For instance, Shi Yuebai herself is a mutated being. Therefore, she draws a modicum of her soul power from the purification array, diminishing its efficacy to facilitate a marginally accelerated growth of the buried potatoes. Consequently, the majority of the harvested potatoes exhibit approximately 60 radiation contamination. In this wasteland, anything exceeding 60 is classified as highly radioactive contamination, while anything below 30 is deemed low-level. Foods with low radiation levels command the highest prices, and those with zero radiation could fetch astronomical sums. However, with 5 years having elapsed in this wasteland, it is improbable to find food with zero radiation contamination. Shi Yuebai disregards the freshly unearthed potatoes, all bearing 60 radiation contamination. Based on her current abilities, she independently crafted a purification array, measuring approximately 4 to 5 square meters. She instructed Shi Yuebai to place all the excavated potatoes in every container filled with purified water within this array. This purification array would tirelessly combat radiation for 24 hours, cleansing the food placed upon it. After completing this task, Shi Yuebai had reached the limits of her soul power output. For someone whose body was still recovering from extensive injuries, her achievement was a source of self-admiration. To survive in this desolate wasteland, she summoned an extraordinary inner strength. Nevertheless, her weight still lingered at 706 pounds, leaving her feeling quite powerless. Yet, she remained undeterred. For as long as life persisted, so too would her efforts to lose weight. Meanwhile, Guai began sketching the moment Shi Yuebai departed. He possessed an exceptional talent in this realm, and within a mere few days, he presented Shi Yuebai with a meticulously designed irrigation system. As she contemplated the blueprints, it became apparent that this device was a sophisticated amalgamation of a cart and bamboo tubes, enhanced by gears to create a mechanical irrigation tool. Previously, the Shi family had irrigated their potato fields manually, often utilizing leftover wash water from their faces, which they carelessly poured onto the fields. Determined to change this haphazard method of potato cultivation, Shi Yuebai summoned Nong Yasi, the only highly educated individual among them, known for her aptitude for learning. Shi Yuebai entrusted the blueprints to Nong Yasi, instructing her to put Guai's designs into practice. As Nong Yasi withdrew, only Shi Yuebai remained to clear the stones near the potato field. Shi Yuebai was tasked with digging up potatoes and had already piled the harvested tubers beside the purification array. Shi Mu diligently sifted through the mountains of refused-to-collect plastic bags, while Ah Hong busily constructed a wall. Guai entered the public restroom, contemplating how to create an enormous water tank adjacent to it, in order to fulfill his desire for a shower. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, except for a group of women from the Chu and Chen families who had gathered in front of the Shi family's wall, causing a commotion. Shi Yuebai glanced at the sun and then at the cluster of women by the gate, frowning as she inquired, "Do you not have anything better to do? It is broad daylight. Why not join us in repairing the wall and moving some stones? After all, we are short-handed, and there is an abundance of work to be done each day." Chu Zhongshuan's wife spat derisively, her saliva aimed at Shi Yuebai's face. Yet, as it flew towards her, Shi Yuebai deftly intercepted it with an intact fan. In an instant, she raised the fan and struck Chu Zhongshuan's wife, exclaiming, "Is this how you repay kindness?" Shi Yuebai furiously struck Zhang Shuiyao several times until the fan was rendered useless. "I was speaking to you civilly, and you dared to spit at me." Due to her considerable size, she remained seated in a wheelchair, and despite exerting all her strength, her blows merely knocked Zhang Shuiyao to the ground. Zhang Shuiyao wept bitterly from her position on the ground, crying out, "Shi Yuebai, you monster! You have caused my husband's demise. I will seek vengeance from your second sister-in-law." No one anticipated that Sister Shi Air would be so formidable, wielding a firearm with bullets in hand. Even more shocking was her audacity to commit murder. Now that Zhang Shuiyao's husband is deceased, the Chu family faces the daunting challenge of providing sustenance for their numerous mouths. What shall the members of the Chu family do now? Among those gathered outside the walls of the Shi residence are Wei Lingxia and several women, who have exhibited commendable behavior while under Chen Huaihai's supervision in the tent. The so-called commendable behavior entails their readiness to comply with Chen Huaihai's desires, displaying no signs of distress or outrage. When the men of the Chen family express their needs, these alluring women are particularly proactive. Such women are rewarded with a greater share of food. Conversely, those deemed to be lacking in performance by Chen Huaihai and the other men of the Chen family are characterized by their perpetual sorrowful demeanor, sighing and lamenting throughout the day. They are not particularly attractive and display an exceedingly passive attitude. For these poorly performing women, a meal every 2 or 3 days is already a considerable fortune. Aware that Zhang Shuiyao intends to create a scene today, Wei Lingxia has brought along those proactive women to join her in the commotion outside the Shi residence. Her eyes are swollen and red, resembling walnuts, and she gazes at Shi Yuebai with the intensity of one seeking vengeance against a familial foe. "Did your Shi family commit murder without facing retribution?" Wei Lingxia gritted her teeth and questioned Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai regarded her with bemusement. "Are you unwell, or am I?" In this world, why should one face consequences for taking a life? If you possess the courage, come and kill me. One life for another will suffice. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, second sister Shi burst forth, brandishing a firearm. I am the one who has slain Chu Zhongshuan. Should you seek trouble? Direct it towards me. It concerns not the rest of the Shi family. Witnessing the fierce expression upon second sister Shi's face, the women gathered outside the Shi family's walls instinctively recoiled. Wei Lingxia gritted her teeth, her eyes darting in their sockets, before surrendering to despair and collapsing onto the ground. Weeping uncontrollably, I cannot endure this any longer. This world is inherently desolate. My husband has been murdered, and the perpetrator roams freely. What shall I do? There are so many mouths at home that require sustenance. Shi Yuebai regarded Wei Lingxia with a hint of derision, coldly stating, You would not dare truly throw yourself upon my sister-in-law's gun. Did you not come here seeking to extort some food? Your aspirations may be grand, yet reality is stark. You wish for provisions? I shall deny you. Chapter 64. Shi Yuebai, this corpulent woman, is undeniably arrogant. Ever since Chu Zhongshuan and Chun Huaihai met their demise at the hands of the Shi family, Wei Lingxia and her cohort from the Chu family finally comprehended that the seemingly frail Shi household was not to be trifled with. But could 2 lives be extinguished so easily? No, those 2 lives could procure a great deal of food. Thus, Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueya united, accompanied by the women and children of both families, to create a ruckus outside the Shi family's walls. Observing Shi Yuebai's indifference and second sister Shi's unwavering grip on her weapon, especially with the latter's blindness juxtaposed against such a perilous object, the tension escalated. It is uncertain whose voice might rise a notch, but she would direct her aim towards the source of the sound and release a bullet. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao dared not make any rash movements. Zhang Xueyao, in tears, began to reveal her vulnerable side. My man can be rather unprincipled at times. But in this wasteland, how can one survive without a touch of ruthlessness? Shi Yuebai, you once had a father and brothers. All the men of the Shi family have perished. What kind of life have you endured? Do I need to spell it out for you? Shi Yuebai believed that after the death of her father and 2 brothers, the Shi family managed quite well. After all, with her presence, it would be a challenge for them to starve. Don't pretend to be weak and pitiful in front of me. I have never fallen for that. Shi Yuebai's expression was cold, and the fan in her hand had long been shattered. The long staff was no longer by her side. Thus, she pried a brick from the wall, tossing it in her hand, prepared for a confrontation. A woman standing behind Wei Lingxia, however, was not deterred by the threat. She pointed at Shi Yuebai's nose and took a few steps forward. You fatso. Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Yuebai struck down on the woman's slender wrist with the brick. The sound of snapping bones echoed, followed by the woman's anguished screams. Ah, a pitiful creature, reduced to little more than skin and bones, had her hand incapacitated by Shi Yuebai. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao turned pale, having thought that Shi Yuebai was heartless towards men, but harbored a flicker of compassion for women. After all, Ahong and Nong Yasi had been granted permission by Shi Yuebai to approach the Shi family. These 2 unfortunate women managed to secure a meager meal from Shi Yuebai. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the ruthlessness she could exhibit towards them. Without a flicker of hesitation, she shattered one woman's wrist with a brick. The poor woman, clad in tattered clothing, writhed on the ground, clutching her injured arm, racked with agony. Wei Lingxia turned to Shi Yuebai, her lips trembling. How dare you? We are all women. How can your heart be so cruel? Shi Yuebai tossed aside the heavy brick, her gaze devoid of any emotion. She felt no pity for these women, nor did she harbor hatred towards them. Her only guiding principle was stark and unyielding. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. My heart is indeed ruthless. Can you not tolerate it? Come, let us fight. Shi Yuebai had long declared that she was no benevolent soul. The recent adoption of 2 somewhat valuable women had merely fostered a misconception that she might show leniency towards women. No, no, no. In Shi Yuebai's realm, men and women are treated equally. She would not discriminate based on gender. Her demeanor incited fury in Wei Lingxia and Zhang Xueyao. Yet none dared to point an accusing finger at Shi Yuebai any longer. The sobbing Wei Lingxia could only momentarily suppress her cries, her breaths coming in fits and starts. Zhang Xueyao, unwilling to accept the reality, exclaimed, Shi Yuebai, is my husband truly dead? Is there no hope for him to celebrate the new year? Then you should hurry and die. Shi Yuebai wore an expression as unyielding as a steamed bun, showing no sign of concession. On the contrary, Her aura was exceedingly formidable. Zhang Shuiyao glanced at Ahong, who was busy laying bricks nearby. Initially, Ahong had been watching the commotion, but upon meeting Zhang Shuiyao's gaze, she hastily lowered her head and continued her work, swiftly constructing the wall for the peculiar creature. She understood Shi Yuebai's temperament. Each day bore its own tasks. And if today's work remained unfinished, it would simply carry over to tomorrow. Should tomorrow's tasks also go uncompleted, Shi Yuebai would likely refuse to allow her to continue. There was a genuine possibility that Shi Yuebai might even take her life. Zhang Shuiyao pointed at Ahong and then at Shi Yuebai. What gives you the right to treat Ahong so well? You even send the food meant for the mercenaries to the Shi family every day, allowing Ahong to partake. A malicious smile crept across Zhang Shuiyao's face, causing Ahong's heart to sink, as an ominous premonition enveloped her. Zhang Shuiyao continued, "Do you not know that Ahong was once one of us? She used to mock your entire family of frail and ailing individuals." Pang Ziyuan, sitting among a pile of rubble, flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "My mother has never mocked anyone. She simply chose not to speak when you ridiculed the Shi family." Ahong, anxious, abandoned her work and hurried to Shi Yuebai to explain. Shi Yuebai raised a brick threateningly, her voice harsh. "Did I tell you to stop? Get back to work." With that threat, Ahong felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as Shi Yuebai allows her to continue working, she will not be cast aside. "It seems you still do not know me well enough." Shi Yuebai addressed the group of women before her, stating, "Let me reiterate for your understanding. In my presence, there is no distinction between men and women. Likewise, whether it be past acts of violence or construction, as long as it serves my purposes, I shall employ it. This principle is exceedingly simple, yet many fail to grasp it." Zhang Shuiyao and Wei Lingxiao wore tears upon their faces, their hearts brimming with suppressed anger. They could neither win a fight nor derive any benefit from a commotion. Playing the role of the weak and pitiful would not elicit a shred of compassion from Shi Yuebai. This corpulent woman is utterly arrogant. Once out of the sight of the Shi family, the facade of fragility on Zhang Shuiyao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sinister air. In this desolate world, who among those who have survived to this day is truly weak and pitiable? Combined, our two families number quite a few within this team. It is impossible that we would not receive some measure of consideration. It is often said that humans are social creatures. One cannot exist in this world in isolation. The women remaining within the team after the men have gone scavenging possessed their own realm. In that moment, Wei Lingxia comprehended Zhang Shuiyao's intentions. Chapter 65. Severing ties. The Chen family is the largest among the teams beneath the bridge, with the Chu family being a subordinate clan. This time, apart from Chu Zhongshuan. All the men from the Chu family have joined the men of the Chen family, migrating to another formidable team. Zhang Shuiyao's scheme involves uniting the other women in the team to collectively ostracize Shi Jia. Shi Yuebai remains entirely oblivious to this exclusion. She possesses no inkling of who is shunning her or who does not wish to befriend her. In her past life among the Wu clan, she held a position of prominence, often regarded as solitary at the pinnacle of success, where friendship was scarce. Consequently, she not only fails to perceive this collective rejection, but, even if she did, it would not concern her in the slightest. Conversely, Nong Yasi and Ahong are profoundly incensed. Their intellects are average, their vision acute, and their social skills adequate, allowing them to discern the pointed glances and the unspoken camaraderie among the women in the team. The atmosphere is unmistakably palpable. Upon my arrival, the women outside cease their chatter. Ahong, with a stern countenance, engages in wall construction while conversing with Nong Yasi. Nong Yasi, tasked with creating an automated irrigation device, remains close to Pang Ziyuan, collaborating with him while mixing cement for Ahong. I too share this discomfort. It is a subtle form of malice, perceptible yet not overtly aggressive. This kind of animosity, reminiscent of collective bullying and emotional abuse, is deliberately orchestrated. Now, the women in the team employ this collective exclusion to unite against Shi Jia and Pang Jia, ensuring that the latter remain oblivious to the whispers that circulate about them. If one were to approach and inquire, wishing to join the conversation of them, what awaited Nong Yasi and Ahong was a silent exchange of glances, accompanied by smiles laden with meaning that only they could comprehend. This would easily lead others to speculation. Were they perhaps speaking ill of the Shi and Pang families? They would leave Nong Yasi and Ahong in a perpetual state of conjecture. What were they discussing about the two families when their backs were turned? Indeed, humans are social creatures. When ostracized by a group, self-doubt begins to creep in. In a bid to belong, one may resort to actions that align with the group. It seems that only through the group's approval can one feel less of a failure in their endeavors. Nong Yasi and Ahong found their spirits dampened, realizing they were the topic of the entire group's discourse. Just then, Shi Yuebai approached in her wheelchair. Ahong quickly exclaimed, "Yuebai, what should we do now? They seem to be speaking ill of us." Shi Yuebai halted her wheelchair, and before she could respond, Shi Yuebai, who followed closely behind, interjected. "It's not a matter of seeming. They are indeed speaking ill of us." Shi Yuebai's brow remained unwrinkled. For what harm could words do? Could they possibly cause her to lose a pound? If those women from the group wished to berate her behind her back, it mattered little to her. Ahong, curious, asked Shi Yuebai's sister-in-law, "How do you know this?" With hollow eyes, Shi Yuebai raised her hand to touch her ear, saying, "I heard it." Her hearing had always been remarkably acute. However, recently, as the episodes of her headaches have become less frequent, Sister Shi's hearing has improved remarkably. As long as she is willing to listen attentively, she can even catch the whispers of people outside the courtyard while seated within. Ahong, filled with curiosity, inquired further. "What are they saying?" Sister Shi's expression turned grim. Her lips moved hesitantly, unwilling to divulge the information. It was evident that the discussions among those who conspired against the Shi and Pang families were not particularly flattering. Sister Shi was also quite incensed. Ahong, with a troubled countenance, remarked, "Have they gone too far? We have not wronged them." It was then that Sister Shi spoke up. "They are planning to move their tarpaulins further away from us, lest our misfortune infect them." In truth, they had said much more, but Sister Shi was reluctant to elaborate. Yet, those two statements were already sufficient to cast a pall over the faces of Ahong and Nong Yasi. Seated upon a pile of stones, Pang Ziyuan, due to his youth and insufficient composure, exclaimed in anger, "Where have we encountered misfortune? On the contrary, we are so fortunate. To speak of others is one thing. But if we consider Pang Ziyuan himself, had he not been closely associated with the Shi family, he would have perished from hunger long ago. This is not misfortune, but rather a stroke of luck. It was this fortuitous circumstance that allowed Pang Ziyuan to meet Shi Yuebai before his demise. Furthermore, it was his proximity to the Shi family that caught the attention of the mercenary Ija. Presently, he is sustained by the rations provided by the Xiangqing mercenary team, which, prior to the wasteland era, was akin to holding a secure job. Such a fortune is enviable beyond compare. Pang Ziyuan felt compelled to voice his thoughts. He could not allow the Shi family to be the subject of such discussions. At that moment, Shi Yuebai turned her wheelchair to survey the area ahead. How splendid! They were unwilling to associate with us, and I, too, harbor no desire to engage with them. The Shi family had already been significantly ostracized by the members of this team. Otherwise, why would the other families reside together while relegating the Shi family and the peculiar ones to set up their tents beneath the bridge? Since they had been excluded long ago, any notion of integration was utterly non-existent. The women of the team, by adopting such a stance, were merely engaging in psychological warfare against the Shi and Pang families. Shi Yuebai pointed towards the riverbank, suggesting that a trench be dug here, delineating clear boundaries. And it would be best if they never crossed paths again. This trench would lie directly in front of the residences of the Pang family, the Shi family, the peculiar ones, and the three mercenaries, precisely marking the divide between the riverbank and the floodplain. Nong Yasi and Ahong were momentarily taken aback. They could hardly have anticipated that Shi Yuebai not only had no intention of reconciling with the team, but had, in fact, severed ties altogether. Severed ties? What are you still standing there for? Hurry and get to work. Shi Yuebai urged Nong Yasi and Ahong to hasten in digging the trench. She turned and entered the Shi family's enclosure, ascending the slope from behind their tent. A cold smile spread across her face. So, they wished to ostracize her. She would create a misty barrier around the public restroom, obscuring any view of what her family possessed. From a distance, her home would be shrouded among a pile of stones. Chapter 66. Savoring fried potato chips. At this juncture, Shi Yuebai's wounds had yet to heal, and the addition of a soul-consuming array would undoubtedly impose another burden upon her. However, her disposition was remarkably magnanimous. Since she had been enduring pain, she reasoned that a little more would not make a significant difference. This wasteland could not extinguish her spirit. She would persist with unwavering determination. Consequently, everyone around her was also subjected to her relentless vigor. According to Shi Yuebai's strategy, the trench must be excavated to considerable depth, ideally around 5 meters. It was not a matter of being ostracized by them. Rather, it was her choice to refrain from engaging with them. Her haughty declaration instilled a newfound confidence in the members of the Shi and Pang families, who had been feeling somewhat despondent. Indeed, it was they who had distanced themselves from their teammates. "Nong Yasi," she urged, quickly accompanied by Ahong and Shi Saw, as they pushed a construction cart forward to collect stones in front of the same character frame. The stones accumulated along the back of the frame, temporarily connecting with the wall of the Pang family. A few women, who generally maintained amiable relations with Shi Saw, had been chatting near the wall. Upon observing the approach of Nong Yasi, Ahong, and Shi Saw, they promptly fell silent, exchanging knowing glances and subtle smiles that only they understood. This psychological tactic aimed to encourage the Shi family members to willingly integrate into their team. Once they sought to adhere to a particular norm, the Shi family would find themselves bound by its constraints. Yet, Nong Yasi, Ahong, and Shi Saw were pressed for time. Upon completing their task here, they would still have other responsibilities awaiting them. Time and Yuebai increased the workload for the three of them. They simply did not possess the luxury to ponder the thoughts of others. This evening, it seemed they would toil late into the night before they could find rest. Consequently, Nong Yasi, Ahong, and Shi Saw did not cast a glance towards the other women. They were solely focused on their labor, diligently moving stones. Their strength had visibly increased. Before long, the trio had excavated a hole in the riverbank beneath their feet, revealing sand beneath the stones. "Yuebai, look. We now have sand for mixing cement, eliminating the need to manually crush the stones," Ahong exclaimed, holding up a handful of mud and sand. Yuebai merely glanced at the handful of sand and replied, "The stones your son needs to crush must still be crushed. Those heaps of rubble are quite unsightly." Regardless of the presence of sand, Pang Ziyuan's tasks would remain unchanged. Even if Pang Ziyuan were to refrain from crushing stones for Yuebai, Ija would devise other tasks for him to undertake. Moreover, with so many fragments scattered near Yuebai's home, there was no shortage of debris. To say nothing of the collapsed bridge, which had undoubtedly generated a significant amount of construction waste. It would be far better if all that debris were reduced to dust, rendering it less of an eyesore. Ahong smiled and nodded, turning to resume her work. Pang Ziyuan was carried in by Ahong into the confines of the Shi family wall. At this point, it was already nearing the mealtime prior to the wasteland. According to Yuebai's instructions, once the sun set, no one from the Shi or Pang families was to venture outside the wall, for no one could guarantee the safety beyond its confines. The discord between the Shi and Pang families and the members of their team had reached a critical point. Those narrow-minded and impure-hearted survivors may seize the opportunity to strike when others are preoccupied outside. The area stretching from our walls to the public restroom is deemed safe. Shi Yuebai sat before her family's tarpaulin, addressing a few individuals who had toiled diligently throughout the day. Thus, after sunset, the tasks you must undertake should be shifted from outside to within the walls. She instructed Shi Yuebai to fetch 2 potatoes and a bottle of water for Ahong before turning to enter the tarpaulin. As she passed by a mound of potatoes, a fist-sized potato rolled forth, positioning itself in front of Shi Yuebai's wheelchair. She halted, tilting her head to observe the small hillock of potatoes. Long Yasi hurried over, astonished as she gazed at Shi Yuebai. "Yao, how did you unearth so many potatoes? Just yesterday, the pile in the corner was scarcely noticeable, yet today it has burgeoned into a considerable mound." "Yes, I apologize," Shi Yuebai responded, her cheeks tinged with crimson, as she lowered her head, feeling as though she had erred. Her aunt had assigned her to manage her homework while tending to that small patch of potato field. Thus, throughout the day, after completing her assignments, Shi Yuebai busied herself with potato harvesting, unaware of the substantial collection she had amassed. Shi Yuebai reassured her, "There is no need for apologies. Refrain from excessive contrition. You followed my instructions splendidly. Did I not find a pot last time? Let us locate that pot to fry some potato slices." Initially, Shi Yuebai intended to reserve those potatoes for bartering for other supplies. However, she has now severed ties with the members of her team, the very survivors who have ostracized her, and it is unlikely that they will return to her for supplies. It would be more prudent to consume this heap of potatoes herself. The Shi family has not eaten in quite some time. Yet this does not signify a sense of satiety in their stomachs. On the contrary, the members of the Shi family often experience intermittent hunger throughout the day. Nevertheless, this hunger tends to dissipate after a while, perhaps due to their anxiety over food. Each member of the Shi family believes that unless they reach the most critical point of starvation, they will refrain from consuming the pile of potatoes in the corner. Even the intellectually challenged Shi Yuebai and the somewhat deranged Shi mother share this sentiment. They fear that if they eat the potatoes from the corner, there will be no food left for Shi Yuebai to barter with. Little do they know, their earnest efforts to conserve the potatoes have only resulted in an ever-growing pile. In a hurry, Shi Yuebai rummaged through a heap of clutter in the corner and unearthed a brand-new frying pan. As Shi Yuebai intended to fry potato slices, Shi sought to find some oil packages or the like. She also heard Shi Yuebai instruct Nong Yasi to summon a Hong and Pang Ziyuan, declaring that from this day forth, they would each have one meal of potatoes daily. Nong Yasi, wearing a radiation detection wristband, went to the pile to select the potatoes. Her intention was straightforward: to choose a potato with lower radiation contamination. Detection: 10 radiation contamination in the potato. Detection: 20 radiation contamination in the potato. Shi Yuebai, seated in her wheelchair, reminded Nong Yasi that the potatoes at the very bottom, the ones buried beneath, had 0 radiation contamination. Chapter 67. Everyone is exhausted. The purification array operates at a languid pace. It does not instantaneously eliminate all radiation contamination from food to a perfect 0%. Instead, it gradually purifies, taking its time. While it consumes a considerable amount of Shi Yuebai's soul energy, it also alleviates her concerns. The purification spell could expedite the process. Yet Shi Yuebai lacks both the time and energy to wait for Shi Yuebai to unearth a single potato only to purify it. Thus, the longer the potato remains on the purification array, the lower the radiation contamination becomes. Upon hearing Shi Yuebai's words, Nong Yasi indeed discovered several potatoes with 0% radiation contamination from the bottom. She washed the potatoes with water, and Shi Yuebai reminded her to peel them. Nong Yasi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied with Shi Yuebai's instruction. In the wasteland, any edible morsel is typically consumed whole. As Nong Yasi had witnessed numerous times when a Hong and Guai devoured potatoes, skin and all, without even cleaning off the dirt. Therefore, Shi Yuebai's request seemed rather extravagant, but it mattered little. Their household had an abundance of potatoes. Shi Yuebai then went to check on Shi Yuebai, who was nestled on a mattress beneath a tarp. Now a month old, she no longer resembled the newborn who only ate and slept. Upon seeing Shi Yuebai approach, the little one waved her hands and kicked her chubby little feet, her large, dark eyes fixated on Shi Yuebai. In that fleeting moment, Shi Yuebai was tempted to fetch a cat teaser to entertain the child. She stared at Shi Yuebai with a stoic expression, and suddenly, Shi Yuebai erupted into a fit of giggles. Shi Yuebai couldn't help but curl her lips in a faint smile, coldly remarking, "What are you laughing at? Don't think that by putting on a cute facade, you can escape from your duties." Beside her, Shi Yuebai tilted her ear, unable to stifle a laugh. "Ah, Yuebai. There Yuebai truly was a girl who exuded a profound sense of security." Shi Yuebai recalled how, after the death of her husband, Yuebai had shouldered the responsibility of the household alone. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and tears that stung her eyes fell once more. She hurriedly sought out clean water, rinsing her eyes to clear her vision. Upon reopening her eyes, she was greeted by a hazy white light. Within this ethereal glow, several indistinct figures appeared to flicker. Shi Yuebai blinked vigorously, yet the blinding light did not dissipate. "Yuebai?" she exclaimed in alarm. Panic surged within her. Had her mental ailment escalated to such an extent that she was perceiving the afterlife? Shi Yuebai swiftly maneuvered her wheelchair to Shi Yuebai's side, reaching out to steady her as she swayed precariously. "What is wrong?" she inquired. Tears streamed down Shi Yuebai's face once more. She felt as though she was on the brink of death, yet her daughter was still so young, and Shi Yuebai had yet to grow up. The taunts from others, calling them a den of fools, echoed in her mind. Who would silence those who shot them down? In the entire Shi family, she alone possessed acute hearing. The desolation of the wasteland was indeed despairing. However, the thought of her impending demise filled her with dread, knowing there were countless matters and people she could not leave behind in peace. Shi Yuebai wept more fervently, her tears flowing abundantly, the dark yellow liquid staining her once fair and beautiful face. The tears not only stung the eyes of second sister Shi, but also triggered a rash of tiny red spots on her face. Shi Yuebai hastily instructed Shi Yuebai to fetch clean water, continuously washing second sister Shi's eyes and face. "Yuebai, I have seen paradise," second sister Shi murmured, her gaze vacant. Seated before Shi Yuebai's wheelchair, tilting her head back as Shi Yuebai poured water to cleanse her eyes. She clutched Shi Yuebai's hand tightly, weeping, "What should I do? I cannot let you go." "Stop speaking nonsense," Shi Yuebai reprimanded second sister Shi. "Where is their paradise? Be realistic. This world holds only hell, and we are currently immersed in it. Her words were often harsh. Being in the wasteland was scarcely different from residing in hell. Have you been drinking too much water recently? Is that why your tears flow so abundantly? Shi Yuebai impatiently consoled the overly sentimental second sister Shi. Fearing that her tears would provoke another scolding from Shi Yuebai, second sister Shi dared not cry further. As darkness gradually returned to her vision, she choked out, "Yuebai, I could not find any oil. Without oil, I cannot fry the potatoes." Shi Yuebai nonchalantly replied, "It is of little consequence. You can fry them directly without oil." Observing that second sister Shi's emotions had stabilized, Nong Yasi felt relieved and swiftly prepared several large potatoes. Shi Yuebai instructed Nong Yasi to construct a stove with stones outside the tarp, summoning Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan, along with the peculiar ones who had come seeking them. A group gathered around the stone stove to fry a pot of potato slices devoid of oil. To prevent sticking, Nong Yasi added a bit of water to the bottom of the pot. In the end, the fried potato slices transformed into boiled ones. Yet everyone still found them quite delectable. Compared to the stewed potatoes, this communal boiling of potato slices offered an entirely different flavor. After a group savored the potato slices, they also relished the broth derived from the boiled potatoes. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they continued to build the wall under the cover of night. The Shijia household's movements were under constant scrutiny from the shadows. Some members of the team, witnessing this scene, could not suppress their derisive whispers, pondering whether these fools believed they possessed several tons of grain. Did they truly think that laboring to build a wall would yield food? Bah! They were merely dependent on a horde of mercenaries for sustenance. The women of the Shijia family were indeed fortunate. With a mere gesture, mercenaries would deliver food to them. Just a few days prior, someone in the team had seen Ija delivering several large boxes into the Shijia compound accompanied by a few mercenaries. Eavesdropping revealed whispers of rent. Zhang Shuyao maliciously speculated, could it be that these women of the Shijia family were under long-term contract with the mercenary group? TSK. It appeared that the Shijia family was constructing a brothel. Ah Hong had become so shameless. Did her husband know? The women who were friendly with Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao harbored the most vile conjectures about the Shijia and Pang families. Starving, reeking, and with disheveled hair, they all watched the Shijia family's misfortunes unfold. They rationalized the actions of the Shijia family through their own twisted logic. No one from the Shijia family spoke up in rebuttal. In the dead of night, everyone was utterly exhausted. They had eaten and drunk well, invigorated for work. Yet the tasks assigned by Shi Yuebai were overwhelmingly plentiful. Until midnight, they did not finish their work. Shi Yao handed a plastic bag to Ah Hong, containing 4 adult-sized potatoes and 2 bottles of water. Ah Hong immediately turned to Shi Yuebai, asking, "Isn't this too much? I've already had potato chips with you today. Not to mention the potato soup." Ah Hong had always believed that having eaten in Shi's courtyard meant she was not entitled to any wages. In Chapter 68, titled 300 Boxes of Disposable Utensils, Shi Yuebai calmly responded to Ah Hong, "You have performed double the work. It is only fair that you receive double the sustenance." As for the matter of having eaten potato chips in her courtyard, was it worth mentioning? Currently, Shi Yuebai had an abundance of potatoes. She had rented an excavating mechanical arm from Ija without specifying the quantity of food required for a day's rental. Ija, not one to be stingy, promptly provided her with 2 boxes of sprouting potatoes. These potatoes were all planted in the newly cultivated land by Shi Yuebai. Furthermore, the provisions for Pang Ziyuan were entirely converted into cans for cats and dogs, along with additional potatoes, which Shi Yuebai received in 2 boxes. According to Ija, Pang Ziyuan, stationed at Shi Yuebai's, was considered a recruit in training for the mercenary group. Therefore, the provisions for Pang Ziyuan were entrusted to Shi Yuebai for safekeeping. Only when Pang Ziyuan diligently shaped stones for an entire day would Shi Yuebai reward him with a can. However, the cans meant for the cats and dogs were disdainfully discarded by Shi Yuebai in a corner. She neither consumed them herself nor permitted the Shi and Pang families to partake. Shi Yuebai was both domineering and forthright, substituting 2 radiation-free potatoes and a bottle of pure water for the daily can of pet food that Pang Ziyuan was accustomed to. "Do you have any objections?" she inquired of him. Pang Ziyuan immediately shook his head. He had regained a modicum of strength and could now prop himself up, his emaciated body barely able to sit upright. "Aunt Yuebai, I have no objections. I, too, dislike pet food." At 12 years of age, Pang Ziyuan possessed a normal level of intelligence and understood well enough. For survivors in the wasteland, encountering meat and pet food was indeed a luxury. Ija had not neglected him, providing care that adhered to the highest standards of the mercenary group. Nevertheless, the pet food was past its expiration date. With the radiation-free potatoes and pure water sustaining his vital signs, the pet food had become a secondary option for him. Auntie is looking out for my best interests, he thought, as he exhibited the same obedient demeanor as Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai huffed softly. As long as there are no objections, that's fine. She confiscated Pang Ziyuan's can of food. Originally, she intended to barter these cans for supplies within the team, but having severed that plan, she resolved to find an opportunity to return the pet food to Ija, even if it meant accepting a batch of sprouted potatoes in exchange. After all, those under her watchful gaze were not permitted to consume such provisions. Yet, Ija had remained on high alert for several consecutive days, suggesting that they were contending with a particularly troublesome horde of mutated beasts. Shi Yuebai could only continue to withhold Pang Ziyuan's pet food, further compelling the Shi and Pang families to labor. The trench before the framework grew deeper and wider with each passing day. He said nothing, spending an entire day by the shallow ditch, crafting a lever with a long stick, specifically designed to assist a Hong and Nong Yasi in lifting soil from the pit. With the emergence of this lever, the leader of the survivor team finally grasped something significant. In a hurried manner, he sought out Shi Yuebai, relying on his instincts. The outsiders remained oblivious to the current state of the Shi and Pang families, yet the leader possessed some knowledge. It seemed that Shi Yuebai had become the head of these two families. Regardless, upon encountering Shi Yuebai, the leader smiled and remarked, "I heard that you have recently had some conflicts with the people in the team. I have already reprimanded those women. They truly love to stir trouble. Far less capable than you." Shi Yuebai regarded the leader with a cold gaze. No matter what transpired within the team, the leader always appeared belatedly. "Yuebai, it's really nothing to be concerned about. After all, being talked about by others won't lead to death, will it?" The leader chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Shi Yuebai's frosty demeanor. "You all have expended such great effort, even digging a pit, which seems to be a case of incurring losses rather than gains." What the leader did not articulate was that the Shi family had already been the subject of ridicule for some time, far worse than when they built the wall. However, the leader could not fathom why he could not bring himself to smile at the sight of that ditch. Shi Yuebai replied indifferently, "They were the ones who excluded us first. What good does it do for you to persuade me?" The leader's lips twitched. He understood that Wei Lingxiao and Zhang Xueyao aimed to compel the women of the Shi family to assimilate into their circle. According to their rules, one must navigate life and tasks accordingly. Yet, Shi Yuebai refuses to bow her head. Despite her ample physique inciting universal disdain, this young woman possesses an indomitable spirit. Not even the harshest blows could bend her will, let alone the petty ostracism she faces. In that fleeting moment, the leader resolved firmly, "Yuebai, they may be a group of women, but my heart aligns with you. From now on, let us share the good fortunes and face challenges together." His words were laden with sincerity. Shi Yuebai listened with a wry smile, replying, "Very well. As long as you are amenable, I am not so difficult to approach." The leader immediately grasped her meaning and produced a box of disposable plastic utensils. "Yuebai, would you find use for these?" Her eyes brightened. Indeed, she would. For days, they had been subsisting on potato chips, using scavenged sticks. To think of bowls was a luxury. No one had the privilege to eat from proper dishes in this wasteland. Everyone else hunched over, consuming their meals straight from frying pans. Everyone but Shi Yuebai, who had not eaten at all. "Leader, how shall we trade? I have found countless items." The leader's voice wavered, realizing that Shi Yuebai was far from foolish. On the contrary, this stout girl was not only astute, but also fiercely tenacious. He feared that if he offered her rubbish in exchange for food, she would cast him aside. "One pet food can for 10 boxes, Shi Yuebai stated plainly. A single large carton could hold at least 10,000 disposable bowls, an item that held little value before the desolation. In the aftermath of the wasteland, the value of many things has plummeted. During the colder temperatures, many individuals, lacking trees for firewood, resort to burning such items." The leader nodded eagerly, while scavenging. He had stumbled upon a night market street. This street had been sifted through countless times by survivors, and it contained nothing edible that could be found again. Yet, who could have imagined that this night market street might still hold unexpected opportunities? Now, the leader could exchange the refuse found there for pet food cans. He traded for 30 cans, and a broad smile graced his face as he and his wife reveled in their fortune. However, at that moment, Wei Lingxiao and Zhang Xueyao boldly intercepted the leader. "Leader, Are we simply going to let the Shi family murder our men without consequence? Wei Lingxia, believing she was on the verge of departing from the group, spoke to the leader rather bluntly. They had painstakingly isolated the Shi and Pang families. And now the leader was the one undermining their established norms. Was this not a touch too discordant? The corners of the leader's eyes crinkled. Yet he maintained a gentle tone. You must be more pragmatic. The world we live in now is vastly different from before, and the Shi family has changed as well. In the interest of team harmony, the leader endeavored to avoid conflict. His words were couched in delicacy, and the sincerity of his smile was palpable. Nevertheless, Zhang Shuiyao would not relent. The Shi family has no shame. They are corrupting the ethos of our group. If I were in your position, I would expel the Shi and Pang families. The leader, intrigued, inquired, and where would you send them? This wasteland is not my territory, nor do I possess any claim to it. So what authority do I have to drive others away? Moreover, the residence of the Shi family has been fortified with walls and reinforced with cement. Even if one wished to employ force, it would be futile to expel both the Shi and Pang families. Are Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao not uttering nonsense? Wei Lingxia, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Commander, if you cannot lead our regiment to grow strong, I can understand that you are a coward. Yet, you cannot even handle a few weak and infirm individuals? She appeared somewhat exasperated. He earnestly replied to Wei Lingxia, you yourself acknowledge that they are merely a handful of the weak and sickly. Why not confront them directly? I sincerely hope you succeed, but how is it that you cannot even drive away a few frail women and children? Indeed, in this wasteland, no one could genuinely be considered naive or simple-minded. There would be no commander, truly devoid of cunning and temperament, acting as a mere mediator. Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao found themselves at a loss for words, their frustration palpable. Upon witnessing the commander's calm demeanor, reminiscent of an old bureaucrat, Wei Lingxia retorted in anger, if you will not take charge, at least do not aid the oppressors. The commander chuckled in response, not at all. I have always regarded the Shi family as a pack of fools. Look, I exchanged so much refuse for canned goods. How can I be aiding the oppressors? I am, in fact, exploiting and deceiving the Shi family. The logic is indeed sound. The Shi family is, in truth, a refuse collection station. The commander spoke no falsehood. However, for reasons unknown, Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao found themselves incensed by the captain's indifferent demeanor. Zhang Shuiyao shouted vehemently, you are not truly aligned with us. Captain, do you not realize that your actions will lead to betrayal from within? If this continues, we might as well disband the team. The captain, with his hands clasped behind him, sauntered slowly towards his own tent. Life had become increasingly untenable. The resources in this desolate land were dwindling. What interest did he have in managing the affairs of the team? Moreover, his group was so feeble that all the able-bodied men were gradually departing. In the beginning, the captain had contemplated retaining them. Who among the young does not harbor dreams of grandeur? In the first year of the wasteland, he was filled with ambition. By the second year, that ambition had been ground down by reality. Now, in the fifth year of the wasteland, the captain yearned to rid himself of this burden of the elderly, weak, and women. With his stomach growling, he had no time for trifles. Shaking his head, he declared, if you wish to play, be my guest. I have no time for such antics. If you are to leave, then do so promptly. His demeanor left Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao feeling suddenly flustered. Wei Lingxia wanted to say more, but Zhang Shuiyao seized her arm. Once the captain had distanced himself, Zhang Shuiyao quietly inquired, how much food do you have left in your tent? Why do you ask? Wei Lingxia replied, her guard raised, fearing Zhang Shuiyao was seeking to borrow provisions. Yet, Zhang Shuiyao appeared anxious. Have you seen the captain's wife? Just now, she had a plastic bag filled with canned meat. But our supplies are nearly exhausted. Wei Lingxia forcefully swatted Zhang Shuiyao's hand aside, her voice icy as she issued a stern warning. Do not tell me you intend to humble yourself before that corpulent matron of the Shi family. This notion originated from you. It was your suggestion to employ this strategy to compel the Shi clan to assimilate into our fold and adhere to our rules of engagement. The plan has advanced to this juncture. To seek reconciliation with Shi Yuebai at this moment would be to render all efforts futile. Zhang Shuiyao remained silent. Admittedly, she had intended to wield such psychological tactics. Before the wasteland, throughout her academic journey from primary school to university, she had employed similar strategies to coerce countless individuals into submission and had led the charge in isolating many. Yet, this approach seemed ineffectual now, particularly after the captain had taken the initiative to barter with the Shi family's imbeciles for resources. Though the captain's rationale aligned perfectly with the brutal logic of survival of the fittest, it had, in an unspoken manner, delivered a blatant slap to Zhang Shuyao's face. Wei Lingxia disregarded Zhang Shuyao's silence, turning her attention to the others present. "What are your thoughts?" A gaunt woman, her breasts sagging like two empty sacks, smiled broadly. "We are certainly in agreement with you, Lingxia and Shuiyao." A chorus of nods accompanied her declaration, each face adorned with resolute smiles. Wei Lingxia felt a sense of relief wash over her and cast a fierce glare at Zhang Shuiyao. "See? It is only Zhang Shuiyao who wavers due to the captain's stance. Fool." As night descended, within the captain's tent, the family finally savored a meal of meat, while Wei Lingxia continued to chastise Zhang Shuiyao for her lack of resolve. In a place unseen by the two, several women quietly gathered their own refuse, circumvented the ditch, and hurried to the outer wall of the Shi family's residence. "Hey, Shi Yuebai? Is Shi Yuebai there? We have come to trade for food." They peeked nervously, fearing detection by Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao. Yet their hunger was overwhelming. Zhang Shuiyao had instructed them to isolate the Shi and Pang families, and they complied, but to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as the leader exchanged a substantial amount of canned meat. It was uncertain how many pet food cans remained. The mercenary group could not conjure cans out of thin air. No matter how much they provided Shi Yuebai, the supply was finite. Thus, they were anxious, dreading that tomorrow the leader might again barter the disposable utensils for the Shi family's pet food. They could not endure any longer. They yearned to reconcile with Shi Yuebai. With a rustle, the makeshift curtain of the doorway stirred. Shi Yaoyao emerged, standing within the threshold, her voice clear and youthful as she proclaimed, "My aunt says we have severed ties with you. Go ahead and feast on your refuse." Chapter 70. What can I do if those people wish to engage in infighting? Shi Yaoyao gazed innocently at the furtive women outside, her expression suggesting she was deliberately uttering such words, her blinking eyes betraying a lack of comprehension regarding their meaning. The women outside could hardly reason with a child of merely a few years. One of the women stepped forward, gritting her teeth, a forced smile plastered across her face. "What is the matter? Why have we suddenly been cast aside? Did we not coexist harmoniously in the past?" Shi Yao remained silent, her small face tilted upwards, striving to comprehend the expressions on the woman's visage. Although her understanding was insufficient to discern whether the smile on the woman's face bore malice or kindness, she harbored a dislike for her. This sentiment stemmed from Shi Yao having overheard the woman refer to her as a foolish little cripple. "That's not right." Shi Yao recounted her aunt's words verbatim. "It is not that you refuse to play with us. Rather, we refuse to engage with you wretched individuals." The woman's smile instantly contorted into a sinister grimace. "You little imbecile, whom do you call wretched?" she exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Shi Yao. At that very moment, as Shi Yao stumbled backward, a tempest surged through the courtyard of the Shijia. A flash of crimson fabric fluttered before the woman. Initially, she presumed it to be a mere tattered piece of cloth and swept it aside, only to reveal a face hanging upside down behind it, a pallid visage of another woman, suspended before her. The woman at the door was momentarily taken aback, her heart pausing in terror. The inverted figure clad in red, with long hair cascading to the ground and eyes fixed intently upon her, elicited a chill. In an instant, the eerie woman in red broke into a wide smile, her lips stretching grotesquely towards her ears, emitting a cackling laugh. "Ah!" The woman by the door, petrified, her eyes rolled back, foam forming at her lips, collapsed backward, only to be caught by several women behind her. The women gazed inexplicably at the desolate gate, their expressions a mixture of confusion and dread. Before them sat only Shi Yu, who was on the ground, and nothing more. However, the frightened women, gripped by terror, found their bodies convulsing, froth accumulating at the corners of their mouths, creating an eerie spectacle. Those who sought to barter refuse for supplies dared not waste any more time, their hearts heavy with frustration and anxiety. Another night would pass without any gain, and unlike Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao, their own provisions were woefully insufficient. Otherwise, they would not have stealthily come to seek Shi Yuebai's assistance. Yet, Shi Yuebai was incensed. Not only had they failed to procure supplies, but one among them was inexplicably seized by spasms. No proper care was offered by her family. The entire group could hear the man within the tarpaulin cursing vehemently, wishing to cast aside this useless woman who merely burdened the men. At that moment, thoughts of medical assistance were futile. What difference did it make if one was convulsing? It was a situation to endure. The following morning, Wei Lingxia stormed into the home of the woman afflicted by spasms, seething with rage. She intended to confront the woman about her betrayal of their united front, only to find the woman contorted in agony. Wei Lingxia demanded, "Did you seek out the Shurs yesterday?" The woman, her mouth and eyes askew, struggled to lift a stone and hurled it at Wei Lingxia. Infuriated, Wei Lingxia approached and kicked the woman, exclaiming, "You dare strike me? Do you not know who my man is? How dare you?" A man burst forth from the tarpaulin, seizing Wei Lingxia by the hair and delivering 2 sharp slaps to her face. "Is it you who urged my wife not to seek supplies from the Shur family? Look at what you've done to her. You are courting death," he declared vehemently. "Those who should depart, do so. Before leaving, exchange as much food as possible from the Shur family." Yet, the food remained unexchanged, and his wife had been left in such a state. A man, understanding the situation, yanked Wei Lingxia's hair and stormed towards the Chun family's tarpaulin. "My wife is gone. You have so many women in your household. Compensate me with one," he asserted, showing no intention of reclaiming his original wife, now rendered a mere shadow of her former self. Wei Lingxia screamed in terror as she was dragged away, prompting a chorus of horrified cries from the Chen family. The captain observed from a distance, shaking his head. Truly, one raises a stone without considering whose foot it may crush. Behind him, his wife, her complexion ashen, inquired, "Can we still exchange for some canned goods today? Let us focus on practical matters. Nothing is more important than life." The captain immediately turned to the Shur family, approaching with a cheerful demeanor, as though on an inspection. "Yuebai, your courtyard is splendidly maintained." Shi Yuebai, seated in the shade, cast a sidelong glance at the captain. She lifted her finger slightly, and Shi Yuebai promptly rose to shield the captain's path. "Mayant says, leave." Shi Yuebai smiled innocently at the captain. The captain's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yuebai, do you require any supplies? Do you still want those disposable bowls?" He could still scour half the street. In the wheelchair sat Shi Yuebai, her countenance marked by indifference, her face heavy with flesh. Her hand dangled, picking up a pet food can from the ground, which she flung towards the leader. "In your team, there must be no coercion of women. Put an end to it." A hint of discomfort crossed the leader's face. "Yuebai, those individuals will engage in internal strife. What can I do?" Shi Yuebai wielded a long stick and struck the leader's hand, causing the pet food can he held to drop to the ground. Coldly, she declared, "That is your concern. I refuse to allow my child to grow up witnessing such filth daily." The leader winced in pain, frowning as he covered his injured hand with the other, a visible purple bruise emerging rapidly. Frowning, he chuckled as he picked up the fallen pet food can. "All right, Yuebai, calm down. I will ensure you do not have to witness it." Beyond the city, there were no police, signifying a vast lawless expanse. Anything could occur here, and the inhabitants had grown accustomed to the unpredictability of life. No one had ever provided the leader with cans to prevent such occurrences. He had grown accustomed to the coercion that was not of women's own volition. Life was to be endured, and so it would be. But with food now available, the leader was willing to act according to Shi Yuebai's desires. Clutching the pet food can, he charged into the tarpaulin of the Chen family. A stone fell, brutally striking down the man who loomed over the woman, a simple and violent resolution. Chapter 71. A wall can be erected. Wu Haoran clutched his bleeding forehead, his trousers still unfastened. He shouted furiously at the captain, "What are you doing?" The captain's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. "Do not blame me. There are those who do not wish to witness such events unfold right before their eyes." The woman pinned beneath Wu Haoran hastily scrambled to her feet and fled, her cries echoing like a slaughtered pig's, "Help! Save me! Somebody please!" Yet, she was swiftly intercepted by Wei Lingxia, with her face already bruised from Wu Haoran's earlier assault. Wei Lingxia slapped the innocent woman, exclaiming, "Why are you running? If you flee, are you expecting me to endure the humiliation?" Within the confines of the Chen family's tent, numerous women were kept. Due to the numerous men in the Chen family, the members of the team lacked the audacity to covet the women residing within the tent, unless they were cordially invited by Chen Huaihai. Wu Haoran's wife had been in a state of frenzy throughout the night, rendering her incapable of self-care. He had struck Wei Lingxia in a fit of anger, seizing the opportunity to select a woman while the other men of the Chen family were occupied with another team. Wei Lingxia was now solely focused on appeasing Wu Haoran's wrath. She viciously twisted the woman's arm, threatening her, "Run, if you dare. There's nowhere for you to escape to. You'll either starve or be devoured by the men outside." The ragged woman's eyes were filled with tears. Meanwhile, within the Chen family's tent, Wu Haoran stood defiantly against the captain, Who cannot bear to see this? Bring him out, and I shall deal with him myself." The leader furrowed his brow and took a seat on a stool. He advised, "If you wish to remain in this team, refrain from engaging in such activities. If you must pursue such matters, do so outside the group. Do not place me in a difficult position." He was averse to offending anyone. Yet Shi Yuebai had him cornered. The leader recalled standing at the entrance of the Shi family courtyard, where he had noticed a large pile of pet food cans in the corner. This indicated that he could still exchange for a considerable number of pet food cans. Wu Haoran spat dismissively. "In this day and age, what is the point of pretending to be a savior? If I refuse to partake in this, won't he others in the team do so?" The leader pursed his lips in silence, merely observing Wu Haoran. He understood that attempting to dissuade Wu Haoran was futile. However, when Shi Yuebai offered him a can, the task required little effort on his part. Before the wasteland, the leader was a capable figure, effectively organizing survivors and resisting various natural and man-made disasters during the apocalypse. However, the collapse of order was swift. Despite his ability to unite people, he could not withstand the erosion of human sentiment. This was the reality. "Today, I must manage this affair." The leader gazed at Wu Haoran, contemplating. "I am granting you some respect by listening to you. Now, who do you think you are?" In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Captain Xiao's organizational prowess had earned him the respect of all team members, which is why they had followed him through the wasteland. Yet now, Captain Xiao found himself at a loss. Aside from his organizational skills, he was ill-equipped to lead his members in survival amidst the ruins. Wu Haoran had long ceased to heed Xiao's authority. Observing the woman's averted gaze, Wu Haoran struck her face with a clenched fist, uttering disdainful words that belied his brutish nature. The expression on Captain Xiao's face darkened as he, amidst the woman's sobs, seized a stone and hurled it at Wu Haoran's head. Wu Haoran cursed, questioning Xiao's state of mind that day. The two men became entangled in a fierce brawl, nearly toppling the Chun family's makeshift shelter. While Lingxia stood by, momentarily paralyzed by indecision, the women from her household, unwilling to endure the situation, fled in haste, leaving chaos in their wake. While Lingxia screamed in despair, lamenting the loss of her shelter and provisions, it was uncertain who initiated the theft. But soon one woman after another seized the food from the Chen family's tarp. With no men to oppose them, a second and third woman joined in the fray. Before long, the supplies that Qin Huaihai had painstakingly gathered were stripped away amidst the tumult of Wu Haoran and Captain Xiao's clash. Some ragged women hid in the corners of the group, desperately stuffing moldy food into their mouths, while others ran and consumed their ill-gotten gains, only to collapse in exhaustion. Wu Haoran and Captain Xiao, evenly matched in their combative prowess, fought for over an hour, both sustaining injuries. However, Wu Haoran lost interest in his earlier intentions of coercing women and limped away, leaving behind a bloodied Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao's wife rushed forward, her heart aching as she gazed at her husband, questioning whether it was worth it over a mere can of food. Captain Xiao gently caressed his wife's head and raised his hand to wipe away the blood trickling from his nostrils. His gaze turned toward the direction of the Shi family, and he suddenly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I have seen a wall capable of being erected." His wife, not fully grasping his words, inquired, "What?" With a smile, Captain Xiao explained, "Look at the Shi family's enclosure. Those pet food cans are piled up in the yard, and they seem unperturbed by the threat of theft." His wife curled her lip, retorting, "Isn't it said that the people of the Shi family are foolish? Their foolishness is precisely why they carelessly discard food outside." Captain Xiao remained silent, pondering her words. Are they truly foolish? If they were indeed a nest of simpletons, could they have constructed such a formidable wall? Everyone claimed that the Shi family was under the patronage of a mercenary group, serving as a regular haunt for individuals like Izha and his ilk. In Captain Xiao's eyes, such assertions appeared almost ludicrous in their ignorance. What kind of women could a mercenary group not procure? If Izha were to utter a word, countless women would willingly be sent to their ranks. Why then would they expend such vast resources to support the Shi family, a group comprising the elderly, the infirm, and even an infant? Thus, one must not solely rely on their eyes to perceive and assume. Captain Xiao found himself bewildered by the complexities surrounding the Shi family. However, he sensed that there was more to them than met the eye. This was not merely a matter of chance. The entire team had witnessed their usually amiable and esteemed captain in a profound bond with Wu Haoran. With a fierce kick, akin to discarding refuse, he struck the woman in the chest. This wretched place, he thought, was one he could scarcely tolerate for even a day. The strength of those bearing the surname Xiao is woefully insufficient. They are unable to retain anyone, and now they have also incurred his wrath. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Haoran gathered his belongings and departed from the team. Chapter 72. The Amusing Flora for Children. After leaving the team beneath the bridge, he found himself increasingly curious about the wall erected by the Shi family. It was not just him. Many within the team harbored the desire to discover just how much sustenance the mercenaries had provided to the Shi family. From the base of the bridge to the shore, there was simply no pathway to traverse. Furthermore, the area was littered with exposed rebar, posing a perilous risk of injury with a mere misstep. Moreover, the Shi family was merely a gathering of simpletons. No matter how abundant their provisions might be, it could not amount to much. Many shared the same curiosity, eager to glean insights hidden from others. Wu Haoran was the only one who took action. After considerable effort, he shouldered his belongings and navigated through the treacherous expanse of exposed steel. He beheld a public restroom half buried beneath a mound of rubble, alongside a collapsed bridge pier, similarly ensconced in a heap of stones. As for the Shi family, they remained shrouded behind a chaotic array of debris, rendering their activities within the wall entirely obscured. For a fleeting moment, Wu Haoran felt lightheaded from the oppressive heat of the sun, cursing himself in frustration. He could not comprehend why he had exerted himself so vigorously to ascend to this dilapidated site. Those mercenaries were truly despicable. After berating himself, he directed his ire toward Ija. Was it not their intention to transform the Shi family into a den of iniquity? How could they allow the Shi family to construct a wall, a congregation of simpletons resembling cockroaches, residing in such a wretched place? Yet, he remained undeterred, determined to uncover something others could not. Wu Haoran, feeling dizzy and disoriented, abruptly sank to the ground. Yet, he quickly sprang back to his feet. There was scarcely a place to sit, as sharp stones littered the terrain, causing discomfort to his rear. Burdened by his heavy luggage, he trudged onward, each step a struggle. He lamented his own intellect, feeling it had plummeted to the same foolish level as the Shi family. Soon, word spread among the team that Wu Haoran had departed from the crumbling bridge, leaving behind his wife of over a decade, and instead, taking with him 2 women from the Qin family. It was rumored that those 2 women willingly followed him. Shi Yuebai listened impassively as Shi Yuebai recounted the gossip, her attention fixated on the confines of the Shi family's wall. When Wu Haoran approached the public restroom, Shi Yuebai was aware of his presence. However, she did not take any action against him, nor did her puppet emerge to intimidate him. Allowing this one escapee to speak of the Shi family's current desolation seemed prudent. Reflecting on the courtyard, Shi Yuebai regretted having initially planned such a small space. Since the erection of an inflatable tent, the walls of the Shi family had become woefully insufficient. Not to mention, the 300 boxes of disposable utensils had entirely consumed the last remnants of available space within the confines. Consequently, Shi Yuebai had to enlist Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai to dismantle the tent. They would then use the original tarp to cover the mound of potatoes that had accumulated atop the purification array. As for the potato field, Shi Yuebai had originally intended to ignore it. However, both Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai unanimously deemed it too remarkable to leave exposed, insisting it needed to be concealed. They were busily moving boxes, temporarily using those that contained disposable tableware as barriers. Shi Yuebai observed the boxes they were using for concealment and moved her lips as if to object. In truth, there was no need to obstruct the potato field so thoroughly. A simple screen between the potato field and the Shi family courtyard would suffice to prevent anyone standing in the yard from immediately seeing the potato patch. Surrounding the public restroom was her misty array. Anyone, save for Shi Yuebai, looking down from the restroom would be unable to glimpse the potato field below from any angle. What lay below was merely a chaotic scatter of stones with several exposed steel bars. However, seeing Nong Yasi and Shi Yuebai so fervently engaged, Shi Yuebai decided to let them be. Yuebai, look, Ah Hong said as she entered from outside the courtyard, her fair face flushed with excitement. Pang Zhengong followed closely behind, his face alight with enthusiasm as he carried an enormous box. The couple had brought a large box of DIY children's fun plants for Shi Yuebai. Pang Zhengong set the heavy box down, and Nong Yasi and Shi Yaoyao hurried over to take a look. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shi Yuebai stretched her neck, which was so plump that it was hardly noticeable. I found these while scavenging, Pang Zhengong said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had recently constructed a tent for his own use, though not as splendid as the inflatable tent gifted to the Shi family. It was durable and capable of withstanding wind and rain, appearing quite sturdy. Over the past few days, Pang Zhenggong had gone scavenging with several friends, entrusting the construction of the Pang family's wall to Ah Hong. However, fortune had not favored Pang Zhenggong and his companions. They discovered nothing at all. This whimsical plant, appealing to children, was encased in an exquisite packaging. Before the wasteland, it served as a toy for children. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that allowed it to endure amidst the cataclysms of the apocalypse. In Shi Yuebai's eyes, a glimmer of amusement finally emerged towards Pang Zhenggong. He had done well. Pang Zhenggong was quite invigorated, though he refrained from mentioning that he had insisted on excavating this box of refuse buried beneath the ruins, enduring mockery from several friends in his team. It was unavoidable, as all of his acquaintances had joined other factions. Initially, his friends had advised him to leave, but he had declined. Consequently, several of them held a slight grudge against him. Ah Hong fervently nodded in agreement. Pang Zhenggong was vaguely aware that the Shi family possessed water, yet no one explicitly informed him, nor did he inquire. Ah Hong remarked that she had purchased such whimsical plants for Ziyuan a few years prior, and they indeed bore fruit. They merely needed a spritz of water to thrive. Shi Yuebai observed as everyone retrieved the playful plants from the box, most of which were mushrooms, edible and capable of flourishing with a spray of water. In a myriad of hues, shimeji, golden, peach pink. Ah, Yuebai, each type has a dozen boxes. Nong Yasi excitedly counted, one by one. This entire box was filled with whimsical plants, all mushrooms. The mere discovery of such an abundance thrilled everyone immensely. Witnessing the genuine joy of those around him filled Pang Zhenggong with a sense of accomplishment greater than when he unearthed moldy, expired food. There is still more beneath that area. I should be able to excavate plenty more. He spoke, the smile on his face fading slightly. Although he expressed these sentiments, his steadfast refusal to leave the team beneath the bridge remained unchanged. His few regular excavation companions would likely no longer join him in future endeavors. Chapter 73. What must be fought for should be fought for before the wasteland. Pang Zhenggong engaged in search and rescue excavation work. This was a volunteer endeavor, primarily funded through donations from collaborations with celebrity charity organizations. Wherever there were natural disasters or calamities, such as earthquakes or maritime accidents, these celebrity charities would enlist their services, leveraging their selfless contributions to create publicity while assisting official rescue efforts. However, they were a professional excavation team. Thus, within the wasteland, he and his companions were able to utilize their expertise to consistently find more sustenance than others. Initially, they had stood united, hand in hand with Captain Xiao, saving numerous lives amidst the cataclysm. The fervor of their collective spirit surged as they battled the apocalypse together. Yet, when did the essence of their mission begin to shift? Pang Zhenggong himself could not pinpoint the moment. Perhaps it began when every morsel of food they unearthed was seized in a frenzy, leaving nothing for them. In the wasteland, there were many reasons to abandon faith. Pang Zhenggong's excavation team had become a coveted asset sought after by various groups. If he chose not to depart, the team's value would significantly diminish. Naturally, the excavation squad held considerable grievances against Pang Zhenggong. Yet, he felt he had no choice. He did not wish to leave. The safety of his wife and children would be at grave risk if he did. But remaining meant he would have to stand alone. No comrades from the excavation team would fight alongside him again. The difficulty of venturing out to gather supplies has significantly increased compared to the past, particularly as he lacks the specialized excavation tools. In the Shijiao courtyard, Pang Zhenggong observed Shi Yao and Pang Ziyuan as they carefully dismantled dozens of children's mushroom kits, placing each one in the cool shade against the wall of the yard. The two children, each holding a bottle of water, diligently watered the mushroom boxes one by one. Pang Ziyuan's thin face radiated innocence as he exclaimed, "Yao Yao, in a few days we will be able to feast on mushrooms." Shi Yao nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Yes, we will eat mushrooms." She clapped her hands and began to spin in circles, continuously twirling in delight. Shi Yuebai furrowed his brow, raising the long stick in his hand to gently tap Shi Yao on the waist, admonishing her not to spin in place. It has been 2 months since Shi Xiangrui arrived. Each day, Shi Yao exhibited subtle, almost imperceptible changes. Her previous constant head shaking had diminished considerably, evolving into her spinning in place. Although Shi Yuebai had no medical training and was uncertain about the peculiar behavior that afflicted Shi Yao, he instinctively raised his hand to stop her whenever he witnessed her swaying and spinning, for it would soon make him dizzy as well. Pang Zhenggong surveyed the abundant supplies in the courtyard, along with the tranquil and content expressions of the Shi and Pang families. His worries dissipated entirely. solidifying his resolve to remain here. Indeed, he had made no mistake. This place had already been fortified. Ahong had worked swiftly, enclosing the Pang family with walls in just a matter of days. Yuebai, despite her fierce demeanor, proved to be exceptionally generous. Ahong busily sorted through the provisions in the tent, and finding no suitable stones at the moment, she borrowed a few red bricks from Yuebai, who readily agreed without hesitation. The red bricks that Shi Yuebai used to construct the walls were exchanged for food from her family. After erecting the wall with those bricks, only a small pile remained. Typically, Shi Yuebai barely glanced at them, but when Ahong requested to borrow them, she directed Ahong to take the entire lot, aiming to clear a space in the Shi family's courtyard. In her dealings with her own, Shi Yuebai was exceedingly generous, a trait that warmed the heart. Pang Xingong assisted Ahong in tidying up the supplies within the tent, remarking that their stay with the Shi family was infinitely better than being with any other group. At least now, the Pang family had a wall for protection and an abundance of food that seemed never-ending. Pang Ziyuan was also residing with the Shi family, enjoying hearty meals every day. The three members of the Pang family lived in this manner, with provisions not only sufficient but plentiful, filling Pang Xingong with an unprecedented sense of security. With unwavering determination, he spoke to Ahong, stating his intention to separate from the Shi family and divide the search and rescue tools among them. The significance of professional search and rescue equipment for scavenging was not lost on him. Ahong paused, her clean face turning to look at Pang Xingong. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "That seems reasonable. They should be fine." Ahong was well acquainted with every member of Pang Xingong's search and rescue team. Before the wasteland, they were all kind individuals who greeted her with smiles and affectionately called her sister. Afterward, everything changed. In an environment plagued by scarcity of food and resources, the inherent selfishness and malevolence within human hearts could be magnified infinitely. It is unclear when exactly the teammates of Pang Xingong began to regard Ahong and Pang Ziyuan with expressions filled with disdain and irritation, as if they were merely burdensome remnants that should have perished long ago. In truth, Ahong had contemplated whether to reveal their current situation to Pang Xingong's companions. The place was quite satisfactory. There was water, potatoes, and even mushrooms. If everyone could unite, their lives would gradually improve, much like the Pang family, who currently had enough food to last for several months. However, she hesitated to take that risk. After all, the Pang family had previously endured a harrowing experience where they lost all their food, nearly starving Pang Ziyuan to death. Furthermore, when Pang Xingong's teammates persuaded him to abandon the team beneath the bridge, they had never considered the perspectives of Ahong and Pang Ziyuan. The division of families had become the most favorable outcome in their circumstances. Do not mention matters regarding the Shi family, Ahong cautioned Pang Xingong. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. I understand that you all are brothers and once shared a close bond. But do not test the limits of human nature. Moreover, it is imperative to strive for what is necessary. On the side of Yuebai, loyalty and value are held in high regard. She was imparting to Pang Xingong the importance of unwavering loyalty to Shi Yuebai, treating that allegiance as akin to a profound faith, or alternatively, to demonstrate his own worthiness. Pang Xingong must acquire a suitable and effective excavation tool. He nodded, affirming, I understand. I wish to secure the team's snake eye detector. Their team possesses 5 major categories of search and rescue excavation tools: detection, demolition, illumination, communication, and protection. These are communal property of the team. Should they choose to part ways, these tools would need to be divided as well. Chapter 74. As long as one can return. Any division is acceptable. The next day, Pang Xingong rose early, setting out before dawn to discuss the division of the team with the members. Ahong also got up, bringing Pang Xingong several packets of crispy noodles and a bottle of water. After bidding farewell to Pang Xingong, she assisted Pang Ziyuan as he got up and accompanied him to the Shi family's residence. Pang Ziyuan was now barely able to stand, managing to take a few steps with his spindly legs. Although his pace was slow, the ample food and hydration were gradually aiding in his recovery. As soon as they entered the courtyard of the Shi family, Shi Yuebai joyfully approached, exclaiming, "We are going to repair the large water tank for the public restroom. And he said that once it's finished, we can take showers there." Both Pang Ziyuan and Ahong were aware that the Shi family had cleared a path leading up to a public restroom. Ahong had even carried Pang Ziyuan to this restroom before. However, they could see nothing else. The path was lined with stones on either side. The accumulated water, although minimal, formed a considerable pile. Thus, she would now use a small amount of water to dampen a towel, washing both their faces. Each morning, Being able to wash her face brought Ah Hong a sense of tranquility that lasted throughout the day. The thought of bathing was beyond her imagination. Upon hearing Shi Yuebai's words, she stood frozen in place, lost in thought, until Shi Yuebai, seated in a wheelchair, withdrew into a shaded area with a frown. Ah Hong finally inquired, "Yuebai, can we take a bath too? You can bathe once the water tank is constructed. If it remains unbuilt, you shall endure the stench for eternity." Shi Yuebai's expression was devoid of emotion, his tone harsh, perpetually irritated by the relentless sun of this wasteland. Once again, it was a day devoid of any hope of losing a pound or two, an annoyance indeed. Upon receiving Shi Yuebai's affirmation, Ah Hong was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting with the desire to leap forward, embrace Shi Yuebai, and plant a couple of kisses on him. "How wonderful! Yuebai, you truly are a good person." Shi Yuebai leaned back, his face contorting in distaste as he regarded Ah Hong, radiating an aura that screamed for her to keep her distance. Yet, her fervent enthusiasm remained unabated by his aloof demeanor. Ah Hong turned, hastily assisting Pang Ziyuan up the slope, and they soon arrived at the public restroom. Before the restroom lay a remarkably flat area, though the stone slabs were considerably fractured. However, that posed no issue. With a bit of tidying up, it would not hinder their efforts. Guai Guai settled cross-legged upon the broken stone slabs, having deciphered the layout of the restroom's plumbing and located the main valve. He intended to install the water tank behind the restroom, and the solar panels atop the structure were still functional. Muttering to himself, Guai Guai unfurled a detailed and intricate blueprint, causing Ah Hong to feel dizzy as she gazed at the complex lines. Her skills were limited to stacking walls and similar tasks, leaving her largely bewildered by the rest. Nevertheless, Guai Guai had no desire for her to comprehend the intricacies. Once he had formulated a plan, he gathered his tools and busied himself with the electrical meter box adjacent to the restroom. Ah Hong, guided by the blueprint provided by Guai Guai, began her work on constructing the water tank behind the restroom. They lacked a sufficiently large water tank carrier. Thus, Shi Yuebai instructed Ah Hong to construct a water tank carrier using bricks, stones, and cement. In truth, it could hardly be deemed a water tank. Its dimensions were akin to that of a reservoir. After a while, Shi Yuebai, seated in her wheelchair, approached via the slope. Shi Yuebai held an umbrella over her. Upon reaching the flat ground in front of the public restroom, she gazed into the distance for a moment, then suddenly inquired of Nong Yasi, Shi Seo, and Shi Mu, "Is that a visitor center ahead?" Following her gaze, the others turned to look beyond the restroom. Indeed, they beheld a dilapidated structure, revealing half of its eaves. A colossal sign indicating visitor center was faintly discernible amidst a pile of collapsed bricks. Not to mention, the ruins were predominantly composed of intact bricks. A vast expanse of brick debris lay exposed before them. Furthermore, several sightseeing vehicles, powered by rechargeable batteries, were scattered around. Some of these vehicles had been utterly destroyed by the rubble, while others were tilted at awkward angles. Shi Yuebai raised her hand, directing the Shi family and Pang Ziyuan to collect the bricks to repair the water tank, doubling its volume. The trench in front of the Shi residence continued to widen and deepen. With the arrival of these bricks, Pang Ziyuan could be spared from laboriously shaping smaller stones. Shi Yuebai instructed him to exclusively craft elongated, pointed triangles, which would then be evenly inserted into the bottom of the 5-meter-deep trench and secured with cement. Should one inadvertently tumble into a ditch, the triangular stones at the bottom could pierce them like a hedgehog. Swiftly, everyone became absorbed in their tasks, each filled with fervor. While nurturing her nearly healed meridians, Shi Yuebai expanded the fog array surrounding the public restroom, allowing it to spread further. Anyone ensnared within the fog would find that mountains were not mountains and waters were not waters. Only upon approaching would the vision reveal an expanse of stones. In a blink, Ah Hong transitioned from working during the day to noon. While consuming boiled potato chunks in the Shi family's courtyard, she sat cross-legged on the ground, disposable utensils in hand, cheerfully announcing to the group that if the legitimate heir were to sever ties with the family, he would be liberated. Tomorrow, she suggested, they should excavate the visitor center behind them, as it would surely yield treasures. Following the team, however, often meant a lack of freedom, particularly as members of their small group had aligned with other teams, compelled to dig alongside them. The scope and depth of their excavations were dictated by the leaders of these other teams. Peng Xingong was considered an outsider. Certain areas were not even worth exploring, as the excavation held little significance. Yet, he had no say in the matter. The small group had to follow the others. Peng Xingong's opinions were deemed inconsequential. Noam Yasi and Shi Yuebai wore expressions of eager anticipation, engaging in lively discussions about the new chapter awaiting the Pang family. Ahang's smile waned slightly as she continued, remarking that matters within the team were rather intricate and might not be easily resolved. Oh, it's not essential to obtain that snake-eye detector. A standard engineer's shovel would suffice. Shi Yuebai remained silent throughout. Noam Yasi and Shi Yuebai exchanged nods, affirming their approval. At that moment, Shi Yuebai uttered a rather ominous remark, plunging the courtyard into a profound silence. Guai Guai, oblivious to the atmosphere, munched on potato chunks and remarked, "It's hard to say." All present tacitly chose to ignore the stark pallor that suddenly washed over Ahang's face. Chapter 75. Shi Yuebai weighing 703 Jin and becoming partially paralyzed, Ahang began to lose her focus, her pace remarkably slow as she toiled late into the night. Shi Yuebai furrowed his brow, observing her for a while, tapping the long stick he held against his palm. Time progressed, and even Pang Ziyuan sensed the unease. Casting anxious glances at his mother, uncertain of what to say in such a tense moment, Shi Yuebai glanced between Ahang and Pang Ziyuan, ultimately whispering to Shi Yuebai, "Auntie, go to sleep," Shi Yuebai interjected before she could finish, insisting that it was not a matter for children and advising against unnecessary meddling. He resumed tapping the stick against his palm. Ahang ceased her tasks, standing by the gate and craning her neck to gaze into the distance. The entire team had settled down for the night, and amidst the wasteland, a few survivors lit lamps in front of their tarpaulins. Otherwise, scavengers returning late would risk losing their way. She had experienced nights spent outside before. Ahang murmured to herself, seemingly seeking solace in the thought that their team maintained good relations with others. With this thought, she appeared to find some comfort. How could Pang Ziyuan possibly sleep? Though he is merely a little over 12 years old, he displays a remarkable sense of maturity. Pang Ziyuan steadies himself against the wall and says, "Mother, I will wait for father with you." At that very moment, Ahang's inner turmoil reached its zenith, prompting her to step out of the Shi family's yard, declaring, "I will go find your father." The words she had spoken earlier were nothing but self-deception. As the sun approached the horizon, for the sake of safety, scavengers refrained from lingering outside their groups. Pang Zhenggong was not the type to procrastinate. If he intended to discuss a division of the family, he would no longer scavenge with the original team. Pang Ziyuan felt compelled to follow Ahang. A long stick obstructed his path as someone instructed, "Go find Captain Xiao and have him bring people to accompany your mother." How can a woman find someone? Pang Ziyuan glanced at Shi Yuebai, who tossed 2 pet food cans into his arms, saying, "Take these. Captain Xiao will agree." Pang Ziyuan's lips moved as he bowed slightly to Shi Yuebai. "And I will return the cans to you." He hurried off to locate Captain Xiao. Before long, a faint commotion arose within the team, though it was not overwhelming. A few expletives erupted, questioning who would be foolish enough to venture out at such a late hour to search for someone. After all, no one was insane. Eventually, Captain Xiao arrived with 2 or 3 men. One of the men, walking alongside Pang Ziyuan, chuckled, "Pang Ziyuan, we are risking our lives for your family. And you offer just 2 cans of pet food. That seems rather insufficient." Driven by the urgency to find his parents, Pang Ziyuan could only jog while catching his breath, promising, "Once I locate them, I will bring you food." With Pang Ziyuan's words, a few more individuals joined the team, bringing the total to 7 or 8 men. Each held a solar-powered flashlight as they ventured towards the neighboring team in search of others. Shi Yuebai remained seated in her wheelchair, her expression impassive as she gazed beyond the enclosing walls, watching the beams of light recede. As she turned, she noticed several sheets of white draft paper piled in a corner. Shi Yuebai had indeed become quite adept, now capable of performing addition and subtraction within 20. Although she took considerable time to solve each problem, and her error rate was high, her calculation steps were consistently correct. With practice, proficiency would surely follow. Shi Yuebai picked up the white paper from the ground, contemplating as she deftly folded it into a few delicate paper airplanes. She paused, staring at the paper airplanes resting on her lap, and sighed, "I am not concerned with the Pang family. My focus lies on my labor force." Indeed, the visitor center requires Pang Zhenggong's efforts for excavation. Perhaps we might unearth some grand treasure. What is most lacking in this wasteland? It is talent. As she spoke, she began counting on her fingers, twisting them into a peculiar sign, invisible to sight, inaudible to sound, unattainable by struggle, at the dawn of creation. "Heed my command, rise." A gentle breeze swept through, and a glimmer of golden light illuminated the center of her brow, faint yet discernible. The paper airplanes on her lap began to ascend with the wind, soaring over the walls of the Shi residence, climbing ever higher, riding the gusts. The myriad forms of the universe gradually took shape within Shi Yuebai's mind. Like a realm shrouded in darkness, it was endlessly explored by a fleet of paper airplanes. Wherever they soared, they illuminated the map. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of Shi Yuebai's mouth. Her fingers pressed together, as waves of excruciating pain coursed through her body. The excess flesh quivered in response to her torment, compelling her to withdraw a hand and perform a healing incantation. She needed to summon additional fat energy to sustain 2 spells simultaneously. The meridians, which had yet to fully heal, began to rupture at a staggering pace, inch by inch. Shi Yuebai felt as though she might explode. Her head throbbed, and her eardrums felt as if they were swelling. When she opened her mouth, a torrent of blood gushed forth as if it were of no consequence. Fortunately, only half of her meridians had ruptured, leaving a small portion intact. Thus, after the extensive rupture of her bodily meridians, her corpulent form was rendered partially paralyzed, with only her left arm and right hand remaining functional. She resolutely maintained her hand gestures, sensing her weight dissipating within her. 703 pounds. Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes, enduring the searing pain as her eardrum burst, spilling forth red blood. At that moment, she spotted Ahong and Captain Xiao. They had reached the neighboring team. Ahong, in tears, was pursued by Captain Xiao, who urged her to keep her head down as he sought out the captain of the adjacent team. Unlike Captain Xiao, the leader of the neighboring team was a hulking figure, capable of overpowering 10 of Captain Xiao with ease. His physique was distinctly abnormal, resembling a comic book character with muscles seemingly mutated by radiation. The neighboring team was markedly different from Captain Xiao's team. At this hour, their nightlife had just commenced, with a cluster of bonfires casting a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. Men and women gathered around the flames, engaging in primitive revelries. In Chapter 76, Nearing Death, Ahong and Pang Ziyuan stood anxiously behind Captain Xiao. The captain of the neighboring team, with a gruff demeanor, bellowed, "Who are you looking for? Is this a shelter? What strays have come here looking for lost companions?" His gaze wandered from Captain Xiao's face and landed on Ahong. Despite her efforts to mask her appearance with mud and disheveled hair, the neighboring captain squinted. "Is this the wife of Pang Zhenggong, whom you have in your team?" Though directed at Captain Xiao, his hand reached towards Ahong. Pang Ziyuan instinctively stepped in front of her, while Captain Xiao simultaneously shielded them both behind him. With a smile, he addressed the neighboring captain. "She is merely concerned for her husband. I kindly ask you to relay any news regarding Pang Zhenggong." The rescue team, led by Pang Zhenggong, had integrated into the neighboring unit, which included men from the Chun and Chu families. This team, indeed, boasted a greater number of able-bodied men compared to the one beneath the bridge. However, the plight of the women and children was equally dire. Ahong's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, she did not forget to shield Pang Ziyuan's eyes. Nearby, the anguished cries of a woman echoed by the bonfire. This place resembled a den of despair. The neighboring captain scoffed. "Curious to know? That can be arranged." As soon as his words fell, he chuckled and stepped onto a nearby stone, nonchalantly lowering his trousers while grinning at Ahong. "Come over and please me, and I shall reveal where your man is gone." Captain Xiao's jaw twitched as he restrained himself, saying, "Do not go too far. We are a registered team in the big city. Have some respect." It would have been better if Captain Xiao had kept silent, for his words only incited laughter from the neighboring team, particularly the muscular captain, whose laughter was exaggerated. "Isn't registering a team simply for the convenience of buying water? I didn't rush her to do anything. Understand this, Captain Xiao. You are the one seeking my assistance, not the other way around." Ahong's eyes reddened with embarrassment. Pang Ziyuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with hatred. No wonder his father did not take him and his mother away. Compared to the team under the bridge, all the teams outside deserved to perish. At that moment, Ahong suddenly noticed a man walking by. "Song Yuqing," she cried out, disregarding her attempt to shield Pang Ziyuan's eyes, rushing forward to grasp Song Yuqing's hand. "Where is my husband? Where has he gone?" He paused for a moment, then swiftly shook off Ahong's grip. "I don't know. Don't ask me. How could you not know? My husband came today to discuss the division of assets with you." "Where did he go?" Song Yuqing's gaze faltered as he turned to leave, dismissively stating, "I can't be bothered with you. Don't go." Ahong, with tears streaming down her face, clutched his hand desperately. "Please, tell me, have you done something to my husband?" The distress in her voice was unmistakable. Pang Ziyuan rushed over, shouting, Uncle Chung, I implore you, what has happened to my father? The overlooked leader from the adjacent group stood silently, observing the chaotic scene with an air of indifference. Song Yuqing gritted his teeth and turned away, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, a dreadful realization dawned upon her. Something had befallen Pang Xinggong, and it was a matter of life and death. She lifted her foot, determined to pursue the truth. One must witness the living or the deceased, after all. A paper airplane, carried by the wind, landed softly on Ahong's shoulder. Follow me. I found him. Bewildered, she turned her head, scanning her surroundings. Yuebai? Where are you? No time for nonsense. Come on. The voice of Shi Yuebai, laced with anger and impatience, emanated from the paper airplane. It was no surprise, considering her usual cantankerous demeanor. The white paper airplane soared towards a realm of darkness, gliding silently like a comet. Ahong observed the direction of the paper airplane, contrasting sharply with the path taken by Song Yuqing. Without a second thought, her innate trust in Shi Yuebai propelled her to chase after the flight of the paper airplane. Pang Ziyuan followed closely behind his mother. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao was engaged in a tug-of-war with the muscular leader from the neighboring group, boasting about his connections in the big city and his acquaintances among mercenaries, hoping to instill a sense of intimidation in the other captain. Captain Xiao, Ahong, and her son have escaped. Behind him, someone reminded Captain Xiao, who hurriedly patted the shoulder of the captain next to him, suggesting that one should leave a line for future encounters. He would speak with him shortly. Captain Xiao then turned and pursued Ahong and Pang Ziyuan. With his departure, the 7 or 8 gaunt and scraggly men beneath the bridge naturally would not linger. Their reluctance to leave was not due to desire, but rather because they were so frail that a gust of wind could easily whisk them away like paper. Other teams regarded them with disdain, and those who did find them appealing were merely waiting to slaughter them for a feast. The neighboring captain, who had been poised to assert his dominance, found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Since his rise to prominence, he had poached numerous individuals from Qiao's team. In truth, he lacked for women, relishing instead the sight of others kneeling before him, utterly broken by his whims. Yet, just as his amusement was about to commence, this group fled. How could they have escaped so swiftly? He clenched his teeth, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Xiao, are you jesting with me? Ahong followed the paper airplane crafted by Shi Yuebai, scaling the rugged, rocky slope. Alas, in a moment of distraction, she stumbled onto the gravel, instinctively bracing herself with her palm, only to have it pierced by exposed rebar. Pang Ziyuan, trailing behind, attempted to ascend, but Ahong shouted, "Danger! Don't come up." In the darkened sky, the paper airplane soared high, performing a turn. Shi Yuebai impatiently questioned, "Can we leave or not? If not, I shan't waste my time playing with you any longer. Clarify the situation. She is currently risking her life to assist Ahong. With every passing second, she endures excruciating pain, and the vitality of Pang Xinggong diminishes with each moment. One could simply give up. After all, your husband is not far from death." Shi Yuebai's harsh words drift lightly through the boundless darkness like a whispering wind. Gritting her teeth, Ahong extracted her hand, pierced by steel rebar, and urged, "Let us go. Save him." Chapter 77. A conscience comforted Ahong, supporting herself, stumbled along behind Shi Yuebai's paper airplane. She could not discern the path in the darkness, only catching sight of the white paper airplane ahead. Despite Shi Yuebai's efforts to guide her along a relatively smoother route, Ahong continued to falter amidst the ruins. Her hand, pierced by exposed steel, dripped blood steadily. Shi Yuebai remained silent. Perhaps she had not noticed Ahong's injury, or perhaps she had. Regardless, that was of little consequence. Soon, under Shi Yuebai's direction, Ahong located Pang Xinggong, lying amidst a heap of rebar. "Husband," she cried, stumbling forward. A steel rod caught her foot, sending her crashing down into the debris. She could scarcely register the pain, crawling over the jagged stones. How could this happen? Weren't you supposed to be dividing the family? What are you doing here? She resembled a tattered rag, discarded amongst the jagged ruins. Tears streamed down Ahong's face as she lifted her injured hand to wipe the tears away. Soon her face was smeared with black ash, sweat, and blood. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for tears. The urgent task at hand was to ascertain the condition of Pang Xinggong. Was he alive or dead? There had to be certainty. It should not be this way. After all, you and Chung are good brothers. Ahong crawled over, lifting her bloodied hand to caress Pang Xinggong's cheek. The moment those words were uttered, the seemingly lifeless Pang Xinggong's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. He still had consciousness. The paper airplanes, crafted by Shi Yuebai, circled above Pang Zhengong and Ah Hong. You stay here. I will fetch Captain Xiao and your son. As long as he was not dead, there remained hope for Shi Yuebai. Of course, if he were to perish, she would still devise a means to bring him back, albeit in a less than favorable state. In the darkness, the scattered paper airplanes converged, landing before Captain Xiao and Pang Ziyuan. The group halted, gazing at the floating paper planes before them. Captain Xiao swallowed hard, as if he had witnessed some supernatural phenomenon. After all, there were 4 or 5 white paper airplanes simultaneously suspended in front of him and Pang Ziyuan. Was this some sort of extraordinary ability? Or had the wasteland world merged with the realm of the supernatural? It seemed he had just seen Ah Hong chase after one of the paper airplanes. Heavens above! Humanity had not yet grasped survival in the wasteland, and now they were compelled to confront these mysterious occurrences. Suddenly, Pang Ziyuan was struck with an epiphany. Captain Xiao, quickly follow them. He, too, was uncertain of the origins of these paper airplanes, but he believed that by trailing them, he would surely find his mother. Pang Ziyuan's limbs felt somewhat feeble as he began to scale the ruins ahead. Fragments of concrete, steel rebars, bricks, and various debris had conspired to form an unusual mountain range. With great effort, Pang Ziyuan ascended. Commander Xiao followed closely behind, being an adult man. He swiftly reached Pang Ziyuan's side. He offered Pang Ziyuan a hand, cautioning, "Be careful, there are steel rebars everywhere, and you mustn't injure yourself." Below them were a few ragged individuals, panting as they hurried over. They bore a uniform insignia and were all emaciated, scarcely better off than Pang Ziyuan. Under the sparse starlight, they gazed up at the towering ruins ahead. "It's too high, Commander. Perhaps we should reconsider." In any ruin, myriad unseen dangers lurked. Particularly in the residential ruins, one might inadvertently kick a sharp object while walking. Occasionally, it could be a kitchen knife. Other times, it might be a razor blade. The exposed steel rebars stood out as the most apparent and visible threat. Commander Xiao and Pang Ziyuan had already climbed halfway when he looked down and exclaimed in frustration, "Enough of your nonsense. Do you still want the Pang family's provisions? If you miss this meal, with your skills, you won't scavenge anything edible." At that moment, Commander Xiao had firmly resolved to cling tenaciously to Shi Yuebai's favor. Everything felt peculiar, especially the paper airplanes floating and flying through the ruins in the dead of night, which spoke volumes. The Pang family was but a subordinate of the Shi family. To elucidate further, the Pang family was a retinue to Shi Yuebai. When Pang Ziyuan approached him with a can of pet food, Commander Xiao understood immediately. It was time for Shi Yuebai to issue orders. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to prove himself to Shi Yuebai. The few emaciated figures beneath the ruins, upon hearing Captain Xiao's words, reluctantly began their arduous ascent through the debris. Soon, they arrived at the location indicated by the paper airplane. Pang Ziyuan stumbled forward, exclaiming, "Mom? How could Dad be like this?" Before Ah Hong could respond, a paper airplane descended from the night sky, its message clear. "Is there even time to ask? Your father is on the brink of death." It was at this moment that Pang Ziyuan snapped to attention, grabbing the dazed Captain Xiao and several other gaunt men who had managed to climb up. Together, they hastily lifted the bloodied Pang Zhengong. Astonishingly, the paper airplane had spoken, its voice unmistakably belonging to Shi Yuebai. He finally realized that Shi Yuebai possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, weren't legendary beings typically associated with the elements of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and the 5 elements? What kind of power did Shi Yuebai wield? As Captain Xiao pondered this perplexity, he could not fathom which category of abilities a mere paper airplane belonged to. This way, the paper airplane directed, guiding Pang Ziyuan along a shortcut. Meanwhile, in the neighboring team, the muscular captain was selecting his men. He pointed at Song Yuqing, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Your team is truly united in their efforts, relentlessly driving people to their demise, yet failing to clean up the aftermath. Go deal with them. Ensure they do not trouble me again." After a pause, he added, "And make sure not to kill your brother's wife. She still has some flesh on her." Song Yuqing's eyes were reddened, his body trembling. He exchanged glances with his fellow members of the excavation team. A group departed from the team, pursuing the direction in which Ah Hong had fled. They were aware of the location where Pang Zhengong's corpse had been discarded. Initially, they believed that with Pang Zhengong's demise, no one would dare to covet the search and excavation tools belonging to their team. However, both Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan had emerged, demanding attention. They even approached the new team leader directly. "What does it matter to us that Ah Jing's wife and child are seeking death?" A teammate muttered softly. as if to assuage his conscience. Zheng should not have appropriated our team as public assets. He deserved his fate. Chapter 78. If you keep crying, I will end you. Song Yuqing, accompanied by the search and excavation team, hurried towards the place where Pang Zhenggong's body had been discarded, alongside the remaining members of the new team. They held little faith in Hong and team leader Qiao's ability to locate Pang Zhenggong. In this wasteland, ruins were strewn about, devoid of any prominent landmarks. Even the members of Song Yuqing's excavation team struggled to recall the precise location where they had disposed of Pang Zhenggong's lifeless body. After wandering aimlessly in a general vicinity, Song Yuqing and his companions failed to catch sight of Hong and team leader Qiao. It seemed they hadn't even searched in this direction. One teammate spoke up, his tone laced with evident disdain. Team Qiao consists of nothing but a bunch of ineffectuals and burdens if they can't even find food or water. How could they possibly locate Zheng's corpse? Song Yuqing furrowed his brows, gazing at his teammate. But have we not also failed to locate Zheng's body? They had once been a professional search and rescue team, adept at uncovering objects amidst ruins, and had even conducted searches in the vastness of the ocean. However, they now possessed a clear direction regarding the disposal of bodies, yet they could not find the corpse of Pang Zhenggong. An unsettling feeling stirred within Song Yuqing. His companion placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, remarking, "What could it possibly mean? Perhaps Zheng's body was taken away by a mutated beast." With reddened eyes, Song Yuqing fixed his gaze upon his teammate, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his emotions. "How can you speak so nonchalantly? Pang Zhenggong is our brother. We are bound by a brotherhood forged in iron within this team." They had once operated as a united front, traversing both domestic and foreign terrains for search and rescue operations, enduring countless hardships to mold their team into a cohesive, industry-leading force. Yet now, they had collectively caused the demise of Pang Zhenggong, merely because he had hesitated to join a new team, which had cultivated dissatisfaction among his comrades. One teammate coldly asserted, "It was indeed Zheng's fault. He abandoned us. Every time we ventured out to seek supplies, we set aside past grievances and kindly included him. What right does he have to demand a share of our search and rescue equipment? Pang Zhenggong was the captain of their squad. Without him, their search and rescue team would never have been established. It was Pang Zhenggong who recognized their potential, meticulously recruiting them from various fields. He imparted to them the knowledge of search and rescue with great care, guiding them as they participated in training and courses related to rescue and excavation around the globe, absorbing and refining diverse relevant knowledge from both domestic and international sources. Did not Zheng also assert that our team must remain progressive? The teammates appeared particularly innocent. Now, in this desolate world, if one cannot adapt to the survival rules of the wasteland, they are destined to be discarded by it. Our team must possess cohesion, and any member who undermines this unity cannot be tolerated. The discontent regarding Pang Zhenggong's descent had long been simmering among the teammates. This time, Pang Zhenggong had indeed crossed their threshold. It was unclear who struck first, but a fist soon met Pang Zhenggong, followed by a second, then a third. Ultimately, everyone unleashed their pent-up dissatisfaction and anger, collectively assaulting Pang Zhenggong with punches and kicks. In truth, no one wished to kill Zheng. It was he who could not withstand the blows. "Cheng, we cannot allow traitors to emerge," they proclaimed with righteous indignation. "Cheng, you two have laid hands on him, have you not?" Song Yuqing's lips moved slightly as he inhaled deeply, his bloodshot eyes lifting towards the night sky, where scattered stars seemed distant and untouchable. It was not difficult for Song Yuqing to imagine what would befall Hong, now that so many men were seeking her. In this desolate wasteland, searching aimlessly yields nothing but a waste of time. Not a single trace of a soul can be found. Even if Zheng's corpse were to be discovered, what difference would it make? Who would care for a single life amidst this barren land? Thus they fought. And if they killed Pang Zhenggong, so be it. There would be no laws to restrain them, nor would they face any repercussions. At this moment, Captain Xiao, Hong, Pang Ziyuan, and a motley crew of 7 or 8 unsightly men observed from a distance. To all appearances, Pang Zhenggong lay lifeless. Whispers lingered among the crowd until Captain Xiao admonished them, urging them to refrain from idle chatter and conserve their energy for the task at hand. It was only when they laid Pang Zhenggong before the walls of the Shi family that Pang Ziyuan, with an impassive countenance, bowed to express his gratitude to the gathered uncles for their assistance. He requested them to wait a moment while he fetched some provisions. From the courtyard of the Pang family, he retrieved a box of instant noodles and a case of bottled water. Placing them upon the ground for the 7 or 8 men to take as they pleased, Pang Ziyuan exchanged a glance with Hong and together, They lifted Pang Zhengong and carried him inside the walls of the Shi family. Captain Xiao did not join the men in their frenzy to seize the noodles and water. Instead, he stepped forward to assist Ah Hong and her son in raising Pang Zhengong's legs. In this manner, he also blended into the confines of the Shi family's walls. Before dawn, Shi Yuebai, with her head bowed, sat in her wheelchair. "Auntie, can you save my father?" Pang Ziyuan knelt before Shi Yuebai, reaching out to touch her leg. There was no response. A white paper airplane descended onto Shi Yuebai's knee. The voice that spoke was not hers. It emanated from the paper airplane. Just as Ah Hong and Pang Ziyuan were enveloped in despair, the paper airplane uttered, "Just leave it here. Do not move him." Shi Yuebai truly had no means to rescue Pang Zhengong. At that moment, apart from one hand and one arm that could move, her entire body was numb, devoid of any sensation. She could not even muster a facial expression, let alone speak. A drop of blood fell onto Pang Ziyuan's hand, prompting him to lift his gaze towards Shi Yuebai. "Andy, what has happened to you?" Pang Ziyuan cried uncontrollably. Embracing Shi Yuebai, only then did Ah Hong and Captain Xiao discern in the darkness that Shi Yuebai's head hung low, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Particularly, the blood that spilled from her mouth stained her chest, a vivid crimson. "Enough. If you keep crying, I will end you." Chapter 79. If you cannot accomplish anything, then get lost. Witnessing Shi Yuebai's injury, the group felt as though they had been struck by lightning, as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse. Even Captain Xiao, who had just awakened to the realization that Shi Yuebai was an extraordinary being, felt a profound hopelessness. It was an indescribable collapse of faith. Amidst the desolation of a forsaken land, they wandered through a world shrouded in darkness. It seemed they had finally discovered a glimmer of light, a beacon guiding them towards a brighter future. Yet, that flicker of hope was extinguished. The hopes they had so painstakingly kindled began to fade once more. Commander Qiao gazed in disbelief at the near-lifeless Shi Yuebai as he plummeted into the abyss of despair. A paper airplane ascended into the air, and Shi Yuebai erupted. "Is this never-ending? Am I to be mourned while still alive? Get out." Her irritable demeanor was such that, despite her survival, it seemed they would weep her to death. Pang Ziyuan's sobs were abruptly silenced as Commander Qiao and Ah Hong, having regained their senses, pulled him away. When Shi Yuebai lost her temper, it was best for them to heed her words, regardless of logic. Tears still lingered in Pang Ziyuan's eyes as he hurriedly lifted his head beyond the confines of the Shi family wall. "Mother, aunt, don't cry. Your aunt will be annoyed." Ah Hong's eyes were swollen, yet she chose to believe in Shi Yuebai, asserting, "There's nothing we can do now. We mustn't add to your aunt's troubles." Commander Qiao nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Thus, Pang Ziyuan, along with Ah Hong and Commander Qiao, remained outside the Shi family walls. In the open space, 7 or 8 men were scrambling for instant noodles and bottled water. This endeavor had consumed little time. Yet each managed to seize 2 packets of noodles and 3 bottles of water. Remarkably, this surpassed the amount of food they had scavenged from the ruins over several days. Moreover, they had bottled water. They now exchanged their hard-earned food for something to drink. The worth of 3 bottles of water far exceeded that of 2 packets of instant noodles. How they wished such opportunities arose daily. Just shortly after these 7 or 8 men departed, the Shi family courtyard erupted with cries of alarm. The first to awaken was Shi Yuebai, who discovered Shi Yuebai bleeding profusely from her 7 orifices, with the bloodied figure of Pang Zhengong lying before her. It appeared as though the two had undergone a baptism of blood. Shi Yuebai's cry was far more piercing than that of Pang Ziyuan. Within mere seconds, the entire Shi family inside the inflatable tent was stirred from their slumber. The group rushed out of the tent, surrounding Shi Yuebai with a cacophony of grief. The beleaguered Shi Yuebai, maneuvering a paper airplane over the wall, instructed Captain Xiao, who was squatting by the wall's base, to quiet the crowd and engage in some psychological reassurance. Captain Xiao was adept at this. He promptly rose and stepped into the confines of the Shi family's enclosure, adopting a commanding stance with his hands clasped behind his back. "All right, everyone, please quiet down and listen to me," he began. "The situation is this. Yuebai is a good person, fully capable of saving herself, so there is no need for panic. Look, this is Yuebai's paper airplane. It can communicate, thus she is in no peril. Now, follow my lead, calm your emotions, and shout, 'Trust Yuebai.'" His eloquence flowed effortlessly, one hand on his hip while the other gestured with grand authority. The crowd soon fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the hovering paper airplane. In truth, only Nong Yisi among the Shi family was genuinely alarmed, for her intellect allowed her to comprehend that Shi Yuebai's current immobilized state was dire. However, matters concerning Shi Yuebai could not be analyzed through the lens of normalcy. Thus, when Shi Mu and Shi Yaoyao looked up and nodded at Captain Qiao, Nong Yusi quickly composed herself as well. As Sister Shi stood in silence, her heart drifted uncertainly, yet she refrained from crying out. After patiently enduring Commander Qiao's lengthy discourse for nearly half an hour, she quietly reached for Shi Yuebai's hand. "Yuebai, are you truly all right?" she inquired softly. In response, Shi Yuebai firmly squeezed her hand. A paper airplane landed on Sister Shi's shoulder, and Shi Yuebai's indifferent voice echoed, "I am unharmed. Simply ignore me and attend to your tasks." She continuously channeled her healing technique. Alleviating her paralysis was merely a matter of time. The presence of Peng Zhengong nearby would, to some extent, benefit from her healing aura. Though it would not enable Peng Zhengong to leap to his feet immediately, sustaining his breath was certainly within reach. A sliver of white light appeared on the horizon. Shi Yuebai furrowed her brow as she peered into the paralyzed meridians. The sun's rays caused her weight to fluctuate once more. The once shattered meridians would soon be filled with fat. It was akin to a broken road. The original path remained unrepaired while trees along the roadside expanded and landslides occurred. Confronted with such a predicament, Shi Yuebai found herself in a state of bemused exasperation. She felt as if this desolate land was determined to push her to her limits. Unable to suppress her frustration, she longed to curse, but the sun offered her no respite. Today, the sun rose particularly swiftly. Before long, half of the sun leaped above the horizon. Shi Yuebai hurriedly instructed Commander Qiao, "Bring over your tarpaulin and cover me. Quickly." Commander Qiao, taken aback, questioned, "Then what will your family use for shelter?" However, he dared not disregard Shi Yuebai's words. The talking paper airplane was enough to compel Captain Qiao to listen to her. It was indeed challenging to garner the favor of an extraordinary individual. Even the lord of the grand city might not recognize them. What qualifications did he possess to have an extraordinary being within his ranks? Captain Qiao was determined to seize this opportunity. The prospect of soaring to success and becoming a subordinate of the legendary Long Outyin was imminent, with Shi Yuebai embodying that future. Even if he could not rise to the status of Long Outyin, Captain Qiao believed that being a subordinate to such a figure was still quite commendable. Before his wife could voice her concerns, Captain Qiao hastily ripped down the canopy from their dwelling and dashed toward the Shi Yuebai family. Su Xuejiao followed behind, shouting, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Goodness, he is the only laborer in our family, and we have 2 teenage daughters. If Captain Qiao succumbs to radiation madness, how will we manage?" Captain Qiao sprinted with the fervor of a monkey leaping from its perch. Quickly arriving at the Shi Yuebai family's wall, he threw a large bundle of canopy fabric over Shi Yuebai's head. The paper airplane exclaimed in exasperation, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get it together. Are you a harbinger of doom? If you can't handle this properly, just leave." Captain Qiao immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Yuebai. I thought you were in a hurry." He swiftly adjusted the canopy resting on Shi Yuebai's head and procured a long stick to prop up her wheelchair. "This stick will support you for now. Let it provide some air. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately." Chapter 80, 702 Jean. The paper airplane kept a vigilant watch over Captain Qiao, observing as Ahong and Pang Ziyuan remained crouched in the corner. A paper airplane descended, its pointed tip directed towards Ahong. Startled, Ahong immediately rose to her feet, a flicker of fear in her eyes. I, too, sprang into action. "What about Yuebai and Ahong?" I inquired. "Get to work," came the unyielding voice of Shi Yuebai as the paper airplane soared forth. Ahong hurriedly began to dig trenches and build walls. The airplane's tip then shifted towards Pang Ziyuan, who had silently donned a mechanical digging arm, his expression contemplative as he grasped a stone. The paper airplane glided away quietly, and Pang Ziyuan exhaled softly in relief. Though his aunt was partially paralyzed, the sense of pressure she exerted remained palpable. As for the Shi family members, they too were barked at by Shi Yuebai and sent off to labor. "Don't slack off. I am watching you at all times." The paper airplane flitted about industriously, frequently hovering over the heads of the workers. Its presence was far more daunting than Shi Yuebai's own watchful gaze. Anyone daring to catch their breath was swiftly noticed by Shi Yuebai. Without assistance, Commander Qiao was left to ascend and descend alone, securing the 4 corners of the tarp above Shi Yuebai with the walls. A misstep sent Commander Qiao tumbling from the wall, his heart racing as he glanced at the paralyzed Shi Yuebai in her wheelchair. Yet, the paper airplane merely let out a derisive chuckle as it flew past him, continuing its patrol. She never chastised those who had exerted every ounce of their strength. Amidst the ruins, Shermu stood gracefully, a plastic bag dangling from her wrist, addressing the paper airplane that had paused nearby. Yuebai. What do you think of that plastic bag ahead? The airplane fell silent for a moment before replying, it looks quite nice. Mother bought it for you. Mother Shi gracefully approached, her fingers delicately pinching the air as she unearthed a plastic bag from beneath several stones. With a discerning gaze, she scrutinized the bag, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this plastic bag is rather shoddy, is it not? You, the esteemed daughter of the Shi family, deserve far better than this." The more she examined it, the more disdainful she became, yet as if pressed for time, she lightly chided, "Oh, never mind, my dear. You always sulk when things do not meet your expectations. I shall buy it for you, I shall." With an elegant turn, she affixed the salvaged plastic bag to the tip of a paper airplane. Her eyes sparkled with indulgence as she caressed the back of the paper creation. "Are you happy now?" Shi Yuebai responded in a subdued tone. "Yes, I'm happy. Come. Accompany me to get our nails done," Mother Shi declared, striding forward while retrieving a card from her handbag. "Excuse me, dear attendant, please charge this. Wrap every single plastic bag here for me. Be swift, for I cannot delay my precious daughter and I from our pampering." Impatience began to surface in her demeanor. The paper airplane chimed, "Beep. Darling, the transaction is complete. The bags will be delivered to our home shortly." She walked with poise, asking, "My dear, is your allowance sufficient this month? Allow me to grant you another 1,000,000. Do not deprive yourself. Purchase whatever your heart desires. Has anyone been unkind to you at school? Fear not, for I am a board member. Go ahead and assert yourself. We are wealthy and unafraid of any troubles." A paper airplane, tethered to a plastic bag, accompanied Shermu as she sifted through the ruins, occasionally responding to her with a few words. By midday, Commander Qiao's tarpaulin was finally erected. His tarpaulin was the largest and most complete among all the families in the team. Once fully unfurled, it was sufficient to shade most of Shi Yuebai's courtyard. Shi Yuebai allowed him to busy himself with the task. Although the sun above her was obscured by the tarpaulin, the daylight's rays still penetrated significantly more than those of the night. If she did not expend the fat in her body soon, even with the tarpaulin, her weight would inevitably increase. She resolved to take a risk and act. Shi Yuebai maneuvered her movable arm to connect with her other hand's fingerprint. She had always relished challenges beyond her reach. Especially in dire situations like this, if she did not forge ahead, death awaited her. Not only would she perish, but the members of the Shi and Pang families would also face doom. There was no choice but to fight with her back against the wall. Shi Yuebai kept her head bowed. Even in her weakened state, only one of her arms remained unimpeded. The other arm had been pushed to the brink of its limits, its meridians nearly shattered. Yet, she exerted every ounce of her strength to cleanse her battered meridians. Even the slightest surge of energy would suffice. Even if her orifices began to bleed profusely once more, the excruciating pain prevented her from fainting. She feared that losing consciousness would cause her energy to spiral out of control, potentially turning her into mere dust. Becoming dust was not the frightening part. What terrified her was the uncertainty of the collateral damage. In her past life, when she was obliterated in battle, she had taken down half of the witch clan. This time, she wished to spare the Shi and Pang families from such calamity. Perhaps it was the madness of time that drove her to distraction. As she occasionally turned her head to glance at her, Shi Yuebai bit down hard on her tongue, striving to remain alert. At that moment, a formidable healing technique surged unexpectedly from behind her, hovering above her head. Golden grains, imbued with a crimson glow, cascaded from the technique. Most of it settled upon Shi Yuebai, while a small portion landed upon the figure of Pang Zhenggong at her feet. Pang Zhenggong's breathing steadied somewhat. No longer a fractured rhythm, with breaths exhaled more than inhaled. Shi Yuebai felt as though her entire being was on the verge of being torn asunder. A network of blood vessels appeared on her active arm, intermittently glowing with faint golden light. A similar web of bloodstains manifested on the back of her other hand, with the weak golden shimmer gradually intensifying. The healing technique persisted, threatening to falter, yet Shi Yuebai gritted her teeth and endured. The blood vessels on her arm began to snap one by one, as large patches of dark bruises surfaced on her previously pristine skin. Resembling someone who had been mercilessly beaten, Shi Yuebai's weight plummeted to 351 pounds, a result of her relentless self-exertion throughout the day. At this moment, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She could have succumbed to unconsciousness, but having withstood that breath, her body elevated her threshold for fainting. Behind her, Captain Qiao cautiously bent down, stretching his neck to observe her. Suddenly, Shi Yuebai in the wheelchair jerked her head up with a crack of her bones. Her terrifying visage turned towards him, blood streaming from her eyes, droplets dripping from her hair. "What do you want?" she exclaimed. Captain Xiao collapsed onto the ground, a chilling dread coursing down his spine. "No, nothing at all." Chapter 81. I remain calm. Shi Yuebai had now been present for 2 months. Nestled within a delicate baby cradle, passers-by would coo at her, while others would playfully tease her. Upon witnessing Shi Yuebai with blood streaming from her 7 orifices, the infant in the cradle erupted into joyous laughter. Captain Xiao's horrified gaze fell upon Shi Yuebai's cherubic face. The 2-month-old baby, exhilarated, waved her hands and kicked her legs. Clad in a soft and pristine infant monk's robe, she appeared no different from an ordinary baby before the wasteland, albeit slightly more beautiful. Yet, it was the plump, tender, and fair-skinned infant that rendered her even more remarkable. Coupled with the sight of Shi Yuebai's gruesome bleeding, it created a powerful visual impact. For a fleeting moment, Captain Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, he restrained himself. Without enduring hardship, one cannot ascend to greatness. If he could not withstand this terror, he would never grasp Shi Yuebai's support in the future. It became evident that he had not misjudged Shi Yuebai. She possessed remarkable resilience. Otherwise, how could she still be alive amidst such horrific blood loss? With an expressionless face, she uttered a single word toward Captain Xiao: "Get lost." Shi Yuebai was quite vexed. Though she had shed 48 pounds in merely 2 months, bringing her weight down to 702 pounds, her entire body was now fraught with shattered tendons. Only her neck remained capable of turning, along with one hand that could still move with ease. The rest of her body, including her previously mobile left arm, had become immobile. She slumped in her wheelchair, her mood as bleak as a dog's. Under such circumstances, Captain Xiao wore an expression of exaggerated surprise, which naturally vexed Shi Yuebai. The only reason she refrained from crushing Captain Xiao was her current immobility. It was not out of compassion. The sole source of solace for Shi Yuebai lay in the unobstructed flow of energy through her right hand, allowing her fingers to deftly form intricate gestures. If it were merely a matter of harnessing a tiny fraction of her fat reserves, she would no longer feel pain. However, this small measure proved largely ineffective. The minuscule amount of energy, when converted into spiritual force, could at best propel a paper airplane. What infuriated Shi Yuebai even more was the chaotic surge of energy throughout her body. It felt akin to attempting to navigate a paper airplane while grappling with a tumultuous tsunami, only to siphon a few drops from a tap with a flimsy straw. Is there anyone in the entire Witch clan more destitute and ineffectual than her? Hence, Shi Yuebai ceased to wipe away the blood streaming from her orifices. After all, it would only continue to flow. She focused solely on preventing her body from exploding into a disintegrated state. Captain Xiao, having been chastised by Shi Yuebai, soon returned, braving the shame as he poked his head through the doorway. "Are you planning to repair that ditch? Do I look suitable for the task?" Shi Yuebai, her eyes bleeding, glared at Captain Xiao and ominously retorted, "I find your corpse quite suitable." "Very well, the corpse is at your service anytime." Captain Xiao swiftly pinched his fingers together at his forehead and fled. Shi Yuebai made no attempt to stop him. She merely closed her eyes and simmered in her anger while seated in her wheelchair. Shi Yu rose to her feet, bringing forth a basin of clear water, and meticulously washed a towel before gently wiping away the blood from Shi Yuebai's pale face. Frustrated by her own helplessness, Shi Yuebai suddenly opened her eyes, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Shi Yuyu. "It doesn't hurt." As Shi Yuyu continued to cleanse Shi Yuebai's face, she softly blew at her eyes. The anger that was about to erupt from Shi Yuebai was quelled as her plump lips twitched, suppressing her fury. Before long, the once clear water had turned crimson. Shi Yu replaced the water in the basin, drawing another full basin of clear water from the tank. As the blood continued to flow from Shi Yuebai's 7 orifices, Shi Yu tirelessly wiped the blood from her aunt's face. Eventually, even Shi Yuebai could not help but inquire, "Yuyu, aren't you tired?" Shi Yu exhibited no sign of impatience. Her thoughts seemed to delve into the task at hand, repetitively wiping Shi Yuebai's face. "Not at all, Aunt. You look so beautiful when you are clean." In Shi Yu's eyes, her aunt was the most exquisite beauty in the world. She cherished her aunt above all. Shi Yuebai furrowed her brows, determined to devise a method to somewhat control the blood flowing from her eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Recently, Shi Yuyu had ceased to shake her head or spin around. Yet she continued to engage in repetitive tasks, such as fetching more water to wipe Shi Yuebai's face. This marked the 12th time Shi Yu had gone to change the water. If Shi Yuebai did not intervene soon, her face would surely be abraded by Shi Yue's incessant wiping, having lived 2 lifetimes. The grand which Shi Yuebai still held on to a semblance of dignity. Meanwhile, on the ground, the fallen Pang Zhenggong lay there, neither alive nor dead. A Hong and Pang Ziyuan would occasionally pass by the gate, casting a glance through the wall. Yet they dared not inquire, nor did they venture inside, fearing to provoke Shi Yuebai's ire and face a harsh reprimand. Observing the slight rise and fall of Pang Zhenggong's chest, A Hong and Pang Ziyuan felt a surge of elation, invigorated in their tasks. Though Pang Zhenggong appeared to be on the brink of death, this very state symbolized a glimmer of hope. For, by any rational understanding of life, one left unattended and unheeded, like Pang Zhenggong on the ground, ought to have succumbed long ago. The fact that he lingered in such a precarious state was a testament to Shi Yuebai's formidable prowess. A Hong yearned about a Shi Yuebai 100 times, yet she trembled at the thought of incurring her wrath. Everyone feared Shi Yuebai's reprimands. Yet an undeniable affection for her grew within each heart. After a while, Shi Yuebai took a moment to rest. As Shi Yaoyao brought over the 20th basin of water to cleanse her bloodied face, she further harnessed the erratic energies coursing through her body, accelerating the flow of her right hand's meridians. The output of her soul power increased, slightly alleviating the engorgement of her chaotic energies. Moreover, with Shi Yuebai's deliberate control, the energies did not surge towards her forehead. By the time Shi Yaoyao fetched the 30th basin of water, nearly on the verge of stripping Shi Yuebai's face bare, the condition of her blood pouring from her orifices had improved significantly. Now, as long as her emotions remained steady, the bleeding would cease. In an amiable tone akin to a gentle spring breeze, Shi Yuebai addressed Shi Yaoyao. Yaoyao, go complete your homework, her elongated intonation leaving Shi Yaoyao puzzled. Seeing her aunt's flushed complexion, which bore signs of severe abrasions, she nodded obediently and proceeded to her studies. Shi Yuebai felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Although her face throbbed with pain, atop her head rested a circular healing talisman measuring 2 square meters. Such a trivial injury was of little consequence, so effortlessly manageable. The talisman played a crucial role during Shi Yuebai's recuperation. Furthermore, her right hand possessed a pristine and intact meridian, capable of emitting a minuscule trickle of soul energy. Yet, this new meridian was resilient. With vigorous effort to channel energy into it, the output of soul energy would accelerate. This energy sufficed merely to sustain the flight of Shi Yuebai's paper airplane and to ensure the effective functioning of the talisman above her head. As for the dizzying formations, mist barriers, and purifying arrays she had previously inscribed, they had become a matter of no concern. Chapter 82. At this juncture, Shi Yuebai lay supine. Fortunately, in her quest for weight loss, she had infused these formations with potent spiritual energy. With spiritual energy, the formations could still operate. However, they required soul energy to be activated, akin to plugging an electronic device into an outlet, such as charging a phone while using it, a worry-free endeavor. Spiritual energy served as a power bank, residing within the formations, and once depleted, those formations would be rendered entirely ineffective. Thus, Shi Yuebai was not in a hurry. At least the spiritual energy she had infused would suffice for a month or so. A day passed. Pang Zhenggong remained unresponsive, yet he continued to breathe. At noon, the group finished their boiled potato slices. A Hong attempted to feed Pang Zhenggong a couple of spoonfuls of potato soup, but he did not consume a single bite. However, A Hong noticed that Shi Yuebai said nothing, and she dared not show her anxiety. She could only hastily rise and pull Pang Ziyuan to work. Shi Yuebai observed everything, lacking the inclination to console A Hong. Her ability to keep Pang Zhenggong from losing his spirit was more valuable than any words of comfort. Presently, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Through an entire day of relentless practice, Shi Yuebai found that her right hand could smoothly channel soul power, akin to a steady stream. The speed at which she could output this energy had now become ingrained in her muscle memory, eliminating the need for her to forcefully fill her new meridians. The chaotic energies, under Shi Yuebai's guidance, had finally calmed the tempest. In her current state, Shi Yuebai's body resembled a vast ocean, devoid of any flowing rivers. With the energy settling down, it transformed into a substantial mass of tranquility. As long as Shi Yuebai maintained emotional stability, her flesh would not rebel. Having reached this point, she had resigned herself to her condition. Being able to channel soul power with one hand was already a source of satisfaction. The prospect of regaining full sensation in her body seemed unattainable. Now, aside from being slumped in a wheelchair, she felt little else. After all, she had previously been too heavy to move. Coming to terms with this reality, Shi Yuebai's emotions grew increasingly stable. She even optimistically thought that as long as she did not intend to damage her new meridians, her body could withstand the effort of exerting herself. Moreover, due to the rupture of her meridians, she was oblivious to pain. The absence of pain alleviated a significant burden for Shi Yuebai. She continuously channeled soul power and even had surplus energy to infuse a bit of spiritual essence into her healing technique. Since it was painless, she felt free to create. Thus, the balance of energy expenditure and intake reached an enigmatic equilibrium within Shi Yuebai. Her weight remained stagnant at 351 kilograms. By evening, after a strenuous day of digging ditches, Captain Xiao followed behind a Hong into the Shi family's courtyard. He observed the others gathered around a stone stove, enjoying boiled potatoes. With a cheerful demeanor, Captain Xiao procured a disposable bowl and chopsticks, positioning himself beside Pang Ziyuan. The group turned their gaze towards Shi Yuebai, who remained silent, her expression icy, as she tirelessly infused spiritual energy into all the formations and healing incantations, enveloping the Shi family courtyard in an ethereal ambience. This endeavor consumed all her energy and time. Consequently, no one voiced any objections to Captain Xiao's uninvited presence. "I am so full," Captain Xiao exclaimed while squatting beside the frying pan, gazing at the remaining half of the boiled potato slices, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, he had observed the Pang and Shi families, along with the peculiar crowd, pausing all their activities to enter the Shi family courtyard together for approximately 20 minutes. Upon their return, each individual appeared invigorated and satiated. Captain Xiao surmised that Shi Yuebai would provide meals for everyone and secretly resolved to join them in the Shi family courtyard the following noon. Little did he anticipate that Shi Yuebai would also serve dinner. Without hesitation, he approached. After the group had finished their meal and dispersed, Captain Xiao began to tidy up the area, preparing to leave when Shi Yuebai approached him, holding out a plastic bag. "Here, this is your reward for the hard work." Captain Xiao lowered his head in astonishment, his pupils widening in disbelief as he discovered 2 potatoes and a bottle of water. He had not anticipated that Shi Yuebai would send him sustenance. The quantity was unexpectedly generous. Captain Xiao glanced at a Hong and couldn't help but inquire about Shi Yuebai, wondering if they too were provided for and why they had yet to depart. It appeared that a Hong and Guai Guai were still diligently at work. The members of the Shi and Pang families showed no inclination to rest, and Hong received her daily ration of 4 potatoes and 2 bottles of water. Captain Xiao stood frozen in place, his knees weakening, yearning to kneel before Shi Yuebai in reverence for the extraordinary abilities she possessed. This was the life one could lead by aligning with an extraordinary individual. Behold, the legendary extraordinary being had even set his team ablaze with hope. No. With white smoke. Shi Yuebai regarded his pitiful demeanor with an expressionless face. "Yuebai, I too can work twice as hard, from dawn till dusk," Captain Xiao fervently assured her. Shi Yuebai, exasperated, raised her available hand. Captain Xiao promptly understood, clutching the potatoes and water in the plastic bag, and hastening outside to dig the trench with fervor. Yesterday's motley crew, who had assisted in the search, curiously gathered at the trench's edge, peering down at Captain Xiao, who was laboriously excavating. "Captain, are you attempting to move mountains like the foolish old man? What are you doing?" "Captain Xiao, have you caught the peculiarities of the Shi family? It's late at night. Are you losing your mind?" Captain Xiao, standing at the bottom of the pit with one hand propped on the shovel, looked up at the onlookers. "Off with you. I have no time for idle chatter. Have you all ventured out to scavenge today? In any case, there are few left in my family. As long as I am well fed, the family has no worries." Some, with a smile, casually sat by the ditch, engaging in conversation with Captain Xiao, who was laboriously digging. "Did not the Pang family distribute some food and water yesterday? Captain, did you not receive any? Your pace seems rather slow." Each of us managed to snatch several packets of instant noodles and water. Among these 7 or 8 misfits, there are no lingering ties at home. Some have been abandoned by their wives and daughters, lacking the means to provide a better life for them, and naturally, they could not prevent their departure. After all, they are individuals who live for the moment, and joining another team would only invite disdain. Captain Xiao labored for a while, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the few men by the pit, letting out a sigh. Eventually, those men, finding it uninteresting, departed. A paper airplane, crafted by Shi Yuebai, landed at the edge of the ditch. Addressing Captain Xiao within, "I thought you would inform them that I have food." "I intended to." Captain Xiao paused his digging. Standing at the bottom of the pit, He looked up at the paper airplane and said, "But look at them. They cannot even stand on their own. Telling them about your situation would only bring detriment to all of us, not a single benefit." Chapter 83. Choosing the lesser of two evils as the leader, Captain Xiao must possess foresight and a broad perspective. He understands clearly that by utilizing Shi Yuebai's extraordinary abilities, he could rally many individuals. However, at present, Shi Yuebai is overwhelmed. Her powers can only protect a select few. Even Captain Xiao himself is merely scraping by for a share. Shi Yuebai can no longer accomplish anything. She teeters on the brink of collapse, and at this juncture, revealing her abilities as a supernatural being and the abundance of provisions she possesses would not only lead to her demise but to the death of everyone involved. "We are all interconnected, Yuebai." Captain Xiao, rarely displaying his foresight, exuded a wisdom that set him apart from the mundane masses. "By safeguarding you, we secure a greater future for ourselves. Therefore, Yuebai, do not let us all down." The paper airplane by the ditch fell silent. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the paper airplane gracefully into the air. Before departing, Shi Yuebai's voice resonated. "You overestimate me. I can only look after myself. Who cares about your lives?" She had always been self-serving, having grown up in the witch clan without love or care, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. Arriving in this body marked the nadir of her existence. She was too preoccupied to attend to others. When the time comes for her to make a desperate choice, she vowed to abandon these burdens and flee faster than a rabbit. "I've heard you have 2 daughters in their teens. Bring them to this side of the ditch. The width of your ditch will determine their safety." After stating this, Shi Yuebai scoffed. "These 2 daughters of yours will serve as my hostages. Should you ever reveal my secret, I will ensure their demise." Her tone was fierce, laden with threats. Initially, Captain Xiao did not grasp the full implication of Shi Yuebai's words. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly, with a burst of joy, waved his hand at the paper airplane soaring above, exclaiming his gratitude. Thank you, Yuebai, thank you." His 2 daughters, once overlooked a few years prior, had grown significantly amidst the desolation of the past 5 years. Although the radiation had affected their intellect, it did not deter the gaze of men, which increasingly fell upon them. Captain Xiao and his wife, Su Yuebai, had been increasingly anxious over the past 2 years. This growing unease was a primary reason for Captain Xiao's reluctance to continue leading the team. He longed to relocate to the city with his wife and daughters, believing that within its confines, his daughters would find greater safety. However, with Shi Yuebai now willing to offer protection to the girls, Captain Xiao could hardly contain his elation. "Why are you so happy?" Su Yuebai questioned, unable to comprehend her husband's excitement. To her, the Shi family was not a favorable place. The team members often whispered that the women of the Shi family were kept by mercenary bands. With an incredulous look, she implored Captain Xiao, "By allowing our daughters to stay in that gutter, are you not pushing them into the flames?" As her frustration mounted, Su Yuebai felt an overwhelming urge to shake some sense into him. "You must follow my advice. You do not understand." Captain Xiao found it difficult to articulate his reasoning. "Do not simply echo the opinions of others in the team. For De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, this is indeed their best arrangement." Faced with her husband's unwavering stance, Su Yuebai turned away, seated herself on a mat, and wept in distress. Indeed, Su Yuebai is acutely aware that rather than allowing her 2 daughters to be ravaged by the monstrous entities of this desolate wasteland, it would be preferable to entrust them to a mercenary group. At least Ija and his companions appear to be respectable. Yet, a piercing discomfort lingers in her heart. What wrongs have her daughters committed? They are blessed with beauty, yet the radiation of the wasteland has rendered them simple-minded. What fault is that? In the 5th year of this wasteland, her daughters have blossomed into the tender age of 16 or 17. What injustice is there in that? Why must they be denied a brighter future? Why must they be relegated to the Shi family, becoming the wards of the mercenary group? With reddened eyes and a face smeared with thick mud, Su Yuebai suddenly raised her head, her gaze filled with animosity towards Captain Xiao. The members of the Shi family enjoy ample provisions, while the Pang family can easily offer a box of instant noodles and a case of mineral water as compensation. Yet, she has not seen her daughters scavenging. Their sustenance is entirely provided by the mercenary group. In truth, being supported by a mercenary group represents a considerable opportunity for women in the wasteland. However, as a mother who could come to terms with such a fate, Su Yuebai turned away, gesturing towards the exposed area of her home. "You have consistently defended the Shi family, clearly intent on sending my daughters there. Otherwise, why would you have given our tarpaulin to them? Captain Xiao found himself at a loss for words, his wife's accusation silencing him. He raked his fingers through his hair, conceding, if they do not go to the Shi family, what will happen to your daughters when both you and I are gone? With their current abilities, they are utterly incapable of entering the grand city. Even if Captain Xiao were to exert every ounce of effort, he would find no means to facilitate their swift entry into the metropolis. Simultaneously, all the survivors outside the grand city are desperately seeking a way in. It is said that as the tide rises, so do the boats. With so many individuals vying for entry, the requirements for residing within the city have been continuously elevated. Given Captain Xiao's capabilities, even a century of relentless effort would not suffice to meet these conditions. When he and Shi Yuebai were alive, they could shield their two naive daughters from the storms of life, providing them with a small haven amidst the chaos. For Xiao and Xiaojiao, their existence was far superior to that of most girls in this desolate wasteland. However, tomorrow and unforeseen events remain unpredictable. Who knows which will arrive first? What if, in the very next moment after uttering these words, Captain Xiao and Shi Yuebai were to perish? Who would then safeguard Xiao and Xiaojiao? Even if they managed to enter the grand city, would their beauty alone guarantee them a lifetime of safety, free from persecution? Shi Yuebai fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed with resentment towards Captain Xiao, towards this wasteland, towards the grand city, and all the survivors within it. She loathed Shi Yuebai and the mercenary group even more. And above all, she detested her own helplessness. Very well, I concede. With her eyes closed, Shi Yuebai made this heart-wrenching decision. It was not the role of parents to thrust their daughters into the depths of such peril, but rather to weigh the two evils and choose the lesser. Chapter 84. Apologizing to Shi Yuebai on the following day, Shi Yuebai and Captain Xiao rose early, escorting Xiao and Xiaojiao to the confines of the Shi family's walls. This marks Shi Yuebai's inaugural entry into the confines of the Shi family estate. She had anticipated encountering numerous distressing scenes within these walls, yet to her astonishment, the space teeming with supplies was occupied solely by the bloodied figure of Shi Yuebai. Seated in a wheelchair, and Pang Xinggong, lying at Shi Yuebai's feet, caught in a state between life and death. They have left you here all alone? Commander Qiao could hardly believe his eyes, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Shi Yuebai, a noble ability user, was of a rarity surpassing that of the giant panda before the desolation of the wasteland. How could the Shi and Pang families permit Shi Yuebai to be abandoned in the courtyard? She ought to be revered and cherished. Yet, they were all preoccupied. Shi Yuebai bore an expression of indifference as she regarded Commander Qiao. I instructed them not to disturb me. Ever since the tarpaulin of the Shi family was dismantled, Shi Yuebai had been sleeping outside the tent at night. This arrangement suited her well, allowing her to bask in the moonlight. During her time with the Wuzhu tribe, she often sat cross-legged beneath the moon, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. However, the essence was now replaced by radiation, leaving her to seek a different kind of ambience. Before Commander Qiao could respond, Shi Yuebai began to reprimand him. If you are to assist me, you must rise before dawn. Look at the time now. Though the sun had yet to fully rise, Nong Yasi was already pushing a construction cart, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she maneuvered around a pile of supplies. Commander Qiao, your laziness is unacceptable. Yuebai will scold you mercilessly. The Shi and Pang families were bustling with activity, yet no one cast a glance at the two exquisite young ladies behind Shi Yuebai. However, Shi Yuebai's anxious and worried gaze remained unwavering. She scrutinized Shi Yuebai with a watchful eye, remaining vigilant towards everything happening in the Shi family courtyard. Shi Yuebai, indifferent to her presence, closed her eyes and lowered her head, continuing to produce energy from fat. Captain Xiao hastily instructed Shi Yuebai, come with me. First, find a place to settle down Dajiao and Xiaojiao while I attend to my tasks. He briefly showed Shi Yuebai and her daughters in front of Shi Yuebai. As long as Shi Yuebai remained silent, it indicated her lack of objection. Captain Xiao directed Shi Yuebai and her two daughters to wait beneath the outer wall of the Shi residence, then hurried off to dig a trench. Initially, Shi Yuebai felt anxious, but after a while, she observed her daughters playing with a string at the base of the wall. She rose again and ventured into the confines of the Shi family's courtyard. Nearby, Pang Ziyuan kindly cautioned her, do not move around, Aunt will be displeased. Ignoring Pang Ziyuan's warning, she strode directly before Shi Yuebai, demanding, what do you intend to do with my two daughters? Her tone bore an unmistakable challenge. Shi Yuebai slowly lifted her head, Meeting Su Shiuejiao's furious expression with a cold laugh, "You wish to converse with me?" Su Shiuejiao turned away, a blend of stubbornness and grievance emanating from her. Suppressing her anger, she questioned, "Must your Shi family live this way? Is it truly necessary to depend on men to survive? Is there truly no other way, without relying on a man, to carve out a path to survival through one's own blood and tears?" Shi Yuebai inquired, "Do you possess any alternative means to endure?" Su Shiuejiao, with reddened eyes, averted her gaze, for she was indeed powerless, which compelled her to send her daughter here with a heavy heart. "Then what nonsense are you uttering?" Shi Yuebai retorted harshly. "Su Shiuejiao, what right do you have to throw a tantrum before me? Just because your husband had some capabilities in the wasteland and sheltered you for a few years, you believe you can disregard the world?" Su Shiuejiao shot a fierce glance at Shi Yuebai. "Why do you speak so harshly? Is your petty behavior not equally unbecoming?" Shi Yuebai scoffed. "I see your husband clinging to me like a dog, using your daughters as leverage to grant your family a chance at survival. Do you truly consider yourself of any worth, and now you harbor resentment towards me? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Su Shiuejiao was filled with emotion, yet why should she feel this way? Was it as if Shi Yuebai was compelled to plead with her for protection for her two daughters? To put it plainly, Shi Yuebai owed nothing to Captain Xiao's family. Su Shiuejiao failed to grasp that her rightful stance should have been to plead tearfully, rather than nurturing resentment and discontent. Her face fell, overwhelmed with embarrassment. And without a word, she turned and exited the walls of the Shi family. Gazing at her two daughters in their prime, Su Shiuejiao rushed forward, gritting her teeth. De Jiao and Xiao Jiao were lost in their own world, foolishly squatting in the corner, oblivious to their thoughts. A wave of sorrow washed over Su Shiuejiao, and she too crouched down, embracing her knees as tears streamed down her face. Her heart ached, which was why she spoke so harshly to Shi Yuebai. She understood all the reasoning, yet as a mother, her pain was overwhelming. From the muddy ditch, Captain Xiao climbed up, his face smeared with dirt. He glanced at Su Shiuejiao from a distance, concern etched on his face, and hurriedly brushed off the grime before rushing to her side. "Why are you crying?" Su Shiuejiao raised her head, her expression one of grievance. Shi Yuebai was not foolish in the slightest. Her words were simply too harsh. In an instant, Captain Xiao's expression darkened. He looked toward the inner courtyard and urgently asked, "Did you provoke her?" When Su Shiuejiao remained silent, Captain Xiao's tone turned stern. "What do you mean you provoked her? Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Shi Yuebai has a fierce temper and a sharp tongue. Did you just realize that? She has her talents, and you should support her. What are you trying to achieve?" Captain Xiao felt overwhelmed. Grabbing Su Shiuejiao's hand and dragging her toward the Shi family's courtyard to apologize to Yuebai. However, as Su Shiuejiao crossed the threshold of the Shi family's wall, a woman in a red wedding dress blocked her path. The woman's long black hair flowed like a dark wave. Before Su Shiuejiao could comprehend the situation, a forceful gust pushed her back. Shi Yuebai did not wish to see Su Shiuejiao. She fails to comprehend the magnitude of what she has forfeited the moment she is unable to cross the threshold of her home. He gazes once more at Shi Yuebai, who, in her naivety, remains oblivious. "You too, be gone." With a commanding tone, Shi Yuebai summoned 4 or 5 paper airplanes that dove from the sky like pecking chicks, targeting Commander Qiao with precision. Commander Qiao, cradling his head, exclaimed, "Oh dear. I was wrong. I shall leave at once. Yes, I will depart." Chapter 85. She simply could not stomach her pride. Shi Yuebai was incensed. But Su Shiuejiao remained oblivious. Aware of her misstep, she anxiously approached when Commander Qiao emerged. Why was Shi Yuebai's temper so frayed? Could she not tolerate even the slightest display of emotion from others? Su Shiuejiao had previously heard from the team that the Shi family had been quite affluent before the wasteland. Shi Yuebai, that corpulent princess, was indeed the jewel of the Shi family. However, her temperament had never been particularly amiable even before the cataclysm. In the aftermath of the wasteland, the entire Shi family had endured untold suffering for the sake of Shi Yuebai. Although the men of the Shi family had been rendered foolish by radiation, their physical strength remained formidable. Shi father, along with Shi Yi and Shi heir, were undoubtedly the strongest trio within the entire Underbridge team. Logically, one would surmise that the Shi family's circumstances could not be dire. Yet, due to Shi Yuebai's insatiable appetite, all the food scavenged by the Shi family was exclusively allocated to her. Su Shiuejiao truly did not anticipate that even in the absence of the Shi men, Shi Yuebai's temperament would remain so unrestrained. In truth, I have not said much. As a mother, I have merely expressed a hint of emotion in my conversation. Shi Yuebai cannot comprehend why Shi Yuebai possesses such a lack of tolerance. Is it too much to ask for Shi Yuebai to empathize with a mother's heart? Commander Qiao cast a stern glance at Shi Yuebai, advising her to refrain from speaking further. As a mother, it is permissible for you to feel distressed. However, no one is obligated to endure your sorrow, particularly not someone like Shi Yuebai. She has always lived with pride, and it is she who extends her generosity to Commander Qiao's family. Shi Yuebai herself leads a challenging existence. One glance at the blood covering her body reveals that truth. In realms incomprehensible to others, Shi Yuebai must have endured sufferings beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Why should she then be obliged to consider Shi Yuebai's feelings? Commander Qiao, feeling vexed, raked his fingers through his hair and turned towards the direction of the ditch. Shi Yuebai hesitantly followed him, inquiring about his intentions. Digging a ditch. Although Shi Yuebai had lost her temper, forbidding Commander Qiao from re-entering the Shi family's walls, her capabilities did not extend to genuinely harming him. Thus, Commander Qiao still had a chance. In Shi Yuebai's incredulous gaze, he leaped into the ditch and began to dig fervently. Shi Yuebai stood at the edge of the ditch, momentarily at a loss. She could not bring herself to apologize to Shi Yuebai, nor could she wholeheartedly accept her. In Shi Yuebai's perception, the Shi family had established a den of iniquity, which was inherently immoral. The reason the Shi family desired her two exquisite daughters to relocate to this side of the ditch was due to their need for alluring young ladies within this den of iniquity. As for her husband, Captain Qiao's anger, Shi Yuebai found it even more incomprehensible. Captain Qiao was almost pathetically eager to curry favor with Shi Yuebai, who remained haughty and indifferent to his advances. Time passed in a haze of unease for Shi Yuebai. By noon, both she and her daughters, Xiaojiao and Dajiao, found themselves famished. Captain Qiao emerged from the ditch, eagerly trailing behind a Hong and Pang Ziyuan, hoping to gain entry into the Shi family's compound. They had already transferred all their belongings to this side of the ditch. You and the girls should eat some rations first. I will manage a meal with Yuebai, he suggested. It was not that Captain Qiao was unwilling to take Shi Yuebai and their daughters for a hearty meal, given his understanding of Shi Yuebai. He doubted he could even cross the threshold of the Shi family, let alone the fact that Shi Yuebai had previously expressed her grievances to Shi Yuebai. With reddened eyes, Shi Yuebai stood rooted in place, watching Captain Qiao as he queued near the entrance of the Shi family's wall. Life had become so arduous prior to the wasteland. She had never witnessed her husband in such a subservient demeanor. After the collapse of civilization, every time she observed Captain Qiao bowing and scraping before others, she found it difficult to adjust. Captain Qiao waved to Shi Yuebai, signaling her to remain calm. As he stepped through the entrance, he abruptly turned, only to be forcefully expelled by an unknown power from within. Shi Yuebai hurriedly stepped forward, her frustration evident as she exclaimed, Shi Yuebai, my husband has been laboring all morning. Did I beg him to do so? Shi Yuebai, seated in her wheelchair, gazed at Shi Yuebai, whose eyes were swollen with tears. How could one still possess such fragility in this wasteland? If one cannot set aside their pride, then they should not seek assistance. Who would desire to harbor such a burden as your family? Tears streamed down Shi Yuebai's face as she stood her ground, clenching her fists tightly. In the courtyard, a group of individuals had already set up a pot and were adding slices of potatoes. Would the Shi family provide a meal at noon? A flicker of astonishment crossed Shi Yuebai's mind. Yet, among the crowd, not a soul stood up to defend her. Everyone understood Shi Yuebai's disposition. She was right. She must be. She was the sole correct answer to their multiple-choice dilemma. If anyone dared to speak up for an outsider, they would be the next to be cast aside. On the ground, Pang Jinggong's breathing had improved slightly since yesterday. What was once a struggle for breath now resembled a faint whisper of life. Thus, a Hong and Pang Ziyuan remained the staunchest supporters of Shi Yuebai, watching the rejected Qiao family with the vigilance of a hawk spotting a thief. This was their stance, absolute loyalty to Shi Yuebai. Qiao Tuanzhang chuckled as he rose from the ground, brushing himself off nonchalantly. Well, Shi Yuebai, I shall continue digging the ditch and await the calming of your ire. Shi Yuebai shot a glare at Qiao Tuanzhang. She longed to inquire of her husband, why? But what could possibly be the reason? The wasteland was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Without sustenance, one must bow and scrape. They are not powerful, so they can only wear a smile. Shi Yuebai is fully aware of this. She understands all the reasoning behind it. She simply cannot lower her pride. Indeed, She possesses self-esteem, holds an advanced degree, is the top scholar in the province, and ranked first nationally in civil service examinations. She has every right to take pride in her achievements. Perhaps you should say less and consider your daughter. Captain Xiao's gaze was filled with a silent plea as he looked deeply at Su Xuejiao. My dear, the past is behind us. Su Xuejiao's eyes drifted to the corner where her two daughters, around 15 or 16 years of age, were squatting. They seemed accustomed to their circumstances, gazing at their mother with a uniform and bewildered expression. Captain Xiao silently returned to his task of digging trenches. The Shi and Pang families were indulging in food and drink, while he endured hunger. He did not compete with his wife and children for sustenance, but rather, he labored diligently despite his hunger. Su Xuejiao's lips moved slightly. To her left, everyone behind the Shi family's wall was feasting heartily. To her right stood Captain Xiao, facing the earth, while their two daughters looked on in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. As night fell, Captain Xiao continued to persist in his efforts to enter the Shi family's compound behind Pang's Yuan, only to be thwarted once more by a mysterious woman in a red wedding dress, who sent him sprawling. He did not become angry. Instead, he dusted himself off and returned to his digging. Su Xuejiao and her daughters consumed a meager amount of food, insufficient to stave off hunger, merely enough to sustain the barest signs of life. As darkness enveloped the sky, Su Xuejiao approached the trench and inquired of Captain Xiao. The tarpaulin has been given to the Shi family. Where shall we sleep tonight? Commander Xiao gestured for Su Xuejiao to come down into the ditch and rest there. He pointed to a hole he had dug below, suggesting they could manage for the night, hoping that perhaps by dawn, the tensions would have eased. Su Xuejiao, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of anger, yet found herself devoid of the strength to express it. She could only summon her two daughters down into the trench, where the family huddled together in the hollow. Are you hungry? Perhaps we should eat something, Su Xuejiao said, her heart heavy as she gazed at her daughters curled up in the pit. Throughout the day, Commander Xiao had been laboring tirelessly, digging the ditch. While the Shi and Pang families had managed 2 meals, he himself having consumed none. Though he was quite famished, he could still endure for a while longer. With cracked lips, he offered a faint smile to Su Xuejiao. Leaning against him, Su Xuejiao inquired, why aren't you trying to persuade me anymore? She had anticipated that once Commander Xiao had a moment to rest, he would share some profound insights about life, urging her to accept reality as he had done in the past. However, he shook his head, stating that he could not offer her any counsel. She was astute and understood everything clearly. Your issues are also understood by Yuebai. She is not foolish. She sees things quite clearly. Su Xuejiao's dilemma lay in her inability to accept the harsh realities of survival in a barren world. Individuals like her either succumbed to despair or jeopardized the unity of their community with their discontented remarks, emanating an imbalance that soured the atmosphere. In truth, Shi Yuebai was a capable individual. Captain Xiao paused for a moment, speaking earnestly, Xuejiao. You cannot expect a capable individual to be both generous and amiable while also accommodating the wishes of everyone. No one is perfect. With that, Captain Xiao fell silent, and Su Xuejiao did not utter another word. The family huddled together in a small earthen pit, enduring the night. Before dawn broke, with stars still twinkling in the sky, Captain Xiao rose to begin digging. Su Xuejiao opened her eyes and watched her husband's silhouette as he swung the hoe, unable to find sleep. She was acutely aware that the team was on the brink of disintegration. Initially, she had believed that both she and Captain Xiao were capable individuals who could navigate the challenges of their desolate surroundings and protect their two daughters. However, as the days grew increasingly arduous, more members of their group continued to depart. Su Xuejiao had transitioned from a solitary figure within the established system, revered as the captain's wife, to an ordinary woman burdened with pride, yet powerless to effect any change. Her life seemed to be on a downward trajectory. Within the trench, her husband tirelessly wielded the hoe, while outside, the Shi and Pang families busied themselves with building walls and transporting stones. Su Xuejiao glanced around at herself and her daughters, who remained quietly nestled in the pit. After a while, as the sun rose, both De Jiao and Xiao Jiao opened their eyes, gazing at Su Xuejiao. With a heavy sigh, she retrieved half a dry biscuit from her meager belongings, crumbling it to share with her daughters. Observing the serene and silent demeanor of De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, Su Xuejiao's heart ached profoundly. At noon, Captain Xiao was once again hurled aside by the woman in the red wedding dress. He had gone a day and a half without sustenance, yet he still smiled. I shall continue with my work, he declared. One cannot remain perpetually famished, otherwise one will not endure. As evening approached, Captain Xiao faced yet another rejection from entering the Shi family's enclosure. He consumed half a dry cake that Su Xuejiao offered him and rested in a pit. Su Xuejiao frowned and remarked, "We have not ventured out to scavenge in several days. If we do not, our provisions will soon be depleted." Sitting at the edge of the pit, Captain Xiao pondered and replied, "Shi Yuebai intends to dig a trench. She has clearly established a defensive line. If I cease my efforts now, she will never employ me again." Although he had not received a single morsel of food in recent days, nor any compensation for his labor, effectively working for Shi Yuebai without remuneration, he observed that both Xiaojiao and Dajiao climbed into the trench each day. They wandered within the same framework, and Shi Yuebai did not send them away. This was a form of hope. The silent protection offered by the ability users was intangible, more significant than any material reward. Previously, fearing that Dajiao and Xiaojiao might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, Su Xuejiao kept a vigilant watch over her daughters, forbidding them from straying beyond the tarpaulin. Now, with the tarpaulin gone and the stronger men in the group having joined other teams, Shi Yuebai's framework resembled a protective wall, safeguarding the two girls. Once the trench was completed, entering this inner sanctum would likely require the construction of a bridge. Captain Xiao inquired of Su Xuejiao, "Are you truly unable to perceive the myriad benefits that this trench offers?" Su Xuejiao fell silent, fully aware of the implications. In contrast to allowing the younger girls to wander aimlessly within the team, the presence of Shi Yuebai provided an ample sense of security. Regret consumed Su Xuejiao's heart. She could have extended an apology to Shi Yuebai. However, Shi Yuebai never ventured beyond the confines of the Shi family's walls. Su Xuejiao found herself at a loss, uncertain how to alleviate Shi Yuebai's anger. After another night had passed, the motley crew of 7 or 8 individuals approached Captain Xiao, standing by the trench. They addressed the equally emaciated captain. "The majority of our team has departed, Captain. What shall we do? It has been several days since we last scavenged. Shall we venture out today?" It was evident that the provisions and water they had received from the Pang family had been depleted. Su Xuejiao emerged from the pit and declared to Captain Xiao, "You go ahead. Today, I shall dig the trench." After much contemplation, she realized that her persistent rivalry with Shi Yuebai held little merit. The mercenaries had not paid them a visit in recent days. While the Shi and Pang families appeared robust and well-groomed, it seemed that Asia had been sustaining the Shi family with provisions. Yet the mercenary group was infrequent in their appearances. This situation, though not ideal, posed a lesser threat to the health of the young women involved. There was no place better than the Shi family to seek refuge. Su Xuejiao resolved to demonstrate her remorse to Shi Yuebai through her actions. Chapter 87. He ridicules his aunt. The villain Captain Xiao entrusted the task of digging the trench to Su Xuejiao. After assessing the number of individuals in the team, he noted that all the men, except for the 7 misfits, had departed. Some have joined the neighboring muscle team, while others have ventured further afield. In the spirit of responsibility, Captain Xiao inquired about the whereabouts of those men, recording what he could and dismissing what he could not ascertain. Turning his gaze toward the 7 unfortunate souls before him, he found them a disheartening sight. Originally, there had been 8, but the only one among them who appeared somewhat normal had fled under cover of night. The remaining individuals were emaciated, a standard appearance amongst them. A few exhibited lower intelligence, some were sluggish, and others seemed mentally unwell, occasionally breaking into fits of silly laughter at seemingly nothing. One even had legs of unequal length. Not a single individual appeared to be normal. Perhaps the early hour had cast a peculiar haze over their surroundings from a distance. It seemed as though a gossamer fog enveloped the frame of words. His 2 daughters were hand in hand, twirling amidst this ethereal mist. They were remarkably quiet. To avoid drawing attention, Su Xuejiao had trained them over the years to remain silent. While in the tent, they engaged in quiet activities, and even when hunger struck, they merely gazed longingly at Su Xuejiao, refraining from cries or fuss. This, perhaps, was why Shi Yuebai could tolerate the 2 girls. With just these few individuals, it was time to set forth. Unlike Pang Xinggong, Captain Xiao had no strategy for sourcing supplies, and given their dwindling numbers, he was not inclined to venture far. He fixed his gaze upon the visitor center situated behind the frame of words. The curious Yao Guojia queried, "Captain, we have scoured this area countless times. There cannot possibly be any food behind there." Lai Zhaoi nodded slightly, suggesting they should venture further away. He had heard that the neighboring team planned to approach the warning line today, and it would be prudent for them to follow in their wake. Unless they were fortunate enough to avoid a confrontation, they risked dire consequences. Captain Xiao shook his head, acknowledging that his team had become mere shadows of their former selves. The reason the muscle team had ceased their pursuits was not out of generosity, but rather because they held the bridge team in utter contempt. Thus, it was imperative to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Upon hearing this, the other men could only acquiesce. After all, they had no one to guide them into other teams. And aside from Captain Xiao, no one would organize their scavenging efforts. So be it. Captain Xiao, accompanied by his motley crew of 7, circumvented the designated area and commenced their scavenging amidst the ruins, striving to uncover useful household items. He admonished the men, and as they gazed back at him in confusion, he elucidated that they needed items of utility, as they could exchange these for points in the great city. Points, however, held little value. Trading useful supplies for points often yielded a meager return. Several tons of materials might only translate to a handful of points, and they would inevitably face price reductions from the city dwellers. Yet, directly bartering essential supplies with Shi Yuebai for sustenance proved far more advantageous. Captain Xiao refrained from elaborating further, offering a final reminder to the 7 men before they plunged into the refuse. When Captain Xiao reached the rear of the designated area and cast a glance downward, he found himself unable to see the designated site at all. Doubt crept in. Had he taken a wrong turn? Or was it simply the case that standing above obscured any view of Shi Yuebai's dwelling? Before them lay not stones, but rather a wisp of white smoke rising amidst a scattering of rubble. A few days prior, during a meal with Captain Xiao and the families of Shi and Pang, there had been whispers of a public toilet situated behind the character frame. However, upon climbing up, Captain Xiao found no trace of it. Perhaps he had simply failed to discern the correct direction. With a furrowed brow, Captain Xiao rummaged through the debris. Beside him, a companion with uneven legs exclaimed, "Captain, there's a printer here, and it appears to be brand new." Straining his neck for a better view, Captain Xiao indeed spotted an immaculate inkjet printer buried amidst the ruins, reminiscent of those found in printing shops. Soon after, a few more odd-looking individuals unearthed several boxes of A4 and A3 paper. "Captain, retrieve it carefully. We wouldn't want the stones to damage it," they urged. One person scoffed, "What use is this? It's neither food nor drink." Captain Xiao chuckled, "You never know. Let us retrieve it first." Such a heavy printer would require the strength of all the men to hoist it out. They began by clearing the debris surrounding the printer before gradually lifting it free. Fortunately, the printer remained in its original packaging, untouched. It was only when the odd fellow uncovered the box that its presence was revealed. Once the printer was liberated, Captain Xiao immediately instructed them to excavate the remaining dozen or so boxes of white paper. Upon seeing the men at work, the timid Xiao Jiao hastily followed her mother's advice and concealed herself behind a pile of stones. "Yuebai, do you want this printer?" Captain Xiao inquired, his face alight with a hopeful smile, eager to please. Just when he thought that Shi Yuebai would continue to ignore him, Shi Yuebai, with her substantial physique, slowly emerged from the Shijia courtyard in her wheelchair. After several days of treatment, she had regained movement in her arms and neck. Despite the absence of sensation, this indicated that the meridians in her hands and neck had become adhesively connected, yet her bodily channels remained severed. The newly formed connections in her meridians were ineffective, permitting only limited mobility in her neck and hands, rendering them of little use. Fortunately, Shi Yuebai had devised a method to harness energy from her fat, circumventing her fragile adhesive meridians. The energy would flow directly from the new channels in her right hand. At the front of the courtyard wall, a fool observed Shi Yuebai's imposing figure and erupted in laughter. "Huh? How fat?" Captain Xiao and all those working in the vicinity turned their heads toward the fool, silence enveloping the group, their expressions devoid of emotion. Truly, he was a fool. It seemed the fool himself realized the inappropriateness of his laughter at such a moment, as he suppressed his grin, lowered his head to touch the tip of his nose, and muttered, "It really is quite funny." At the gate of the wall, Shi Yuebai's gaze shifted from the printer to the fool's face. With a smile that barely concealed her disdain, she remarked, "You are amusing as well." Behind a stone, Xiao Jiao and De Jiao peeked out, their faces reflecting confusion. They deemed the mocking of their aunt a wicked act. Without hesitation, De Jiao seized a handful of small stones and hurled them at the fool who had dared to ridicule Shi Yuebai. Chapter 88. Today, a serving of mushroom soup was added. De Jiao seldom exhibited aggression. Perhaps in recent days, They have become accustomed to the same environment, growing familiar with Pang Ziyuan, allowing their true natures to emerge. Commander Qiao furrowed her brow as she observed her two daughters, then turned her gaze towards Shi Yuebai. Not a word was uttered by Shi Yuebai regarding the antics of the two girls, leading Commander Qiao to remain silent as well. After a brief moment, Shi Yaoyao joined the fray, her temperament proving even more vigorous than that of the other two. She seized small stones from the ground and hurled them at the foolish one, who fled in disarray. The remaining oddities, witnessing the foolish one's retreat, dared not continue their laughter. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyao and the two girls celebrated their victory, clapping their hands in joyous exultation. Shi Yuebai, with an expression devoid of emotion, addressed Commander Qiao, instructing, "Leave the printer behind. Yao Yao, go fetch some food." Each potato was diminutive, roughly the size of a child's fist, totaling 8. Commander Qiao and the 7 peculiar ones could each receive a potato, yet the mere sight of such an abundance ignited a sparkle in her eyes. "Yuebai, there is still plenty of white paper over there. Do you want it?" queried Shi Yuebai. "Of course," she replied. Elated, Commander Qiao lifted a plastic bag and, after distributing a potato to each, continued with the 7 oddities to retrieve the white paper, leaving the printer behind. Shi Yuebai instructed Shi Yaoyao and Pang Ziyuan to dismantle it. "How can it be used without power?" asked Nong Yasi, approaching to inspect the printer. It was indeed a fine piece of equipment, yet at this moment, what utility could such a contraption serve? Contemplating, Shi Yuebai remarked, "It would be beneficial to print some materials, perhaps a recipe. Breakfast on Monday will be self-catered, followed by boiled potato slices for lunch and boiled potato chunks for dinner. On Tuesday, breakfast will consist of boiled potato chunks, with boiled potato slices for lunch and self-catered dinner. Wednesday's breakfast will feature boiled potato slices, with lunch being self-catered, and boiled potato chunks for dinner. From Monday to Sunday, the 3 daily meals can be printed and displayed on the wall, allowing everyone to see and anticipate the meals for each morning, afternoon, and evening. This menu can also be more systematically designed and enriched. This task will be entrusted to Nong Yasi, who will manually write the menu on paper and then use the printer's copy function to reproduce the handwritten menu for posting on the wall. As for the issue of powering the printer, there is no need for concern. Guai Guai has already repaired the solar panels above the public restroom. It's simply a matter of connecting the circuitry." Nong Yasi, "Guai Guai, this is utterly trivial, isn't it? Yet who dares to speak the truth?" His heap of discarded parts, hidden behind the wall, conceals the extent of Guai Guai's collection of junk. From this pile of debris, he rummaged through to find several somewhat worn solar panels. After some tinkering, Guai Guai positioned the solar panels at an angle atop his wall. A large printer was placed beside his wall. The whimsical notions of Shi Yuebai may seem insurmountable to others, but for Guai Guai, they are mere trifles. The only distinction lies in whether Guai Guai desires to undertake the task, and if it is worthwhile to him. If it were not for the 2 meals of potatoes he consumes daily from Shi Yuebai, he would hardly care to heed Shi Yuebai's words. Inevitably, she recalled the menu affixed to the wall of the Shi family's residence, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a communal dining hall. Yet, it was undeniable that the Shi family's supply of potatoes seemed abundant, allowing for a variety of preparations throughout the week. Although somewhat tedious, both the Shi and Pang families spent the entire day deliberating over this menu. Did they truly possess the leisure to engage in such discussions? Su Xuejiao had toiled in the ditch all day, her body weary and reluctant to move. She turned to retrieve a piece of dry biscuit, dividing it into 4 portions. The largest piece was offered to Captain Xiao, while the remaining 2 smaller pieces were handed to Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao. The tiniest portion was reserved for herself. However, Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao shook their heads in refusal. "Eat, it was given by your aunt," Dai Jiao insisted. Xiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "I'm full. It's the potato slices." They had spent the entire day playing within the same confines of the word frame, assisting Pang Ziyuan in classifying the large, medium, and small stones. When mealtime arrived at the Shi household, Shi Yaoyao generously served them each a heaping bowl of boiled potato slices. In this wasteland, most individuals had grown accustomed to a diminutive appetite, hardly able to consume much. The overflowing bowls of potato slices had left both Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao feeling uncomfortably stuffed. Never before had she felt so palpably ostracized. She had never felt welcomed. As Shi Yuebai had never uttered a word to include her, she could continue to dig her ditch, just as she could choose not to. Shi Yuebai was indifferent to her presence. This sensation was deeply unsettling. Observing Su Xuejiao's silence, Captain Xiao turned to console her. "Tomorrow, I shall gather more provisions in exchange for a couple of potatoes, and you will have no cause for worry. His words, though intended to comfort, only served to complicate Shi Yuebai's emotions further. Had it not been for Shi Yuebai's earlier grievances and the expression of her dissatisfaction, she might have been able to earn her own sustenance today, instead of relying on her husband and daughter for her daily bread. De Jiao and Xiao Jiao are well fed within the Shi household, and Captain Xiao can procure food from Shi Yuebai as well. The Qiao family, situated at the periphery of the Shi residence, faces no violence or humiliation. This is an undeniable truth that surpasses numerous conjectures and eloquent arguments. On the following day, Captain Xiao, accompanied by 7 ragtag individuals, continued his scavenging endeavors. As soon as De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, and Shi Yaoyao opened their eyes, they eagerly rushed to the announcement board to check the day's menu. Pang Ziyuan took the opportunity to teach De Jiao and Shi Yaoyao some literacy skills. Today, they were treated to mushroom soup. Breakfast consisted of mushroom soup, lunch featured potato slices, and dinner would include potato chunks. In the midst of their chatter, Nong Yasi emerged from within the walls of the Shi family, cradling a dozen children's mushroom planting kits. "Come quickly to help," she called out. De Jiao and Shi Yaoyao hurried over, each taking several kits from Nong Yasi's arms. She instructed them, "This is all the mushrooms we have. Place them in the potato field behind, and remember to spray a little water on them daily as per the instructions." In the courtyard, a pile of mushrooms had already sprouted, which they also moved to the potato field, intending to pick a few for soup while allowing the rest to continue growing. The children's mushroom kits, placed within the vibrant confines of the Shi family's walls, flourished remarkably, each one growing plump and juicy. However, they occupied too much space. The Shi courtyard was already brimming with items, and the rapidly proliferating mushrooms made it increasingly cramped, leaving Shi Yuebai feeling rather constrained. Chapter 89. With so many mushrooms and potatoes, we simply cannot consume them all. The peculiarly designed automatic irrigation system, crafted by Nong Yasi, has been completed. She managed to find time amidst her strenuous labor to bring this project to fruition. The materials at her disposal were quite limited, predominantly comprising stones. Fortunately, no matter the type of stone Nong Yasi desired, Pang Ziyuan was able to mold it for her. Some stones required a more delicate touch, while others could be less meticulously crafted. Regardless of the materials used, the task has been accomplished. "Moonbai, have you noticed that our home seems to be enveloped in a great deal of white smoke?" Nong Yasi inquired, admiring her automatic irrigation system as she spoke to Shi Yuebai, who was seated in a wheelchair. Previously preoccupied with her tasks, she had hardly paid attention to the surrounding environment. Only after completing her work did she observe the swirling white smoke rising from the potato field. Shi Yuebai remained silent, gazing towards the riverbank from the edge of the potato patch. Nong Yasi had cleared a small section of the riverbank, where the outer packaging of the children's mushroom planting kits had been removed and placed beside the potato field. Shi Yaoyao was instructing De Jiao and Xiao Jiao on how to dig up potatoes and replant the sprouted ones in a new potato patch. Though they lacked any significant planting skills, being novices in the field, it was evident that Shi Yaoyao, just over 8 years old, and the older girls, 16-year-old De Jiao and 15-year-old Xiao Jiao, were engaging in delightful conversation. In fact, Shi Yaoyao appeared to be more astute than her older counterparts, albeit in relative terms. Compared to a typical 8-year-old from the world before the wasteland, Shi Yaoyao still had much ground to cover. However, Urseo was exceedingly delighted. She groped her way over and remarked to Shi Yuebai and Nong Yasi, "Yaoyao speaks so fluently now, and she is becoming increasingly sensible." Shi Yuebai nonchalantly responded, channeling a bit of spiritual energy into the purification array beneath her feet. After all, she felt no pain, as long as she remained alive. Her weight would soar due to radiation. Thus, whenever Shi Yuebai was awake, she continuously infused various formations with spiritual energy. This energy became so dense that it manifested as a swirling white mist. "And a whole new batch of mushrooms has sprouted," exclaimed Shi Yaoyao, cradling a decayed log teeming with mushrooms. The largest of these fungi had grown larger than Shi Yaoyao's face. Nong Yasi furrowed her brow and approached. "How could they grow so rapidly? They can't possibly be mutated mushrooms, can they?" Mutated organisms are inedible, as one can never be certain of what one might consume. Perhaps it starts as a plant but morphs into a creature within the stomach. Shi Yuebai glanced over and reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. They are merely ordinary mushrooms." Mushrooms and Ganoderma thrive on spiritual energy. In my territory, the abundant spiritual energy has transformed into white smoke, allowing these mushrooms to grow large and swiftly. Furthermore, in such a wasteland, radiation is omnipresent, which naturally accelerates crop growth. However, the harmful effects of radiation on potatoes and mushrooms have been purified by Shi Yuebai's array. Thus, these potatoes and mushrooms are not only thriving under the influence of radiation, but are also nourished by spiritual energy. The dual impact has led to an explosive growth, which is hardly surprising. The mushrooms, prominent on the ground, stand out even more. The potatoes lie buried beneath the earth, invisible to the naked eye, perhaps lacking the power to astonish. Yet, according to Shi Yuebai's estimation, the quantity of potatoes hidden below the soil must be considerable. However, with such an abundance of mushrooms and potatoes, we could never consume them all. Shi Yuebai glanced at the decaying timbers behind Shi Yaoyao. Although each timber was modest in size, within merely half a day, they had become completely adorned with mushrooms, their fresh aroma wafting through the air. So much, yet in 3 distinct colors. Presently, the freshly cleared potato field was bordered by vibrant hues of red, yellow, and white, creating a pleasing sight. Shi Yuebai pressed her finger to her forehead and declared that from this day forth, every meal would consist of mushroom soup paired with potatoes. Aside from Su Xuejiao and Captain Xiao, the remaining members of the Qiao family were merely Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao, who had already joined Shi Yaoyao in her playful endeavors. Following Shi Yaoyao's lead, they continuously excavated potatoes, cultivated them, and gathered mushrooms. With the Shi family, the Pang family, and the peculiar ones, alongside Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao, there were simply too many mouths to feed, rendering it impossible to consume the vast quantity of potatoes and mushrooms. Moreover, Nong Yasi watched in disbelief as Dai Jiao unearthed a potato tuber the size of a football, truly a sight to behold. Yuebai, we've only recently planted the potatoes, haven't we? Nong Yasi was in disarray. She could no longer discern the nature of Shi Yuebai's extraordinary abilities. Shi Yuebai could gather water, manipulate paper airplanes, and now seemed capable of enhancing plant growth. Shi Yuebai, remain composed, do not act as if you're unacquainted with this. She admonished herself, turning towards the direction of the public restroom. As they ascended along the slope, Ahong had completed the construction of the surrounding walls of the same character frame and was now engaged in the creation of a water reservoir. With this reservoir in place, everyone would have access to the shower facilities at the public restroom. However, once inside the restroom, the ethereal ambience was not as potent as it was below, for Shi Yuebai seldom ventured up this way. Her activities were primarily confined to the lower grounds. Seated in her wheelchair, Shi Yuebai gazed downward, observing that the main structure of the character frame had been finalized, save for the ditch that needed to seal its entrance. Presently, no one was overseeing this ditch. The Pang and Shi families, along with the peculiar trio of mercenaries, had set up their tents behind the walls. Only the Qiao family remained, relegated to residing in the ditch. If Su Xuejiao neglected the ditch, the character frame would remain unsealed. Yet, Su Xuejiao found herself in a predicament. She could not afford to disregard the ditch. It was evident to all that Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao could frolic freely within the character frame, but should they venture outside, they would be confronted with uncertainties far more daunting. Once the ditch was completed as per the plan, the character frame would transform into a structure resembling the Chinese character for mouth. To gain entry into this mouth, a bridge would need to be constructed. For the safety of Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao, Su Xuejiao was compelled to labor diligently to ensure the ditch was excavated in its entirety. That evening, with their faces freshly scrubbed, Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao emerged from the ditch, each clutching a plastic bag. Initially, they felt a tinge of disappointment. Suddenly, they were startled. Inside Dai Jiao's plastic bag were 2 bottles of water, 2 pounds of mushrooms, and 2 potatoes the size of soccer balls. Xiao Jiao's bag contained identical items. Su Xuejiao gazed in astonishment at the 2 heaps of food and anxiously inquired of Dai Jiao, "What did Shi Yuebai ask you to do today?" Captain Xiao furrowed her brow, stating that Shi Yuebai merely required them to perform some menial labor, urging her not to speak in such a manner. The more benefits Captain Xiao discovered in aligning with Shi Yuebai, the more she defended her. Su Xuejiao's tone and manner of questioning were, indeed, questionable. What could Shi Yuebai possibly compel Dai Jiao and Xiao Jiao to do? In a room filled with women, what could they inflict upon their daughters? Captain Xiao reprimanded Su Xuejiao, warning that if she continued, Shi Yuebai might even distance herself from the 2 daughters. Su Xuejiao realized she might have been overly anxious. She glanced nervously at the pit's entrance, hoping Shi Yuebai could not overhear them. Captain Xiao let out a cold laugh, but remained silent. How could it be that she could not hear? The paper airplanes fluttering about were all Shi Yuebai's eyes and ears. Dajiao digging dirt, what fun. Dajiao clapped her hands, a 16-year-old girl, her face illuminated with a smile more innocent than that of a child. Xiaojiao, lacking her sister's eloquence, did not even comprehend her mother's inquiry. Su Xuejiao sighed in relief, settling down in the pit and falling silent. Captain Xiao also refrained from conversing with her, simply producing water to accompany raw potatoes. She needed to conserve her strength for the morrow, when she would lead several team members in scavenging once again. The following day, before dawn, the previously silent Su Xuejiao arose to continue digging. She addressed Captain Xiao. What do you think if I enlarge the pit where we reside? Before ascending the trench, he said to Su Xuejiao, you must observe with your heart. Do not merely listen to the opinions of others. Captain Xiao will not divulge to anyone that Shi Yuebai is an extraordinary individual. Even in the presence of Su Xuejiao, he would refrain from speaking of it. Therefore, I hope that you will come to understand this on your own. Xuejiao, we cannot remain in this pit for a lifetime. We must rise above it. Su Xuejiao nodded, affirming, yes, I will surely come to understand. Once Captain Xiao departed, Su Xuejiao stood in contemplation for a while before picking up her hoe to continue digging. She aimed to widen, deepen, and extend the trench, ensuring greater safety for her daughters. The excavated soil would be placed in the basket suspended over the pit and transported directly outside the trench. Each day, Shi Yuebai would come to transport the earth. The soil extracted from the riverbed contained an abundance of sand, which would be utilized for mixing cement. However, Shi Yuebai never spoke to Su Xuejiao. Prior to Shi Yuebai's acceptance of Su Xuejiao, no one would acknowledge her presence. Wei Lingxia's head emerged from the opposite side of the trench. She surveyed the increasingly deep trench and said to Su Xuejiao, my uncle has come to fetch us. We are preparing to depart. Xuejiao, you and your 2 daughters should accompany us. Uncle Chen had come over from the neighboring muscle team and intentionally mentioned Captain Chao's wife and 2 daughters. It is worth noting that Su Xuejiao was strikingly beautiful in her youth. Once breathtakingly beautiful and exceptionally talented, she was undoubtedly the belle of the school. Though time has aged her, she remains far from obsolete. As for the younger sisters, their allure is undeniable. In such an environment, possessing beauty while being nurtured into young adulthood is of significant value. Su Xuejiao lifted her gaze to Wei Lingxia and inquired cautiously, is your second uncle the brother of Chen Huaihai? Why do you specifically mention me and my daughter? Wei Lingxia's face, marked by the blows dealt by Wu Haoren, had nearly healed. Chen's second uncle was once again preoccupied, urging Wei Lingxia to accompany Su Xuejiao and the younger sisters in seeking new opportunities. With a smile, Wei Lingxia remarked, what else could it be? I simply wish to lead you all to a better life. Shi Yuebai treats you like cattle, and your husband favors the Shi family. Can you truly endure living like this? Some questions need not be asked. The current stance of Captain Xiao has unmistakably shifted in favor of the Shi family. Yet, within the team, few seem to care. Aside from a handful of burdens, there isn't a single normal man among them. Once everyone departs, this team will inevitably disband. As the captain's wife, you should grasp this reality. Wei Lingxia ardently encouraged Su Xuejiao to be candid. Zhang Shuiyao also plans to join us. Her husband has passed, and she harbors animosity toward the Shi family. Xuejiao, let us pursue a better life together. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Su Xuejiao could not suppress a bitter laugh. A better life? Where could we possibly find such a thing? If my 2 daughters were to follow your second uncle, would we truly be living well? The men of the Qin family are numerous, and previously, their reputation within the team beneath the bridge was rather unfavorable. It is rumored that in other teams, they merely operate as pimps. After all, how else could the Qin family afford to support so many women? Su Xuejiao need not seek the truth. She can easily surmise the intentions of Uncle Chan regarding her 2 daughters. Wei Lingxia does not disguise her motives. She bluntly states, Xuejiao, you are an astute individual, and you are already aware of the nature of the Shi family. If you align yourself with us, at least the Qin family will treat you with respect. For every man you entertain, a meal will be provided, sparing you from laborious toil. Wei Lingxia is openly encouraging others to engage in prostitution. Shi Yuebai possesses a foul temper and an imposing demeanor, demanding hard labor from you. Can you truly endure her? In Wei Lingxia's eyes, Su Xuejiao has already ventured into this line of work and has even sent her 2 daughters to the Shi family. Everyone can observe the 2 girls, Dejiao and Xiaojiao, frolicking within the same confines. Whether with the Shi family or the Qin family, they are still engaged in the same activities. Yet Su Xuejiao would not have to endure humiliation. Why not align with the Qin family? Dejiao and Xiaojiao have not yet begun entertaining men, have they? Wei Lingxia smiles as she watches the 2 blossoming young women emerge from the pit. Rest assured, my uncle will surely find them a suitable place. Deep within the trench, Su Xuejiao takes a deep breath. They have not noticed a white paper airplane lingering at the edge of the trench. Just as Wei Lingxia prepares to continue her persuasion, Su Xuejiao, with a resolute voice, declares, Wei Lingxia, leave at once. Chapter 91. She refuses to be hungry. Wei Lingxia scoffed. What is your attitude? Do you still consider yourself the wife of the leader? In the early days of the wasteland, this group held considerable renown, uniting to confront the chaos following the cataclysm. Now, 5 years into the wasteland, one can observe teams everywhere, many of which far surpass your own in strength. Wei Lingxia no longer regarded herself as a member of this group. Her constant references to your group and Captain Xiao's group reflected an inevitable truth. It would eventually be consumed, a trend no one could dispute. Wei Lingxia truly could not fathom what Su Xuejiao was so riled up about. Su Xuejiao trembled with rage. This is my attitude. You wish to endanger me and my 2 daughters, yet expect gratitude in return? Wei Lingxia, do not underestimate my intelligence. At that moment, Wei Lingxia leaped up, pointing derisively at Su Xuejiao at the bottom of the ditch. You've sold yourself and now seek to establish a facade of respectability? You and your daughters will not only be subjected to men, but also forced into labor. I am attempting to rescue you from this torment. Do you understand? Su Xuejiao did not comprehend her meaning. Grabbing a hoe, she began to climb out of the ditch. Understand what? My daughter and I are just fine here. Following you would be the height of foolishness. Don't put on a facade of benevolence. Who doesn't he know that the men out there are nothing but monsters? Her anger was palpable. Su Xuejiao held on to her principles and refused to accept such a fate. If she could vent her emotions towards Shi Yuebai, she could unleash even greater fury towards Wei Lingxia. In the residence of Shi Yuebai, several days have passed without a single mention of her 2 daughters engaging in the trade. Within the confines of the Shi family walls, apart from an eccentric fiddling with parts, there is not a single adult male to be found. Lying unconscious on the ground, Pang Xinggong can hardly be considered a man. Compared to the atmosphere of the Qin family, the Shi family exudes a sense of optimism and resilience. It seems that as long as one is willing to endure hardship and offer their labor, women can stand tall and live with dignity. In stark contrast, within the Qin family, women are stripped not only of their bodies, but also of their dignity. They lie in wait for sustenance, and even then, it is uncertain whether they will secure enough to eat. The trench they have dug is uneven in depth, but stretches long, nearly sealing off the mouth of the same character frame. Although Su Xuejiao carries herself with pride, her declaration to dig the trench is earnest and not merely a formality. She climbs from a slightly shallower area, wielding a hoe to strike at Wei Lingxia. Su Xuejiao, have you lost your mind? What difference does it make whether you stay with us in the Qin family or remain here? Aren't you doing the same thing? Su Xuejiao retorts angrily, asserting that the Shi family offers women a chance at life. Yet, will the Qin family afford them the same? Having eaten well these past few days, she feels invigorated and chases after Wei Lingxia, nearly escaping the riverbed's confines. The 2 younger girls, unaware of the unfolding events, have already climbed into the same character frame. Gathering with Pang Ziyuan and Shi Yaoyao to examine the menu posted on the wall, Su Xuejiao stood by the ditch, observing her 2 daughters. Unbeknownst to her, they had already washed themselves clean, adorned in the 2 long dresses that Nong Yasi had procured for them. Beneath their skirts, they wore undergarments, and on their feet, they sported shoes. In this desolate wasteland, many girls no longer concerned themselves with such matters. One reason was that adults were far too preoccupied, scavenging and struggling for survival, neglecting the finer details of life. Another was that even if a young girl's body had begun to mature, she would likely have already faced the harshest of fates. Dajiao and Xiaojiao had been well protected by Su Xuejiao and her husband, Captain Xiao. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Su Xuejiao. Just then, Dajiao came running over, a small hoe in hand. Mama, Dajiao exclaimed joyfully, Auntie asked me to dig the ditch. My sister is moving the stones. As she spoke, she climbed the soft ladder resting by the ditch and descended. Su Xuejiao hurriedly followed her down, her heart heavy as she looked at Dajiao. After a busy morning, Su Xuejiao scooped earth from the ditch into a basket and had just climbed to the edge to transport the soil when the ever-persistent Wei Lingxia appeared once more. Dajiao, are you coming with Andy? Perhaps it was the sight of Dajiao, dressed so vibrantly, reminiscent of the youthful girls from before the wasteland overtook their lives, that stirred something within Wei Lingxia. The Chen family could not bear to relent. Thus, Uncle Chen sent Wei Lingxiao again, this time producing a misshapen lollipop. Dajiao, come here. Andy has this treat for you. Su Xuejiao remained on the other side of the ditch, near the wall of the Shi family's compound. She turned her head, her expression drastically changing, and shouted at Wei Lingxia, "Are you out of your mind? My daughter is not going with you." Wei Lingxia, however, rolled her eyes at Su Xuejiao, retorting, "If you wish to endure hardship here, do not hinder your daughter from seizing an opportunity for ease." After saying this, Wei Lingxia enticed Dajiao further. "Isn't digging quite laborious? Auntie will take you somewhere else, where you need only recline and food will be brought to your lips. Far more comfortable than here." Su Xuejiao, infuriated, dropped the basket she was holding. She searched frantically for a hoe, but realized after a lengthy search that it lay at the bottom of the ditch. In a fit of anger, Su Xuejiao sprinted around the ditch to confront Wei Lingxia. Naturally, Wei Lingxiao fled, taunting Su Xuejiao as she ran. "I must say, Madam Commander, just look at yourself now. Where is the semblance of a scholar? By obstructing me, you are driving your daughter to despair." It was not the case. Su Xuejiao understood that beside Shi Yuebai, they would not be forced into a corner. Yet, she could not articulate her reasoning. She had not discerned the true nature of the Shi family. She rejected Shi Yuebai's temperament. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that it was only by remaining here that she and her daughters would be safe. Su Xuejiao pursued Wei Lingxia as she retreated. Dajiao, about to resume digging in the ditch, noticed Zhang Shuyao's head emerging from the canal. "Hurry, Dajiao. Your mother is not here. Come with us." Zhang Shuiyao gestured for Dajiao to climb up. The trench had been deepened, and for Dajiao to follow Zhang Shuiyao, she would have to climb up from the other side using a soft ladder. Then, she would need to circumvent the entire trench before they could reunite. This was a considerable waste of time. Dajiao shook her head, finding it troublesome. Time was of the essence. Lunch was imminent. Pang Ziyuan remarked that they were about to have their midday meal and could not stray far. Otherwise, they would miss out on the delightful red mushroom stewed with potatoes. And she certainly did not wish to endure hunger. Chapter 92. The existence of the extraordinary Zhang Shuiyao felt a twinge of urgency, as it was her first time assisting Wei Lingxiao with such matters. Observing Dajiao's reluctance to ascend, she revealed her fierce demeanor, urging her to comply swiftly, threatening, "Hurry up, or I shall strike you and your sister down, along with your parents." Dajiao looked up at Zhang Shuiyao, a thin veil of tears glistening in her eyes. Zhang Shuiyao cursed under her breath, lamenting how Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao had raised two beautiful little scamps. Dajiao's tears exuded a poignant beauty, reminiscent of youthful grievances. In the past, both Dajiao and her sister had been sheltered under a tarp by Su Xuejiao. The Qiao family had never permitted anyone to glimpse the life within that tarp, nor allowed the sisters to emerge. During various scavenging missions organized by Captain Xiao, Su Xuejiao vigilantly guarded the tarp, watching over their daughters. Anyone daring to approach the Qiao family's shelter would face her fierce resistance. Previously, out of respect for Captain Xiao, others refrained from forcing their way in. However, with the team now disbanded, Dajiao had grown. At 15 or 16, she stood at the pinnacle of girlhood. Moreover, Dajiao had recently bathed and donned a lovely, fitting dress, clearly intended to attract the attention of men. Zhang Xiao found Dajiao merely weeping, rooted in the pit and unmoving. Frustrated, she leaped down from the edge of the ditch and rushed to Dajiao's side, insisting, "Come with me." Dajiao resisted, screaming, "No, no, no." Zhang Shuiyao worriedly feared the arrival of the Shi and Pang families. Despite being merely women, facing such a multitude would be overwhelming. In desperation, Zhang Shuiyao raised her hand and struck Dajiao twice, cursing, "Little wretch, be quiet and follow me. Aunt, save me." Dajiao cried, unwilling to leave, convinced that following this wicked woman would lead to further beatings. Zhang Shuiyao scoffed, "Aunt? Which aunt are you referring to? That fat woman Shi Yuebai? Let me assure you, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue." As Zhang Shuiyao turned, she was abruptly confronted by a paper airplane. Instinctively, she raised her hand to deflect the paper projectile blocking her path, but it soared upwards, its tip piercing Zhang Shuiyao's eye. Ah! Now it was Zhang Xueyao's turn to scream. Meanwhile, Su Jiaoxue, who had been chasing Wei Lingxia, heard the cries of both De Jiao and Zhang Xueyao. Oh no! Su Jiaoxue slapped herself in realization. She had fallen for Wei Lingxia's ruse to draw her away. Swiftly abandoning her pursuit of Wei Lingxia, she turned and sprinted towards the ditch. Upon stumbling to its edge, she caught sight of several white paper airplanes at the bottom of the pit, akin to chickens pecking for grains, targeting Zhang Xueyao's eyes. Zhang Xueyao, hands pressed against her face, was retreating in panic. A woman clad in a red wedding dress, her long, raven hair cascading around her, stood behind Zhang Xueyao. As Zhang collided with her, the pale-faced figure, resembling someone who had been dusted with a layer of powder, raised a frail hand and seized Zhang's throat from behind. Zhang screamed, "Let go of me! Ah, let go of me!" To Su Xuejiao, this scene appeared as if Zhang Xueyao were strangling herself. Lost in madness at the bottom of the ditch. Without hesitation, she leapt into the ditch, embracing Da Jiao, urging, "Quick, get up!" Trembling, Su Xuejiao helped Da Jiao ascend the soft ladder, racing towards the wall of the Shi family residence. "Aunt!" Da Jiao cried, clutching her bruised face, and collapsed to the ground. As dusk approached, Shi Yuebai emerged slowly from within the door, seated in a wheelchair. A thick roll of flesh hung from her chin, her face round, pale, and devoid of expression. "That wicked woman hit me," Da Jiao sobbed, crawling over to Shi Yuebai, seeking solace. Meanwhile, Zhang Xueyao's cries echoed hauntingly from the ditch, growing increasingly desperate, reverberating throughout the entire group. Hiding in the shadows, Wei Lingxia felt a chill creep over her, an eerie sensation enveloping her entirely. At that moment, she dared not approach the Shi family any closer and quietly slipped away. By the edge of the ditch, Shi Yuebai turned her head, glancing down at the weeping Da Jiao. Commanding, "Release me." The girl, soaked in tears that had dampened her bedding, shook her head vigorously, a distinct five-finger imprint visible on her fair cheek. "That wicked woman hit me," she lamented. Shi Yuebai frowned in irritation, and after a moment, she let out a sigh of exasperation. It was harmless until one looked closer, only to be startled. At the bottom of the ditch, Zhang Xueyao was clutching herself with one hand while the other hand incessantly struck her own face. It was a scene of sheer horror. Da Jiao pouted, slightly loosening her grip on Shi Yuebai, and leaned in to peer into the ditch. In the eyes of someone like Da Jiao, whose mind was somewhat unhinged, she beheld a woman in a red wedding gown, one hand grasping Zhang Xueyao while the other continued to slap her face relentlessly. Da Jiao burst into laughter, jumping up and calling out, "Yao Yao, come quickly." Shi Yao Yao and Pang Ziyuan rushed to the edge of the ditch, and Xiao Jiao, hearing the commotion, hurried over as well. They all watched as though a clown were performing before them, finding amusement in the spectacle. Perhaps the only one truly unsettled was Su Xuejiao. With a gaze filled with complexity, she looked toward Shi Yuebai, but Shi Yuebai ignored her entirely, coldly maneuvering her wheelchair and turning away to retreat behind the surrounding wall. Do not assume that Shi Yuebai's assistance to Da Jiao would translate into kindness towards Su Xuejiao. Su Xuejiao remained silent, waiting until Zhang Xueyao, having clawed at herself to the point of frothing at the mouth, finally fainted. Darkness enveloped the scene. Su Xuejiao was oblivious to Zhang Xueyao's fate and simply dragged her out of the ditch, discarding her onto the road. For some, surviving in the wasteland could be more dreadful than death itself. Did you know all along that Shi Yuebai? Su Xuejiao was at a loss for words. Sitting in the pit at the bottom of the ditch, staring blankly at Captain Xiao, an ability user, a being she dared not even contemplate. However, if Shi Yuebai were not an ability user, how could one explain Zhang Xueyao's sudden outbreak today? Captain Xiao remained silent, merely sitting at the edge of the pit, gazing solemnly at the sky. Su Xuejiao also ceased her chatter, and a night of silence unfolded. The following morning, Su Xuejiao stood before the Shi family's wall, holding De Jiao's hand with her left and Xiao Jiao's with her right. De Jiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mother?" Su Xuejiao, her expression grave, responded, "Bow to your aunt, and thank her for saving you yesterday." A Hong emerged from her home, cast a glance at Su Xuejiao, and hurriedly entered the Shi family's enclosure to prepare mushroom soup. Su Xuejiao bent deeply at the waist, uttering, "I am sorry, Yuebai. I was shallow before. My apologies." Pang Ziyuan and Shi Yao Yao passed by, glancing at Su Xuejiao before attending to their own matters, ignoring her presence. Chapter 93. She provided 80 gene of mushrooms. Su Xuejiao stood outside the Shi family's wall. Shi Yuebai did not emerge, nor did she respond. Everyone around followed Shi Yuebai's lead in demeanor. Nevertheless, Su Xuejiao felt no embarrassment. If Shi Yuebai truly possessed abilities, her temper would be inconsequential to ordinary individuals. Ability users are entities beyond the reach of the common populace. At the very least, having endured the cataclysm of the apocalypse and 5 years in a desolate wasteland, Su Xuejiao had never encountered an ability user. In such a wasteland, the protection of an ability user would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After standing for a while longer, Su Xuejiao allowed De Jiao and Xiao Jiao to attend to their own affairs. Xiao Jiao, behind the Shi family's wall, collaborated with Ah Hong to transport rubble. She is unable to articulate complete sentences, and although she hasn't been afflicted with the grotesque features of radiation, her intelligence quotient remains even lower than that of Shi Yaoyao. Her cognitive abilities are roughly at the level of a 1 or 2-year-old. Just barely. She can recognize a person. Shi Yuebai has assigned her to Shi Yuebai, allowing Xiao Jiao to serve as Shi Yuebai's eyes. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyao, in addition to her daily tasks of writing, recognizing characters, and solving arithmetic problems, is also engaged in digging potatoes, planting them, and foraging for mushrooms. Shi Yaoyao has indeed acquired a multitude of skills. She is no longer the shrieking, pathologically impaired child who could barely walk. Dajiao has been designated to dig ditches. Shi Yuebai intends to swiftly seal off the same character framework. Otherwise, if another Wei Lingxia or Zhang Xuyao were to arrive, she would be utterly exasperated. Su Xuejiao remains outside the Shi family's walls. Shi Yuebai listens as Shi Yaoyao recites verses in the courtyard, such as the separation of heaven and earth, and the illumination of ancient and modern times. Her recitation flows smoothly, and her enunciation is remarkably clear. These advancements may not be evident in everyday life, but comparing the present to Shi Yaoyao's state 2 months prior, the progress is nothing short of astonishing. A joyful smile adorns Shi Yuebao's face. She cautiously steps outside the gate and addresses Su Xuejiao, stating, "Yuebai won't pay you any mind. Do not linger here. Some opportunities, once missed, are irrevocably lost." Shi Yuebai does not claim that Su Xuejiao has erred. Protecting one's daughter in a desolate world is entirely justifiable. However, individuals like Su Xuejiao are countless. Shi Yuebai gestures casually, revealing a hint of her extraordinary abilities, knowing that many would eagerly rally to her side. Why, then, should she accept someone like Su Xuejiao? What, apart from digging, can Su Xuejiao offer to Shi Yuebai? She possesses neither emotional value nor exceptional talent. If she cannot seize the first slice of cake offered by Shi Yuebai, then she ought to abstain entirely. Su Xuejiao swayed slightly and bowed once more to Shi Yuebai. This time, she uttered not a word and turned to leave, descending into the trench. The trench still required excavation. Although Su Xuejiao had been cast out beyond the walls of the Shi family, she was alive. The future of her 2 daughters now held promise and hope. With all her might, Su Xuejiao resolved to make her home in the trench. Commander Qiao remained silent for a moment before stating, "In truth, this is quite favorable. We are allowed to reside in this trench, and Yuebai has not expelled us. We are already better off than many others. One must appreciate what one has." His 2 daughters, pure and innocent, slept sweetly in their sleeping bags. What more could one desire? Su Xuejiao felt a sense of contentment. He reserved 4 for himself, while the remainder he exchanged with Shi Yuebai for some mushrooms and water. Those mushrooms and water were then shared among the 7 misfits. Commander Qiao tended to a pile of firewood at the mouth of the pit, addressing his wife, "The more Yuebai provides us, the more we must safeguard her." Su Xuejiao nodded, cocooned in her warm sleeping bag, experiencing the most restful slumber since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Shi Yuebai in the yard paid little heed to Su Xuejiao's thoughts. Her gaze was fixed upon the nearly overgrown Pang Zhengong on the ground, lost in contemplation. The following morning, Ah Hong entered to retrieve tools for constructing the water reservoir. As she came and went, she couldn't help but glance at the ground where Pang Zhengong lay. The wall surrounding the same framework has been completed, and the cement mixing site has been relocated to the rear. In recent days, Ah Hong has been resourcefully utilizing materials at hand, constructing a water reservoir using the bricks from the visitor center, right behind the public restroom. As she passed by Pang Zhengong's location, Shi Yuebai called out to her, "Today, give your husband something to drink. He can consume food now." These past few days, Pang Zhengong has been unable to ingest anything, even when offered mushroom soup. He could not swallow. To sustain Pang Zhengong's bodily energy expenditure, Shi Yuebai has been administering several pounds of fatty energy to him daily. Indeed, Shi Yuebai's intentions are purely to save a life, not to seize an opportunity for weight loss. Thus, the immobile Pang Zhenggong has not diminished in size due to his fragile state. Rather, he has gained approximately 40 pounds. Ah Hong gazed at the ground, observing the rotund figure of Pang Zhenggong. Where is her once emaciated husband? The man lying there, whose clothing seemed on the verge of bursting, with a bulging belly protruding between his shirt and trousers. Who is he? In a state of panic, Ah Hong glanced at Shi Yuebai. Has he become edematous? Is he nearing death? It is said that some individuals experience edema shortly before passing. Nong Yasi hurried over, pressing Pang Zhenggong's cheek, and shook her head. It is not edema. Your husband is simply, well, he has become quite plump. Nong Yasi found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a medical explanation. Given Pang Zhenggong's severe injuries, being carelessly abandoned on the ground, yet still surviving, is already miraculous. Now, astonishingly, despite having consumed nothing, he has gained so much weight. Ah Hong, Pang Ziyuan, and the peculiar gazes fell uniformly upon Shi Yuebai. Unbothered, Shi Yuebai feigned ignorance to the doubtful stares of those around her. She left the healing mantra suspended above Pang Zhenggong and turned to exit the confines of the Shi family estate. It appeared that Pang Zhenggong could no longer bear her excess energy. While she daily infused others with several pounds of fat energy, their physical exertion was considerable, rendering the effects less conspicuous. Pang Zhenggong lay motionless, unable to metabolize the fat accumulating within his body. It was no wonder Shi Yuebai felt a pang of guilt. Yet, she recognized the necessity of altering her approach toward Pang Zhenggong. She surveyed her surroundings. The scenery within the Shi family's courtyard contrasted starkly with that outside. The courtyard brimmed with rich spiritual energy, manifested as a dense white mist that provided a slight shield against the sun's rays, a discovery Shi Yuebai had made only recently. In contrast, the area beyond the estate's walls was stark and barren, offering an unobstructed view of everything within the confines. The white mist served as a tangible representation of Shi Yuebai's abundant spiritual energy, providing some respite from the sun's radiation. However, her spiritual energy could only be channeled into her formation. Currently, she was fervently engaged in weight loss, tirelessly infusing her formation with spiritual energy while simultaneously attempting to fill the bodies of those around her with fat energy. Yet, due to the effects of radiation, the fat energy she expended balanced with that which expanded. Thus, Shi Yuebai resolved to sketch a vast spirit-gathering array throughout the entirety of the Shi family estate. She sought to create an effect that would obscure the sky and shield herself from the pervasive radiation surrounding her. This way, at least when she awoke the following day, she would not be horrified to discover that her weight had skyrocketed to 400 jin. Shi Yuebai believed that only by curtailing the rate of her body fat's expansion could she hope to reduce her weight. Resolutely, she procured a long stick and infused it with her soul power, beginning to inscribe a spirit-gathering array upon the ground. The witch clan's spirit-gathering array could converge the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, enabling its practitioners to swiftly absorb this energy and transform it into soul power. For instance, during battle, a witch standing upon a perfect spirit-gathering array would feel as though they were treading upon a cerulean pool. When soul power was depleted, one could draw energy from the array. However, the wasteland was devoid of such energy. Thus, Shi Yuebai endeavored to draw a large-scale spirit-gathering array that would create a canopy effect to resist radiation. This array would require her to rely on her own body fat to continuously infuse it with energy until the essence became dense enough to manifest as a mist. This task was not daunting for Shi Yuebai, as her weight had stabilized at 351 jin. Each day, her weight continued to swell, and she devoted considerable effort to expending her excess flesh. As long as she could sketch a colossal spirit-gathering array and consistently channel energy into it, she believed she could gradually regain control of her weight. At that moment, a curious voice inquired, "Auntie, what are you drawing?" Without lifting her head, Shi Yuebai replied, "I am crafting something that will keep us warm in winter and cool in summer." The array, however, possessed no tangible function or capability. The sole purpose is to store spiritual energy. If Shi Yuebai's body continues to swell due to the radiation from the wasteland, she may never utilize this gathering array in her lifetime. However, the spiritual energy from the array can nourish flora and provide sustenance to those around Shi Yuebai. At best, it refreshes the plants, enhancing their fragrance, and improves the taste of crops. It can also benefit individuals by rejuvenating their skin, brightening their eyes, sharpening their minds, and elevating their spirits. The array's minor effect of providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer is but a trivial benefit. Beyond that, it serves no significant purpose. Thus, since ancient times, such places have collectively been referred to as areas imbued with spiritual energy. Shi Yuebai observed for a moment as her aunt wielded a long staff, drawing intricate golden red lines upon the ground. She could not comprehend the symbols and soon lost interest. Shi Yuebai was merely sketching a formation for weight loss. A large gathering array cannot be completed in a single day. Shi Yuebai drew several smaller ones, each capable of encompassing larger formations. These diminutive gathering arrays were neatly aligned along the edge of the ditch. Completing this task consumed an entire day for Shi Yuebai, who simultaneously infused the arrays with her spiritual energy. In areas invisible to rational minds, the small arrays began to gleam, storing Shi Yuebai's energy within them. Shi Yuebai, situated within the ditch, looked up to see Shi Yuebai seated in a wheelchair, holding a long staff, seemingly engrossed in her drawings for an entire day. Hesitant to inquire, she instead called out from the ditch, "Why is there so much smoke? Have you started a fire in the ditch?" Shi Yuebai, perplexed, shook her head as the two searched the ditch for quite some time, only to discover that the white smoke lingering above was drifting down from above. The smoke coalesced, refusing to dissipate. With a gentle breath, one could disperse wisps of it, resembling intangible threads. Shi Yuebai recalled how Shi Yuebai had spent the entire day sketching and writing above the ditch. She ultimately relinquished her curiosity about the nature of the smoke. Whenever this matter was mentioned, Captain Xiao would express his helplessness. He dragged a large plastic bag into the pit and placed it inside. Shi Yuebai inquired, "Will Yuebai want this? What use are books?" Captain Xiao responded affirmatively. The Shi family's walls could barely contain the accumulation, with much of the supplies spilling into the Pang family's courtyard. It was rumored that the garbage mountain behind was also being cleared to store more supplies. With such an abundance, what would Shi Yuebai want with books? Today, they hadn't found anything substantial, and Yuebai was more interested in essential supplies. Captain Xiao pondered. These are all obscure academic texts, titles like Quantum Field Theory, Das Kapital, and Critique of Pure Reason. It's been many years since he and Shi Yuebai have engaged with such literature, and now they found it utterly incomprehensible. Just then, Shi Yuebai leaned over the ditch and called down, "Uncle Xiao, Annie wants you to bring all the books over." Shi Yuebai looked at Captain Xiao in astonishment. Could Shi Yuebai overhear their conversation? Yet, Captain Xiao, unfazed, gently patted Shi Yuebai's shoulder and descended the ditch, only to return shortly thereafter, dragging another heavy bag behind him. "No, Yuebai." Commander Xiao was at a loss for words. He hurriedly pushed Shi Yuebai into the pit and, with exaggerated expression, exclaimed that he had given the books to Yuebai, but she had bestowed upon him 80 pounds of mushrooms. Shi Yuebai could hardly believe her ears. "How much?" Commander Xiao gestured and simply opened the large bag in his hands, allowing Shi Yuebai to see for herself. She was frozen in shock. It had been quite some time since Commander Xiao had entered the walls of the Shi family, and he was unaware of the current circumstances within. Neither he nor Shi Yuebai had given it much thought. In these times, being able to enjoy a meal of mushroom stew once or twice was already a significant satisfaction. They both believed their lives to be quite content. However, Commander Xiao and Shi Yuebai were both taken aback. Shi Yuebai had treated the mushrooms like refuse, gifting them 80 pounds. Each mushroom was fresh and plump. Such quality could easily fetch a good price in the big city, even a mere 1 or 2 pounds. Not to mention, she had casually offered them 80 pounds. Good heavens, Shi Yuebai and Commander Xiao suddenly felt as if they were in possession of a treasure. Chapter 94. Yes, and there are 701 pounds. In exchange for 100 books, Shi Yuebai had given Commander Xiao 80 pounds of mushrooms and 8 bottles of water, each containing 1 liter. Commander Xiao did not share the mushrooms and water with the 7 misfits. Instead, he instructed Shi Yuebai to set aside her trench-digging tasks and to start a fire at the bottom of the trench. He prepared a pot of mushroom soup for the 7 misfits, ensuring it was plentiful. The 7 misfits were delighted with their meal. Shi Yuebai observed quietly, saying nothing. The mushrooms, if not offered to Captain Xiao, will continue to grow incessantly as the formation of the gathering spirit array progresses. These mushrooms and potatoes will flourish at an accelerating pace. An impressive 80 pounds of mushrooms rests in Captain Xiao's hands, and Shi Yuebai has entrusted him with the task of distribution. The bottom of the trench is bustling with activity. Observers note that the deepest section has been excavated to a height of 2 meters. While sipping mushroom soup, Chao Lingyun inquires, "Captain, how did you manage to transport them from above?" The trench below is shrouded in a hazy white mist, heavy with moisture. He squats atop a layer of white mist, his sluggish mind gazing at Captain Xiao, who is also crouching. This morning, the white mist above the trench continues to cascade downwards, enveloping the entire trench in a delicate veil of fog approximately 1 millimeter thick, indistinguishable from ordinary mist. Captain Xiao furrows his brow and remarks, "Our team is now merely a name. Residing in this trench offers greater safety." He gestures, indicating that the trench will measure 5 meters in depth and width, at which point the soft ladder on the side will be removed. Captain Xiao points to the soft ladder hanging by the trench's edge. Currently, entering Shi Yuebai's designated area directly from the trench is quite a challenge. Those on the opposite side must either circumvent the entire trench to find a flatter entry point or leap directly into the 2-meter-deep trench and then locate the soft ladder to ascend into the designated area. The 7-odd individuals manage to descend only by jumping down. Once they ascend, they will need to seek a less steep location to climb back up. Certainly, with their intellect and physical abilities, they may find it challenging to ascend. Even before they leap down, they have likely not contemplated how to climb up. As they dig deeper, they will construct a bridge using 2 planks above. Captain Xiao has reviewed the peculiar drawings, and the bridge will not be permanent, but rather a suspension bridge. Shi Yuebai aims to transform the area beside their resting place into an isolated island, a notion that both Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao support. An isolated island would indeed be advantageous, as it would ensure greater safety for the younger ones. Su Xuejiao nodded, continuously replenishing the disposable plastic bowls of the odd assortment with mushrooms. "Sister-in-law, that's enough. I'm already full. If I eat more, I'll need to go scavenging soon." Many, including Su Xuejiao, may never have imagined that one day they would face food and declare they were full. The people in the trench fell silent. After a while, Chao Lingyun foolishly inquired, "Captain, after this meal, what shall we do next?" Captain Xiao lowered his head and remained silent. After this meal, there would undoubtedly be another. The stomachs of these individuals had been so starved that this modest amount of mushrooms had filled them to capacity. There are still dozens of pounds of mushrooms in the Qiao family's pit that must be consumed quickly, lest they spoil. Captain Xiao is not withholding mushrooms from them today. Rather, the quantity provided by Yuebai is simply overwhelming. Concerned that these men may be indiscreet and unable to keep secrets, Captain Xiao chose to gather them together, away from the burdensome members of the team, to ensure they could satisfy their hunger. "Captain Xiao, once you finish eating, let's go scavenging and gather as many items as possible to exchange for food in the city." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chao Lingyun leaned closer to Su Xuejiao and remarked, "Sister-in-law, our team now comprises only a handful of men. Those who could leave have done so, leaving behind a host of widows and orphans. All the capable women have fled. Zhang Xueyao and Wei Lingxia have also vanished." His concern for the vulnerable women and children was evident, as he kept a close watch on their movements. Su Xuejiao had previously entrusted him with the task of monitoring Zhang Xueyao and Wei Lingxia. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes as she discreetly handed Chao Lingyun a small handful of mushrooms, inquiring softly, "Do you know if Zhang Xueyao is dead?" Chao Lingyun shook his head, uncertain. "I don't know. Perhaps she was taken away." In these dire times, any able-bodied woman is likely to be picked up. For solitary women in this wasteland, there exists no safety or guarantee. The team beneath the bridge still harbors many widows and orphans, yet they are all burdensome, even physically undesirable. Leaving them to Captain Xiao is merely a way for their departed relatives to avoid the act of killing them, allowing them to perish from hunger instead. Su Xuejiao nodded and urged Chao Lingyun to investigate the whereabouts of Zhang Xueyao and Wei Lingxia. Chao Lingyun tucked the small bag of mushrooms into his clothing and joyfully dashed away. After Captain Xiao and the 7 little ones set off to scavenge, Su Xuejiao began to tidy up the sanitation at the bottom of the ditch. Occasionally glancing up, Su Yuebai was once again seen perched atop the ditch. Su Xuejiao inquired, "Yuebai, how should we dispose of this disposable waste?" The bottom of the pit was littered with single-use bowls and chopsticks. Su Yuebai lowered her gaze, her expression reminiscent of a deity in a temple, observing the world with an impassive demeanor, exuding an air of divinity. Su Xuejiao was momentarily taken aback, a profound sense of reverence swelling within her heart. Su Yuebai spoke, "Next time we light a fire, we shall incinerate it. This was the method employed by the Shi family. With many people gathered to feast and drink, each meal left behind an abundance of plastic waste. Carelessly discarding it would render the painstakingly arranged environment chaotic and filthy. Thus, during the preparation of the next meal, they would simply burn the plastic refuse. Leftover ingredients would be disposed of in the public restroom above, subsequently funneled through the city's drainage system to an unknown destination. Upon finishing her explanation, Shi Yuebai maneuvered her wheelchair to the side, resuming her sketching of the gathering spirit array. Shi Yuebai made her way over, pointing to a narrow crevice by the wall. If you need to dispose of excess ingredients, take that passage. It leads directly to the public restroom. It was not a proper path, barely accommodating a single person, yet it provided direct access from the ditch to the restroom. The route was somewhat lengthy, and the situation beyond the Shi family's wall remained unseen. Shi Yuebai expressed her gratitude. In truth, the pot of mushroom soup she had prepared was entirely consumed, although the 7 little gourd children were thoroughly sated. Each one had licked their bowls clean. Nevertheless, Shi Yuebai felt a surge of joy upon being directed by Shi Yuebai toward the restroom. From now on, she and the Qiao family's waste need not be buried at the bottom of the ditch. Indeed, living alongside those with extraordinary abilities has significantly enhanced their quality of life. Shi Yuebai observed Shi Yuebai with an impassive expression. Such a trivial matter seemed to bring her immense joy, as if she had consumed a potent elixir. Her vigor in wielding the hoe had increased considerably. Shi Yuebai paid her no mind, focusing intently on channeling energy into the small gathering arrays she had meticulously drawn. Yesterday, she had completed 5 small gathering arrays by the ditch, fulfilling her obligations. Even the once slim Pang Zhonggong had become plump under her care. Yet, she found herself unable to shed the weight, remaining at 702 pounds. Thus, today, Shi Yuebai diligently drew an additional 15 small gathering arrays, which now densely lined the ditch. To the naked eye of an ordinary person, these arrays were invisible. However, those with diminished intellect could perceive them. Therefore, if some simpleton or child claimed to see spirits or strange creatures, one should believe them, for it was indeed true. Shi Yuebai fervently infused these gathering arrays with energy until her weight decreased to 701 pounds. Yes, still 701 pounds, and she continued to channel energy. Below in the ditch, Su Shuejiao and De Jiao were diligently digging. As evening approached, De Jiao was called up by Shi Yuebai for dinner. Su Shuejiao ceased her work, preparing to kindle a fire for mushroom soup. However, as she stepped into the dense white mist, she stumbled and fell. Ouch! Su Shuejiao stared at her feet, or rather, at the bottom of the ditch, which was covered by a layer of white mist. Yet, the crucial detail was that the bottom of the ditch was not flat. After all, it is currently Su Yuebai and Dajiao who are manually excavating the soil. They dig here and there, occasionally deepening the pit where the Qiao family resides. The white mist has leveled the bottom, leaving Su Yuebai utterly unaware of where the depressions or elevations lie. As she gazes upwards towards the channel, near the boundary of the Shi family's wall, she observes the continuous descent of white mist, resembling a delicate waterfall. This ethereal fog will not dissipate anytime soon, and as it accumulates, it transforms the channel's bottom into its current state. It is foreseeable that if this white mist continues to descend, it may ultimately fill the entire channel. Su Yuebai scratched her head, reluctant to report this matter to Shi Yuebai, fearing that Shi Yuebai might deem her ungrateful and troublesome. Thus, Su Yuebai could only cautiously climb out of the pit, step by step, making her way back to her own excavation site, not far from the team beneath the bridge. Uncle Chen seized Wei Lingxia by the collar, raising his hand to violently strike her face. You can't even handle a trivial task properly. What use is it to bring Zhang Shuiyao here? Behind Uncle Chen sat the leader of the neighboring muscle group, Song Yuqing, who stood alongside the rescue and excavation team, coldly observing Wei Lingxia endure the beating. A throng of men, akin to wolves and tigers, fixated their gaze upon Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao. Terrified, Wei Lingxia wept, too frightened to retaliate. We've done our utmost, uncle. The Qiao family is extremely vigilant, and they have accomplices. At that moment, Zhang Shuiyao had regained her senses, tearfully gesturing that the Qiao family also had a deranged woman clad in red. She was suffocated to unconsciousness by that woman in the red dress. The muscular leader held a glass of red wine, sipping it while casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Shuiyao. There are already enough women from the Qin family here, he remarked. I've told you, do not send these ugly creatures my way. When Chun Huaihai was still alive, He mentioned that the Qiao family had two minor treasures. Now, they are unattainable, particularly by the Qin family. Naturally, the muscular leader could only hold Uncle Qin accountable. The people from the big city stated that a pair of small beauties could be exchanged for 20 residential permits to enter the metropolis. The muscular leader rose, gripping Zhang Xueyao's chin firmly. From the Qin family, do you truly believe this woman is worth 20 residential permits in the big city? The significance of gaining entry into the metropolis is self-evident. Once inside, one would no longer fear the mutated beasts and zombies surging from the safety zone. There would be no need to assist mercenaries or personally engage in patrols. Moreover, the contact in the big city has promised to grant the muscular group 20 residential permits in one go. A pair of small beauties is indeed quite valuable. But what is Zhang Xueyao? A widow, who can merely be described as passably decent in appearance. Just another scrap in this wasteland. With a dismissive flick, the muscular leader cast Zhang Xueyao aside, showing no further interest. Song Yuqing, this is a gift for your team to toy with. Recently, Song Yuqing's search and rescue team had unearthed quite a bit of food for the muscular group, and this was the leader's way of rewarding them. Song Yuqing's expression was complex as he gazed at the terrified and trembling Zhang Xueyao on the ground. A few members of his team stepped forward and dragged Zhang Xueyao away. In truth, everyone appears quite disheartened. Yet, in such an environment, the members of the muscle team feel compelled to act. Failing to do something about Zhang Xueyao would render them utterly out of place. Song Yuqing's inner turmoil intensifies. Each soul, once bathed in sunlight, now finds themselves shrouded in clouds of despair. It has been ages since they encountered anything uplifting or positive. They all seem to be sliding deeper into the abyss, faster and faster, resembling less and less like human beings, but rather like beasts. The anguished cries of Zhang Xueyao pierced through the air. Wei Lingxia, this is not what you promised me. It's not the same. Wei Lingxia had assured her that the neighboring team, with its multitude of members and formidable power, far surpassed the capabilities of the team under the bridge. Therefore, the adjacent team could afford to be well-fed, allowing women to lead comfortable lives. If Zhang Xueyao devoted herself wholeheartedly to Wei Lingxia, it was conceivable that she could find a man to rely upon within that team. There would be a modicum of sacrifice involved. Yet it was quite customary in the wasteland for women to frequently change partners, ultimately securing a long-term benefactor. It was precisely because of Wei Lingxia's assurances that Zhang Xueyao had chosen to follow her unconditionally. However, now, Zhang Xueyao feels that remaining with the team under the bridge would have been preferable, though it would mean enduring hunger. Scavenging for scraps to barter with Shi Yuebai might still yield a morsel of sustenance. Now, not only is there nothing to eat, but she must also endure physical suffering. It truly hurts. Uncle Qin, himself in a precarious situation, has beaten Wei Lingxia into a pulp. The delicate Xiao Jiao is sprawled in the ditch. Perhaps we should simply go and rob tonight. The leader of the muscle team nods in agreement. Good. Just ensure those two are unharmed. We need them intact. Chapter 95. It seems many men have arrived. Uncle Chun brought along 10 men from the muscle group. They perceived no difficulty in this task. Wei Lingxiao and Zhang Xueyao were incapable not due to incompetence, but rather because they were deemed unnecessary. Thus, 10 men were more than sufficient. Among them, only 1 or 2 were needed to obstruct Commander Qiao, while 2 others could carry away Xiao Jiao and Su Xuejiao. The remaining men were drawn by the rumor that several women from the Shi family were quite attractive and well-proportioned. They hoped to take advantage of the situation, which is why they followed Uncle Chun. Wei Lingxia, who bore the marks of their previous encounters, led the way. As she walked ahead, Uncle Chun kicked at her feet, berating her. You useless thing, you can't even handle such a trivial task, and I have to come personally. He continued, my brother sought you out. And not only do you fail to assist us, but you also drag our Chun family down. In the past, Uncle Chun was not like this. Before the desolation, when he encountered Wei Lingxia, he would greet her joyfully and respectfully call her sister-in-law. At that time, Uncle Chun was still a student, and the Qin family was not well off. Wei Lingxia worked outside, and besides supporting her 2 sons, she would send a little money to Uncle Chun each month for pocket money. Life was manageable. Wei Lingxia would deposit her earnings in the bank. Occasionally, Chen Huaihai would grumble about Uncle Chin's excessive pocket money at school. However, Wei Lingxia would defend him, smiling as she said, young men are at the age to pursue love and spend money. What harm is there in giving him a few extra hundred for pocket money? The financial situation was modest, as they belonged to a well-off family, living a life that was neither luxurious nor impoverished, characterized by simplicity and tranquility. However, everything transformed after the apocalypse. All acquaintances and strangers alike became exceedingly repugnant. Wei Lingxia, in a daze, led the way ahead, only to be kicked in the lower back by Uncle Chun behind her. She stumbled forward and collapsed onto the ground, struggling to rise. Meanwhile, Uncle Chun, along with the remaining 9 men, reached the team beneath the bridge, no longer requiring Wei Lingxia's guidance. As they traversed the desolate and chaotic riverbank, their faces were etched with disdain. It was no wonder that the team beneath the bridge had reached such a dire state, for it was plagued by the elderly, the weak, the ill, and the disabled in abundance. Along their journey, they encountered gaunt, emotionless burdens whose eyes reflected neither pain nor joy, let alone curiosity. These individuals stood like mere shells of humanity before their makeshift shelters. One person spat disdainfully on the ground, remarking that it was no surprise how Captain Xiao had managed to reduce a once thriving large team to such a condition. Those who had initially followed Captain Xiao through the calamity of the apocalypse possessed a deeper understanding of the team beneath the bridge. During the cataclysm, Captain Xiao had established this team, uniting many hearts when other factions had yet to form, and survivors were scattered and disorganized. Captain Xiao was perhaps the first to recognize the necessity of unity. No one doubted his potential to grow in strength and become a formidable leader. Now, let us take a moment to observe the current state of the team beneath the bridge. It appears rather disheveled, devoid of a single man with any semblance of strength. Were I the esteemed Captain Xiao, I would hasten to offer my 2 daughters in exchange for the support of a wealthy benefactor. One man, glancing around, followed closely behind Shenlauer, remarked that there were hardly any men in this group, and that within one of the tents lay a few individuals of questionable intellect, seemingly on the brink of starvation. While surveying the surroundings, he caught a faint whiff of mushrooms emanating from the tent. Yet, upon further reflection, such a notion seemed implausible. Inside that tent lay a few wretched souls, nearly famished. If they were truly on the verge of death, how could there be the scent of mushrooms? Those unfortunate souls from the team beneath the bridge were surely destined to perish. If not from hunger, could they possibly be overwhelmed by mushrooms? This elicited a hearty laugh from the group, who exchanged frivolous banter, each feeling remarkably at ease. They searched through the ranks of the team beneath the bridge, and in the darkness, finally located the drainage ditch mentioned by Wei Lingxia and Zhang Shuiyao. This night, devoid of moonlight and stars, visibility was severely limited. Chen Lauer and his companions could discern only the wall beyond the ditch, yet they showed little interest in what lay beyond it. Their thoughts were consumed with the impending acquisition of the alluring Xiao Jiao and Su Xuejiao. While they could not touch Xiao Jiao, Su Xuejiao was within their grasp. The muscular captain, it seemed, had no intention of trading Su Xuejiao for a coveted spot in the Grand City. Was it not true that a former celebrity from the wasteland era resided nearby? The man trailing behind Chen Lao spoke with great enthusiasm. Chen Lao nodded slightly, aware that the former celebrity of the wasteland was none other than Shi Sa. The crowd, invigorated by this revelation, climbed to the edge of the trench. In the depths of the trench, Commander Chao jolted awake, pushing his wife, Su Xuejiao, beside him. "Darling, there are people." The couple emerged from their sleeping bags, one grasping a shovel and the other a hoe, tools that had been part of their team's inventory. When the survivors departed from the bridge team, they had taken the newly updated digging implements, leaving only a few antiquated hoes and shovels behind. Both Su Xuejiao and Commander Chiao remained vigilant, attentively listening to the sounds from outside the trench. Su Xuejiao's complexion turned pale. It seemed they were searching for them. The night in the wasteland was eerily quiet, where even the faintest sound stood out starkly against the darkness. The men lying along the trench, overly complacent, failed to moderate their volume. Commander Chiao discreetly buried the fire pit at the trench's edge, signaling to Su Xuejiao with his lips, "Don't show mercy. Kill." She nodded, fiercely determined to protect her 2 beautiful daughters. At this moment, any unknown man approaching their dwelling ignited her utmost vigilance. If she did not act resolutely, those men would surely turn their aggression towards her children. Commander Chiao strained to listen to the commotion above the trench, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "It seems there are many men approaching." Su Xuejiao nodded, tightening her grip on the hoe. Above the pit, Chen Lauer gazed down meticulously, pondering. What an inky darkness today. Unlike the usual nights adorned with glimmers of stars and the gentle glow of the moon, this evening offered a disheartening scarcity of celestial light. He glanced at the man beside him and gestured, "Jump down." The man assessed the drop, uncertain of its true height. The visibility was already poor in the night, and a layer of white mist seemed to shroud the bottom of the trench. How could one discern the exact height from this vantage point? Chen Lao Air, growing impatient, remarked, "Didn't I say it's just over a meter?" This estimate of slightly over a meter was based on the observations of Wei Lingxiao and Zhang Xueyao. In truth, Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao had never disclosed the actual depth of the trench excavated by the Qiao family. The man behind Chen Lao Air, estimating the height to be just over a meter, leaped without hesitation. "Ah, damn it!" he cried out as he landed at the trench's base. Chen Lao Air, peering over the edge, inquired, "What is all the shouting about?" "I twisted my ankle," the man bellowed, expressing his frustration. "You said it was just over a meter, and I only prepared for that height. It's shrouded in this white mist, making it impossible to see. It must be over 2 meters." His exclamations echoed loudly, reaching the ears of Ahong and Nong Yasi, who were hidden behind the wall of the Shi residence. In haste, Ahong darted inside, asking Yuebai, "Did you hear that noise?" Shi Yuebai sat in the courtyard, with Shi Ersa standing behind her. Shi Ersa noted that there were 10 men in total, though Wei Lingxia had been left behind midway. Among them is a man named Uncle Chen Er, perhaps recalling Chen Huaihai. Along with the grim memory of his 2 sons who perished at their hands, Sister Er, filled with concern, inquired of Shi Yuebai whether the men of the Chen family had become aware of anything. Shi Yuebai, her countenance devoid of emotion, replied that even if the Chen family learned of the demise of 3 of their men at their hands, it bore no consequence. Today, they would claim the life of a 4th. Ahong opened her mouth, glancing towards Sister Er, who equally displayed no expression, her grip firmly clutching a firearm. Shi Yuebai maneuvered her wheelchair towards the outer edge of the wall, with Sister Er trailing closely behind, weapon in hand. Ahong cast a glance at the corpulent Pang Zhengong, sprawled upon the ground, gritting her teeth as she drew forth a sharp dagger, the very blade that Shi Yuebai had once instructed her to use in the assassination of Chen Huaihai. In that moment, overwhelmed by anxiety, Ahong had failed to deliver a fatal blow, necessitating Nong Yasi's intervention to end Chen Huaihai's life with a single strike. This time, however, Ahong was resolute in her grip of the knife. The wheelchair of Shi Yuebai advanced steadily, halting at the brink of the trench. The individuals on the opposite side, including Uncle Chen Er, were entirely oblivious to the circumstances on their side, shrouded as they were in swirling white mist due to the gathering spirit formation. Particularly at night, devoid of sunlight, visibility diminished further. Ahong, too, could not discern the number of people across the trench. Yet for Sister Er, whether by day or night, or regardless of the obscuring white mist, it made no difference. Shi Yuebai remained silent, prompting Sister Er to keep her firearm lowered. They stood quietly on their side of the trench. Shi Yuebai's eyes, clear and unobstructed, gazed at Uncle Chen and the others as he leaped down from the opposite side of the ditch. Subsequently, 2 more individuals stumbled upon their descent, twisting their ankles. The height was undoubtedly more than a meter. One man, upon jumping, fell completely into the white mist, rendering him invisible. He made no sound, likely having landed in the deepest pit. This ditch, at its most profound point, measures approximately 3 meters. It was excavated by De Gio, who possessed no understanding of planning, only the instinct to dig fervently at a single spot, resulting in a series of increasingly deep craters. Should anyone leap down carelessly, they might indeed render themselves unconscious. Chen Er cursed vehemently, lamenting the futility of digging such a ditch in the wasteland, exclaiming, "What were they thinking? Truly a waste of effort." Cries of despair echoed around. Aside from the silent man who had leaped, it appeared others had also sustained broken limbs upon their descent. Su Xuejiao and Captain Xiao exchanged glances within the ditch, at that moment genuinely admiring Shi Yuebai's foresight. They need not lift a finger. Several men were incapacitated merely by this trap. In a desolate land, who possessed the leisure to excavate such a profound ditch? Yet, for those seeking trouble, intending to harm individuals within the confines of the frame, this ditch represented the first barrier. Moreover, within this trench, there was a significant presence of white mist, which, though not dense, would obscure the unevenness of the ground perfectly when visibility diminished at night. When Uncle Chen leapt from the edge of the trench, he was fortunate to land safely. However, after taking just a few steps, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. His anger was palpable, yet it was further exacerbated by the realization that the trench was exceedingly deep and long, coupled with the obscuring white mist. He could not discern the location of Su Xuejiao and the young girl Jiao in that cavernous pit. At that moment, Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao stealthily emerged from the depths of the hole, wielding a hoe and a shovel. Seizing an opportunity, Captain Xiao struck a solitary man from behind with a forceful blow of his shovel. The man let out a muffled grunt and collapsed into the swirling white fog. Fortunately, the depth of the pit concealed their bodies beneath the veil of mist. Meanwhile, the other men continued their search, attempting to locate the pit where Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao had hidden. Captain Xiao urged Su Xuejiao to rise and resumed his assault with the tools in hand. Uncle Chen, having leapt down from the middle of the trench, pressed forward but found no trace of the young girl Jiao or Su Xuejiao at the trench's end. He scoffed at the foolishness of their efforts, pondering how digging such an extensive trench was nothing more than a deliberate act of provocation. The men accompanying Uncle Chen echoed his sentiments, cursing as they trudged along. As they vented their frustrations, they realized that out of the 10 men they had brought, only 6 remained. The journey had been fraught with stumbles, and some had even suffered broken legs, leaving everyone irritable and restless. Unable to contain his rage, one man bellowed, "Captain Xiao, stop your theatrics. Come out. We are here to take your wife and daughters to a better life." At such a moment, it is abundantly clear that Captain Xiao and Su Xuejiao hold the advantage. It would indeed be remarkable if they were to make an appearance.